On the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, the Qingyun sect held its annual grand ceremony. The martial arts arena was packed with thousands of disciples clad in uniform blue Taoist robes, their gazes fixed intently upon the high platform. Sunlight spilled over the white marble balustrades, reflecting dazzling light. The air was thick with the scent of sandalwood and spiritual energy. Only the most remote corner of the arena stood in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere. Lin Shun leaned against an old locust tree, his faded outer disciple robe standing out sharply among the splendidly dressed inner disciples surrounding him. He lowered his head, his expression unreadable. Only his clenched fists betrayed him, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving several bloody marks. "Brother Chen, maybe we should leave." Fatty Wong sidled up to him, his round face full of worry. "That woman Li Yanran is doing this on purpose. She wants to humiliate you in public today. And that Zhao Tianlei is no good either. There's no point in swallowing this insult." Lin Shen said nothing, only shook his engagement to Li Yanran had been arranged by their parents when he was 3 years old. Back then he was the envy of the Qingyun sect. A prodigy who attracted Qi at 3, tempered his body at 5, hailed as an ancient century genius. But when he turned 7, a sudden severe illness shattered his Tao foundation, completely turning him into a waste who couldn't even break through the Qi condensation realm. Falling from the clouds into the mud happened overnight. People who once swarmed around him now avoided him. Even his fiancée Li Yanran had long since thrown herself into the arms of the senior inner disciple Zhao Tianlei. "Here they come." A sudden cheer erupted from the crowd. Lin Shen looked up and saw 2 figures slowly walk onto the high platform. Leading the way was Li Yanran, dressed in a pink inner disciple gown, her features delicate, her figure graceful, a smug smile on her face. Beside her was Zhao Tianlei, tall, with handsome features, clad in a purple senior inner disciple robe. A special jade token of the Qingyun sect hung at his waist, his demeanor exuding pride. The 2 stood side by side on the platform, accepting the cheers of the disciples below, like a perfect couple of jade. Fatty Wong spat contemptuously. "Pa. A perfect couple. More like a pair of dogs." Li Yanran's gaze swept across the crowd, eventually landing on Lin Shun in the corner. A sneer curled at the corner of her lips. Lifting her skirt, she stepped down from the platform and walked toward him. All eyes followed her steps, converging on Lin Shun. "Here it comes, the main event. I knew there'd be a good show today. A cripple like him deserves Li's senior sister. He should take a piss and look at himself." The taunts pierced Lin Chen's ears like needles. Li Yanran stopped before Lin Chen, looking down at him with utter contempt. "Lin Chen, let's break off our engagement. No prelude, no tact, straight as a knife." The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see Lin Chen's reaction. Lin Shun raised his head and looked at the girl who had once vowed to be with him forever. His voice was eerily calm. "Why?" Li Yanran laughed as if she'd heard the funniest joke. "Lin Chen, you didn't seriously think I'd marry a cripple with a broken Tao foundation, did you? Look at yourself now. You're worse than an outer disciple. What can you possibly give me?" She pointed at Zhao Tianlei beside her, pride filling her face. "See this?" Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, eager to communicate with Li Shizhen. "Seniorly greetings." Li Shizhen's voice replied indifferently. "No need for formalities. Me, Li Yanran." Zhao Tianlei stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Li Yanran's waist, and stared challengingly at Lin Shun. "Lin Shun, if you know what's good for you, sign the annulment paper now. Yanran's future will only be held back by you." He pulled a pouch of spirit stones from his storage bag and threw it at Lin Chen's feet with a clear clatter. "Here are 100 low-grade spirit stones. Consider it compensation from me. Take the money and get out of Qingyun sect. Never appear before Yanran again." 100 low-grade spirit stones meant to buy off his engagement, his last shred of dignity. The laughter around grew louder. "Haha, 100 spirit stones. Enough for him to live on forever. A waste like him is lucky to get 100 spirit stones. Take the money and scram. Don't embarrass yourself here." Fatty Wong was trembling with rage, about to charge forward, but Lin Shun grabbed his arm. Lin Shun slowly bent down and picked up the pouch of spirit stones. Everyone thought he was about to give in. A contemptuous smile spread across their faces. But the next second, Lin Shun hurled the pouch straight into Zhao Tianlei's face. Smack! Spirit stones scattered all over the ground. "My engagement is not for others to meddle with." Lin Shen's gaze was icy. "Li Yanran, if you want to break the engagement, fine. But it's not you dumping me. I'm divorcing you. How dare you?" Zhao Tianlei flew into a rage, a red welt from the spirit stones on his face. He never expected a cripple to slap his face in public. "What do I not dare?" Lin Shen gave a cold laugh. "From today, you Li Yanran are divorced by me, Lin Shen. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. You're asking for death." Zhao Tianlei roared and threw a punch at Lin Shen's chest. As a 9th-level Qi condensation cultivator, the punch carried dense spiritual energy enough to kill a tiger. Lin Shun instinctively raised his arm to block. Bang! A tremendous force sent him flying backward like a broken kite. He slammed heavily into the old locust tree and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the black stone tablet on his chest. This tablet, a cold hard piece with no special features, was the only heirloom left by his parents, worn around his neck since childhood. But the moment blood touched it, the tablet suddenly trembled violently. A scorching heat surged from his chest, spreading instantly through his entire body. Then an icy, arrogant voice laden with endless vicissitudes echoed in his mind. Finally, someone has come. Lin Chen stiffened. Who? Who was speaking? He looked around. Fatty Wong was running toward him in panic. Li Yan ran, and Zhao Tianlei wore smug smiles, and disciples were still jeering. No one was speaking. No one was talking. Only he could hear the voice. Kid, stop looking. The voice sounded again, tinged with mockery. I'm inside the stone tablet on your chest. Lin Chen looked down at his chest. The previously pitch-black tablet was now illuminated by golden veins flowing slowly across its surface, as if alive. Who are you? Lin Chen murmured in his heart. Who am I? The voice paused, filled with infinite sorrow and unwillingness. My name is Ye Gucheng, a failure who died 3,000 years ago. Ye Gucheng. Lin Chen frowned. He had never heard that name. Brother Chen, are you okay? Fatty Wong ran to him, helped him up, and almost cried when he saw the blood at his mouth. Zhao Tianlei is too much. I'm going to find the sect leader and lodge a complaint. No need. Lin Chen held him back, slowly rising to his feet. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze cold as he swept across Li Yanran and Zhao Tianlei on the platform. The humiliation he had just endured was etched in his memory. Today's disgrace he would repay 100-fold. Lin Chen, what else do you want? Zhao Tianlei folded his arms, looking disdainful. Want another beating? I tell you, I'm letting you off today for Yanran's sake. If you keep pestering, I'll cripple you. Lin Chen ignored him, fixing his gaze on Li Yanran and speaking each word deliberately. Li Yanran, Zhao Tianlei. For all the humiliation you have heaped upon me today, I, Lin Chen, swear within 3 years I will return it 100-fold. 3 years. Zhao Tianlei burst into loud laughter. With you a cripple with a broken Dao foundation. Not in 3 years. Even in 30 you'll still be trash. Li Yanran also shook her head, disappointment etched on her face. Lin Chen, I never realized you were so deluded. Enough, let's go. Arguing with a cripple is beneath us. With that she took Zhao Tianlei's arm and turned away. The disciples gradually dispersed, pointing at Lin Chen and jeering as they left. Only Lin Chen and Fatty Wong remained in the arena. Brother Chen, don't take it to heart, Fatty Wong comforted him. They're just snobs. One day you'll make them eat their words. Lin Chen nodded, saying nothing. He touched the black stone tablet on his chest. The scorching heat was still there, but Ye Gucheng's voice had vanished. But he knew what had just happened was no illusion. From this moment on his life would change completely. The setting suns stretched their shadows long across the ground. Lin Chen turned and walked toward his dilapidated outer disciple hut. His steps were firm, his eyes shining with a light they had never held before. On the black stone tablet at his chest the golden veins grew brighter and brighter, as if something was about to break free from the stone. Lin Chen supported himself against the wall, dragging his steps back to the most secluded shabby hut on the outer sect. The roof leaked wind, the walls were covered in moss, and inside there was only an old wooden bed and a table missing a leg. Fatty Wong frantically searched for medicine to bandage Lin Chen, but Lin Chen stopped him. Fatty, you go back first. Lin Chen said, his voice somewhat hoarse. I'm fine. A night's rest will do. Brother Chen, you spat blood and still say you're fine. Fatty Wong stomped his foot anxiously. Zhao Tianlei was too ruthless. No, I must go to Elder Mo for some good medicine. No need to trouble Elder Mo. Lin Chen pressed on his shoulder, his gaze firm. Trust me, I'm really fine. You go back first. They'll find you tomorrow morning. Fatty Wong looked at his unwavering gaze and could only nod. All right, you rest well. If anything happens, call me. I'm right next door. With that he left, looking back every few steps. Only Lin Chen remained in the broken hut. He closed the door, leaned against it, and slowly raised his hand to his chest. The black stone tablet was still burning hot, with golden veins flowing faintly beneath his skin, as if alive. Ye Gucheng, Lin Chen silently recited. The cold, aloof voice immediately sounded in his mind. Finally alone. Who are you really? What is this stone tablet? Lin Chen got straight to the point. I've already told you who I am. Ye Gucheng's voice carried a trace of vicissitude. 3,000 years ago, I was one step away from breaking through the sword god realm and becoming the greatest figure in history. Too bad I failed. Failed miserably. Ye Gucheng's voice was filled with unwillingness. I was impatient, fell into demonic deviation at the critical moment of my breakthrough. My life's cultivation turned to nothing, and I ended up dying with my Tao extinguished. After a pause he continued, and this stone tablet is called the vanquished stele. It was forged in ancient times by 99 other great powers who like me failed at the final step. Inside the stele are sealed the remnant souls of us all, along with all our lifetime's worth of failed experiences. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The failed experiences of 99 peerless great powers. We were all once extraordinary geniuses, never tasted defeat, yet stumbled at the final hurdle. Ye Gucheng's voice carried a touch of sorrow. We were unwilling. So we forged the vanquished stele, waiting for a successor. We wanted to pass on all the pitfalls and errors we made so he could complete the final step for us. So you chose me? Lin Chen asked. It wasn't me who chose you, it was the vanquished stele that chose you, said Ye Gucheng. Only someone with chaotic chi can activate the vanquished stele. In 3,000 years you are the first. Chaotic chi. Lin Chen frowned deeply. He had never heard of such a thing. He only knew that his Dao foundation was incomplete, marking him as a waste who couldn't even break through the chi gathering realm. Dao foundation incomplete. Ye Gucheng seemed to read his mind and let out a cold laugh. Bullshit. This is not a birth defect. It was forcibly sealed by a great power. What a... Lin Chen's entire body trembled. What did you say? My Tao foundation is sealed. That's right. Ye Gucheng's tone was absolutely certain. Moreover, the person who sealed you has unfathomable cultivation, at least a great emperor or higher. He not only sealed your Tao foundation, but also erased parts of your memory, all to turn you into a nobody no one would notice. Lin Chen's mind went blank. He had always thought his Tao foundation was ruined by a severe illness at age 7, never expecting it was sealed. Who would be so cruel to a 7-year-old child? Could it be his missing parents? Impossible. They loved him so much, how could they seal his Tao foundation and make him suffer so much humiliation? Stop thinking. Right now you aren't qualified to know the truth. Ye Gucheng interrupted his thoughts. The priority is to break through the Qi gathering realm first and gain the ability to protect yourself. But my Tao foundation is sealed, how can I break through? Lin Chen asked. Others cultivate relying on foundation's talent and resources. Ye Gucheng's voice carried a hint of pride. But you rely on our failed experiences. So what if your foundation is incomplete? I will teach you a path no one has ever walked before. The path of the defeated. The path of the defeated. Oi. Exactly, Ye Gucheng said. Others cultivate by finding the right path among countless wrong ones, inevitably taking detours and making mistakes. And you already know all the wrong paths. You only need to avoid them, and what remains is the one correct path. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the cultivation of the Qi gathering realm seems simple, but has 372 potential pitfalls. The slightest misstep can cause a Qi reversal and lead to demonic deviation. Countless geniuses have fallen at this first step, but I know all of these pitfalls. I will guide you step by step, avoiding all the traps so you can break through the Qi gathering realm in the fastest time. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. So this was the true power of the vanquished stele. It wasn't giving him great power directly, but providing him with the lessons of countless predecessors, letting him bypass detours and rise to the top. Good. He'll learn. Lin Chen said without hesitation. Excellent. There was a hint of satisfaction in Ye Gucheng's voice. Now sit cross-legged and circulate your Qi exactly as I instruct. Remember, where I tell you to stop, you must not go even a hair's breadth further. Lin Chen immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the weak spiritual energy within him, following Ye Gucheng's guidance. Truly it was different this time. Before, when he cultivated, the Qi would bump around aimlessly like a headless fly, never able to condense. But now Ye Gucheng would warn him at every critical juncture, guiding him away from areas where Qi might reverse. The once arcane cultivation method now became perfectly clear. The Qi flowed steadily through his meridians, becoming smoother and thicker with each cycle. Time passed. The moon outside the window gradually rose to its zenith. Lin Chen was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting time and pain. He could clearly feel a faint air mass slowly condensing in his dantian. The Qi gathering realm. He was finally going to break through. Just then Ye Gucheng's voice suddenly turned serious. Be careful. Someone's coming. And they're not friendly. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open. A kick smashed the door of the broken hut open. 3 burly men in outer sect disciple robes stood viciously at the entrance, brandishing steel blades. The leader, a man with a scar on his face, was Zhang, who Zhao Tianli's top lackey. Lin Chen, you've got some nerve, huh? Daring to hit Brother Zhao. Zhang, who sneered as he walked in. Brother Zhao said to break both your legs, teach you some manners. He waved his hand, and the 2 minions immediately lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen sat motionless on the bed. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Perfect timing. Let you be the first sacrifices after my breakthrough to the Qi gathering realm. The steel blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Chen's head. Zhang, who stood behind, a cruel smile twisting his face. In his eyes, a cripple with a broken Tao foundation could never be a match for the 3 of them. Breaking both his legs today would mean claiming the reward from senior brother Zhao tomorrow. But just as the steel blade was about to strike Lin Chen, he moved. His body flickered like a ghost, sidestepping the blade with effortless grace. Edge. The 2 henchmen froze, stunned that this useless waste could evade their attack. What are you waiting for? Attack together. Kill him. Zhang, who roared. The 2 thugs exchanged a glance, then swung their blades at Lin Chen again. This time they worked in perfect sync, one from the left and one from the right, sealing off all escape routes. Yet Lin Chen remained utterly composed. Ye Gucheng's voice echoed in his mind. The one on the left has an unstable base. Strike his left knee. The one on the right swings too slowly. Pierce his wrist. Following Ye Gucheng's instruction, Lin Chen leaned slightly to avoid the blade from the left, then extended his right hand and struck the man's knee precisely with 2 fingers. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The man on the left screamed, collapsing to the ground, his steel sword clattering away. In the next instant, Lin Chen spun around, grabbed the right man's wrist, and twisted it lightly. Up. Another scream. The man's wrist was bent like a pretzel, and the sword fell to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, both henchmen were completely incapacitated. The smile on Zhang He's face instantly froze. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was this still the same cripple who hadn't even broken through the Qi gathering stage? How could he be so strong? You. When did you reach the Qi gathering stage? Zhang He's voice trembled. Just now, Lin Chen said as he slowly stood up, dusting off his clothes, his eyes cold. Surprised. Impossible. Zhang Hu shook his head hysterically. Your Dao foundation is incomplete. There's no way you could break through. You must be using some evil sorcery. Evil sorcery? Lin Chen sneered. For scum like you I don't need any tricks. Then he took step after step toward Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu stumbled backward in terror, shouting with a bluffing bravado, Lin Chen, don't come closer. I'm senior brother Zhao's man. Touch me, and he won't let you off. Zhao Tianlei. Lin Chen's gaze turned even colder. Even if he came himself, I'd still beat him. As he spoke, Lin Chen was already charging at Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was petrified. He hurriedly threw a punch. He was at the third level of Qi gathering stage, and this strike carried dense spiritual power, heavy and forceful. Black flames and black demonic energy collided in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Lin Chen watched Fun Ying's retreating figure tightly, clutching the jade slip in his hand. Zhang Hu spat out sour fluid, doubling over like a shrimp. Lin Chen grabbed his hair and slammed his head onto the table. Crack! The rickety wooden legless table shattered into splinters. Zhang Hu lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, passed out cold. Lin Chen clapped his hands, looking at the three unconscious figures on the ground with an impassive face. Not bad. For a first fight it was clean and crisp. Ye Gucheng's voice carried a hint of praise. But still too slow. If it were me, I could have taken them down in one move. He'll work harder, Lin Chen said. He could feel that after breaking through the Qi gathering stage, his body had become incredibly light, and his five senses had sharpened greatly. During the fight, Ye Gucheng's guidance was etched into his mind like a blueprint, every move was perfectly precise. This was the power of the path of the defeated. Now throw these three trash out, Ye Gucheng said. Then continue cultivation. Qi gathering stage is just the beginning. There's still a long road ahead. Lin Chen nodded, dragged the three unconscious men, and tossed them onto the trash pile outside the broken shack. As he turned to go back inside, the door next door opened. Wang Fatty rubbed his eyes as he walked out, saw the three figures on the ground, and jumped in shock. Chingo, what's going on? Nothing. Just some dogs sent by Zhao Tianlei. I beat them off, Lin Chen said flatly. Beat them off? Wang Fatty's eyes widened, sizing Lin Chen up. Chinga, you broke through the Qi gathering stage. Lin Chen nodded. Oh my god. Wang Fatty jumped up in excitement. I knew Chinga wasn't a useless waste. This is great. This is great. He cheered for a while, then remembered something, and worriedly said, but Chinga, since you beat up Zhang Hu, Zhao Tianlei definitely won't let it slide. He'll find a way to take revenge. I know, Lin Chen said. So I need to improve my strength as fast as possible. The Outer Sect Grand Competition is in 3 days, and I want to defeat him fair and square on that stage. Outer Sect Grand Competition. Wang Fatty paused, then nodded heavily. Good. I'm with you. Chinga, I'm sure you can win the championship. Alright, go back to sleep, Lin Chen said. I still need to cultivate. Keep it up, Chinga. Wang Fatty nodded vigorously and went back into his room. Lin Chen closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed again. Senior Yi, let's continue. Good, Ye Gucheng said. Qi gathering stage has 9 levels. Each level doubles your spiritual energy. An ordinary person needs at least a month to advance 1 level. But with me you can reach the 5th level reaching the 5th level in 3 days. Lin Chen's heart pounded. If he told anyone, it would absolutely shake the entire Qingyun sect. After all, Zhao Tianlei had cultivated for 5 years, yet only reached the 9th level. And Lin Chen, in just 3 days, could catch up to half that progress. Don't get too excited, Ye Gucheng poured cold water. Raising cultivation too fast will make your foundation so in the next 3 days, it'll not only help you raise your cultivation, but also hone your foundation and teach you a sword technique. Sword technique. That's right. Ye Gucheng's voice carried pride. I have devoted my life to the way of the sword, creating the Dugu 9 swords. This technique has no fixed stances, only methods to break any move. In the world of martial arts, nothing is undefeatable except speed. Once you master this technique, no one of the same rank can stand against you. The Dugu 9 swords. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately calmed his mind, and following Ye Gucheng's guidance began cultivating spiritual energy while learning the fundamentals of the Dugu 9 swords. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lin Chen barely slept. When hungry, he ate some dry food. When thirsty, he drank cold water. All his time was devoted to cultivation. With Ye Gucheng's guidance, his cultivation soared rapidly, smoothly breaking through to the 5th level of Qi gathering stage. At the same time, he mastered the general outline and the first 2 stances of the Dugu 9 swords, sword-breaking stance and palm-breaking stance. Though not yet fully proficient, it was more than enough to handle ordinary outer disciples. At dawn that day, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes. He could clearly feel the surging spiritual energy within him, more than 10 times denser than 3 days ago. The ordinary iron sword in his hand felt like an extension of his arm. Not bad, Ye Gucheng said approvingly. Stable foundation and the sword technique has entered the door. You are ready for today's Outer Sect Grand Competition. Lin Chen stood up and pushed open the door. The morning sun was just right, casting golden rays upon him, coating him in a layer of light. Wang Fatty had been waiting at the door holding a steamed bun. Chinga, ready. Let's go. Lin Chen nodded, took the bun. Let's go. The two walked side by side toward the training grounds. By then the grounds were already packed with people. The Outer Sect Grand Competition was one of the most important annual events of Qingyun sect. All Outer disciples could participate. The champion would not only receive generous rewards, but also directly enter the inner sect. Zhao Tianlei stood on the high platform surrounded by flattering disciples. Brother Zhao, the champion of this Outer Sect Grand Competition, will surely be your younger brother Zhao Di. Of course, senior brother Zhao Di is at the 4th level of Qi gathering stage. Who among the Outer disciples can match him? I heard that Waste Lin Chen also signed up, courting death. When Zhao Tianlei heard Lin Chen's name, his eyes instantly turned sinister. Lin Chen, he gritted his teeth. 3 days ago you beat my men. Today at the competition it'll make you wish you were dead. Just then the crowd suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to the entrance of the training grounds. There Lin Chen and Wang Fatty walked in slowly. He wore a washed-out white Outer disciple robe, held a simple iron sword, his eyes calm, his steps steady. Sunlight fell upon him, as if an invisible aura emanated, making everyone dare not underestimate him. Zhao Tianlei stared at Lin Chen, his pupils contracting sharply. He could sense that Lin Chen's aura was completely different from 3 days ago. On the martial training ground, dozens of arenas were arranged in neat rows. The Outer Sect competition adopted an elimination system, with opponents drawn by lots. The victor advanced, the loser was eliminated until the final champion was decided. Lin Chen walked to the registration desk and drew a number 37. Chinga, who did you draw? Fatty Wang asked Lin. I don't know yet, I'll wait for the referee to announce it, Lin Chen said. Just then the elder referee stepped onto the high platform and cleared his throat quiet. I now declare the 37th Outer Sect competition of Qingyun sect officially begun. Please bring contestants number 1 and 2 to the stage. With the referee's announcement, the competition commenced. One by one disciples stepped onto the arenas and engaged in fierce combat. In an instant the training ground was filled with the sounds of clashing spiritual energy weapons colliding and the shouts of disciples rising and falling in waves. Lin Chen stood in a corner, silently watching the matches on the stage. See that disciple in blue? Ye Gucheng's voice echoed in his mind. His swordsmanship looks sharp, but is full of flaws. When he strikes, his left shoulder involuntarily lifts. That's his fatal weakness. And that blade user, his moves are powerful, but too slow. Just dodge his first 3 strikes, and he'll expose an opening. Lin Chen watched and listened to Ye Gucheng's analysis. Sure enough, before long the blue-clad disciple was struck on his left shoulder and lost the match. The blade user, too slow, was circled behind and kicked off the arena. So that's it, Lin Chen suddenly understood. Every move has a flaw. Exactly, said Ye Gucheng. No move in this world is perfect. As long as it's a person, there are habits and weaknesses. My Duga 9 swords are specifically designed to find these flaws and strike with one blow. Lin Chen nodded, deepening his understanding of the Duga 9 swords. Number 37 Lin Chen versus number 38 Wang, who? The referee's voice rang out. Finally, it was Lin Chen's turn. Chinga, go for it. Fatty Wang pumped his fist. Lin Chen nodded, gripped his iron sword, and stepped onto the arena. His opponent Wang, who was a tall, burly man at the 3rd layer of Qi condensation realm, somewhat famous in the Outer Sect. Wang, who looked at Lin Chen with a disdainful grin. Lin Chen, I advise you to just forfeit. Don't make me hurt you, you waste. Lin Chen said nothing, only gripped his iron sword and stared back silently. Wang, who enraged by Lin Chen's attitude, roared and charged, swinging his fists. His punches carried a whistling wind, heavy and powerful, clearly from some body tempering technique. The disciples below murmured. It's over for Lin Chen. Wang Hu's iron fists are notorious. Yeah, last time a 4th layer Qi condensation disciple got his ribs broken by one punch. I think Lin Chen won't last. On the high platform, Zhao Tianlei's lips curled into a cruel smile. Wang, who was his deliberate arrangement to cripple Lin Chen in the 1st round. But just as Wang Hu's fist was about to hit Lin Chen moved. His iron sword lifted lightly, precisely thrusting toward Wang Hu's wrist. Palm breaking style. This sword was lightning fast with a tricky angle. Wang, who had no time to react. His wrist went numb, the power of his punch instantly dissipated. Then Lin Chen rotated his wrist, the iron sword swept across, leaving a deep wound on Wang Hu's arm. Wang, who screamed, stumbling back, clutching his bleeding arm, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. The arena fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock. One move. With just one move, Lin Chen had wounded Wang Hu. How? You dare to hurt me? Wang Hu, furious and humiliated, charged at Lin Chen again, this time with full force, fists raining down like a storm. Too many flaws, Ye Gucheng's voice said calmly. Lin Chen, unhurried, danced his iron sword in intricate, palm-breaking style. Each sword stroke precisely targeted the flaws in Wang Hu's fists. Before long, Wang Hu's fists were covered in cuts, blood dripping. He could no longer clench his fists and retreated in disarray. Do you concede? Lin Chen asked coldly. Wang Hu, eyes red, pulled a steel blade from behind his back. He'll kill you. He swung the blade at Lin Chen. Sword-breaking style? Lin Chen's eyes focused. His iron sword shot out like a venomous snake, precisely stabbing at Wang Hu's wrist, holding the blade. Clang. The steel blade clattered to the ground. Then Lin Chen kicked Wang Hu in the chest. Wang Hu flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily off the arena unconscious. Number 37 Lin Chen wins. The elder referee announced. The arena erupted in uproar. My God, Lin Chen actually won, and he won so easily. Wounded Wang Hu in one move. Isn't his foundation damaged? How could he be this strong? Could his foundation have healed? On the high platform, Zhao Tianlia's face turned dark as water. He never expected Lin Shun to defeat Wang Hu so easily. Senior brother Zhao this. A nearby disciple asked cautiously. Don't panic, Zhao Tianlei said coldly. Just luck. Next round, I'll arrange a stronger opponent. I don't believe he can keep winning. Lin Shun stepped off the arena. Fatty Wang rushed up excited. Xingye, you're amazing. That sword was awesome. Just lucky, Lin Shun said calmly. He knew this was only the beginning. The opponents ahead would only grow stronger. In the subsequent matches, Lin Shun advanced like a knife through butter. Whether sword blade or fist users, none could last 3 moves against him. His Duga 9 sword seemed born for battle. No matter what technique the opponent used, he could instantly find the flaw and strike with one blow. Soon Lin Shun entered the top 16. His name spread throughout the outer sect. Everyone knew that Lin Shun, once regarded as a waste, had returned and become incredibly powerful. Next match, number 16 Lin Shun versus number 9 Li Chong. The referee's voice rang out. Li Chong, 4th layer chi condensation, a top 10 outer sect expert. He was Zhao Tianlia's loyal dog, specially arranged to deal with Lin Shun. Li Chong stepped onto the arena looking at Lin Shun with a vicious grin. Lin Shun, your luck ends here. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of senior brother Zhao. He drew a long sword and thrust it at Lin Shun. His sword technique was fast and tricky, clearly well practiced. The disciples below held their breath. Could Lin Shun win this time? Lin Shun stood still, unmoving. Only when the sword was about to pierce his throat did he slowly raise his iron sword, breaking style. Clang. The 2 swords met with a crisp ring. Li Chong felt an immense force from the blade, his arm numbing, the sword nearly flying out of his hand. He was greatly alarmed, quickly retreating a few steps, no longer underestimating his opponent. Interestingly, Chong gritted his teeth and thrust again. This time he unleashed his signature technique, the Gale 13 swords. Sword light flickered like a violent storm enveloping Lin Shun. The disciples below gasped. It's the Gale 13 swords. Li Chong's famous move. Lin Shun is. The Gale 13 swords are as fast as lightning, impossible to dodge. On the high platform, Zhao Tianlia's lips curled into a smile again. The Gale 13 swords were his own teaching. He knew their power. Even a 5th layer chi condensation disciple might not withstand them. Lin Shun was doomed. But just then Lin Shun moved. His figure wove through the sword light, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Every one of Li Chong's thrusts missed by a hair's breadth. Impossible. Li Chong's eyes bulged, unable to believe what he saw. No one had ever dodged his Gale 13 swords so easily. Your swordsmanship is too slow, Lin Shun's voice rang out calmly. Before the words faded, Lin Shun's iron sword suddenly thrust forward. Fast. Extremely fast. Li Chong only saw a blur, then felt a cold touch at his throat. Lin Shun's iron sword was pressed against his throat. 1 more inch, and he would be dead. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. 4th layer chi condensation, Li Chong, using the Gale 13 swords, was still defeated in 1 move by Lin Shun. Is this even human? Do you concede? Lin Shun asked coldly. Li Chong's face was as white as paper, lips trembling, unable to speak for a long moment. I concede. Finally he lowered his head and uttered those words. Number 16 Lin Shun win. Advancing to the top 8. The elder referee announced. Thunderous applause erupted from below. Lin Shun sheathed his iron sword and walked off the arena. Fatty Wang rushed up again, stammering with excitement. Xingye, you're incredible. Top 8. You made top 8. Lin Shun smiled, about to speak, when Ye Gucheng's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Be careful. Someone is observing you in secret. And this person's cultivation is unfathomable. Lin Shun's heart tightened. He looked around, but found nothing unusual. Who was it? Who was watching him in secret? Lin Shun followed Wang Pengzi quietly to the corner of the training ground. Senior Ye, can you sense who is observing me? I can't, Ye Gucheng said. That person is well hidden, and their cultivation level is at least beyond the transformation. I am just a remnant soul with limited power and cannot pinpoint their location. The transformation stage. Lin Shun's pupils suddenly constricted. The master of the Qingyun sect was merely at the peak of the golden core stage. A strong practitioner of the transformation stage is a rare existence throughout the Great Xia dynasty. How could there be a transformation stage expert secretly observing him? Could it be someone from the Hall of Heavenly Punishment? Don't worry, Ye Gucheng said, he means no harm. If he wanted to kill you, you would have been dead by now. Lin Shun nodded, slightly feeling a bit relieved. As long as there was no malice. In the upcoming top 8 matches, Lin Shun's opponent was a disciple at the 5th level of the Qi gathering stage. This disciple was significantly stronger than Li Chong, but still no match for Lin Shun's Du Gujiu Jian. In just 3 moves, Lin Shun defeated him and smoothly advanced to the top 4. Thus the top 4 of the outer sect competition were decided: Lin Shun, Zhao Di, Sun Hao, and Zhou Tong. Among them, Zhao Di, the younger brother of Zhao Tianlei, was at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi gathering stage and was the biggest favorite to win. The matchups for the semifinals have been announced. Wang Pengzi ran over excitedly with a piece of paper. Brother Qin, your opponent in the semifinals is Zhou Tong, and Zhao Dis opponent is Sun Hao. Lin Shun took a glance at the paper and nodded. Zhou Tong at the 5th level of the Qi gathering stage was average and posed no threat to him. His real opponent was Zhao Di. Brother Qin, you must be careful of Zhao Di, Wang Pengzi said worriedly. Not only is his cultivation higher than yours, but he is also ruthless. Last time in the competition, a disciple accidentally injured him, and he broke that disciple's arm. I know, Lin Chen replied. I won't underestimate him. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out behind him. Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Lin Chen turned around. He saw an old man in gray robes holding a broom, standing not far away watching him. It was the cleaning elder of the Qingyun sect, Elder Mo. Elder Mo. Lin Chen was taken aback. He wasn't very familiar with Elder Mo, having only seen him a few times during cleaning. What did Elder Mo want with him? Go ahead, Ye Gucheng's voice suddenly sounded. This elder is not simple. The one who was observing you just now was him. Lin Chen's heart trembled. So it was Elder Mo who had been secretly observing him. He was actually a powerhouse beyond the transformation stage. Lin Chen suppressed his shock, and said to Wang Pengzi, wait for me here. Okay, Wang Pengzi nodded. Lin Chen followed Elder Mo away from the training ground, heading towards the cleaning courtyard on the back mountain. The cleaning courtyard was located at the deepest part of the Qingyun sect, very secluded and rarely visited. The courtyard was filled with bamboo and kept spotless. Elder Mo sat down at a stone table in the courtyard and poured Lin Chen a cup of tea. Please sit. Lin Chen sat across from him and asked straightforwardly, Elder Mo, what do you need to see me about? Elder Mo did not answer immediately. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then slowly said, your swordsmanship is quite... Lin Chen's heart tightened. He knew Elder Mo had certainly seen something. You're overpraising me, Elder Mo, Lin Chen replied casually. There's no need to hide it from me. Elder Mo looked at him, his gaze profound. Your swordsmanship is Du Gujiu Jian, isn't it? Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Du Gujiu Jian. Ye Gucheng had never told anyone, so how could You don't need to be nervous, Elder Mo smiled. It has been 3,000 years, and I never expected anyone to learn this set of sword techniques. That old fellow Ye Gucheng finally has a successor. Lin Chen suddenly stood up looking shocked at Elder Mo. You know Senior Yi. Not just know him. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Elder Mo's eyes. Back in the day, he and your parents shared a bond of life and death. My parents. You know my parents. Where are they? Are they still alive? Lin Chen's voice trembled. They are still alive, Elder Mo said. However, I cannot tell you where they are yet. When you are strong enough, you will naturally meet them. Strong enough? Exactly, Elder Mo nodded. Your enemies are far stronger than you can imagine. You are not yet qualified to know the truth. Lin Chen clenched his fists. Again, Ye Gucheng said the same thing, and now Elder Mo said it too. What kind of enemy could even frighten Elder Mo, a powerhouse of the transformation stage? I know you have many questions, Elder Mo said. But now is not the time to tell you. I called you here today to give you something. After saying that, he took out a sword from his robe and placed it on the stone table. It was an ordinary-looking iron sword covered in rust with no special features. This sword was left for you by your father, Elder Mo said. He said to give it to you when you activated the Wanbai monument. Lin Chen picked up the iron sword. It felt icy cold and heavy in his hand. Even though the sword was covered in rust, Lin Chen could feel a powerful force contained within it. Thank you, Elder Mo, Lin Chen said solemnly. No need to thank me, Elder Mo waved his hand. I am merely fulfilling your father's wishes. He paused before continuing, Lin Chen, remember, be wary of those close to you. Not everyone who treats you well is. Be wary of those close to me. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Elder Mo, what do you mean? You will know when the time comes. Elder Mo stood up. Alright, you can go back now. Do well in tomorrow's semifinals. Don't disappoint your parents. After saying that, he picked up the broom and turned to walk into the depths of the bamboo forest. Lin Chen stood in place holding the iron sword in his hand, filled with confusion. Be wary of those close to him. The only ones around him were Wang Pengzi, Su Mushua, and Elder Mo himself. Could someone among them want to harm him? Impossible. Wang Pengzi was his childhood friend, having grown up together, and would. Su Mushua was the senior sister of the Qingyun sect. Although they were not familiar, she had never harmed him. Elder Mo was even a friend of his parents, always secretly protecting him. Then who exactly did Elder Mo mean by those close to him? Stop thinking about it, Ye Gucheng's voice sounded. Elder Mo wouldn't say that for no reason. He must have discovered something. Just pay more attention from now on. Lin Chen nodded. He tightened his grip on the rusty iron sword, and his gaze became resolute. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to harm him or those close to him, he would not let them go. Lin Chen turned and left the cleaning courtyard. When he returned to the training ground, the semifinals were about to start. Brother Chen, you're back. Wang Pengzi greeted him. What did Elder Mo want with you? Nothing much, just talked about cultivation. Lin Chen did not tell the truth. Some things were better not to let Wang Pengzi know, to avoid putting him in danger. Next up is the first match of the semifinals, Lin Chen versus Zhou Tong. The referee announced. Brother Chen, it's your turn. Go for it. Wang Pengzi cheered. Lin Chen nodded, gripping the rusty iron sword that Elder Mo had given him, and stepped onto the stage. Zhou Tong had long been waiting on the stage. He looked at the iron sword in Lin Chen's hand, revealing a contemptuous smile. Lin Chen, you are going to fight me with such a broken sword? You really underestimate me, don't you? Lin Chen said nothing, merely holding the sword and quietly watching him. Seeking death. Zhou Tong roared, drawing a long knife and slashing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained unfazed, lightly flicking the iron sword in his hand. Broken blade style? Ding. The long knife was sent flying by the iron sword. Immediately after, Lin Chen kicked Zhou Tong in the chest. Zhou Tong was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground beneath the stage. One move. Another move. The entire arena was again in uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Tong at the 5th level of the Qi gathering stage couldn't even withstand a single move from Lin Chun. This was too terrifying. Lin Chun wins. Advances to the finals. The elder referee announced. Lin Chun sheathed his iron sword and walked off the stage. At that moment he felt a cold gaze fall upon him. Lin Chun looked up. He saw Zhao Di on the high platform staring at him with a venomous glare. Beside Zhao Di stood a woman in a white long dress. It was indeed the senior sister of the Qingyun sect, Su Muxue. Su Muxue was also looking at him, her expression complex, and Lin Chun couldn't tell what she was thinking. Lin Chun's heart stirred. Could it be that the people close to him, Elder Imo mentioned, was Su Muxue? In the second match of the semifinals, Zhao Di faced Sun Hao. As expected, Zhao Di defeated Sun Hao in just 5 moves, advancing smoothly to the finals. Thus, the final match of the outer sect grand competition was set Lin Chun versus Zhao Di. The news stirred the entire Qingyun sect into a frenzy. No one had anticipated that Lin Chun, once dismissed as worthless, would fight his way to the finals to contend for the championship against the favorite Zhao Di. Do you think Lin Chun can win? Hard to say. Zhao Di is at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm, a minor realm above Lin Chun. But Lin Chun has been defeating everyone in a single move. His strength is unfathomable. I bet on Zhao Di. He's Zhao Tianli's brother. He must have a hidden card. I bet on Lin Chun. He's created too many miracles. The disciples buzzed with speculation, each guessing the outcome of the final match. On the high platform, Zhao Tianlei gazed at Lin Chun with a venomous look. Brother, you must win tomorrow's final, Zhao Tianlei whispered to Zhao Di. Don't let that waste take the championship. Don't worry, brother, Zhao Di said confidently. A mere waste at the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm. I can crush him with one hand. Tomorrow I won't just win, it'll cripple his cultivation so he can never practice again. Good. Zhao Tianlei nodded with satisfaction. That's my brother. Take this. He pulled a small porcelain bottle from his storage pouch and handed it to Zhao Di. What is this? Zhao Di took the bottle, puzzled. This is dissolving powder, Zhao Tianlei said with a hint of malice. During tomorrow's match, find a chance to throw. If he inhales even a trace, his spiritual energy will dissipate within half an hour, turning him into a true waste. Zhao Di's eyes lit up. You're brilliant, brother. With this, he'll see how he can fight me. Remember, be careful not to let the referee notice, Zhao Tianlei warned. Don't worry, brother, I know what to do. Zhao Di tucked the bottle into his robe, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Their conversation, confident in its secrecy, was overheard by Su Muxue not far away. Su Muxue's brow furrowed. She hadn't expected Zhao Tianlei to stoop so low, using such a venomous substance as dissolving powder for victory. She glanced at Lin Chun below the stage, her expression complex. This waste, once scorned by all, had now earned everyone's respect through his own strength. She had actually noticed Lin Chun long ago. 3 years prior, during a training expedition down the mountain, she had encountered danger, and Lin Chun's parents had saved her. She glanced at Lin Chun below the stage, her expression complex. This waste, once scorned by all, had now earned everyone's respect. Several times when Zhao Tianlei tried to kill Lin Chun, she had secretly thwarted him. She just hadn't expected Lin Chun to be hiding so much. Not only was his Dao foundation intact, but his strength was formidable. Now, with Zhao Tianlei planning to use dissolving powder against him, should she warn him? Su Muxue hesitated. If she warned Lin Chun, she would expose herself and arouse Zhao Tianli's suspicion. Then not only would she fail to protect Lin Chun, but she would also invite trouble for herself. Yet if she didn't warn him, Lin Chun would surely fall into the trap tomorrow and become a true waste. Su Muxue's heart was torn in conflict. Meanwhile, Lin Chun and Fatty Wong were on their way back to the ramshackle hut. Chinga, tomorrow's the final. Fatty Wong said excitedly. If you win, you'll enter the inner sect and never have to endure Zhao Tianli's bullying again. I will win, Lin Chun said calmly. He had confidence in himself. Although Zhao Di was at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm, he was no match for Lin Chun's solitary 9 swords. But Chinga, you must be careful of Zhao Di, Fatty Wong said worriedly. Zhao Tianlei is ruthless. He'll definitely pull some dirty trick. I know, Lin Chun nodded. He'll be careful. Just then Ye Gucheng's voice suddenly rang out, careful. Someone's following us. Lin Chun's heart tightened. He continued walking nonchalantly, observing his surroundings with his peripheral vision. Sure enough, behind a large tree not far away, a shadow flickered and vanished. Who is it? Lin Chun asked. I don't know, Ye Gucheng said. That person's cultivation is low, only at the 4th level of the Qi gathering realm. Probably a spy sent by Zhao Tianlei. Lin Chun's eyes turned cold. Zhao Tianlei was indeed uneasy and had sent someone to tail him. Should I take care of? Lin Chun asked. No, Ye Gucheng said. Let him be. He can feed Zhao Tianlei some false information. Lin Chun nodded, deliberately slowing his pace and chatting with Fatty Wong about tomorrow's match. Fatty, which move do you think I should use to defeat Zhao Di tomorrow? The first move, of course. A 1-move kill. But Zhao Di is at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm. Wouldn't a 1-move kill be too much? Too much. You took down Zhou Tong in 1 move, Zhao Di's no different. The two chatted as they walked. The shadow behind the tree, hearing their conversation, curled its lips in disdain. A 1-move kill on Zhao Di. How utterly arrogant. The shadow followed them all the way until they returned to the hut, then turned back to report to Zhao Tianlei. Inside the hut, Lin Chen closed the door, and the smile instantly vanished from his face. Zhao Tianlei won't let this go, Lin Chen said. He'll definitely pull some dirty trick in tomorrow's match. Exactly, Ye Gucheng said. He's best at using poison. During tomorrow's match, be careful not to inhale anything strange. I understand, Lin Chen nodded. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Tomorrow's final was crucial. He didn't just need to win, he needed to win spectacularly. He would make everyone who had looked down on him see him in a new light. He would make Zhao Tianlei and Zhao Di pay for their deeds. Time passed slowly. In the dead of night, while Lin Chen was cultivating, he suddenly heard a faint footstep outside the window. Lin Chen snapped his eyes open. Someone was coming. He crept to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked out. A woman in a white dress stood in the courtyard hesitating to knock. It was Su Muxue. Why was she here so late? Lin Chen was filled with doubt. He opened the door and looked at Su Muxue coldly. Senior sister Su, what brings you here so late? Su Muxue was startled to see Lin Chen. She hesitated, then bit her lip, pulled a small porcelain bottle from her robe, and handed it to him. This is Clarity Spirit Pill. It can neutralize many poisons. Take it with you during the match tomorrow. Beware of Zhao Di's dissolving powder. Having said that, she turned and fled into the night before Lin Chen could react. Lin Chen stood at the door staring at the bottle in his hand, his heart full of questions. Why would Su Muxue help him? How did she know about Zhao Di's dissolving powder? Could it be that the person close by old Mo mentioned wasn't her? Just then the 10,000 defeat stele on his chest suddenly trembled violently. A scorching heat radiated from his chest. Then an aged, rigorous voice tinged with the scent of herbs echoed in his mind. Such a strong medicinal aroma. This Clarity Spirit Pill is quite interesting. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. A second remnant soul. The second remnant soul, within the 10,000 defeats stele, had awakened. The first rays of dawn filtered through the window, spilling into the dilapidated hut. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, still clutching the small porcelain bottle that Su Muxue had brought him last night. Last night, after the second remnant soul awakened, it uttered only a single sentence before sinking into slumber. No matter how Lin Chen called out, there was no response. Senior Yi, whose voice was that? Lin Chen asked in his mind. It was Li Shizhen. Ye Gucheng said, the alchemy god of ancient times. He possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to pills and poisons. Just now he caught the scent of the Qingling pill and revived. The alchemy god Li Shizhen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He never expected the second awakened remnant soul to be the alchemy god. With the alchemy god's legacy, he would never have to fear anyone using poison against him again. When will he fully awaken? Lin Chen asked. Soon, Ye Gucheng replied. As long as he absorbs enough spiritual energy, he will fully awaken. Once you win today's final and claim the sect's reward, there should be plenty of spirit herbs perfect for rousing him. Just then Fatty Wang's voice rang from outside the door. Chen Gu, get up. The final is about to start. Lin Chen stood up and opened the door. Chen Gu, are you ready? Fatty Wang said excitedly. Everyone in Qingyun sect has come to watch your match today. Lin Chen smiled. I'm ready. Let's go. The two walked side by side toward the martial arena. By now the arena was already packed with a sea of people. Lin Chen smiled. I'm ready. Let's go. The two walked side by side toward the martial arena. By now the arena was already packed with a sea of people. Platform ready to watch this. Everyone wanted to know if this former waste could create a miracle, defeat Zhao Di, and seize the championship of the outer. As Lin Chen and Fatty Wang reached the martial arena, they immediately drew everyone's gaze. Look, Lin Chen is here. He looks so calm, not nervous at all. Of course he has strength, so he's not nervous. I still think Zhao Di will win. He is after all at the peak of the 5th level of Qi gathering. The disciples buzzed with chatter. On the high platform, Zhao Tianlei watched Lin Chen, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen, today is your day of death. Zhao Di also spotted Lin Chen and made a throat-slitting gesture at him, his face full of provocation. Lin Chen ignored his taunt and walked to the side of the arena. The final is about to begin. Both contestants please step onto the stage, the elder referee announced. Lin Chen, holding the rust-covered iron sword Master Mo, had given him, slowly ascended the arena. Zhao Di also stepped onto the stage, glaring at Lin Chen with a cruel smile. Lin Chen, today I'll show you that a waste is always a waste. I will personally cripple your cultivation, leaving you as nothing but a sweeping servant for life. Lin Chen said nothing, merely gripping his iron sword and gazing at him silently. The match begins, the elder referee declared. The moment the words fell, Zhao Di let out a furious roar, drew a long sword, and thrust it toward Lin Chen. His swordsmanship was fierce and swift, clearly honed under Zhao Tianlei's guidance. The disciples below held. Lin Chen remained motionless, standing in place. Only when the long sword was about to pierce his chest did he slowly raise his iron sword. Sword-breaking strike. Clang. The two swords clashed with a crisp sound. Zhao Di felt a tremendous force surge through his blade, his arm numbing as he stumbled back 3 steps. His face registered shock. He hadn't expected Lin Chen's strength to be so immense. Interesting. Zhao Di gritted his teeth, swinging his sword again toward Lin Chen. This time he unleashed his full power sword, light flashing like a venomous snake, striking every move lethal. Lin Shun unhurried wove intricate patterns with his iron sword, effortlessly blocking all of Zhao Di's attacks. The two exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. The disciples below were stunned. My god, Lin Shun is actually matching Zhao Di blow for blow. Incredible. Is this still the crippled waist with a broken Dao foundation? I believe Lin Shun can win now. On the high platform, the Qingyun sect master nodded, a look of approval on his face. This Lin Shun truly. Zhao Tianli's expression, however, grew darker and darker. He hadn't anticipated Lin Shun's strength to be so formidable. Even at full power, Zhao Di couldn't gain the upper hand. Brother, don't waste time with him. Use the dispersion powder. Zhao Tianlai transmitted his voice to Zhao Di. Hearing his brother's words, Zhao Di's eyes hardened. Feigning defeat, he retreated a few steps, then suddenly flung a porcelain bottle toward Lin Shun's face. The bottle shattered midair, white powder scattering and enveloping Lin Shun. No, it's dispersion powder. The disciples below cried out in alarm. Fatty Wang's face turned deathly pale. Chen Gu, watch out. On the high platform, Su Muxue clenched her fists nervously. A triumphant smile spread across Zhao Di's face. Lin Shun, you've fallen for it. Just one breath of dispersion powder, and your cultivation will dissipate, turning you into a true waste. But at that moment Lin Shun suddenly moved. His body darted backward like a phantom, leaping out of the powder's range. Simultaneously he pulled out the Qingling pill Su Muxue had given him and tossed it into his mouth. What a... Zhao Di's smile froze instantly. He never imagined Lin Shun could evade the dispersion powder. How did you know I would use dispersion powder? Zhao Di asked in disbelief. Lin Shun didn't answer, only staring at him coldly. Is this all the trick you have to show? With that he charged toward Zhao Di, iron sword in hand. Sword-breaking strike. This strike was swift as lightning, unstoppable as a splitting bamboo. Zhao Di had no time to react, feeling only a chill at his chest. Lin Shun's iron sword had already pierced through his shoulder. Up! Zhao Di screamed in agony, staggering back as blood streamed down his shoulder. You dare to He'll kill you, he roared, charging at Lin Shun like a madman. But now heavily wounded, and with his spiritual energy in disarray, he was no match for Lin Shun. Lin Shun sidestepped his attack, then kicked him in the knee. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Zhao Di collapsed to his knees, writhing in pain. Lin Shun walked up to him, pointing his iron sword at his throat. Do you surrender? Zhao Di looked up, venom in his eyes. I won't surrender. My brother won't let you off. Is that so? Lin Shun sneered. Then he'll cripple you first, and deal with your brother later. With that he twisted his wrist, ready to strike. Stop! A furious shout rang out. Zhao Tianlai leaped down from the high platform, standing before Zhao Di. Lin Shun, how dare you? Zhao Tianlai glared at Lin Shun, murder in his eyes. Senior brother, Zhao, the match isn't over yet, Lin Shun said calmly. If he wants surrender, I have to keep fighting. I surrender on his behalf. Zhao Tianlai gritted out. He knew that if the fight continued, Zhao Di's cultivation would truly be ruined. Since senior brother Zhao surrenders for him, he'll spare him this once. Lin Shun sheathed his iron sword and turned to the elder referee. Elder, you may announce the result. The elder referee paused for a moment before recovering. I declare the champion of this outer sect competition Lin Shun. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from below. Lin Shun, Lin Shun, Lin Shun. The disciples chanted his name in unison, the sound echoing throughout Qingyun sect. Lin Shun stood on the arena facing the morning sun, basking in everyone's acclaim. He had finally done it. He had proven with his own strength that he was no waste. The Qingyun sect master rose from the high platform, smiling. Lin Shun, you are exceptional. I have decided to take you as my personal disciple. Are you willing? The entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Shun with envy. Becoming the sect master's personal disciple was a dream countless disciples yearned for. But at that moment Lin Shun shook his head. Thank you for your esteemed favor, sect master. But I already have a master. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Lin Shun had refused the sect master's offer. Was he insane? The Qingyun sect master was taken aback, then smiled. Oh, may I ask which elder is your master? Lin Shun raised his head, gazing toward a corner of the crowd. There stood Master Mo holding a broom, quietly watching him. My master is Master Mo, Lin Shun said, each word deliberate and clear. My master is Old Mo. Lin Shun's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears with clarity. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe what they had heard. Old Mo, that old man who swept the grounds. Lin Shun had actually turned down the position of the sect leader's personal disciple to apprentice himself to an old ground sweeper. Lin Shun, stop joking around, said the Qingyun sect leader, frowning. Old Mo is merely a menial sweeper devoid of any cultivation. How could he possibly be your master? The sect leader jest, Lin Shun replied calmly. Old Mo's cultivation is unfathomably profound. It is my honor to become his disciple. Unfathomably profound. The Qingyun sect leader paused, then shook his head. Lin Shun, I know you are young and impetuous, but you cannot be so reckless. Old Mo has swept the grounds of Qingyun sect for decades, and no one has ever seen him cultivate. How could he possibly possess any cultivation? Believe it or not, said Lin Shun. He knew that Old Mo did not wish to reveal his identity, so he said no more. The Qingyun sect leader looked at Lin Chen's resolute gaze and understood he was serious. He sighed. Very well, since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. However, the reward for the outer sect tournament champion is still yours. With that, he withdrew a storage pouch from his own and handed it to Lin Chen. Inside are 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a yellow-grade high-level cultivation technique, and a chi gathering pill. I hope you will cultivate diligently and not squander your talent. Thank you, sect leader, Lin Chen said respectfully as he took the pouch. All right, you may disperse, the Qingyun sect leader said, waving his hand before turning to leave. The disciples gradually departed, not forgetting to point and whisper about Lin Chen. Lin Chen is such a fool to have refused the sect leader's offer to take him as a disciple. Exactly what can he possibly learn by apprenticing himself to an old ground sweeper? I think he's gotten carried away. He'll regret it later. Fatty Wong also approached puzzled. Brother Chen, why did you refuse the sect leader? Becoming his personal disciple means boundless future prospects. I have my reasons, Lin Chen said with a smile. Old Mo is far more formidable than the sect leader. Following him, I can learn far more. I think he's gotten carried away. He'll regret it later. Fatty Wong also approached puzzled. Brother Chen, why did you refuse? The two walked side by side toward the sweeping yard at the back of the mountain. Their old Mo was sitting at a stone table sipping tea. Seeing Lin Chen and Fatty Wong approach, he smiled. You're here. Master. Lin Chen bowed respectfully. Old Mo nodded satisfied. Good. You did not disappoint me. Master, did you know I would refuse the sect leader's offer? Lin Chen asked. Of course, Old Mo said. If you had accepted, that would have been a disappointment. He paused, then continued. Qingyun sect is but a minor sect. The sect leader's vision and cultivation are limited. Following him, you could at most reach the condensation core stage. But with me, your future is boundless. Lin Chen nodded. He believed Old Mo's words. All right, Fatty Wong, you may return first, Old Mo said, looking at him. I have matters to discuss with Lin Chen alone. All right, Fatty Wong said, nodding to Lin Chen. Brother Chen, I'll head back. Call me if anything comes up. With that, he turned and left. Only Lin Chen and Old Mo remained in the sweeping yard. Master, what do you wish to see me about? Lin Chen asked. I want to show you something, Old Mo said, rising and walking to a large bamboo tree in the yard. He reached out and tapped the bamboo 3 times. Crack! The bamboo suddenly split open, revealing a hidden compartment. Old Mo retrieved a wooden box and handed it to Lin Chen. Open it. Lin Chen took the box and opened it. Inside lay a black fragment identical in material to the 10,000 defeats stele on his chest. This is... Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. It is a fragment of the 10,000 defeats stele, Old Mo said. Long ago the stele was shattered into 2 halves. One half rests with you, the other was seized by the Heaven's Punishment Hall. This piece broke off from that other half. Heaven's Punishment Hall. Lin Chen frowned deeply. What exactly is the Heaven's Punishment Hall? The Heaven's Punishment Hall is the lapdog of the Heavenly Tao, Old Mo said, his gaze turning icy. They hunt down prodigies of extraordinary talent, eliminating threats to the Heavenly Tao. Your parents were pursued by them. The Heavenly Tao again. Lin Chen clenched his fists. Why does the Heavenly Tao do this? Because it is afraid, Old Mo said. It fears someone breaking through to the Emperor realm, escaping its control, and siphoning away its fortune. Thus, any genius with the potential to reach the Emperor realm is strangled in the cradle. Were the failures of the 99 great powerhouses also the work of the Heavenly Tao? Lin Chen asked. Indeed, Old Mo nodded. Ye Gucheng's Qi deviation, Li Shizen's betrayal by his disciple, by Qi's backlash from the Heavenly Tao, all were orchestrated by the Heavenly Tao behind the scenes. Lin Chen's heart filled with rage. So the downfalls of these peerless powerhouses were no accidents. It was all the machinations of that selfish Heavenly Tao. So the true purpose of the 10,000 defeat stele is to nurture someone capable of defeating the Heavenly Tao. Lin Chen asked. Exactly, Old Mo said. The 99 great powerhouses forged the 10,000 defeat stele with their lives and souls, hoping that a successor would learn from their failures, break the shackles of the Heavenly Tao, and restore freedom to the world. He paused, then continued. And you are the one they chose. Born with a chaotic Tao body, you alone can truly fuse with the 10,000 defeat stele and break through to the Tao ancestor realm. Lin Chen's gaze grew resolute. He finally understood his mission. He would not only avenge his parents, but also the 99 unwilling powerhouses and all the prodigies persecuted by the Heavenly Tao. Master, I understand, Lin Chen said solemnly. I will cultivate diligently, defeat the Heavenly Tao, and fulfill everyone's wishes. Excellent. Old Mo nodded with satisfaction. From today onward you will live in the sweeping yard. It is quiet here, ideal for cultivation. And I will impart to you all the knowledge I have accumulated in my lifetime. Thank you, Master. Lin Chen bowed respectfully. Just then the 10,000 defeat stele on his chest trembled violently once more. A scorching heat radiated from his chest. Immediately the ancient rigorous voice echoed in his mind again. Finally, absorbed enough spiritual energy. Kid, from now on leave your pills and poisons to me. The pill god Li Shizen had fully awakened. Old Mo sensed the stele's vibration and smiled. It seems Li Shizen is awake as well. Good. With him around you need never fear poison again. A look of exhilaration spread across Lin Chen's face. The pill god had awakened. His strength was about to soar to new heights. All right, go rest now, old Emo said. Tomorrow I will formally begin teaching you cultivation. Yes, master. Lin Chen nodded and walked into a small adjacent room. Though modest, the room was spotlessly clean. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, eager to communicate with Li Shizhen. Seniorly greetings. Li Shizhen's voice replied indifferently. No need for formalities. I just examined your spiritual energy. It is quite pure, but your foundation is still somewhat unstable. Moreover, you were afflicted by a residual poison from dissolving powder, which the clarity pill neutralized, yet a trace remains. What? Lin Chen was startled. I didn't feel a thing. The residual poison of dissolving powder is very subtle, ordinary people cannot detect it. If not cleansed in time, it will hinder your cultivation over time, Li Shizhen said. But worry not. I will teach you a detoxification technique. Run through it once, and the poison will be purged. With that, a vast stream of information flooded Lin Chen's mind. It was Li Shizhen's original creation, the 100 Herbs detoxification art. Lin Chen immediately began circulating his spiritual energy according to the technique. Sure enough, before long he felt a black toxin seeping out from his pores. His body felt significantly lighter. Thank you, Senior Li, Lin Chen said gratefully. No need to thank me, Li Shizhen replied. It is my duty. By the way, you have a chi-gathering pill in your possession, don't you? Show it to me. Lin Chen retrieved the pill from his storage pouch and offered it to Li Shizhen. Of course, he only did so mentally. Li Shizhen, as a remnant soul, could only examine it with his spiritual sense. Li Shizhen scanned the pill with his spiritual sense and scoffed disdainfully. What trashy pill full of impurities. It can only fool outer sect disciples. If I refined a chi-gathering pill, its efficacy would be at least 10 times greater. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Senior Li, you can refine pills. Nonsense, Li Shizhen said irritably. I am the pill god. Not just chi-gathering pills. Even 9th-grade immortal pills are within my ability. Wonderful. Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly. Then I'll entrust all my pill needs to you. No problem, Li Shizhen said. But alchemy requires medicinal herbs. You'll need to procure some for me first. Of course. Lin Chen replied without hesitation. Tomorrow I'll go to the sect's herb depot and buy some. Just then Ye Gucheng's voice suddenly rang out. Be careful. Someone is coming. And they mean trouble. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Who would come to the sweeping yard at such a late hour? Lin Chen abruptly stood up, walked to the window, and lifted a corner of the curtain to look outside. He saw 3 masked figures in black night attire silently climbing over the wall into the sweeping yard. Their movements were light and soundless, clearly trained assassins. They are from the Heaven's Punishment Hall. Old Mo's voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Lin Chen opened the door and saw Old Mo standing in the yard, his gaze icy as he stared at the 3 masked figures. Old Mo, Lin Chen called out. Stay back. Old Mo waved his hand. He'll handle these 3 underlings. The 3 masked figures froze for a moment upon seeing Old Mo. They hadn't expected this old sweeper to have discovered them. Old man, this is none of your business. Get lost, the leader of the masked figures said coldly. Members of the Heaven's Punishment Hall dare to cause trouble at Qingyun's sect. Old Mo sneered. None of you will leave today. With that, his figure flickered as he charged at the 3 masked figures. His speed was like lightning, his movements impossible to track. The leader's face contorted in shock as he hastily drew a long blade from his waist and slashed at Old Mo. But before his blade could descend, he felt a chill at his throat. Old Mo's finger had already pressed against it. A crisp, the sound of bone breaking rang out. The leader's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground dead. The remaining 2 masked figures were terrified out of their wits. They never imagined this frail-looking old sweeper could be so formidable. Run! The 2 exchanged glances, trying to escape. Too late. Old Mo's voice was frigid. His figure flashed as he caught up to one of them and struck his back with a palm. The masked figure coughed up blood and fell to the ground. The other seized the chance to scale the wall and escape. Lin Chen, stop him. Old Mo shouted. All right. Lin Chen charged forward, iron sword in hand, thrusting at the masked figure. Sword-breaking strike. The masked figure, caught off guard by Lin Chen's strength, quickly turned to parry. Clang. The swords clashed, and the masked figure stumbled backward. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Lin Chen demanded coldly. The masked figure didn't answer, gritting his teeth and thrusting at Lin Chen again. His swordplay was ruthless, every strike aimed to kill. Clearly a technique honed for assassination. Yet before Lin Chen's Duga 9 swords, it was utterly inadequate. Within a few exchanges, Lin Chen found his opening and pierced the man's shoulder. The masked figure screamed in agony. Lin Chen pointed his iron sword at the man's throat. Speak. Who sent you? The masked figure looked up with venomous eyes. Just kill me. He'll say nothing. Suddenly black blood trickled from his mouth. No, he's committing suicide. Lin Chen tried to stop him, but it was too late. The masked figure closed his eyes and breathed his last. Lin Chen frowned, crouched down, and pulled off his mask. It was a stranger's face one had never seen. Don't bother looking, Old Mo said, approaching. They're all death warriors from the Heaven's Punishment Hall. Once captured, they take poison immediately. Why would the Heaven's Punishment Hall want me dead? Lin Chen asked. Because you activated the 10,000 defeat stele, Old Mo replied. The Heavenly Tao has taken notice. It won't allow you to grow. From now on, the assassinations from the Heaven's Punishment Hall will only increase. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. The Heavenly Tao? Always the heavenly Tao. Master, what do we do now? Lin Shen asked. Don't worry, old Emo said. With me here the heavens punishment hall can't harm you. But you must strengthen yourself quickly. Only when you are powerful can you truly protect yourself. Lin Shen nodded. He knew old Emo couldn't protect him forever. He had to become strong enough to defy the heavenly Tao and the heavens. Let's dispose of these 3 bodies, old Emo said. Don't alert the sect. Alright. Together Lin Shen and old Emo dragged the bodies deep into the back mountain and buried them. Afterwards they returned to the sweeping yard. Master, how did the heavens punishment hall find me so quickly? Lin Shen, because of the 10,000 defeat steel's aura, old Emo explained. The stele is the bane of the heavenly Tao. Once activated the Tao senses it immediately. The heavens punishment hall traced that aura here. Is there a way to conceal the stele's aura? Lin Shen, there is. Li Shizen's voice suddenly interjected. I can refine concealment pills. After taking one the stele's aura will be hidden from the heavenly Tao. Excellent. Lin Shen exclaimed excitedly. Seniorly, what ingredients are needed? 3 herbs concealing soul grass, dust avoiding flower, and forgetfulness fruit. These are fairly common and should be available in the sect's herb repository, Li Shizen said. Good. Tomorrow we'll go to the repository and buy them. Lin Shen replied. Li Shizen nodded. With the concealment pill the stele's aura can be hidden for at least 3 months. For 3 months the heavenly Tao won't notice you. Use that time to cultivate diligently. I understand, Lin Shen. It's late. Go and rest, old Emo said. Tomorrow morning I'll teach you the basic cultivation technique. Lin Shen returned to his small hut and sat cross-legged on the bed. He didn't sleep, but began to cultivate. Today's assassination had impressed upon him the importance of strength. If he were strong enough he wouldn't need old Mo's protection and could handle the heavens punishment hall's assassins himself. He had to improve his strength as fast as possible. Lin Shen circulated the spiritual energy within him following the method Ye Gucheng had taught him. Time passed, and before he knew it dawn had broken. The next morning Lin Shen rose on time. Old Emo was already waiting in the yard. Master, Lin Shen greeted Old Emo nodded. From today I'll teach you the chaos scripture. It's the technique your father once cultivated, and the only one compatible with the chaos Tao body. The chaos scripture. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Indeed, old Emo said. It's a supreme technique from ancient times divided into 9 layers. With each breakthrough your strength multiplies tenfold. Your father reached the peak of the great emperor realm by cultivating this very scripture. Lin Shen's heart swelled with anticipation. At last he could cultivate his father's technique. Now sit cross-legged. I'll impart the chaos scripture's mantra to you, old Emo instructed. Lin Shen immediately sat down and closed his eyes. A flood of information surged into his mind, the complete mantra of the chaos scripture. Lin Shen carefully absorbed the mantra, his face showing astonishment. The chaos scripture was indeed profound and vast, far surpassing the mediocre techniques of Qingyun's sect. Take some time to comprehend the mantra on your own, old Emo said. I'll prepare breakfast. After you've grasped it, go to the sect's herb repository to buy the ingredients for the pill. Yes, master. Old Emo left. Lin Shen quieted his mind and began to comprehend the chaos scripture's mantra. With the help of Ye Gucheng and Li Shizen his understanding came swiftly. In just 1 hour he had fully mastered the first layer. He circulated his spiritual energy according to the chaos. True enough, the energy circulated more than 10 times faster than before, becoming purer and denser. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Shen's face. With the chaos scripture his cultivation speed would soar. Lin Shen stood up and walked out of the hut. Old Emo had already prepared breakfast. After eating, Lin Shen headed to the sect's herb repository. He needed to buy the ingredients for the concealment pill as soon as possible to hide the 10,000 defeat steel's aura. But as he reached the repository entrance he encountered someone he wished to avoid. Li Yanran. Li Yanran stood at the entrance of the herb warehouse flanked by 2 inner disciples. When she saw Lin Shen she froze for a moment, and then a complex expression spread across her face. Ever since the outer sect grand competition Lin Shen's name had spread throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Everyone knew that the waste she had publicly broken off her engagement with had now become the most dazzling genius of Qingyun sect. As for her, because she had attached herself to Zhao Tianlei, she had become the laughingstock of the entire Qingyun sect. After Zhao Di was injured by Lin Shen, Zhao Tianlei turned his anger on her, not only severing ties, but also targeting her at every turn. Now her days in Qingyun sect were exceedingly difficult. Li Yanran looked at Lin Shen, her heart filled with regret. If she had never called off the engagement with Lin Shen, she would now be the fiancée of Qingyun sect's most brilliant genius, and everyone would envy her. But now it was too late for anything. When Lin Shen saw Li Yanran, his face showed no expression, as if he were looking at a stranger, and he walked straight toward the herb warehouse. Lin Shen. Li Yanran quickly called out to him. Lin Shen stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at her, asking coldly, "Is there something?" Li Yanran bit her lip, gathering her courage, and said, "Lin Shen, what happened before was my fault. Can you forgive me?" Lin Shen laughed a bitterly mocking laugh. "Forgive you? Li Yanran, have you forgotten how you publicly humiliated me? You called me away, said I wasn't worthy of you. Now that I've grown strong you come to apologize. I know I was wrong." Li Yanran said, her eyes reddening. "I truly know I was wrong. Lin Shen, can we start over? I will treat you well this time. Start over? Lin Shen sneered. Do you think you are worthy of me now? These words struck Li Yanran's heart like a sharp blade. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. Lin Shen, don't go too far. An inner disciple beside her could no longer hold back and stepped forward. Yanran has already apologized to you. What more do you want? What do I want? Lin Shen looked at the inner disciple, his gaze icy. Is this any place for you to speak? Get lost. You. The inner disciple's face flushed red with anger. Lin Shen, don't think that just because you won the outer sect grand competition, you can look down on everyone. I am an inner disciple. How dare you speak to me like this? So what if you're an inner disciple? Lin Shen said. Do you believe I could knock you down right now? You wouldn't dare. The inner disciple roared, ready to strike. Stop. A clear, cold voice rang out. Su Muxue walked out of the herb warehouse. Senior Sister Su. Upon seeing Su Muxue, the inner disciple immediately withdrew his fist and respectfully bowed. Li Yanran hastily wiped away her tears and also bowed to Su Muxue. Su Muxue ignored them, looking only at Lin Shen, and said indifferently, Lin Shen, come inside with me. Lin Shen nodded and followed Su Muxue into the herb warehouse. Inside the warehouse was filled with all kinds of herbs, and the air was thick with a rich medicinal fragrance. What herbs do you need? Su Muxue asked. I need hidden soul grass, dust-avoiding flower, and forgetfulness fruit, Lin Shen replied. Su Muxue paused for a moment, then nodded. Follow me. She led Lin Shen to the deeper part of the warehouse and found the 3 herbs. These 3 herbs cost a total of 50 low-grade spirit stones. Su Muxue said. Lin Shen took out 50 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to her. Su Muxue took the stones, looked at Lin Shen, hesitated, and said, Did the people from the Heaven Punishment Hall come to see you last night? Lin Shen's pupils contracted sharply. How did she know? Don't be surprised, Su Muxue said. I saw a black-clad figure entering the back mountain last night. Old Mo is very powerful. I know they couldn't harm you, but you must still be careful. The Heaven Punishment Hall want— Thank you, Senior Sister Su, Lin Shen said. And thank you for the clarity pill yesterday. No need to thank me, Su Muxue replied coolly. I was merely fulfilling a promise to your parents. A promise to my parents? Lin Shen was startled. Do you know my parents? Yes, Su Muxue nodded. 3 years ago while training down the mountain I encountered danger and your parents saved me. A promise to my parents. Lin Shen was startled. Do you know my parents? Yes, Su Muxue nodded. 3 years ago while— Do you know where my parents are? Lin Shen asked urgently. I don't know, Su Muxue shook her head. After they saved me, I never saw them again. However, before they left they said that when you become strong enough they would come back to find you. Lin Shen's eyes dimmed. He still didn't know his parents' whereabouts. Don't worry, Su Muxue comforted him. As long as you cultivate diligently, one day you will see them. Lin Shen nodded. Alright, take your herbs, and go back, Su Muxue said. If you ever need help in the future— Thank you, Senior Sister Su. Lin Shen took the herbs, and turned to leave the warehouse. As soon as he stepped out he saw Li Yanran still standing at the entrance staring at him with a resentful gaze. Lin Shen ignored her look and walked straight toward the sweeping yard. Upon returning to the sweeping yard, old Mo was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. Master, I've brought the herbs. Lin Shen handed the 3 herbs to old Mo. Old Mo took them, glanced at them, and nodded. Good, all top grade. Li Shizhen, we can start alchemy now. Good, Li Shizhen's voice sounded. But alchemy requires a cauldron. Li Shizhen, we can start alchemy now. Good, Li Shizhen's voice sounded. But alchemy requires a cauldron. Do you have one here? From his storage pouch, and placed it on the stone. The cauldron was entirely black, adorned with exquisite patterns, clearly no ordinary item. Excellent. Li Shizhen said excitedly. With this cauldron the concealment pill I refine will be even more effective. Then let's begin, Lin Shen said. Li Shizhen immediately started guiding Lin Shen through the alchemy process. Following Li Shizhen's instructions, Lin Shen first washed the 3 herbs clean, then placed them into the cauldron in the correct proportions. Next he channeled his spiritual energy to ignite the flame beneath the cauldron. Alchemy was a meticulous task requiring precise control over the flame's temperature and duration. The slightest mistake could ruin the batch. But with Li Shizhen's guidance, Lin Shen's alchemy proceeded smoothly. After just 1 hour, a rich medicinal fragrance emanated from the cauldron. It's done. Li Shizhen exclaimed excitedly. Lin Shen immediately extinguished the flame and opened the cauldron. Inside lay 3 pills of a vibrant emerald green, emitting an enticing aroma. Is this the concealment pill? Lin Shen asked curiously, picking one up. Exactly, Li Shizhen said. Taking one will conceal the aura of the 10,000 defeat stele for 3 months. 3 pills mean 9 months. For 9 months the heavenly Tao will not take notice of you. Without hesitation, Lin Shen picked up a concealment pill and tossed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a cool stream that flowed through his entire body. He could clearly feel the aura of the 10,000 defeat stele on his chest vanish without a trace. Excellent. Lin Shen said joyfully. Finally he no longer had to worry about the heavenly Tao's detection. Just then Ye Gucheng's voice suddenly rang out. Not good. The 10,000 defeat stele is reacting. It's summoning its other half. Lin Shen's heart tightened. He looked down at the stele on his chest. It was trembling violently, its golden patterns flashing wildly. A powerful pulling force emanated from the stele pointing toward the west. What's happening? Lin Chen asked. The other half of the 10,000 defeat stele is in the west. Old Mo's expression turned grave. And it's not far from us. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. The other half of the 10,000 defeat stele was actually nearby. As the shimmering light veil of the spirit stream's secret realm brushed over his body, Lin Chen felt every pore in his body expand. The rare and dense spiritual energy like a babbling brook seeped into his body, flowing slowly through his meridians, and the discomfort that had hindered his cultivation vanished in an instant. He looked up and saw ancient trees towering within the secret realm, lush and verdant. On the ground, low-grade spiritual herbs, such as green pattern grass and dew-condensing flowers, grew abundantly. The outer disciples who had just entered the secret realm could no longer contain their eagerness. They scattered in all directions, frantically grabbing at the surrounding spiritual herbs. The clamor of disputes and the clash of spiritual power erupted at the entrance. Yet Lin Chen showed no intention of joining the scramble. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, the three fallen masters in his mind simultaneously transmitted a heavy and unusual fluctuation of consciousness devoid of any jest, but rather carrying a sense of dusty millennia-old lament and vigilance. Little disciple, ignore those mundane spiritual herbs. Head northwest immediately away from these disciples. Array Master Mo Chen's voice rang out, first firm and decisive. The spiritual energy veins of this secret realm hide the residual patterns of an ancient array, the sect mark of our Lingxiao sect. This is no natural spiritual land. It is a secret realm evolved from the outer ruins after our sect was destroyed. Dan Master Su Mu added, his voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. Exactly. As time passed, the sect ruins were nourished by spiritual energy and accidentally discovered by the Qingyun sect, who turned it into a training ground for disciples. Deep within there must be treasures we left behind. Perhaps we can find something to stabilize our remnant souls. Lin Chen's heart shook violently. He never dreamed that this so-called elite training secret realm of the Qingyun sect was actually the sect ruins of his three former masters. Suppressing the storm within, he calmly slipped into the dense thicket, using the thick tree trunks to conceal his figure. Avoiding the noisy crowd, he quietly made his way northwest. The deeper he ventured into the secret realm, the more the surrounding clamor faded. The air, thick with spiritual energy, now carried an additional layer of profound ancient aura. The ground was no longer soft soil, but broken bluestone bricks, their surfaces engraved with faint, strange patterns that echoed the techniques his masters had taught him. Broken stone pillars and collapsed stone eaves were everywhere, bearing the marks of time's erosion. The spiritual herbs along the way grew increasingly rare, even including spirit-gathering grass, a rare sight for outer disciples. But Lin Chen, heeding his master's instructions, never let his gaze linger on these herbs, focusing solely on following their guidance toward the core of the ruins. After about half an hour, a patch of ruined stone halls came into view. Though the hall was in shambles, its roof mostly collapsed, one could still glimpse its former grandeur. This is it. This is the outer hall's side chamber of the Lingxiao sect. Sword Master Ye Xian's voice was deep and solemn. When the sect was attacked, many disciple tokens were hidden in this side chamber. Find the array hub quickly. It contains the sect jade that can nourish our remnant souls. Lin Chen hurried to the center of the ruins. Just as he bent down to brush aside the debris, a harsh and malicious voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. Lin Chen, you useless coward. Hiding in a dump like this. Couldn't compete with the others, so you came to scavenge in the ruins. How pathetic. Lin Chen spun around to see Zhao Hao, the outer sect prodigy, approaching slowly with two lackeys. Their eyes were dark and malicious, their spiritual energy surging. They had clearly tracked him here. Earlier at the entrance of the secret realm, Zhao Hao had been unexpectedly repelled by Lin Chen, losing face. Now that he was inside, his sole purpose was to exact revenge. I found this place first. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Chen said, standing up with a calm demeanor, though he secretly activated his technique ready for confrontation. At the mere third level of Qi refining, he was vastly outmatched by Zhao Hao at the 7th level, and could only rely on his master's guidance to navigate the situation. Zhao Hao sneered, stepping closer, drawing his refined iron longsword. The cold gleam of the blade pointed directly at Lin Chen. In the secret realm, the strong rule. There's no first come, first served. A cripple lacking all 5 elemental affinities like you is wasting this site. Kneel and kowtow, hand over whatever opportunity lies here, and I might just let you live. Without another word, Zhao Hao lunged forward, his sword whistling with a fierce wind, aiming straight for Lin Chen's shoulder. The strike was vicious, clearly intent on crippling Lin Chen's mobility. Dodge left to avoid the blade, use cloud step to move behind the broken pillar, then counter with triple stack force to redirect his momentum. Sword Master Ye Xian's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind, the instructions crystal clear. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen moved like willow fluff in the wind, sidestepping gracefully. Using the basic footwork his master had taught him, he precisely evaded the sword's edge, then ducked behind a fractured stone pillar. Gathering all his spiritual energy, he unleashed 3 consecutive bursts of force as instructed. The triple stack force appeared to be ordinary spiritual energy blasts, but they concealed the subtlety of swordsmanship. Each layer of force stacked upon the last, multiplying the power exponentially. Zhao Hao, expecting an easy victory, was caught completely off guard by such a refined technique. The force struck him in the chest, sending him stumbling back several steps, his face darkening in shock. "You cheated. How could a cripple like you know such an advanced technique?" Zhao Hao roared, a mix of fury and disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't accept being pushed back by the former waste again. Ignoring his shouts, Lin Chen seized the moment of Zhao Hao's stunned confusion. Following Array Master Mo Chen's guidance, he dashed to the corner of the stone hall, brushed away the dust, and revealed a blue stone engraved with the cloud patterns of the Lingxiao sect. He pressed the stone gently. A dull mechanical sound echoed, and the ground at the center of the hall slowly split open, revealing a narrow crevice. Inside lay a jade pendant glowing with a faint golden light. The pendant, the size of a palm, emanated an aura identical to that of his three masters. Its warm spiritual energy radiated outward. It was the core disciple jade of the Lingxiao sect, a treasure capable of nourishing the remnant souls of fallen masters. "It's the sect jade. With this, our remnant souls can stabilize several times over, and we can even unlock a sliver of our power to help you fight." The voices of the three masters rang out simultaneously, filled with excitement and hope. Lin Chen's heart soared. This trip to the secret realm had been worth it. With this pendant, he could not only enhance his own strength, but also alleviate the crisis of his master's fading souls. He immediately bent down, reaching for the golden jade. Cracks spread wildly across the ground, and the entire stone hall ruins shuddered violently. Cracks spread wildly across the ground, and countless stones tumbled from the roof. An icy, sinister aura devoid of any life surged from deep beneath the earth, instantly enveloping the entire ruin. Zhao Hao and his two lackeys, who had been glaring at Lin Chen, were instantly paralyzed by the terrifying presence. Their faces turned deathly pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They didn't even dare to lift their heads, their panicked breaths stifled in their throats. Lin Chen's movements froze. Every hair on his body stood on end. An unprecedented, lethal sense of danger locked onto him. He looked up sharply at the collapsed roof of the hall. A figure in a black robe stood atop a broken beam, its appearance unknown. The robe was voluminous, concealing both form and face, revealing only a pair of blood-red icy eyes. Like a beast in the dark, it fixed its gaze on Lin Chen and on the sect jade before him. "Found them. The remnants of the Lingxiao sect and the remnant souls of those fallen old ghosts." The black-robed figure spoke slowly, its voice hoarse and dry like grinding metal, carrying a bone-chilling coldness that seemed to come from the depths of hell. He paid no heed to Zhao Hao and his companions. The fluctuation of spiritual energy he emitted far surpassed the chi refining stage, a terrifying realm Lin Chen had never encountered. Without further hesitation, the black-robed figure raised his right hand. A jet-black ball of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, exuding a destructive aura, and he hurled it directly at Lin Chen and the sect jade. Lin Chen stood frozen, his meridians seemingly frozen by that aura, unable to move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the black energy hurtled toward him. The black-robed figure's goal was clearly not just to seize the jade. He intended to completely annihilate Lin Chen along with the remnant souls of all the fallen masters residing within him. Lin Chen stood frozen, his meridians seemingly frozen by that aura, unable. The pitch-black spiritual energy carrying the oppressive might of world-ending destruction surged towards Lin Chen like a falling meteor from the abyss. The icy aura had already frozen the meridians throughout his body, making it impossible not only to dodge or counter, but even to turn his neck. The shadow of death had never loomed so vividly over Lin Chen. He could clearly sense the devouring power within that spiritual energy. Once struck, not only would his soul be obliterated, but the remnant souls of his three masters residing within him would also be utterly annihilated. "How dare you, brat!" At this critical juncture, three nearly enraged soul voices exploded simultaneously in Lin Chen's mind. The three masters who had been in remnant soul states, Sword Venerable, Yi Xian Alchemy Venerable Su Mu and Array Venerable Mo Chen, simultaneously unleashed all their soul power. Three distinct yet equally immense surges of soul energy instantly flooded into Lin Chen's body, rushing through his meridians towards the Lingxiao sect jade pendant before his palm. The jade pendant, which had only emitted a faint golden glow, suddenly burst into a blindingly brilliant radiance. Under the golden light, the entire ruined stone hall was bathed in its glow. The cold black chi was forced back step by step, and the black spiritual energy, suspended in midair, melted away at a visible rate like snow under a scorching sun. A clear hum emanated from the jade pendant, and a circular golden light shield materialized out of thin air, firmly protecting Lin Chen. The black spiritual energy slammed violently into the light shield, producing a deafening roar. Black chi splattered everywhere, but could not breach the seemingly fragile golden defense. The Lingxiao sect's soul-calming pendant can actually unleash such power. The black-robed figure on the broken beam let out a sound of surprise, a flicker of astonishment in his crimson eyes. He had clearly not anticipated that this seemingly worn pendant could withstand his full-force strike. Below, Zhao Hao and his two companions who had been scared out of their wits scrambled to flee the hall during the clash between the black chi and golden light. All traces of their pride as outer sect prodigies were gone. They only wished to escape this terrifying place as quickly as possible. In an instant, only Lin Chun and the black-robed figure remained in the vast stone hall ruins locked in confrontation. Lin Chun's frozen body finally regained sensation, the chill in his meridians slowly dissipating. However, the spiritual energy within him was wildly disordered from the earlier soul impact, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He clutched the Lingxiao pendant tightly, feeling the warm power emanating from it, and the slightly weakened soul auras of his three masters. "Thank you, masters," Lin Chun said silently in his heart, but his eyes remained warily fixed on the black-robed figure in midair. "Who exactly are you? Why do you seek to destroy me utterly?" The black-robed figure slowly leaped down from the broken beam, landing silently. Black chi surged around him, repelling the golden light. His crimson eyes stared intently at Lin Chun, his tone icy and cruel. "Who am I? You don't need to know. All you need to know is that I am here to harvest the remnant souls of those fallen old ghosts within you. As for this soul-calming pendant, it will also be mine." Harvest remnant souls. Lin Chen's heart tightened as he seized on the key phrase. Array Venerable Mo Chen's voice tinged with gravity echoed in his mind. He is a soul hunter. A heretical cultivator from ancient times who specialized in hunting the souls of top-tier cultivators and seizing their soul origin for cultivation. I can't believe these persistent wraiths still exist after 10,000 years. The destruction of our sect back then was likely connected to these soul hunters. Lin Chen's mind trembled violently. So the person before him was the enemy pursuing his masters. His entry into the Lingxi secret realm was no coincidence. He had followed the trail of his master's remnant souls. Quite perceptive to recognize a soul hunter, the black-robed figure sneered as black spiritual energy surged around him again, his aura even stronger than before. "Pity the more you know, the sooner you die. That earlier strike was merely a casual blow. Now let's see how many times this broken pendant can protect you." As his words fell, the black-robed figure held nothing back. His hands formed seals rapidly, and the black chi coalesced into several pitch-black claws that shot towards Lin Chen from all directions with sharp whistling sounds. These claws were not only devastating in power, but also carried a formidable devouring force, corroding even the air with a sizzling sound as they passed. "Little disciple, steady your mind. The three of us will join forces and channel a sword strike through the pendant. Though it can only be used once, it will be enough to drive him back." Sword Venerable Ye Xian's voice carried a note of resolve, clearly intending to burn his soul again to unleash a powerful technique. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He could feel the weakness of his master's souls. If they burned their soul energy again, it might cause their remnant souls to disperse entirely. But the situation was dire, leaving no other choice. Without hesitation, he gripped the Lingxiao pendant firmly, channeling all its golden light into his body. Following his master's guidance, he mobilized his soul power, his right hand instinctively forming a sword-holding gesture. An intensely condensed golden sword aura slowly gathered in his palm. Though small, it contained a sharpness that could pierce the heavens. The signature technique of Sword Venerable Ye Xian, the Lingxiao One Sword. "Go!" Lin Chun roared, and the golden sword aura in his palm erupted, charging straight at the oncoming black claws like a soaring golden dragon. The golden light and black chi collided instantly, not with a thunderous explosion, but with a silent annihilation. The black claws were torn apart like paper before the golden sword aura, which continued unabated towards the black-robed figure's chest. The black-robed figure's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated Lin Chen unleashing such a powerful strike. He quickly retreated, summoning a black soul banner to shield himself. Bang! The golden sword aura struck the soul banner, fiercely tearing a huge gash in it. The black-robed figure was hit by the residual force, staggering back several steps, a muffled groan escaping from beneath his robe, clearly injured. Impossible. How can an insignificant chi refining ant execute such a formidable sword technique? The black-robed figure hissed, his crimson eyes filled with disbelief, but more so with greed. Such dense soul power and a Lingxiao sect treasure. If I can seize it all, I will surely break through and dominate this continent. Though startled, he did not retreat. Instead, he prepared to risk everything, raising his hand to activate the soul banner. "Now is the time to flee." Array Venerable Mo Chen urged urgently. "I have activated the residual formation of this ruin, but it can only trap him for 10 breaths. The pendant has consumed too much and cannot support another attack. Go quickly." Hearing this, Lin Chen did not hesitate. He knew that he was no match for this Foundation establishment black-robe figure, and fighting would only lead to certain death. He turned, grabbed the Lingxiao pendant from the stone platform, and dashed towards the secret passage at the back of the hall. As he turned, the broken runes around the hall suddenly lit up, forming a simple trapping array that confined the black-robed figure. "You're asking for death," the black-robed figure roared in fury, hammering the array wildly. The fragile formation quickly became covered in dense cracks on the verge of being shattered. Lin Chen dared not look back. He sprinted with all his might deeper into the secret realm, the sounds of the black-robed figure's rage and the breaking array echoing behind him. He ran on and on, not knowing how long, until he was far from the stone hall ruins, and the presence behind him had faded. Only then did he stop, leaning against an ancient tree, gasping for breath. His spiritual energy was completely depleted, and the souls of his 3 masters had fallen into silence. The 2 outbursts had left their remnant souls extremely weak, requiring a long period of recuperation. Lin Shan looked down at the Lingxiao pendant in his hand. Its golden glow had grown very dim, and several fine cracks had appeared on its surface, clearly damaged in the fierce battle. He leaned against the ancient tree, intending to meditate and recover, when he suddenly noticed that the sky deep within the secret realm was shrouded in a thick black mist. From more than one location came the same cold aura as the black-robed figure, and there were far more than one. What shocked him even more was that the Lingxiao pendant in his hand was now warm again. A faint golden light pointed straight towards the mist-filled core of the secret realm, as if guiding him there, or warning him of a deadly crisis lurking within. Just then the sound of rustling robes came from the other side of the dense forest where he was hiding. An aura far more powerful than the previous black-robed figure was approaching his direction step by step. Lin Shan instantly gripped the pendant tightly, his whole body tense. Having just escaped the tiger's mouth, he now found himself in even greater danger. The truth of the Lingxi secret realm was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Blinding crimson light seared Lin Shan's palm like a white-hot branding iron, sending shockwaves of agony through his nerves. Instinctively he clenched the ancient Funtian jade in his fist, and whirled around, locking eyes with a gaze as frigid and depthless as an arctic abyss. Chu Hao stood 3 zhang behind him, clad in immaculate moon-white robes of the Qingyun sect. The gentle smile that usually softened his lips had vanished, replaced by a razor-thin line of cold resolve. His long sword angled downward, its tip dripping fresh blood onto the bluestone floor. Each droplet blooming into a dark, gory flower, the lifeblood of the 2 junior disciples who had entered the secret realm alongside Lin Shan. Senior brother. Lin Shan's voice trembled with disbelief. Was it you who triggered that tremor? Did you kill Zhao and Xian? Who else? Chu Hao let out a hollow laugh, devoid of warmth, devoid of mercy. Do you truly believe those 2 Qi condensation realm 7th-stage weaklings could survive even 3 strikes from the Black Wind Wolf King? Had I not deliberately lured the beast away, they would have been devoured whole. Alas, they proved too stubborn, insisting on trailing you in search of this jade. So they became stepping stones beneath my feet. A wave of glacial dread surged from Lin Shan's soul straight to his crown. He had always regarded Chu Hao as the most trustworthy soul in the sect. 3 years ago, when Lin Shan first stepped through the gates of Qingyun sect, it was Chu Hao who taught him swordsmanship hand over hand. When other disciples bullied him, it was Chu Hao who stepped forward to shield him. He had even come to see Chu Hao as a brother. Yet now the man he trusted most wore a face twisted with monstrous. Did you know the Funtian jade lay here all along? Lin Shan tightened his grip on the artifact, the crimson radiance flaring brighter, as if resonating with his rising fury. A soothing warm current began to flow from the jade into his body, replenishing, however faintly, the spiritual energy he had exhausted in battle. Naturally, Chu Hao advanced step by measured step, his blade scraping against stone with a grating shriek. I spent 5 full years deciphering the trail that led me to the deepest sanctum of Qingyun's secret realm, where the Funtian jade slumbered. I orchestrated the sect's official expedition order, using your hands to clear the path before me. I'd feared the Black Wind Wolf King would prove troublesome. Yet you surpassed all expectations, dispatching that menace for me. Lin Shan, tell me, shouldn't I thank you properly? You're dreaming. Lin Shan roared, drawing his waist-hung sword. The Funtian jade belongs to the sect. I'll never surrender it to a traitor like you. Belongs to the sect, eh? Chu Hao threw back his head and laughed, a sound sharp enough to shatter glass. What is Qingyun's sect but dust beneath my boot? Once I claim the Funtian jade and break through to the Golden Core realm, the entire Qingyun sect shall. Lin Shan, I grant you one final chance. Surrender the jade, and I shall spare your life. You may even rise as my right hand. Refuse, and you shall join those 2 wretches entombed forever in this silence. And before the last syllable faded, Chu Hao dissolved into a blur, his sword cleaving the air with lethal intent, aimed straight at Lin Shan's throat. His speed defied belief, far exceeding the limits of a mere Foundation Establishment 3rd-stage cultivator. Lin Shan recoiled in alarm, twisting aside just in time. The blade grazed his neck, drawing a thin line of crimson. Too fast. A chill pierced Lin Shan's heart. He stood only at Qi Condensation 9th stage, his strength dwarfed by Chu Hao's Foundation Establishment 3rd stage cultivation, an unbridgeable chasm of power. Had the jade not restored a sliver of his qi, he wouldn't have evaded that strike at all. In failing to land his blow, Chu Hao didn't pause. He pivoted his wrist and swept his blade sideways in a second devastating arc. Lin Shan parried desperately. His sword vibrated violently under the impact, humming like a wounded bird while his palms burned with numbing shock. His spiritual energy bled away with terrifying speed, while Chu Hao fought with effortless lethality, each stroke a promise of death. Surrender, Lin Shan. Chu Hao's voice cut like frost-laced steel. You cannot win. Do you truly believe your paltry strength can protect the Funtian jade? Give up, eh? Lin Shan ground his teeth, blocking blow after blow. He knew Chu Hao spoke truth. Victory was impossible with his current cultivation. Yet he could not yield, not to a man whose heart had curdled with ambition and deceit. And then, suddenly, the Fun Tian jade in his grasp erupted with blinding, incandescent light. A torrent of primordial flame burst forth from the artifact, engulfing Lin Chen's sword in roaring fire. He felt immense weight settle into his grip, and watched awestruck as flames danced fiercely along the blade. This is... Chu Hao's expression fractured, greed flashing across his face. The Fun Tian jade's true power. Perfect. I shall wield the ancient Fun Tian flame itself once I possess it. Chu Hao abandoned restraint. His entire being ignited with spiritual energy, his sword shimmering with a faint silvery aura as he unleashed his ultimate technique, the ninth form of Qingyun's sword art, clouds severing green mountains. Lin Chen felt pressure unlike anything he'd ever known. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled every ounce of the jade's fiery essence into his sword, and met Chu Hao's descending blade with a desperate upward slash. Clang! A deafening clash of metal tore through the chamber. Lin Chen was hurled backward like a broken puppet, slamming hard into the stone wall, spitting a gout of scarlet blood. His sword snapped cleanly in two, clattering to the floor. Then Chu Hao strode forward, triumph curling his lips. I told you. You were never my match. Now hand over the jade. Lin Chen strained to rise, but his bones felt shattered, his limbs leaden and unresponsive. Act! Chu Hao screamed, staggering back, his wrist charred, black smoke curling from scorch. At the instant Chu Hao's fingertips neared the artifact, a bolt of black lightning split the void, striking his wrist with surgical precision. Act! Chu Hao screamed, staggering back, his wrist charred, black smoke curling from scorched flesh. As he whirled toward the source of the strike, eyes wide with terror, Lin Chen froze, following Chu Hao's gaze, and saw him, a figure cloaked in obsidian, standing silently at the chamber's center, as though he had always been there. Shrouded head to toe in flowing darkness, his face remained veiled, except for a pair of eyes fathomless and ancient as the void itself. And who are you? I am Chu Hao, senior brother of Qingyun's sect. Dare you strike me and escape retribution? Chu Hao clutched his ruined wrist, voice trembling with bravado and fear. The cloaked figure ignored him entirely, his gaze fixed upon the Fun Tian jade in Lin Chen's grasp. A low, sorrowful sigh escaped his lips. 3,000 years, at last I behold it once more. Enraged by the utter dismissal, Chu Hao snarled and raised his sword again, even wounded, lunging forward with murderous intent. Die. The figure lifted a hand, slow, effortless, and flicked his wrist. An invisible force detonated. Chu Hao's blade shattered into glittering shards, his body flew backward, crashing to the ground with a wet thud, and erupting in a fountain of crimson. His cultivation aura collapsed like a punctured bellows, his breath ragged, his vitality ebbing fast. In Golden Core realm. You're a Golden Core expert. Despair flooded Chu Hao's face. He had never imagined such a peerless master could dwell within this humble secret. The cloaked figure paid him no heed. He walked toward Lin Chen, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness. Lin Chen tensed, gripping the jade tighter. He sensed a power beyond comprehension, hundreds, thousands of times greater than Chu Hao's. If this man sought the jade, resistance would be meaningless. The figure halted before Lin Chen, lowering his gaze to the artifact. His voice emerged, gravelly, ageless. Boy, do you know what this truly is? The Fun Tian jade, Lin Chen replied, voice steady despite his pounding heart. In Fun Tian jade. The figure gave a dry, knowing chuckle. That is merely one name among many. Its true nature is the sole key to the ancient Fun Tian Palace. In the Fun Tian Palace. Lin Chen blinked, utterly unfamiliar with the name. Indeed, the figure nodded. In antiquity, the Fun Tian emperor ruled the heavens and earth, uncontested, unchallenged. Before his ascension, he sealed his lifetime's cultivation and all his treasures within the Fun Tian Palace, and this jade alone holds the power to unlock its gates. For 3 millennia, countless seekers have hunted the palace, only to fail lacking this key. Never did I imagine it would surface in the hands of a mere qi condensation cultivator. Lin Chen's mind reeled. He had believed the jade merely enhanced cultivation, never dreamed it concealed a legacy of such magnitude. What do you intend? Lin Chen eyed the figure warily. Nothing more than a request, the figure murmured. Join me in opening the Fun Tian Palace, and its treasures shall be divided equally between us. Lin Chen frowned. Such generosity from a Golden Core expert seemed impossible. Why share with a qi condensation novice? As doubt coiled within him, the Fun Tian jade trembled violently in his palm, more fiercely than ever before. The entire chamber shuddered. Stone fragments rained from the ceiling. No. The figure's expression darkened. The jade's power has spiraled out of control. And even as he spoke, the artifact blazed with a pillar of crimson light piercing heaven and earth, and before them a colossal rift of absolute blackness yawned open. From the fissure poured an irresistible gravitational pull. Lin Chen felt his body lift, weightless, then sucked inward without resistance. And the cloaked figure attempted to retreat, but it was too late. From the fissure poured an irresistible gravitational pull. Lin Chen felt his body lift, weightless, then sucked inward without resistance. And the cloaked figure attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He clawed at the ground trying to rise, only to be crushed beneath a falling monolith, his shriek echoing through the dark. And in the final instant before vanishing into the rift, Lin Chen caught sight of the wind whipping back the figure's hood, revealing half a face. When Lin Chen recognized it, his pupils contracted to pinpricks, and his blood turned to ice. It was a face he knew better than his own, a face that should have been buried 3 years ago. A tearing pain racked Lin Chen's entire body, as if his internal organs had been crushed into a pulp. The turbulent currents within the spatial rift raged violently, and countless sharp fragments of space sliced across his skin, leaving wounds so deep they exposed the bone. He clenched the blazing heaven ancient jade tightly in his palm. Only the warm power of the flame formed a thin protective barrier around him, barely resisting the lethal spatial cuts. After an unknown duration, the irresistible suction abruptly vanished. Lin Chen crashed heavily onto the cold hard ground, his vision darkening as he nearly lost consciousness. He coughed up spittle tinged with blood, struggled to push himself up, and looked around. This was not the Qingyun secret realm, nor was it the Qingyun sect. Above him was a dark red sky devoid of sun, moon, or stars, with only twisted purple lightning bolts weaving through the clouds. Beneath his feet were cracked black stone slabs engraved with long-lost ancient runes that exuded an aura of age and desolation. In the distance stood broken stone pillars entwined with withered black vines, leading to a colossal palace that towered into the clouds. Its massive doors were sealed shut, carved with a flaming phoenix spreading its wings as if to take flight. "This is the outer hall of the Blazing Heaven Palace," a hoarse voice sounded nearby. Lin Chen spun around sharply. The man in black had also fallen a dozen paces away, his black cloak shredded by the spatial turbulence, revealing the dark martial attire beneath. The moment he saw that face, Lin Chen's broken sword clattered to the ground. Sword-like brows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and a faint dimple at the corner of the mouth. That face was etched into his bones, haunting him for 3 full years. "Brother." Lin Chen's voice trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down unbidden. "Didn't you fall off the soul-severing cliff 3 years ago, saving me?" Standing before him was his own brother Lin Mo. 3 years ago, black-clad assailants had raided the Lin family, killing their parents as they tried to protect the 2 brothers. Lin Mo had fled with him, only to be cornered at the soul-severing cliff. To let Lin Chen escape with the Blazing Heaven ancient jade, Lin Mo had single-handedly held off the pursuers, suffered multiple sword wounds, and plunged into the bottomless chasm. Lin Chen had believed his brother dead. For 3 years he had trained relentlessly and joined the Qingyun sect, all to avenge his family one day. Yet he never imagined that Lin Mo was not only alive, but had become that enigmatic golden core realm powerhouse. Lin Mo gazed at Lin Chen, tears streaming down his face, a complex storm of emotions flickering in his eyes. Guilt, tenderness, but more than that, a coldness Lin Chen could not comprehend. He stepped forward, slowly reaching out, as if to wipe away Lin Chen's tears, but stopped mid-motion. "I didn't die," Lin Mo said, his voice low as he withdrew his hand. "After falling, I was saved by a reclusive master. He not only healed my wounds, but also imparted his cultivation to me. I never sought you out because I knew the ones hunting our Lin family were within the Qingyun sect. If I appeared, they would have struck at you immediately." "The Qingyun sect?" Lin Chen was stunned. "Our pursuers are from the Qingyun sect." "Exactly," Lin Mo nodded, his gaze sharpening. "Our Lin family is no ordinary martial lineage. We are the direct descendants of the ancient Blazing Heaven Emperor. Guarding the Blazing Heaven ancient jade and preventing those with ill intent from opening the Blazing Heaven Palace is our family's hereditary mission. The Qingyun sect was founded by the traitors who betrayed the Blazing Heaven Emperor, leading to his fall." Lin Chen stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He had always believed the Qingyun sect was the righteous path, a safe haven. But now his brother revealed they were the very murderers of their parents. "Then Chu Hao. He's just a pawn," Lin Mo scoffed disdainfully. "The Qingyun sect's higher-ups knew our Lin family's identity and that the ancient jade was with you. They deliberately had Chu Hao befriend you, waiting for you to uncover the jade's hiding place, then swoop in for the spoils. I intended to secretly take you away after you obtained the jade, but Chu Hao grew too impatient and acted prematurely." Just then a rumbling roar echoed from afar, and the entire outer hall began to shake violently. Stone fragments rained down from above, and the ancient runes on the slabs began to emit a faint golden glow. "Not good." Lin Mo's expression shifted. "The spatial rift has closed, activating the seals here. We must enter the inner hall quickly, or the seals will annihilate us." Lin Chen immediately composed himself and followed Lin Mo, sprinting toward the distant palace gates. Along the way they encountered numerous ancient seals, black holes that devoured spiritual energy mechanisms that shot poisoned arrows, and illusions that conjured inner demons. But these seals were effortlessly overcome by Lin Mo, who navigated the layout with an uncanny familiarity, as if he had been there countless times. Lin Chen's doubts deepened. His brother claimed he had only begun investigating the Blazing Heaven Palace's secrets 3 years ago, yet his familiarity with the place was far from that of an outsider. Moreover, when Lin Mo had struck earlier, Lin Chen glimpsed a faint wisp of black mist swirling around his fingertips, a cold, malevolent aura utterly opposed to the flame power of the Blazing Heaven ancient jade. The two soon reached the palace gates. The doors stood 10 zhang tall, immensely heavy, with the phoenix carving appearing lifelike. Lin Mo placed his hand on the phoenix's eye, murmuring an incantation. At his words, the phoenix's eyes blazed to life, and the doors slowly swung inward. An even more ancient and vast aura surged from within. Lin Shen tightened his grip on the blazing heaven ancient jade, which began to pulse violently in response, emitting a dazzling red light. At that moment, countless murals lit up on the hall's walls. The murals depicted a cataclysmic battle from ancient times. The blazing heaven emperor, wielding the blazing heaven sword, led a million-strong army against a host clad in white robes. Those white robes bore an embroidered blue cloud, the emblem of the Qingyun sect. The final mural showed the blazing heaven emperor surrounded by countless white-clad figures struck by multiple swords. He poured his lifelong cultivation into the blazing heaven ancient jade, splitting it into two halves and entrusting them to two trusted confidants. One of those confidants bore a face identical to Lin Mo's. So, there were always two pieces of the jade, Lin Shen murmured to himself. Correct, Lin Mo's voice sounded behind him, laced with an unnatural coldness. One is with you, the other is with the Qingyun sect's sect leader. Lin Shen spun around, but before he could speak, Shu Hao's fawning voice echoed from outside the hall. Sect leader, look, this is the place. Lin Shen, and that black-clad man must be inside. A dignified, aged voice followed. Excellent, Shu Hao. Once I obtain both jades and break through to the nascent soul realm, you will be the next sect leader of Qingyun. Lin Shen and Lin Mo quickly hid behind a massive stone pillar. An old man in white robes with snow-white hair and a youthful face led over a dozen Qingyun sect elders slowly into the hall. At their head was the sect leader Xianyang Zhenren. In Xianyang Zhenren's hand was a blazing heaven ancient jade identical to Lin Shen's. The two jades resonated, erupting in brilliant red light that bathed the entire hall in a sea of fire. Lin Mo, Lin Shen, come out. Xianyang Zhenren sneered, his gaze sweeping across the hall. I know you're hiding in here. Your Lin family has guarded this secret for 3,000 years, but today it ends. Once the two jades merge, I will absorb the blazing heaven emperor's full power and become the new blazing heaven emperor. Then the entire cultivation world will kneel at my feet. Lin Shen's heart sank to the depths. Xianyang Zhenren's strength was unfathomable, already at the peak of the golden core realm. With over a dozen elders, they stood no chance. He instinctively looked to Lin Mo for a plan, but when he saw his brother's face, his blood ran cold. Lin Mo's face showed no tension or fear. Instead, a sinister, icy smile curled at the corners of it. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a black longsword that had appeared from nowhere, its tip aimed directly at Lin Shen. Little brother, Lin Mo's voice was as soft as a dream, yet carried a bone-chilling edge. I've been waiting for this day for 3,000 years too. The icy tip of the sword pressed against the fabric of his back, a chill creeping up his spine and engulfing his entire body. Lin Shen stood frozen, forgetting even to breathe. He could clearly sense the black mist swirling around the blade. A cold, sinister aura exactly like the one emanating from the black-clad assassins who had hunted the Lin family 3 years ago. You're not my brother. Lin Shen's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, scraping every word tinged with the taste of blood. Finally, he understood why his brother's gaze had been so alien, why he knew the blazing heaven hall like the back of his hand, and why black mist lingered at his fingertips. The person before him was not Lin Mo at all. Not so foolish after all. The figure behind him chuckled softly, twisting his wrist. The black sword arced through the air, resting against Lin Shen's throat. He walked slowly in front of Lin Shen, his face, identical to Lin Mo's, edged with undisguised contempt and cruelty. Your brother's soul dissipated the moment he fell off the soul-breaking cliff 3 years ago. He walked slowly in front of Lin Shen, his face, identical to Lin Mo's, edged with undisguised contempt and cruelty. My name is Night Shadow, the man said slowly, his voice growing hoarser and more ancient. 3,000 years have passed, and no one remembers that name. Once I was the first left protector under the blazing heaven emperor, the one he trusted most. As his words fell, a dead silence enveloped the hall. The smug smile on Xianyang Zhenren's face instantly froze. He stared at Night Shadow in disbelief. You are Night Shadow. Impossible. In the Great War 3,000 years ago, you perished alongside the blazing heaven emperor. Perished together. Night Shadow laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, throwing his head back in laughter that echoed through the empty hall, dripping with venom. Xianyang, you are as naive as your first sect master. If I hadn't pretended to ally with him back, then how could he have ever wounded the blazing heaven emperor? I merely waited for him to drain the emperor's power, so I could swoop in and reap the rewards. Unfortunately, the blazing heaven emperor was too cunning. In his final moment, he split the ancient jade in two and left behind a bloodline curse. Only his direct descendants could unlock its true power. Lin Shen's heart sank like a stone. So the traitor back then was not only the Azure Cloud sect, but also this night, his parents' deaths, the massacre of the Lin family, his brother's tragic end. All of it traced back to this demon who had taken over his brother's body. I waited 3,000 years possessing 17 bodies until I finally reached this generation of the Lin family. Night Shadow's gaze fell upon the blazing heaven ancient jade in Lin Shen's hand, his eyes flickering with greed. Lin Mo's physical constitution was too poor to activate the jade. So I deliberately made him fall off the cliff, then guided you to join the Azure Cloud sect step by step until you found the half of the jade hidden in the secret realm. As for you, Xianyang. Night Shadow turned to Xianyang Jinren, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Did you really think I didn't know you had the other half? I deliberately leaked the news about the Blazing Heaven Hall just to lure you here with the jade. Both of you were nothing but pawns for me to gather the jade. You despicable wretch. Xianyang Jinren trembled with rage. A man who had spent his life scheming against others only to find himself used as a pawn in the end. He raised the jade high and bellowed. Elders formed the Azure Cloud demon-slaying formation. Even if it costs us our lives, we must not let this fiend succeed. A dozen Azure Cloud sect elders immediately scattered, drawing their swords to form a massive azure sword. Within the formation, the sky and earth shifted. Countless azure sword energies coalesced into a colossal green dragon lunging at Night Shadow with fangs bared. A mere spark dares to compete with the sun and moon. Night Shadow snorted in disdain, swinging his black sword. A jet-black sword aura tore through the air. Boom! The black aura collided with the azure dragon, unleashing a deafening explosion. The dragon shattered instantly. A dozen elders spat blood, flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground, their breaths faint. Xianyang Zinren's face turned ashen. He had never imagined Night Shadow's power to be so terrifying. He himself was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, yet before Night Shadow, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Xianyang, hand over the jade, and it'll grant you a quick death. Night Shadow advanced step by step toward Xianyang Jinren, the mist on his black sword thickening. Xianyang Jinren watched the encroaching fiend, despair flickering in his eyes. He knew he was doomed, but he could not let the jade fall into Night Shadow's hands. He turned abruptly to Lin Chen, a complex emotion flashing in his gaze. Lin Chen, I'm sorry. Xianyang Zinren's voice carried a note of guilt. Back then, destroying your Lin family was a moment of folly. I was blinded by power, and that's why I allied with this fiend. Now I entrust the jade to you. You must stop him. Never let him open the core of the Blazing Heaven Hall. Before his words faded, Xianyang Jinren hurled the jade toward Lin Chen. Then he erupted with all his spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of azure light, charging at Night Shadow. Courting death. Night Shadow's eyes flashed with murderous intent. With a swing of his sword, he cleaved Xianyang Zinren's body in two. But in that instant, Lin Chen caught the jade thrown to him. The moment the two jades touched, an unprecedented, dazzling crimson light burst forth. As if alive, they drew toward each other, slowly merging into one. A vast, warm, and infinitely majestic power surged from the fused jade, instantly enveloping Lin Chen. A thunderous roar echoed in Lin Chen's mind as countless fragments of foreign memories flooded in. The Blazing Heaven Emperor, cleaving stars with his sword, the earth-shattering war 3,000 years ago, and the Lin family's oath to guard the jade for generations. His cultivation skyrocketed, from the 9th level of Qi condensation to the 1st level of foundation establishment, then the 2nd. In just a few breaths, he had broken through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Impossible. Night Shadow's face finally changed, his eyes wild with disbelief. How could the jade recognize you as its master? You're nothing but a brat. Night Shadow roared, charging at Lin Chen with his black sword. He had to kill Lin Chen and seize the jade before he fully mastered its power. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, golden flames flickering within them. He reached out and grasped the fused Blazing Heaven ancient jade. The jade transformed into a crimson light, merging into his palm, leaving a phoenix-shaped flame mark on his wrist. Night Shadow, the debt of 3,000 years is due. Lin Chen's voice turned deep and commanding, carrying an unyielding authority. He raised his hand and swept it through the air, unleashing a blazing flame sword aura that collided with Night Shadow's black sword aura. This time, they were evenly matched. Night Shadow was both shocked and enraged. He hadn't expected Lin Chen's power to grow so rapidly after fusing with the jade. He held nothing back, unleashing his lifelong techniques. The black sword turned into countless afterimages, attacking Lin Chen from all directions. Lin Chen, relying on the combat instincts from the jade, responded with composure. Flames and black mist clashed and intertwined within the hall. Each impact shook the entire structure violently. Murals peeled from the walls and stone slabs shattered into countless fragments. The battle grew fiercer. Though Lin Chen's power had surged, his lack of combat experience gradually put him at. Several wounds appeared on his body. The black mist seeped into him through the cuts, slowing the flow of his spirit. Give up, Lin Chen, Night Shadow sneered. You're no match for me. Hand over the jade, and it'll let you reunite with your brother. Those words struck Lin Chen's heart like a knife. Staring at Night Shadow's face, identical to his brother's, his movements involuntarily slowed. Night Shadow seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword toward Lin Chen's heart. At that critical moment, the main hall's deepest door creaked open on its own. An aura far more vast and ancient than Night Shadow's or the jade slowly emanated from the main hall. Then a voice, both familiar and strange, rang through the hall, clear to everyone's ears. Night Shadow, after 3,000 years you still refuse to repent. Night Shadow's body went rigid. His sword clattered to the ground. He turned slowly toward the main hall, his face etched with unprecedented terror. Golden flames poured out of the main hall like flowing water, dyeing the entire hall in a warm golden hue. A vague figure slowly emerged from the flames, clad in a dark imperial robe embroidered with a fiery phoenix, and wearing a crown that defied the heavens. Although his face was not clearly visible, the overwhelming majesty that looked down upon all beings compelled everyone present to bow in reverence. Lin Shun felt the fiery phoenix mark on his wrist heat up. A sense of familiarity originating from deep within his bloodline surged forth. Instinctively, he knelt on one knee, unconsciously forming an ancient hand seal, a ritual of the Lin family descendants paying homage to their ancestors, which had flooded into his mind during the fusion with the ancient jade. Unworthy descendant Lin Chin pays respect to the ancestors. Rise, the voice echoed once more, gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible power. You have done well living up to the Lin family's legacy through the generations. Night Shadow slumped to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He gazed at the figure in the flames, his teeth chattering in fear, resentment, and spite. Impossible. You have clearly perished. It has been 3,000 years. How could you still be alive? I have indeed died. The remnant soul of the Burning Heaven Emperor spoke softly. In order to seal the Burning Heaven Beast, I exhausted all of my divine soul's power, leaving only this wisp of spirit waiting within the Burning Heaven Hall for the arrival of the Lin family's descendants. For 3,000 years I have watched you seize a new life, watched you deceive the descendants of the Qingyun sect, and watched you step by step toward destruction, yet I could not take action. Because I knew that only when the two pieces of ancient jade merged the true guardian would awaken could this 3,000-year-old grudge be completely ended. Guardian. Night Shadow suddenly raised his head, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. You expect this young boy to be the guardian? Burning Heaven, do not dream. Even if I perish, I will drag you down to hell with me. Night Shadow suddenly sprang to his feet, unleashing a surge of black mist. His body began to twist and deform, skin cracking open and seams black blood oozing from the fissures, transforming him into a grotesque monster. It turned out that in order to maintain this body for 3,000 years, he had long since fused his soul with demonic energy, becoming something neither human nor ghost. Burning Heaven, do you think I am unaware of your condition? Night Shadow said with a sinister grin. This wisp of your spirit has long since been drained over 3,000 years of consumption. As long as I devour you and absorb the power of the ancient jade within Lin Shun, I will surpass you and become the new master of this land. At that time, not only the small Burning Heaven beast, but even the gods of the 9 heavens will have to bow beneath my feet. Before his words could finish, Night Shadow transformed into a flash of black lightning, lunging toward the remnant soul of the Burning Heaven Emperor. He opened his gaping mouth, intending to swallow that wisp of golden flame soul whole. Unrepentant, the remnant soul of the Burning Heaven Emperor sighed, softly raising his hand and pointing at Night Shadow. A golden flame column descended from the sky, striking Night Shadow precisely. Night Shadow let out a piercing scream, the black mist surrounding him dissipating in an instant. He crashed heavily to the ground, his body twitching violently, his formerly distorted face temporarily reverting to that of Lin Mo. Chun. Shaner. Lin Mo struggled to open his eyes, looking at Lin Chun with eyes filled with guilt and heartache. I'm sorry. Brother was useless. Was unable to protect you. Was unable to protect our parents. Brother. Lin Shen rushed over, wanting to help Lin Mo, but was stopped by the remnant soul of the Burning Heaven Emperor. Do not approach. The voice of the Burning Heaven Emperor carried a weight. Night Shadow's soul has completely merged with his body. He is only temporarily suppressed by me. Once you get close, he will immediately retaliate, and you too will be in danger. What should we do? Lin Shen asked anxiously. Is there really no way to save my brother? The remnant soul of the Burning Heaven Emperor fell silent for a moment before slowly stating, there is a way. As long as you enter the sealed area deep within the main hall, and use the power of the ancient jade to purify the demonic energy within him, you can separate Night Shadow's soul from his body. But what? But the sealed area is currently very dangerous. The remnant soul of the Burning Heaven Emperor looked toward the depths of the main hall, his expression turning grave. 3,000 years have passed, and the seal on the Burning Heaven Beast has long since weakened. Night Shadow has been secretly sabotaging the seal all these years, and now only the last layer remains. If we enter the sealed area now, we will likely stir the Burning Heaven Beast and cause it to break free early. At that moment, Lin Mo on the ground suddenly twisted again, and Night Shadow's voice emanated from his throat, filled with triumphant laughter. Burning Heaven, you really are getting old. Do you think this little flame can trap me? Let me tell you, I have long since planted seeds of demonic energy in the sealed area, and now they will sprout. As Night Shadow's words fell, the entire Burning Heaven Hall began to shake violently. A series of cracking sounds came from deep within the main hall, as if something was breaking. A presence more evil and violent than Night Shadow surged forth from the depths of the main hall, causing the entire world to change color. Not good. The seal is about to break. The remnant soul of the Burning Heaven Emperor's expression changed drastically. Night Shadow, you madman. Do you understand the consequences of releasing the Burning Heaven Beast? It will destroy the entire cultivation realm, and you will not survive either. Not survive. Night Shadow laughed maniacally. I have long since had enough of living. 3,000 years of waiting, 3,000 years of suffering. I want the whole world to accompany me in death. Burning heaven Linshan, just wait here to be torn apart by the burning heaven beast. I will head to the core of the seal and wait to absorb its power. Night Shadow abruptly broke free from the bindings of the golden flames, transforming into a black streak of light rushing into the depths of the main hall. The moment his figure vanished into the darkness, Lin Chen clearly saw a strange smile curl at the corners of his mouth. We must pursue immediately. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor said. If Night Shadow reaches the core of the seal first, he will absolutely shatter the seal and release the burning heaven beast. At that time it will be too late. Lin Chen nodded, clenching his fists. He gazed into the endless darkness deep within the main hall, showing not a hint of fear. For his brother, for his parents, for the entire cultivation realm, he had to stop Night Shadow. Just as Lin Shan was about to follow the remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor into the depths of the main hall, he suddenly heard a faint moan coming from behind. Turning back, he saw Chu Hao, who had been injured by Night Shadow, struggling to crawl up from the ground. Chu Hao's face was as pale as paper. His legs had been crushed by a boulder, leaving him to rely solely on his hands to push himself toward Lin Shan. His eyes were filled with remorse and fear, and in a hoarse voice, he said, Lin Shan, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed the sect. I shouldn't have helped Night Shadow. Please, save me. Lin Shan looked at Chu Hao, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He hated Chu Hao for killing Zhao Shidi and Qian Shidi for betraying the sect, but seeing Chu Hao in such a pitiful state, he felt a pang of unwillingness. Take care of yourself. Lin Shan ultimately did not strike him down, only saying coldly before turning to leave. But just as Lin Shan turned around, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. He abruptly pulled out a poisoned dagger from his bosom, and with all his might stabbed toward Lin Shan's back. The dagger, imbued with a black toxic glow, was about to pierce Lin Shan's back. In that critical moment, a blue figure suddenly lunged in from the side. The dagger, imbued with a black toxic glow, was about to pierce Lin Shan's back. In that critical moment, a blue figure suddenly lunged in from the side, shielding Lin Shan. With a soft thud, the dagger plunged deeply into that person's chest. Lin Shan turned back in shock, and when he recognized the person blocking behind him, his pupils contracted suddenly, as if all the blood in his body had frozen. To his astonishment, the one shielding him was none other than the Xianyang Jinren, who should have been split in half by Night Shadow. Warm blood splattered across Lin Shan's face, carrying a pungent scent of rust. He instinctively reached out to support the swaying Xianyang Jinren, feeling the cold skin and the black blood continuously oozing out. The deadly poison from the dagger had already spread through his veins to his internal organs. Sectmaster. Lin Chen's voice choked. He had harbored hatred for Xianyang Jinren, resenting him for annihilating his entire family and for using Chu Hao to scheme against him. But at this moment, the person who should have been his enemy was using his own body to shield him from a fatal blow. Don't call me Sectmaster. Xianyang Jinren struggled to lift his hand and wiped the blood off Lin Chen's face. His gaze was murky, yet carried a hint of relief. I am unworthy. Throughout my life, I have committed too many wrongs, causing the deaths of your parents and countless disciples of the Qingyun sect. I should have died long ago. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his body beginning to tremble violently. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor floated beside him, extending a hand as a golden flame surged into his body, temporarily suppressing the spread of the deadly poison. If you have anything to say, just say it. The voice of the burning heaven emperor carried a hint of sigh. Thank you. Xianyang Jinren cast a grateful glance at him, then turned to Lin Shan, speaking rapidly. Lin Shan, what happened back then? Is not as you think. Night Shadow found me 30 years ago. He kidnapped my wife and newborn daughter, forcing me to help him search for the... I had no choice. I could only obey him. All these years, while on the surface I complied with him, I was secretly investigating his background to protect your safety. When you first entered the Qingyun sect, those disciples who bullied you were all secretly dealt with by me. Oh, every time you faced danger on a mission, it was I who sent someone to quietly resolve it. Even this time in the Qingyun secret realm, I intentionally let you be the first to obtain the clue to the ancient jade. Lin Shan was stunned. He had always thought his luck was good, only now realizing that all of this was Xianyang Jinren's secret assistance. Chu Hao was an undercover agent placed beside me by Night Shadow, who I have always known. Xianyang Jinren continued. I pretended to trust him just to have him relay false information to Night Shadow. The one Night Shadow struck just now was merely a clone I condensed with my spiritual energy. Xianyang Jinren continued. I pretended to trust him just to have him relay false information to Night Shadow. The one Night Shadow struck just now was merely a clone I condensed with my spiritual energy. At that moment, Chu Hao nearby suddenly struggled to rise. His face was filled with madness and resentment. Xianyang, you old fool. You've deceived me for so many years. I will kill you. Chu Hao picked up a stone from the ground, straining all his strength to throw it at Xianyang Jinren. Seeking death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xianyang Jinren's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, shooting out a green sword aura that instantly pierced through Chu Hao's heart. Chu Hao's body froze and placed the stone slipping from his grasp. He looked at Xianyang Jinren in disbelief, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground completely lifeless. With Chu Hao dealt with, Xianyang Jinren's aura grew even weaker. He pulled out a black wooden box from his bosom and shoved it into Lin Chen's hands inside. Are all the materials I've collected about Night Shadow over the years along with the methods to counter the demonic energy left by the past sect masters of Qingyun sect. Lin Chen, I know I am guilty beyond redemption, and my death is of no consequence. But I beg you, please stop Night Shadow, save my daughter. Her name is Qin Yue, 30 years old with a tear mole at the corner of her left eye. Night Shadow has her confined. Confined in. His voice grew weaker, his head tilted as he leaned against Lin Chen's embrace, closing his eyes forever. Lin Chen held the cold body of Xianyang Zhenren, his heart a mix of emotions. Hatred, gratitude, guilt. Various feelings intertwined, leaving him speechless. He gently laid Xianyang Zhenren on the ground, covering his body with a stone slab, then tightly grasped the black wooden box in his hands. Let's go. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor spoke softly. Time is short. Lin Chen nodded, took a deep breath to suppress his emotions, and followed the remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor into the sealed area deep within the main hall. As soon as he entered the sealed area, a wave of scorching air rushed towards him. It was a vast underground cavern with boiling magma flowing across the ground, the red flames illuminating the entire cavern as if it were daylight. Countless thick black chains hung down from the top of the cavern, engraved with ancient runes extending deep into the heart of the cavern. In the center of the cavern floated a massive transparent crystal ball. Within the crystal ball, a gigantic beast entirely red was sealed. It had the body of a lion, the wings of a phoenix, and the claws of a dragon, its entire body covered in burning fiery scales. Even after being sealed for 3,000 years, the violent aura it emitted still made Lin Chen's heart race. That is the burning heaven beast Qi Yan. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor gazed at the beast in the crystal ball, his eyes filled with complex emotions, pain, guilt, and a hint of helplessness. Isn't it a ferocious beast? Lin Chen asked in confusion. In his understanding, the burning heaven beast was a ferocious creature that could destroy the world, and the burning heaven emperor had sealed it to save the realm. Ferocious beast. The burning heaven emperor let out a bitter laugh. Who told you it was a ferocious beast? Qi Yan is my mount that I raised from childhood, my best brother. Back then it fought alongside me in numerous battles, achieving great military accomplishments. If it weren't for Night Shadow, it would never have become like this. Xianxin was taken aback. Night Shadow. Exactly. The burning heaven emperor nodded, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After Night Shadow betrayed me back, then knowing he wasn't my match, he secretly poisoned Qi Yan with ancient demonic poison. The poison infiltrated Qi Yan's soul, causing it to lose its sanity and become bloodthirsty. I couldn't bear to kill it, so I exhausted my divine soul power to seal it here, hoping one day to find a way to purify the demonic poison. And Night Shadow used Qi Yan's power to narrowly escape during the war back then. All these years he has been trying to shatter the seal, just to absorb the demonic poison and power within Qi Yan, becoming the true demon lord. At that moment, a chilling laugh echoed from the depths of the cavern. Burning heaven, you really are still so soft-hearted. It's been 3,000 years, and you still care about this beast. Lin Shun and the burning heaven emperor immediately looked up, only to see Night Shadow standing atop the crystal ball, holding a black dagger stained with his own blood. His face was as pale as paper, and the black mist surrounding him was denser than before. What are you doing? The burning heaven emperor shouted sternly. What am I doing? Night Shadow chuckled lightly, stabbing the dagger fiercely into his own heart. I am making a sacrifice. Burning heaven, do you really think I only want to absorb Qi Yan's power? Too naive. For 3,000 years I have long since merged my soul with it. Now as long as I sacrifice my own soul, I can completely occupy its body and become the new burning heaven beast. At that point the entire world will burn in my fury. As Night Shadow's voice fell, his body began to transform into black mist, slowly merging into the crystal ball. The Qi Yin within the crystal ball suddenly opened its eyes, its pupils turning pure black, letting out a deafening roar. The entire sealed area shook violently, the black chains began to snap one by one, and the crystal ball appeared to be covered in countless cracks. Not good. Quickly stop him. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor's expression changed dramatically, and the golden flames on his body erupted, charging towards the crystal ball. Lin Chen also immediately activated the power of the ancient jade within him, unleashing a massive flame sword aura towards Night Shadow at the top of the crystal ball. Too late. Night Shadow's voice came from within the crystal ball, laced with manic laughter. Burning heaven, Lin Chen, get ready to welcome my wrath. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the crystal ball shattered completely. Countless shards flew in all directions, and scalding magma erupted. Qi Yan's massive body burst forth from the debris, spreading its wings, howling towards the sky, black flames spewing from its mouth, turning the entire cavern into a sea of fire. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor was knocked away by the shockwave of the explosion, and the golden flames dimmed significantly. Lin Shun was also sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qi Yin slowly landed, lowering its head to fix its pure black eyes on Lin Shun and the remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor. Just when Lin Shin thought a great battle was about to erupt, Qi Yin suddenly spoke. Its voice was no longer the previous roar, but a blend of Night Shadows and a strange, deep voice. Burning heaven, long time no see. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor trembled violently, disbelief etched on his face. He looked at Qi Yan, stuttering. You are not Night Shadow. Who are you? Qi Yan's lips curled into a strange smile, as it slowly replied, who am I? I am the one you sealed for 3,000 years. You don't think that back then it was solely Night Shadow who poisoned Qi Yan, do you? The sea of fire within the cave surged, endlessly black flames licking every inch of the rock walls. The colossal figure of the red flame loomed in the center of the lava, its pure black pupils reflecting the trembling silhouette of the remnants of the burning heaven emperor. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of its mouth, imbued with the bitterness of 3,000 years. Mo Yuan. It's you. The voice of the burning heaven emperor carried an incredulous sense of fragmentation, the golden flaming phantom, swaying violently. You were my most trusted right protector, I treated you like a brother. Why did you betray me? Mo Yuan let out a sharp laugh, the sound echoing in the vast cave, causing the lava to ripple. Burning heaven, do you even deserve to say that? Back then you unified the cultivation world, revered by the masses. Among those brothers who fought alongside you, who didn't yearn for a title and a position. But you actually wanted to pass the position of the burning heaven emperor to a beast. He suddenly raised his claw, pointing to his own chest, his voice filled with unwillingness and rage. I followed you into battle for 100 years, achieving 10 times the military merit of Ye Gucheng. In terms of cultivation and cunning, what makes me inferior to this beast that can only spit fire? Yet you say that the red flame has a pure nature more suitable to guard this realm than us. Tell me, is this fair? Lin Shen stood beside the burning heaven emperor, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. He had always thought that Ye Gucheng was the greatest traitor, never expecting that the true mastermind was the most trusted right protector of the burning heaven emperor. No wonder Ye Gucheng could easily poison the red flame, no wonder he could constantly undermine the seal over 3,000 years. It turned out all this was secretly orchestrated by Mo Yuan. So you allied with Ye Gucheng to poison the red flame. The voice of the burning heaven emperor was low, filled with endless guilt. Exactly. Mo Yuan sneered. That fool Ye Gucheng only wanted to replace you, and I just happened to use him. I told him that as long as he helped me poison, I would assist him in seizing the throne. He had no idea that from the very beginning I never intended to let anyone leave that battle alive. What I wanted was not only your throne, but also the power of the red flame. After the great battle ended, I deliberately made Ye Gucheng think I was dead, then hid in the shadows, watching him seek rebirth, and step by step look for the ancient jade. I even secretly aided him in exterminating the Lin family, and guided you to join the Qingyun sect. Everything I did was for today. Waiting for the 2 pieces of ancient jade to merge, waiting for the seal to completely loosen, so I could occupy the body of the red flame, and become the true ruler of the land. You madman. The burning heaven emperor roared angrily, his entire body erupting in golden flames, transforming into a massive flaming sword that slashed towards Mo Yuan. Today I will cleanse my house for the red flame, for all the fallen brothers. With just your fading remnant soul, Mo Yuan scoffed disdainfully, raising his claw as a pillar of black flame surged forward. Boom. The clash of golden and black flames produced a deafening explosion. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor was knocked back, the golden flames dimming to the point of near transparency. He was already exhausted, and just moments ago he had expended a significant amount of energy to suppress Ye Gucheng, making him no match for Mo Yuan. Emperor. Lin Shen rushed over to support the remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor, channeling the power of the ancient jade into him. It's useless. Mo Yuan approached them step by step, each stride causing the ground to tremble violently. Lin Shen hand over the ancient jade. If you comply, I can spare your life, and even make you my left protector. Otherwise you and that old man burning heaven will turn to ashes together. Lin Shen positioned himself protectively in front of the burning heaven emperor, clenching his fists. The flame phoenix mark on his wrist emitted a dazzling red light, a warm power flowing throughout his body. He recalled the last words of Master Xianyang, remembered the tragic deaths of his parents and brother, and thought of those innocent lives lost to Mo Yuan and Ye Gucheng. I will never hand over the ancient jade to you, demon. Lin Shen shouted, pulling out the black wooden box left by Master Xianyang from his robe. The box opened to reveal a yellowed ancient text, the cover inscribed with the 4 large characters, Qingyun, purifying demonic art. This was the ultimate skill left by the sect masters of Qingyun sect, specifically used to purify demonic energy. Lin Shen quickly flipped through it, committing the incantations to memory, then channeled the power of the ancient jade, practicing according to the incantations. The golden flames and azure spiritual power interwove within him, forming a unique purifying force. Lin Shen waved his hand, sending a stream of azure golden sword energy towards Mo Yuan. My. A trace of surprise flashed in Mo Yuan's eyes. I didn't expect the Qingyun sect had such a technique. Unfortunately, it's too weak. With a mere flick of his claw, he ripped apart the azure golden sword energy. But at that moment his body suddenly trembled violently, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. What's happening? Mo Yuan roared, incredulously staring at his own claw. The soul of the red flame is actually still resisting. Impossible. I clearly suppressed its soul. The remnant soul of the burning heaven emperor flashed with a glimmer of hope. Lin Shen now used the purifying power of the ancient jade to attack its brow. That is the core of the demonic poison, as well as the resting place of Mo Yuan's soul. Lin Shen nodded, taking a deep breath, gathering all his strength into his right hand. His right hand was engulfed in golden flames, transforming into a gigantic flaming phoenix that charged towards Mo Yuan's brow. Seeking death. Mo Yuan roared forcibly, suppressing the resistance of the red flame, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of black flames. The flaming phoenix collided with the black torrent, and Lin Shen felt an immense force surge towards him, sending him flying back to crash heavily onto the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his internal spiritual power was nearly exhausted. Mo Yuan was also suffering. His brow was grazed by the flaming phoenix, leaving a shallow wound. Black demonic energy seeped from the wound, causing him great agony. It seems I can no longer play with you. Mo Yuan's gaze turned cold as he abruptly turned to a corner of the cave. Come out, I know you're hiding there. Lin Shen and the Burning Heaven Emperor followed his gaze, only to see a woman in a white long dress slowly walking out from behind a massive rock. Her face was pale, her hands bound by black chains, and there was a faint tear mole beneath her left eye. Qingyu! Lin Shen exclaimed in shock. He never expected that Master Xianyang's daughter had truly been captured by Mo Yuan. Qingyu looked at Lin Shen, a flicker of surprise in her eyes quickly replaced by fear. She struggled to break free from the chains, but was pulled to Mo Yuan's side by an invisible force. Mo Yuan pressed his claw on Qingyu's shoulder, his icy claw against her neck, ready to crush her throat with the slightest force. Lin Shen now hand over the ancient jade. Mo Yuan's voice held an undeniable threat. Otherwise I will kill her immediately. Lin Shen looked at the fear in Qingyu's eyes, then glanced at the weak, Burning Heaven Emperor. Beside him, his heart plunged into turmoil. The ancient jade was the only weapon capable of defeating Mo Yuan. If he handed it over, not only would they die, but the entire cultivation world would fall into eternal doom. But if he did not comply, Qingyu would die immediately. Just as Lin Shen hesitated, Qingyu suddenly raised her head, shaking it at him, a glint of determination in her eyes. Don't move. Mo Yuan roared, applying slight pressure, leaving a blood mark on Qingyu's neck. Induction. Don't move. Mo Yuan roared, applying slight pressure, leaving a blood mark on Qingyu's neck. Induction. At that moment, Lin Shen's gaze inadvertently swept over Qingyu's neck. When he saw the skin peeking out from her collar, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if all the blood in his body had frozen. At the collarbone of Qingyue there was a faint red mark, its shape exactly matching the flame phoenix mark on his wrist. Lin Shen's gaze was nailed to the pale red flame phoenix mark on Qingyu's collarbone. His breath suddenly ceased. The pattern, the color, even the curvature of the phoenix tail feathers were identical to the mark on his wrist, as if carved by the very same blade upon different bodies. A twin mark. It truly exists. Mo Yuan was stunned at first, then burst into a roar of ecstatic laughter, his massive wings flapping behind him, stirring up waves of molten lava. Finchen, you've hidden it well. I searched for 3,000 years, never expecting the other half of the mark to be on the daughter of that old fool, Xianyang. Qingyue instinctively covered her collarbone, her eyes filled with bewilderment. What twin mark? I've had this birthmark since I was a child. My mother said it's a family heirloom. This is no birthmark. Finchen Emperor's remnant soul trembled, his golden flame carrying an indescribable excitement and sorrow. This is the other half of the key to the Finchen ancient jade. When I split the ancient jade in two, I also divided the bloodline power needed to activate it. One part passed to your ancestor, the Lin clan, the other to my most trusted maidservant, Qingyu's grandmother. He looked at Qingyue, his gaze as tender, as if seeing a long-lost relative. Your mother was the only daughter of my maid. I thought that after the great battle back, then this bloodline had been extinguished. I never expected Mo Yuan to capture her and spare her life. Of course I spared her. Mo Yuan grinned savagely. 30 years ago when I captured the mother and daughter, I wanted to kill them and extract the power directly, but I never expected that the twin mark could only function if both hold. So I kept Qingyue alive, waiting for today, for Lin Shen to deliver himself with the other half of the mark. As his words fell, Mo Yuan suddenly lunged his claw toward Qingyue. Black flames burned at the tips of its claws, exuding a malevolent aura that devoured everything. It intended to seize Qingyue first, then force Lin Shen to surrender the ancient jade, gathering the full power of the twin mark. Clang! Mo Yuan's claw slammed heavily onto the shield, shattering it instantly. Lin Shen was thrown backward, crashing violently against the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful. Clang! Mo Yuan's claw slammed heavily onto the shield, shattering it instantly. Lin Shen was thrown backward, crashing violently against the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Several of his ribs were broken, and every breath brought excruciating pain. Lin Shen! Qingyue cried out, trying to rush to his aid, but was frozen in place by Mo Yuan's invisible power. Stop struggling. Mo Yuan advanced step by step toward Qingyue, a gleam of greed flickering in his eyes. Once I absorb the twin mark from both of you along with Qi Yan's body, even the gods of the celestial realm will be no match for me. Just as Mo Yuan's claw was about to touch the mark on Qingyu's collarbone, she suddenly raised her head, a flash of determination in her eyes. She looked at the injured Lin Chen nearby, then thought of her dying father's entrustment and an unprecedented courage. She bit the tip of her tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto her mark. The pale red mark instantly erupted in a dazzling red light, echoing the mark on Lin Chen's wrist. She bit the tip of her tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto her mark. The pale red mark instantly erupted in a dazzling red light, echoing the mark on Lin Chen's wrist. Ear like a phoenix reborn from the flame. How is this possible? Mo Yuan stared at Qing Yue in disbelief. You've never cultivated, how could you activate the power of the twin mark? Because she is not fighting alone. Fengshen Emperor's remnant soul drifted between them, his voice solemn and sacred. The twin mark shares the same root, same origin. Oh, life and death are intertwined. When one bearer of the mark is in danger, the power of the other mark awakens automatically to protect them. As his voice faded, Fengshen Emperor's remnant soul transformed into a stream of golden light, pouring into both Lin Chun and Qing Yue. Lin Chun felt a surge of warmth flooding his body, his broken ribs healed instantly, and his depleted spiritual power was restored to its peak. He exchanged a glance with Qing Yue, and they both reached out, pressing their palms together. Two beams of red light shot from their marks, converging in midair and merging into a colossal flame phoenix woven from gold and red. The phoenix let out a clear, resonant cry, spread its wings, and charged toward Mo Yuan. No! Mo Yuan let out a desperate roar, unleashing all the demonic energy within him to form a black barrier, trying to block the flame phoenix's attack. But this time its barrier was fragile. The flame phoenix easily pierced through the black barrier and slammed fiercely into Mo Yuan's forehead. Mo Yuan let out a heart-wrenching scream as its body began to twist violently. Black, demonic energy streamed from its 7 orifices, burned to ashes by the purifying power of the flame phoenix. Its eyes flickered between pure black and gold, a sign of the final struggle between Mo Yuan's soul and Mo Yuan. The 3,000-year feud ends now. Lin Chen shouted, increasing the output of power alongside Qing Yue. The flame phoenix's radiance grew even more dazzling, and Mo Yuan's soul was being purified bit by bit. Just as Mo Yuan's soul was about to dissipate completely, it suddenly ceased, struggling, a strange and relieved smile spreading across its face. You have won. Mo Yuan's voice turned hoarse and weak. But you have lost. Lin Chun and Qing Yue were both startled, their movements slowing. You think I am the true mastermind? Mo Yuan chuckled softly, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Too naive. Nightshade and I were merely pawns. The one who truly desired Qi Yan's power and sought to destroy the Fengshen Hall is the gods of the celestial realm. What? Fengshen Emperor's remnant soul trembled violently, his golden flames swaying. Impossible. I made an oath with the celestial gods back then, vowing mutual non-aggression. How could they? An oath? Mo Yuan sneered. Before absolute power, an oath is nothing but a scrap of paper. They feared your power, feared that one day you would threaten their rule. So they sent Nightshade and me to infiltrate your side, waiting for the moment to betray. The demon poison that crippled Qi Yan was given by them. The method to break the seal was taught by them. Even the power that allowed me to seize a new body was granted by them. They promised that if I helped them obtain Qi Yan's power, they would crown me the lord of the demon realm. But I later learned they never intended to let me live. Once my mission was complete, they would kill me and take everything for themselves. Mo Yuan's body began to grow transparent, its soul dissipating. Just before vanishing completely, it used its last shred of strength to point toward the sky, its voice dripping with endless venom and fear. They have been watching this place all along. For 3,000 years they are finally coming. As the words faded, Mo Yuan's soul turned to ash and dissipated into the air. Qi Yan's massive body swayed and slowly collapsed to the ground. Its eyes turned into a pure gold, its original consciousness restored. It looked at Fengshen Emperor's remnant soul and let out a low, affectionate whimper like a wronged child. Qi Yan. Fengshen Emperor's remnant soul drifted to its side, gently stroking its head, his eyes filled with pain. I'm sorry for making you suffer. At that moment, the entire Fengshen Hall began to shake violently. Thunder roared deafeningly from the sky, and the dark red clouds were torn apart by a massive rift. A pillar of golden light descended from the heavens, landing precisely in the center of the hall. A presence 1,000 times more imposing than Mo Yuan's surged forth from the rift. The aura was sacred yet icy, carrying an arrogance that looked down upon all creation, as if everything in the world were mere ants before it. A dignified and cold voice echoed from the rift, reaching everyone's ears clearly. Fengshen, your 3,000-year sentence is complete. Return with me to the celestial realm to face the judgment of the gods. Fengshen Emperor's remnant soul lifted its head, sharply gazing at the rift in the sky, his face etched with unprecedented gravity. He clenched his fist and said in a low voice, what must come has finally arrived. Lin Chun and Qing Yue exchanged a glance, then tightened their grip on each other's hands. The flame phoenix marks on their wrist and collarbone blazed with dazzling light once more. Qi Yan slowly rose, spreading its massive wings, and let out a battle-filled roar toward the rift. And deep within the rift in the sky, countless figures clad in golden armor were slowly emerging. The spears in their hands glinted with icy cold light under the golden radiance. A golden pillar of light, like a sword piercing heaven and earth, shattered the dome of the blazing heaven hall completely. Amidst the cascading debris, a figure clad in platinum battle armor slowly emerged. He wore a trident war helm and a cold bronze mask, gripping a spear engraved with star patterns. Sacred golden lightning coiled around his form. Behind him, 12 golden-armored celestial soldiers stood in perfect formation, each possessing the peak cultivation of the golden core stage, their aura condensed and palpable. "I am Lei Xing, the enforcement divine general of the heavenly realm," an icy voice echoed from behind the mask devoid of any human emotion. "Blazing heaven, by the decree of the heavenly emperor, I have come to escort you back to the heavenly realm, to face the tribunal of the gods. You colluded with the demon race, betrayed the heavenly realm, and plunged the 3 realms into suffering. Your 3,000-year sentence is over. It is time for you to atone." Atonement. The remnant soul of the blazing heaven emperor let out a cold laugh, golden flames dancing around him. "Lei Xing, after 3,000 years you still have such a talent for twisting right and wrong. Who secretly funded the demon invasion back then? Who cut off the heavenly realm's reinforcements while I was locked in battle with the demons? And who, after I quelled the rebellion, turned around and falsely accused me of colluding with them?" Lei Xing's body stiffened slightly, then he snorted coldly. "Preposterous. How dare a sinner like you question the decrees of the gods? If you come quietly today, I might spare this remnant soul of yours. If you dare resist, I will scatter your soul to the winds, ensuring you never reincarnate." He raised his hand and waved. The 12 golden-armored soldiers immediately fanned out, forming a golden battle formation. Within the formation, lightning interwove, creating a massive electric net that trapped Lin Chen, Qing Yue, and Qi Yan. "Great Emperor, you go first." Lin Chen shielded the blazing heaven emperor, the flame phoenix mark on his wrist, emitting a dazzling red light. "Qing Yue, Qi Yan, and I will hold them off." "It's useless." The blazing heaven emperor gently shook his head, a hint of weariness and relief in his eyes. 3,000 years. I have hidden for 3,000 years, guarded for 3,000 years. Now it's time to end this. He drifted slowly before Lei Xing, his voice calm, yet carrying immense weight. "Lei Xing, I know you are just following orders. I will return to the heavenly realm with you. But I have one condition. Let them go. This matter has nothing to do with them." "Impossible." Lei Xing refused without hesitation. "The holders of the twin marks and the blazing heaven beast are the heavenly realm's most wanted fugitives. They must die today." Before his words faded, Lei Xing struck. His spear transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, thrusting straight at the blazing heaven emperor's remnant soul. The strike was as swift as a thunderclap, imbued with the thunderous power of the heavenly realm, more than enough to shatter the spirit of a golden core cultivator. "Watch out!" Lin Chun cried out, acting in unison with Qing Yu. The spear struck the shield with a deafening metallic ring. The shield instantly crackled with fissures. The spear struck the shield with a deafening metallic ring. The shield instantly crackled with fissures. Lin Chun and Qing Yu both spat blood and were sent flying backward. Qi Yan roared, spreading its wings and unleashing a torrent of scorching flames at Lei Xing. Courting death. Lei Xing scoffed disdainfully, swinging his spear to cleave the flame torrent in two. The lightning at the spear's tip struck Qi Yan's wing, leaving a charred wound. Qi Yan let out a pained whimper and crashed heavily to the ground. "See, this is the fate of those who defy the heavenly realm." Lei Xing advanced step by step towards the blazing heaven emperor, his spear aimed at his brow. "Give up, blazing heaven." He took a deep breath. The golden flames around him suddenly erupted, and his translucent remnant soul solidified. An aura 10 times more powerful than before surged from within him. He took a deep breath. The golden flames around him suddenly erupted, and his translucent remnant soul solidified. An aura 10 times more powerful than before surged from within him. "Lei Xing, did you truly believe I have merely been clinging to life for these 3,000 years?" The blazing heaven emperor's voice became majestic and divine. "The reason I have not dissipated is to wait for this day, for the twin marks to awaken, for Qi Yin to regain its senses, for a person who can reveal the truth to the world." He suddenly raised his hand towards the rift in the sky, letting out a thunderous roar. "Heavenly Emperor, listen. I will make all beings of the 3 realms know the truth of that year. Do you think killing me can hide your crimes? You are wrong. The blazing heaven lineage will never yield." As his words fell, the blazing heaven emperor's remnant soul transformed into a golden meteor, hurtling towards Lei Xing. He had chosen to self-destruct his spirit. "No, great emperor." Lin Chun and Qing Yu cried out in unison. Lei Xing's expression finally changed. He had not expected the blazing heaven emperor to be so resolute. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion and golden flames engulfed the entire blazing heaven hall. The 12 golden-armored soldiers were instantly consumed by the flames, turning to ashes before they could even scream. Lei Xing's platinum armor shattered into pieces, his bronze mask blasted away, revealing a wrinkled, aged face. "Blazing heaven! You madman!" Lei Xing let out a piercing shriek, his body severely burned by the flames. He staggered back, his eyes filled with terror and venom. The blazing heaven emperor's form grew increasingly translucent within the flames. He cast one last glance at Lin Shun and Qin Yue, his eyes brimming with comfort and entrustment. Then he dissolved into countless golden specks of light, drifting slowly into the air. The largest of these specks landed in Lin Shen's palm, transforming into a small flame phoenix jade pendant. The pendant was warm and smooth, emitting a faint golden glow containing the last wisp of the Blazing Heaven Emperor's spirit power. Lin Shen, Qin Yue, listen to me. The Blazing Heaven Emperor's voice echoed in their minds, faint yet clear. This phoenix jade pendant is the core token of the Blazing Heaven Hall. Take it. It will grant you entry to the forbidden grounds of the Blazing Heaven Hall, where I have hidden my lifetime of cultivation and all my secrets. Remember, trust no one from the heavenly realm. Those who betrayed me back then were not just Mo Yuan and Ying, but also the one closest to me. The Heavenly Emperor is not the final enemy. Behind him exists an even more terrifying entity. The true power of the twin marks is not to purify demonic chi, but to awaken the sleeping ancient gods. Only they can stand against that true enemy. Take care of Qi Yan. It is your most loyal companion. Live. You must live. Tell the truth to all beings of the three realms. Avenge me, avenge all those killed by the heavenly realm. The voice grew weaker and weaker until it vanished completely. The golden specks of light gradually faded into the air, leaving only the flame phoenix jade pendant warming in Lin Shen's palm. Great Emperor. Lin Shen clutched the pendant tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Qin Yu's eyes reddened as well, and she gently took his hand. Qi Yan walked over to them, nuzzling Lin Shen's arm, letting out a low, mournful whimper. It could feel that the one who had raised it from birth was gone forever. Just then another deafening peal of thunder echoed from the distant sky. The rift that had been nearly healed was suddenly torn open, creating an even larger gash. A terrifying aura 1,000 times more powerful than Lei Xing's surged forth from the rift. This aura was icy and deathly still, as if from the deepest abyss, causing the very heavens and earth to pale. A look of manic joy suddenly appeared on Lei Xing's previously despairing face. He struggled to lift his head towards the rift in the sky, shouting hoarsely, "Excellent. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Blazing heaven, even self-destructing your spirit changes nothing. Today you all die." Lin Shun and Qin Yu both looked up at the rift. Countless golden-armored soldiers poured out from it, like a tidal wave. At the forefront of the celestial army, a figure clad in a black dragon robe slowly emerged. He wore no mask, his features handsome, yet bearing an infinite coldness. His eyes were pure black, devoid of any white, as if they could devour all light. When his gaze fell upon the phoenix jade pendant in Lin Shen's hand, a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Lin Shen's heart sank. He could sense that the black-robed man's power far exceeded his comprehension. Even the Blazing Heaven Emperor at his peak might not be a match for him. The black-robed man slowly raised his hand and gently pointed towards Lin Shun. An irresistible force instantly locked onto Lin Shun, Qin Yue, and Qi Yan. Lin Shun felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. He couldn't move even a finger. At this critical moment, the phoenix jade pendant in Lin Shen's palm suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light. An ancient teleportation array slowly lit up beneath their feet. A flicker of surprise crossed the black-robed man's eyes, followed by a cold snort as he intensified the output of his power. The light of the teleportation array grew brighter, and Lin Shen's vision began to blur. In the last moment before being fully teleported away, he saw the black-robed man slowly remove his dragon crown, revealing a familiar mark on his forehead. It was a flame phoenix mark identical to the one on Lin Shen's wrist and Qin Yu's collarbone. Dazzling golden light mingled with scorching currents of air enveloped Lin Shen, Qin Yue, and Qi Yan in a tight embrace. The teleportation array beneath their feet spun wildly, its ancient runes erupting with unprecedented brilliance, forcibly withstanding the deathly stillness that pressed down from the heavens. Lin Shen's body was rigid, his fingers still clenched tightly around the phoenix jade pendant. The searing heat in his palm pierced through his skin, as if the last vestiges of the divine Phoenix Emperor's soul power were still protecting them. He strained with all his might to lift his head and glimpse the figure in the black dragon robe, but the soul-crushing pressure was so terrifying that even moving his eyes was an impossible feat. Only the flame phoenix mark on the figure's forehead was seared into his mind like a venom-tipped blade. An identical phoenix mark. From the flow of its lines to the shape of its flames, it bore not a single difference from the marks on his own wrist and Qin Yu's collarbone. Yet the aura emanating from that mark was entirely different. It lacked the sacred heat of the phoenix lineage, instead being filled with a cold, brutal, and deathly stillness, like a black flame kindled from the abyss of hell, exuding a bone-chilling eeriness. "You will not escape." The black-clad figure's cold shout shattered the ruins of the divine Phoenix Hall, like a thunderclap from the nine heavens. A mass of pure black mist coalesced at his fingertip. As it churned, it took the form of a ferocious black phoenix, its massive claws extended, lunging savagely toward the teleportation array. Wherever the black phoenix passed, space shattered into fragments, and even the air froze into icy shards. The already ruined hall was instantly transformed into a world of frozen sculptures. Lei Xing, sprawled amidst the rubble, watched the scene with a manic grin. Ignoring his scorched wounds, he roared, "Kill them! Do not let the remnants of the phoenix escape. The black phoenix's claws arrived in an instant, about to tear apart the array's golden light. Suddenly a crisp phoenix cry burst from the jade pendant in Lin Shen's palm. The cry pierced the deathly stillness, carrying the final obsession of the divine phoenix emperor. It transformed into an invisible barrier, forcibly blocking the black phoenix's attack. Boom! The collision of the black phoenix and the golden barrier produced a deafening roar. Black mist and golden light scattered in all directions. The light of the teleportation array surged to its peak in an instant. Lin Shen felt the world spin, the space around him warping completely. Wind roared in his ears and all sights dissolved into blurred streaks of light and shadow. The next second he lost consciousness entirely. When he opened his eyes again, a biting chill and the rich scent of vegetation assailed him. Lin Shen sat up abruptly. Intense pain racked his limbs and bones. The internal injuries from Lei Sheng's spear sent waves of agony through his organs, forcing a grunt of pain from his lips. He looked down at his palm. The phoenix jade pendant lay there quietly, its golden light subdued, leaving only a faint warmth. The phoenix mark on his wrist was now radiating a gentle heat, and streams of fine golden energy flowed continuously into his body, mending his wounds. Lin Shen, you're awake. Qingyu's voice was laced with urgency and joy. She sat nearby, her face pale, a trace of blood still at the corner of her mouth, her own injuries clearly not yet healed. Seeing him awake, she hurried over, reaching out to support his shoulder, her eyes filled with lingering fear. Qi Yin lay to one side, the charred wounds on its wings still starkly visible. Its head drooped, but upon hearing the commotion it raised its head and rubbed against Lin Shen's leg, its eyes brimming with sorrow, still immersed in the grief of the divine phoenix emperor's passing. Lin Shen looked around and found themselves in a dense primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sun, a sunlight only filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth. An eerie silence reigned, with not even the chirping of insects or birds to be heard. Where is this? Lin Shen rubbed his throbbing forehead, struggling to recall the previous scene. The figure in black, the strange phoenix mark, and the final words of the divine phoenix emperor flashed incessantly through his mind. We must have been transported far from the celestial rift by the jade pendant. I don't know exactly where we are. Qingyue frowned, her eyes full of worry. The spiritual energy here is very chaotic, and I feel like something is watching us. It's too quiet, unnaturally quiet. Lin Shen's heart sank. He quickly circulated his internal energy, carefully sensing the surrounding aura. Indeed, the forest seemed peaceful on the surface, but it concealed a subtle, sinister energy. It was not as violent as demonic qi, but it was colder, making one deeply uncomfortable. Moreover, he could sense several faint auras in the distance, slowly drawing nearer. They were not strong, but they were filled with pure malice. He forced himself to stand, shielding Qingyue behind him, and patted Qi Yan's head. Qi Yan, be alert. Qi Yan immediately perked up. It stood, a faint golden flame igniting around its body, and looked around warily, letting out a low growl. Just then the phoenix jade pendant in Lin Shen's hand grew warm again. A faint will transmitted into his mind. The residual will of the divine phoenix emperor, guiding him deeper into the forest. The emperor's will is guiding us. Deeper into the forest, it should be safe there. Lin Shen made a quick decision, supporting Qingyue and leading Qi Yan as they hurried in the direction the jade pendant indicated. Along the way, the eerie aura grew thicker. The hidden gazes never left them, yet they never revealed themselves, as if they were wary of something. Lin Shen knew in his heart that it was the power of the phoenix jade pendant that was deterring them. But once its power was exhausted, they would surely fall into danger. After about half an hour, the forest ahead began to thin, and an ancient stone gate nestled among the mountains appeared before them. A lifelike flame phoenix was carved on the gate, identical to the marks on Lin Shen and Qingyue. Around the gate, a faint golden barrier shimmered, the protective barrier of the divine phoenix hall. It's the forbidden ground of the divine phoenix hall. Qingyu's eyes lit up as she realized. The emperor said the jade pendant is the core token. This is where he hid his lifelong cultivation and secrets. Lin Shen strode to the stone gate and pressed the phoenix jade pendant against it. The jade pendant and the phoenix mark on the gate instantly aligned. Golden light blazed, and the ancient gate slowly swung open, revealing a deep passage. Inside, the air was thick with pure concentrated fire tribute spiritual energy, a stark contrast to the chaotic aura outside. The three did not dare to delay and immediately entered the passage. The stone gate closed silently behind them, completely sealing off the eerie aura from the outside world. The passage was short and soon ended. Before them lay a spacious stone chamber. At its center, a ball of dancing golden flame floated, containing an immense, overwhelming power, the lifelong cultivation of the divine phoenix emperor. The walls of the chamber were covered in dense, intricate runes and murals recording the secrets of the three realms from the ancient era and the full account of the divine phoenix emperor's war with the demon race and his betrayal by the celestial realm. Lin Shen and Qingyue approached the murals, studying the content carefully, their hearts churning with shock. It turned out that back then the celestial emperor was not the sole ruler of the celestial realm. After the ancient gods fell into slumber, the celestial emperor conspired with several high ministers, secretly colluding with a mysterious power from beyond the realm to seize control of the three realms. The divine Phoenix Emperor, who held the inheritance of the ancient gods, was their greatest obstacle. Thus they framed him falsely, accusing him of colluding with the demon race, cutting off his reinforcements, and imprisoning him in the mortal world for 3,000 years. As for the figure in the black dragon robe, although the mural did not have a clear portrait, a line of blurry text was inscribed: "Soulmates of the Phoenix, the shadow reigns supreme. The gods slumber, calamity brews within the walls." Soulmates of the Phoenix. Lin Shen looked down at the mark on his wrist, then recalled the mark on the black-clad figure's forehead. His heart trembled. Could it be that the man in black is of the same lineage as the divine Phoenix Emperor? The Emperor said the one closest to him also betrayed him. Could it be him? Qingyu's face was pale. She gripped Lin Shen's hand tightly. It's more than that. The Emperor said there is an even more terrifying existence behind the Celestial Emperor. Could that man in black be someone from that mysterious power? He also has the Phoenix mark. What is going on? As they were filled with doubt, trying to find more clues from the murals and runes, the entire chamber suddenly shook violently. Stones fell from the ceiling and dense cracks began to spiderweb across the golden barrier. The cold, sinister aura from outside surged in through the cracks. At the same time, an icy voice piercing like a shard of glass penetrated the stone gate and echoed directly into the chamber. The Phoenix's legacy, the twin marks. I have finally found them. Lin Shen Qingyu, surrender the Phoenix jade pendant and the twin marks, and I might grant you a painless death. The voice was unmistakably that of the man in the black dragon robe from the divine Phoenix Hall. Lin Shen and Qingyu's faces changed drastically in an instant. They spun around to face the stone gate. The cracks in the chamber's barrier grew larger, on the verge of shattering completely. Outside the stone gate, the deathly world-crushing aura was drawing closer step by step. The golden flame at the center of the chamber began to flicker violently, as if sensing a fatal crisis. Flames surged around Qi Yan as it stepped in front of them, letting out a furious roar. But facing a power far surpassing its own, its body trembled uncontrollably. Lin Shen tightened his grip on the Phoenix jade pendant, his gaze becoming resolute. He looked at Qingwei beside him, then at Qi Yan before him, knowing in his heart that the true crisis of life and death was now upon them. What he did not know was that outside the stone gate, the man in the black dragon robe slowly raised his hand. A wisp of black phoenix flame gathered at his fingertip, a bloodthirsty smile curling on his lips. The black phoenix mark on his forehead grew even more eerily malevolent. The inheritance of the ancient gods. It is time to return it to its rightful owner. As his words fell, he slammed his palm against the stone gate. The already cracking barrier shattered instantly, and the heavy stone gate exploded into fragments under that single strike. The massive stone gate exploded inward with a thunderous roar, hurling shards of rock amid a maelstrom of black flame that engulfed the entire chamber. Lin Shen instinctively shielded Qingyue behind him. The Phoenix jade pendant in his palm blazed with brilliant golden light, barely deflecting the onrushing shockwave. Qi Yan let out a guttural, fearful growl, folding its wings tightly against its body as its golden flames dimmed noticeably. The dust slowly settled, revealing a figure clad in black robes and a dragon-embroidered imperial mantle standing motionless at the chamber's entrance. A faint aura of black mist coiled around his form. The obsidian phoenix mark upon his forehead writhed like living flesh. His pitch-black eyes swept across the chamber, cold, unblinking, before settling upon the suspended orb of golden flame at its center. In that instant, Lin Shen caught it clearly, a fleeting, profoundly complex emotion flickering within those icy eyes. Not greed, not murderous intent, but a twisted amalgam of nostalgia, venomous resentment, and bitter despair, vanishing almost before it could be registered. 3,000 years, and Fengtian still guards this place so faithfully. Feng Ying's voice was low and hoarse, trembling ever so slightly as he strode toward the golden flame at the chamber's heart. With each step, frost-black ice crystallized upon the floor beneath his feet. Even his lifelong cultivation, he would entrust it to two strangers rather than grant me so much as a fraction. Lin Shen's heart jolted. This man had spoken the divine Emperor Fengtian's name with startling familiarity, as though they had known each other for millennia. Moreover, he navigated the forbidden sanctuary with uncanny precision, never glancing at the walls, yet moving directly toward the core chamber where the cultivation essence was sealed. Who are you? Lin Shen clenched his fist, the phoenix mark on his wrist burning hot. What is your connection to divine Emperor Fengtian? Feng Ying halted, then turned slowly. His void black eyes locked onto the golden mark pulsing on Lin Shen's wrist. A cold, mocking smile curled his lips. Who am I? I am the one destined to inherit all of Fengtian Hall. The phoenix marked the primordial legacy of the ancient gods. All were meant for me. Before the final word left his mouth, he thrust his hand forward. A torrent of black phoenix flame shrieked through the air, aimed straight at Lin Shen's face. This flame shared its origin with divine Emperor Fengtian's golden fire, yet carried instead an aura of utter desolation. Where it passed, even the air itself incinerated, leaving jagged fissures of absolute void in its wake. Watch out! Qingwei cried out, hands weaving seals in swift succession. A wall of ice materialized instantly before Lin Shun. Yet the black flame struck the ice without resistance, vaporizing it utterly, leaving no trace, and surging onward unabated. Lin Shun hastily raised the phoenix jade pendant. Golden radiance collided with black flame, emitting a sharp searing hiss. Two forces of identical origin, yet diametrically opposed, tore violently against one another. Lin Shun felt an overwhelming force slam into him, driving him backward several paces, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Then something extraordinary occurred. The phoenix jade pendant in Lin Shun's palm resonated with the black phoenix mark upon Feng Ying's brow. The phoenix motif etched into the jade flared with golden light, while Feng Ying's obsidian mark simultaneously pulsed with a deep, eerie black luminescence, connected by an invisible thread of shared destiny. Feng Ying's body stiffened abruptly. Astonishment flashed across his eyes. He raised a hand instinctively to touch his forehead, then his expression darkened further. So, it truly is the twin marks. Feng Tian went to such lengths to keep me at bay. He held nothing back now. The black mist swirling about him surged violently, coalescing into countless spectral black phoenixes that descended upon the trio like a storm of oblivion. Do you truly believe hiding here makes you safe? Every stone in this sanctuary, every sigil carved into its walls. I helped Feng Tian inscribe them myself. His contingency plans, I know them better than anyone. Qing Yue's ice arrows and Qian's torrent of flame shattered instantly against the black phoenixes, swallowed whole, without trace. Lin Shun strained every fiber of his being to awaken the jade pendant, but its power, already depleted by the earlier spatial transmission, waned rapidly. The golden barrier thinned perilously, its edges fraying under the relentless assault of black flame. Surrender. Feng Ying advanced step by deliberate step, his gaze glacial. Feng Tian is dead. Your resistance is meaningless. Yield the twin marks and the phoenix jade pendant, and I shall grant you a swift end. Refuse and I shall subject you to the cruelest torments across the three realms. Neither life nor death shall offer respite. A tendril of black flame coalesced at his fingertip, pointed steadily at Lin Shun's forehead. That familiar, inescapable pressure descended once more. Lin Shun's very soul trembled. He could not lift even a single finger. At that precipice between life and annihilation, Divine Emperor Feng Tian's final words echoed in Lin Shun's mind. The phoenix jade pendant is the sovereign token of Feng Tian Hall. With it you may enter the hall's innermost sanctum, where I have concealed my lifetime's cultivation and all my deepest secrets. He slammed the jade pendant, palm first, onto the golden flame at the chamber's heart. A resonant cosmic chime reverberated across existence, the cry of a celestial phoenix. The golden flame erupted skyward, swelling into a colossal phoenix of living fire. Simultaneously, the twin marks on Lin Shun and Qingyue blazed with radiant gold, two pillars of light erupting from their bodies, merging seamlessly with the phoenix's blazing form. The fiery phoenix roared in fury, spreading immense talons wide as it lunged toward Feng Ying. This strike bore the full weight of Divine Emperor Feng Tian's immortal cultivation and the primordial essence of the twin marks, its power eclipsing every prior assault. Feng Ying's face contorted in alarm. He swiftly wove seals with both hands, summoning a colossal black phoenix to intercept the blow. Gold and black phoenixes collided midair, shaking heaven and earth with cataclysmic force. The black phoenix shrieked, a sound of utter despair, before dissolving entirely into golden flame. Feng Ying himself was hurled backward by the shockwave, crashing hard against the wall and spitting forth a mouthful of viscous black blood. He staggered upright, disbelief flooding his gaze as he stared at Lin Shun. Just as the violent energy surge dislodged dust from the wall, revealing an ancient mural hidden beneath layers of arcane sigils. The mural depicted two youths. The youth on the left wore golden robes, smiling brightly, his brow adorned with a golden phoenix mark. The youth on the right wore black robes, his expression somber, bearing a matching black phoenix mark upon his forehead. They stood side by side before the gates of Feng Tian Hall, hands clasped, intimate, inseparable. Beneath them an inscription read, Feng Tian and Feng Ying, the twin phoenixes sharing one bloodline, one origin. Lin Shun and Qingyue gasped in unison. This black-robed adversary was none other than Divine Emperor Feng Tian's own younger brother, Prince Feng Ying of Feng Tian Hall. Upon seeing the mural, Feng Ying's composure shattered. He drove his fist into the wall, black flames scorching the painting into charred ruin, then screamed, one bloodline, one origin. When the legacy of the primordial gods descended, we both sensed it. Yet the elders declared my heart impure, granting the inheritance solely to him. He swore he'd share it with me, yet turned overnight into the exalted Divine Emperor Feng Tian, while I remained forever trapped in his shadow. So you betrayed him, Lin Shun demanded, voice sharp with accusation. You conspired with the celestial sovereign, falsely accusing him of colluding with demonic clans, imprisoning him for 3 millennia until his soul and spirit were utterly obliterated. He wronged me first. Feng Ying's eyes burned crimson, his sanity unraveling. He knew full well how terrifying the sovereign's hidden faction truly was, yet chose defiance anyway. I warned him again and again, but he refused to listen. All I sought was survival, and what was rightfully mine. What crime is that? At that moment, a faint lingering consciousness stirred within Lin Chen's phoenix jade pendant. It was divine Emperor Fengtian's final remnant of will, worn thin by eons heavy with sorrow Fengying. I never intended to claim the legacy alone. The primordial god's legacy is too perilous. I only wish to spare you from this war. That is why I forged the twin marks, to one day guide you back from darkness to stand alongside their bearer and confront the true enemy. Fengying's body convulsed, the madness on his face froze suspended in stunned silence. He stared transfixed at the jade pendant in Lin Chen's hand. His lips quivered as if words rose unbidden, yet none emerged. After a long pause, he drew a slow, steadying breath. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced once more by glacial resolve. It is too late for such words. The twin marks remain incomplete. Their power cannot yet be seized. I grant you 3 days to assimilate Fengtian's cultivation. When I return, you will surrender the twin marks, or watch the sanctuary, and yourselves, reduced to ash. With that he turned and dissolved into a streak of black light vanishing through the chamber's entrance. Lin Chun and Qingyue collapsed onto the floor, breathing raggedly in exhausted relief. But the relief soon gave way to profound gravity. They had never imagined that the one who betrayed divine Emperor Fengtian most intimately was his own blood brother. Then the entire sanctuary shuddered violently. From the depths of the chamber rose a deafening bestial roar, brutal, savage, causing the very earth to quake. The golden flame at the chamber's center flickered wildly, golden sigils flared across the walls and chains of luminous gold erupted from the floor, stretching deep into the shadows, restraining something unspeakable. Yet those chains were snapping one by one. Evidently the cataclysmic collision of golden and black phoenixes had ruptured the ancient seal buried in the sanctuary's heart. Lin Chen's face paled. He sensed it unmistakably, a monstrous presence far more terrifying than Fengying's surging upward from the abyssal depths. What is that sound? Qingyue whispered, voice trembling. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the phoenix jade pendant, his gaze fixed grimly upon the pitch-black corridor leading into the chamber's darkest recesses. At the corridor's end, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly ignited in the consuming dark. Unbeknownst to them, beyond the sanctuary's boundaries, Fengying stood atop a mountain peak, gazing down at the trembling ranges below, a cold, knowing smile playing upon his lips. In his hand, he idly turned a black phoenix jade pendant, the counterpart to Lin Chen's. Brother, you remain as soft-hearted as ever. Let this ancient fire Qilin test these two fledglings. If they cannot endure even this trial, they are unworthy of the twin marks. As his words faded, he flicked his wrist. A black sigil pierced the mountainside. The already fragile seal shattered. The crisp sound of golden chains breaking echoed like the death knell of the Reaper in the silent stone chamber. In the pitch-black corridor deep within the forbidden ground, a pair of blood-red giant eyes slowly lit up, and a scorching aura rushed forth, distorting the very air. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire mountain range. A colossal beast engulfed in burning black, demonic flames stepped out of the passage, treading upon the molten lava. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire mountain range. A colossal beast engulfed in burning black, demonic flames stepped out of the passage, treading upon the molten. With each step it took, a charred footprint was left behind, causing the lava to slowly flow along the imprints. This was the ancient fire Qilin that had been sealed for 3,000 years. But at this moment, its once holy golden flames had been thoroughly corrupted by dense demonic poison, turning into a black hue that exuded a sense of death, with eyes filled only with boundless rage and slaughter. Be careful. Its flames contained demonic poison. Lin Chen shouted, sternly shielding Qingyue and Xian behind him. The phoenix jade pendant in his palm automatically glowed, forming a golden barrier that blocked the oncoming wave of demonic flames. But at this moment, its once holy golden flames had been thoroughly corrupted by dense demonic poison, turning into a black hue that exuded a sense of death. With eyes, Qian let out a low growl at the fire Qilin, its golden flames blazing fiercely around it. Yet facing this ancient ferocious beast that was 100 times stronger than itself, its body couldn't help but tremble slightly, though it remained steadfastly in front of Lin Chun and Qingyue, showing no signs of retreat. The fire Qilin's gaze swept over the three of them, eventually landing on Qian. A fleeting flicker of confusion crossed its eyes, soon replaced by deeper rage. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of black, demonic flames dozens of feet wide, sweeping towards the three. Form the formation. Lin Chun and Qingyue acted simultaneously, their twin mark glowing as two golden beams of light, intertwined, merging with the power of the phoenix jade pendant to form a massive golden shield. The torrent of demonic flames crashed violently against the shield, producing a piercing, hissing sound, and the golden shield instantly became riddled with cracks on the verge of shattering. Lin Chun and Qingyue both spat out a mouthful of blood, being sent flying backward. Qian let out an angry roar, spreading its wings, and spewing forth a beam of golden flames in an attempt to fend off the demonic fire. But its flames were as feeble as a candle before the black, demonic flames instantly devoured. The demonic fire struck Qian's chest, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone, with the black, demonic poison swiftly spreading from the injury. Qian let out a painful whimper and fell heavily to the ground. Qian, Lin Chen's eyes widened in despair as he struggled to rise, wanting to rush forward. But the fire qilin had already approached Qian, raising its massive paw ready to crush it into a pulp. In this moment of crisis, the phoenix mark on Lin Chen's wrist suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A golden flame shot out from the mark, transforming into a small flame phoenix that landed on the forehead of the fire qilin. Awoo! The fire qilin emitted a painful howl, staggering back several steps, frantically shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge the flame phoenix from its forehead. The golden flames continuously burned the demonic poison within it, causing immense suffering. Lin Chen was he could sense that the flame from before was not something he had actively summoned, but rather emitted by the phoenix mark itself. Moreover, a peculiar connection had formed between him and the fire qilin, allowing him to faintly feel its deep-seated pain and struggle. It didn't willingly become like this. Qingyue also noticed the anomaly pointing at the fire qilin's forehead. Look, it has a black mark between its horns that's the source of the demonic poison. Lin Chen focused his gaze and indeed found a pitch-black rune mark between the fire qilin's horns, constantly emitting a rich aura of demonic energy. The pattern of that mark bore a resemblance to the black phoenix mark on Funying's forehead. It's Funying. He intensified the demonic poison. Lin Chen instantly understood. Back then, when the fire qilin was sealed, the demonic poison was on the verge of being purified. It was Funying who secretly intervened, shattering the last seal and infusing new demonic poison, which turned it into such a furious state. He took a deep breath, gripping the phoenix jade pendant tightly, and stepped toward the fire qilin. Fire qilin, I know you are in great pain. Emperor Fenshin did not abandon you. He just couldn't bring himself to kill you, which is why he sealed you here. We are here to help you. Let us purify the demonic poison. The fire qilin ceased its struggles, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Chen, the rage in its gaze gradually receding, replaced by a hint of confusion and pleading. It slowly lowered its head, bringing its forehead closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart soared with joy as he quickly pressed the phoenix jade pendant against the black mark on the fire qilin's forehead. The golden light instantly surged, enveloping the entire fire qilin. Qingyue also stepped forward, placing her palm on Lin Chen's back as the power of the twin mark continuously flowed into the phoenix jade pendant. The fire qilin emitted low whimpers, its body trembling violently as black demonic fire seeped from its pores, falling to the fire qilin emitted low whimpers, its body trembling violently as black demonic fire seeped from its pores, falling to the ground and hissing. This process was incredibly long and perilous. A slight misstep could not only lead to failure and purification, but the three of them could also be harmed by the demonic poison. Lin Chun and Xingyu's faces grew increasingly pale, their internal spiritual energy nearly exhausted, yet they gritted their teeth, showing no signs of relaxation. Qian also struggled to rise, approaching the fire qilin and pressing its forehead against the qilin's paw, transferring its remaining flames of power. It could sense that this powerful beast was its elder and the most loyal companion of Emperor Fenshin. After an unknown amount of time, the black mark on the fire qilin's forehead finally faded. The blood-red hue in its eyes gradually diminished, revealing its originally clear golden gaze. The black demonic fire surrounding it vanished, replaced by warm and holy golden flames. Thank you. Thank you all. An old hoarse voice echoed in the minds of the three. The fire qilin slowly lowered its head, gently rubbing its massive head against Lin Chen's arm, its eyes filled with guilt and gratitude. I am Yan Lai, the Mount of Emperor Fenshin. After 3,000 years I have finally awakened. Lin Chun sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat. Elder Yan Lai, what exactly happened back then? How did you become poisoned and sealed here? A hint of pain and anger flickered in Yan Lai's eyes as it began to recount the events of the past 3,000 years. It turned out that when Emperor Fenshin discovered the Heavenly Emperor's collusion with mysterious external forces, he began secretly preparing to fight back. Yan Lai, as his mount, had always been by his side, fighting in battles. Yet during the final battle to quell the demonic rebellion, Funying suddenly betrayed him, secretly administering the external erosion soul poison to Yan Lai. Poisoned Yan Lai lost its senses and began to attack its own kind. The Heavenly Emperor seized the opportunity to spread rumors that Emperor Fenshin had colluded with the demons, claiming even his mount had been demonified. Emperor Fenshin, unable to bring himself to kill his longtime companion, could only expend his entire cultivation to seal Yan Lai in the Forbidden Palace, hoping that one day a method to purify the demonic poison could be found. The Emperor. He never blamed the second prince. Yan Lai's voice trembled slightly. He said Funying was merely blinded by power, and that he would eventually return to the right path. That is why he left the twin mark and the phoenix jade pendant, hoping that one day someone would help Funying break free from the control of external forces. Lin Chun and Qingyue fell silent. They had not expected Emperor Fenshin to be so soft-hearted, still thinking of his brother, even in death. By the way, Yan Lai suddenly recalled something, its tone becoming serious. Before sealing me, the Emperor entrusted me with something, saying that if one day the holders of the twin mark arrived, I should give it to them. It opened its massive mouth, exhaling a golden jade slip that shimmered with light. The slip was engraved with complex runes emanating an ancient and sacred aura. Lin Chun took the jade slip, infusing it with his spiritual power. A line of golden text immediately appeared in his mind. Kunlun Ruins, Tomb of the Gods, twin marks unite, all gods awaken. Kunlun Ruins. Qingyue furrowed her brow. Isn't that the legendary place where the ancient gods are said to slumber? Exactly. Yanlai nodded. The emperor said that the external forces behind the heavenly emperor aimed to seize the powers of the gods to dominate the three realms. Only by awakening the slumbering ancient gods can they be completely defeated. The Tomb of the Gods in Kunlun Ruins is where the gods lie in slumber. Only by merging the twin marks can the gate to the Tomb of the Gods be opened, awakening the gods. Just then a resonant horn sounded from outside the forbidden ground. The horn was cold and filled with a murderous intent, signaling the assembly of the heavenly soldiers. Immediately after, a familiar venomous voice pierced through the barrier of the forbidden ground, directly reaching the stone chamber. Lin Shun Qingyue, and that damned fire Qilin, your time of death has come. Lin Shun and Qingyu's expressions changed drastically as they turned to the entrance of the forbidden ground. They saw a golden light shooting in from the entrance. As the light dissipated, Lei Xing's figure appeared. His injuries had already healed, and his aura was several times stronger than before. What was most chilling was that a black demonic mark identical to the one on the fire Qilin had appeared on his forehead. Behind him stood a dense mass of golden-armored heavenly soldiers, each one of their eyes flickering with eerie black light. Yanlai's expression suddenly turned extremely grave as it stood up, blocking the three of them, its golden flames blazing once again. This is bad. They have all been controlled by external demonic poison. Lei Xing's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he slowly raised the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear gleamed with black light, exuding a chilling aura. The order from Lord Fening is to raise the Forbidden Palace today, seize the twin marks, and kill, without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, countless golden-armored heavenly soldiers surged toward the stone chamber like a tide. Outside the forbidden ground on the mountaintop, Fun Ying stood quietly watching the battle below, the black phoenix jade pendant in his hand slightly warming. Behind him, a blurry black figure slowly materialized. The figure was shrouded in endless darkness, obscuring its features, but a cold voice echoed in his ear. Well done. Once we obtain the twin marks, the power of the gods will be ours. Fun Ying lowered his head slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by coldness. I will obey the Lord's order. Before Lei Xing's roar had even faded, a dense tide of demonic celestial soldiers surged into the stone chamber like a black flood. Their eyes were bloodshot, black drool dripped from the corners of their mouths, and the long spears in their hands gleamed with the cold light of demonic poison. They had no formation, attacking wildly on pure instinct, trampling their own comrades into pulp without a second thought. Hold the entrance. Yanlai bellowed, his massive frame blocking the stone door. Golden flames erupted from his body, forming a wall of fire that incinerated dozens of the leading celestial soldiers into charred remains. But the demonic soldiers knew no fear. Those behind stepped over the ashes of their comrades and charged onward. Black demonic spears continuously struck the firewall, sending sparks flying in all directions. Lin Shun and Qingyue stood back to back as their twin marks blazed simultaneously. Two streams of golden fire intertwined into a net, and with every sweep, they purified the demonic poison from several soldiers. The purified soldiers instantly lost their strength, collapsing to the ground and reverting to their original forms. Yet against thousands upon thousands of celestial soldiers, this pace was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Though its wounds had yet to heal, Qi Yin remained undaunted. It spread its wings, diving repeatedly from the sky, tearing apart the soldiers' armor with its claws and fangs. But the demonic poison seeped in everywhere. Soon several black wounds appeared on its wings, and its movements gradually slowed. This won't work. We can't kill them all. Qingyue thrust her sword through a soldier's throat, panting heavily. Her spiritual energy was already more than half depleted, and cold sweat covered her forehead. These soldiers have no consciousness. They're just puppets controlled by the demonic poison. Lin Shun nodded, his gaze locked on Lei Xing, who stood behind the soldiers. Lei Xing crossed his arms, smirking coldly as he watched the slaughter, as if savoring a fine spectacle. The black demonic patterns on his forehead writhed continuously. With each twitch, more demonic poison was injected into the soldiers, driving them into an even greater frenzy. Capture the chieftain to subdue the bandits. Take out Lei Xing first, Lin Shun said in a low voice. He pushed the power of the phoenix pendant to its limit, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged toward Lei Xing. Qingyue followed closely, condensing an ice sword in her hand and aiming it straight at Lei Xing's brow. Overestimating yourselves, Lei Xing snorted disdainfully, raising his hand abruptly. A surge of black demonic energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a massive demonic hand that slammed down toward the two. Lin Shun. Qingyue. Enraged, Yanlai spun around and spat a ball of golden fire at Lei Xing. Lei Xing sidestepped it, and the flames landed among the soldiers behind him, instantly incinerating hundreds. Lin Shun. Qingyue. Enraged, Yanlai spun around and spat a ball of golden fire at Lei Xing. Lei Xing sidestepped it, and the flames landed among the soldiers behind him, instantly incinerating hundreds. Yanlai, 3,000 years have passed, and you're still as useless as ever. Lei Xing strode toward Yin Lai, the black light flickering on his long spear. Back then you were poisoned by the second prince, and turned into a rabid dog. Yin Lai roared, his flames surging as he lunged at Lei Xing. The two clashed instantly. Golden fire and black demonic energy collided, producing deafening Yin Lai roared, his flames surging as he lunged at Lei Xing. The two clashed instantly. Golden fire and black demonic energy collided, producing deafening explosions. Though Yin Lai had just regained his sanity, and his spiritual energy had not fully recovered, the foundation of an ancient primordial beast still remained. For a time the battle was evenly matched, but Lei Xing, strengthened by the demonic poison, had become incredibly tough. Yin Lai's claws and flames could only leave shallow wounds on him, while each thrust of Lei Xing's spear inflicted deep bone-deep gashes on Yin Lai, with the demonic poison spreading rapidly through the wounds. Lin Shen struggled to his feet, watching Yin Lai's retreat, with growing anxiety. He looked around, and his gaze suddenly fell upon the ancient runes on the walls. These runes flickered continuously in the aftermath of the battle, as if responding to something. He suddenly recalled that the Blazing Heaven Emperor had once said every rune in the Forbidden Ground contained his power. Lin Shen pressed the phoenix pendant in his palm against the wall, and poured all the remaining spiritual energy within him into the runes. The entire stone chamber suddenly trembled violently. All the runes on the walls lit up simultaneously, and golden light converged into a massive formation that enveloped the whole chamber. Within the formation, countless golden sword energies crisscrossed, shooting toward the demonic soldiers. Any soldier struck by the sword energies instantly turned to ash, and even the demonic poison was purified completely. This is the Blazing Heaven's Guardian Array. Lei Xing's face changed drastically. He quickly retreated a few steps, shielding himself with demonic energy. Yin Lai took the chance to fall back beside Lin Shen, panting heavily. Excellent. You actually activated the Guardian Array, but it won't last long. Lei Xing has the backing of a foreign powerhouse, and he'll break through soon. Then what do we do now? Lin Shen asked. Follow me. Yin Lai turned and ran toward the depths of the chamber. The great emperor foresaw this day long ago. Deep in the Forbidden Ground, he left a secret passage that leads straight to Kunlun ruins. Only by going through there can we shake off the pursuers. The three of them and the beast quickly passed through the formation, racing deeper into the chamber. Outside the formation, Lei Xing furiously attacked the barrier. The golden shield was already covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering. On the mountain peak outside the Forbidden Ground, Fun Ying watched the commotion below in silence. The shadow behind him spoke slowly, its voice cold as ice. The Guardian Array. Blazing Heaven certainly left plenty of contingencies. Aren't you going to act yet? If you wait any longer, they'll escape. No rush, Fan Ying said calmly. Let Lei Xing wear them down first. Besides, I want to see where this secret passage my brother left leads. The shadow was silent for a moment before saying, Fan Ying, don't forget your identity. You are now Lord Xuanzhen's man. Stop harboring any illusions about Blazing Heaven's remnants. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Fun Ying's fingers tightened slightly, the black phoenix pendant in his hand nearly crushed. He said nothing, but his gaze grew even colder as he stared downward. By now Lin Shen and the others had followed Yin Lai to the deepest part of the Forbidden Ground. It was a narrow stone chamber. In the center of the floor was a complex teleportation array. At the array's center there was a groove shaped exactly like the phoenix pendant. The entrance to the secret passage requires the phoenix pendant and my essence blood to open, Yin Lai said. When I open it, go in immediately, and don't look back. The Kunlun ruins are perilous beyond measure, but it is the only place to escape the foreign forces' pursuit, and the only place where the gods can be awakened. Senior Yin Lai, aren't you coming with us? Qing Yu sensed something amiss and asked urgently. Yin Lai shook his head, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. I'm old and tired. With the great emperor gone, living holds little meaning for me. Let me help you one last time. Hold off Lei Xing, and No, we can't leave you behind. Lin Shen exclaimed. It is my destiny. Yin Lai gently pushed Lin Shen away. Take care of Qi Yin, and take care of yourselves. Remember, never give up hope. And if you ever meet Fan Ying, give him a chance. He is actually a pitiable. Before his words faded, Yin Lai suddenly threw his head back and let out a roar. The golden flames around him turned blood red as his entire essence blood burned wildly. He slashed his claw, and a drop of golden essence blood fell onto the teleportation array. At the same time, the phoenix pendant in Lin Shen's hand flew up on its own, fitting into the groove. The teleportation array instantly blazed with dazzling light, and a deep passage appeared before them. At the other end of the passage, snow-covered mountains were faintly visible, the direction of the Kunlun ruins. Just then a thunderous crash came from behind. The Guardian Array shattered completely, and Lei Xing charged in with the remaining soldiers. Trying to run. Not so easy. Lei Xing roared, hurling his long spear like a black bolt of lightning aimed straight at Lin Shen's back. Watch out. Yin Lai spun around, abruptly blocking the spear with his own body. The black spear pierced through his chest, and the demonic poison instantly coursed through his entire being. Senior Yin Lai. Lin Shen and Qing Yu cried out in unison. Go! With his last ounce of strength, Yin Lai pushed the three into the passage. Remember, Fan Ying, he didn't truly submit. Before he could finish, Yan Lai erupted with all his remaining power, transforming into a massive golden fireball that lunged at Lei Xing and the soldiers. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the entire forbidden ground. Golden flames consumed Lei Xing and all the soldiers, sealing the passage entrance completely. Lin Shun and Qing Yu stumbled to steady themselves in the passage, tears streaming uncontrollably as they heard the blast behind them. Qi Yan let out a mournful whimper, bowing its head deeply toward the passage entrance. They had no time to grieve. Clenching their jaws, they ran deeper into the passage. It stretched on endlessly, surrounded by pitch darkness, with only the faint golden light of the phoenix pendant illuminating the path ahead. After what seemed like an eternity, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he quickened his pace. But when they emerged from the passage and saw the scene before them, they froze instantly. The passage exit was not the snowy Kunlun mountains they had imagined, but a desolate valley. In the center of the valley stood a man in white robes. He had his back to them, idly playing with a half-phoenix pendant in his hand. The patterns on the pendant matched Lin Chen's perfectly, as if they were meant to fit together. The man slowly turned around, revealing a handsome, yet somewhat sinister face. When he saw the phoenix pendant in Lin Chen's hand, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I've been waiting for you, inheritors of the twin marks," he said softly. "I am Mo Yuan. 3,000 years I've..." The wind in the desolate valley howled, carrying gravel as it swept past. A man in white robes stood silently amidst a pile of rubble, his garments fluttering, as if he were an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Yet the name Mo Yuan that fell from his lips pierced Lin Shun and Qing Yu's hearts like an ice-cold dagger. Lin Shun instantly tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. The phoenix mark on his wrist suddenly grew, scorching hot golden flames dancing at his fingertips. "You were one of the chief culprits who betrayed the blazing Heaven Emperor and colluded with the Heavenly Emperor back then. And you still dare to appear before us." Qing Yu immediately drew her ice sword, as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Shun, her gaze as cold as frost. Qi Yan positioned himself in front of the two, blazing with fierce golden flames, and let out a hostile growl at him. Though it had never seen Mo Yuan before, it could detect a faint familiar aura of the blazing heaven hall emanating from him, but more than that, there was a chilling presence that instinctively set it on guard. Mo Yuan observed the three of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy, yet there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, a bitter smile spread across his lips. He slowly opened his palm, revealing half of a phoenix jade pendant lying quietly there. Its patterns were ancient, its golden light restrained, and its edges fit perfectly with the half that Lin Shun held, as if they were originally one whole. "I know you hate me." Mo Yuan's voice carried the vicissitudes of 3,000 years of time. "All beings in the three realms curse me as a traitor, a petty man who betrayed his master for glory. For 3,000 years I've heard it all, and I've waited for 3,000 years as well. Stop your hypocritical act here," Lin Shun shouted sternly. "If you hadn't worked in collusion with Ying back, then how could the blazing Heaven Emperor have suffered such a crushing defeat? How could Senior Yan Lai have been sealed by demonic poison for 3,000 years? And you still have the nerve to say you've been waiting for us?" He suddenly channeled his spiritual energy, and a golden flame, sword Qi, slashed toward Mo Yuan. The sword Qi tore through the air with lightning speed, but Mo Yuan merely sidestepped lightly and dodged it with ease. He did not retaliate, only looked at Lin Shun with eyes full of helplessness. "If I truly wanted to kill you, you would have been dead the moment you emerged from the secret passage," Mo Yuan said calmly. "Besides the Emperor himself, only Fun Ying and I knew about the Blazing Heaven Hall's secret passage. If I had genuinely defected to the Heavenly Emperor, do you think you could have made it here alive?" Lin Shun paused, a flicker of doubt stirring in his heart. Indeed, the secret passage was the Blazing Heaven Emperor's final trump card, extremely well hidden. If Mo Yuan were truly a traitor, he would have long led heavenly soldiers to guard the exit, not waited alone for them here. Just then Qi Yan's roar suddenly subsided. It tilted its head, carefully sniffed the air, then slowly retracted its flames, walked up to Mo Yuan, and gently rubbed its head against his pant leg. "Qi Yan!" Lin Shun exclaimed in surprise. Qi Yan was usually wary of strangers, especially those from the celestial realm, yet it showed such affection toward Mo Yuan. "It recognizes the aura on me." Mo Yuan crouched down, gently stroking Qi Yan's head, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "When it was still a little fire beast, the Emperor and I raised it together. I taught it to breathe fire, taught it to fight. The faint scar on its neck was from when it was scratched by a demon wolf protecting." Lin Shun and Qing Yu exchanged a glance, their suspicions deepening. The scar on Qi Yan was from its infancy, and no one except the Blazing Heaven Emperor knew its origin. Mo Yuan's ability to recount this event clearly indicated he was not lying. Mo Yuan stood up and offered the half-phoenix jade pendant to Lin Shun. "Look at this." Back then the Emperor split the phoenix jade pendant in two, keeping one half for himself and entrusting the other to me. He said that the day the twin marks awakened would be the day the two pendants rejoined. Only the combined phoenix jade pendant can open the gates to the pantheon of gods in Kunlun ruins. Lin Shun hesitated for a moment, then took out his own half of the pendant. The two pendants slowly drew closer, their edges automatically aligning, emitting a clear, crisp phoenix cry. A dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire valley as if it were daylight. Within the golden light, an ancient map materialized. The map marked the detailed route to Kunlun ruins, and at the deepest part of Kunlun ruins, a shimmering golden, indicated the location of the pantheon of gods. Now do you believe me? Mo Yuan looked at them, his tone grave. The betrayal back then was actually a carefully orchestrated ruse by the emperor. Lin Shun and Qing Yu's eyes widened simultaneously, their faces full of disbelief. A ruse? Qing Yu asked, her voice lost. Was the blazing heaven emperor being imprisoned for 3,000 years, and ultimately perishing in soul and spirit also part of the ruse? Yes and no. Mo Yuan sighed and slowly revealed the shocking secret of 3,000 years. The emperor discovered back then that the heavenly emperor was merely a puppet. The true power behind everything was the Xianzun from beyond the realms. The Xianzun's power far exceeded our imagination. His goal was to seize the power of the ancient gods, destroy the three realms, and establish a dark dynasty of his own. The emperor knew that with the strength of the blazing heaven hall at that time, they were no match for the Xianzun. If they engaged in open battle, not only would the blazing heaven hall be completely annihilated, but the three realms would also be plunged into an abyss of doom. So he decided to take a risky move, having Fen Ying and me pretend to defect, infiltrate the Xianzun's inner circle, uncover his secrets, and simultaneously seek a way to counter him. Then why did the blazing heaven emperor ultimately self-destruct his spirit soul? Lin Shen asked. Because the Xianzun grew suspicious. Mo Yuan's expression turned immensely heavy. 3,000 years have passed. The Xianzun has become increasingly distrustful of Fen Ying, and has been secretly testing him. If the emperor hadn't shown himself and self-destructed his spirit soul, the Xianzun would have killed Fen Ying, and then personally set out to find the twin marks. If that happened, all our plans would have come to naught. The emperor used his own death to allay the Xianzun's suspicions, and bought us time. The last wisp of power he left behind, when he self-destructed, not only activated your twin marks, but also sent a signal to Fen Ying, allowing him to continue his covert mission. Lin Shun and Qing Yu fell silent. They had never imagined that the betrayal that had shaken the three realms was actually such a tragic plan. The blazing heaven emperor had used his own life to weave a grand scheme spanning 3,000 years. What about Ye Ying? Qing Yu suddenly asked. Was he also part of the ruse? At the mention of Ye Ying, Mo Yuan's gaze turned icy cold. Ye Ying is a true traitor. He had secretly defected to the Xianzun long ago. It was he who poisoned Yen Lai with the soul-corroding poison back then, and then framed Fen Ying. The emperor knew his true nature all along, but never exposed him precisely to use him to feed false information to the Xianzun. Just then the entire valley began to tremble violently. The sky turned pitch black, and a suffocating aura of deathly stillness slowly descended from the horizon. Not good. The Xianzun's men are here. Mo Yuan's face changed drastically as he looked up sharply at the sky. A black rift tore open in the heavens, and countless demon soldiers clad in black armor poured out from the crack. At the forefront of the demon soldiers, a man in a black robe stepped forward slowly. His face was sinister, his eyes glowed green, and he held a black scythe in his hand. It was none other than Ye Ying. Mo Yuan, long time no see. Ye Ying's voice was shrill and piercing like fingernails scraping across glass. I knew you old fox weren't dead. Indeed, you're here waiting for the little brats of the twin marks. Ye Ying, you traitor. Mo Yuan roared in fury, erupting with powerful golden spiritual energy. The emperor treated you well back, then yet you willingly became the Xianzun's lackey. Lackey. Ye Ying burst into laughter. Once the Xianzun unifies the three realms, I will be the demon lord, second only to him. That's far better than following that fool Fen Tian and ending up with a shattered soul. He swung his scythe, unleashing countless black blade chi that slashed toward the four of them. Mo Yuan immediately erected a golden barrier to block the blade chi. But the force of the blade chi was too powerful. The barrier instantly became riddled with cracks, and Mo Yuan was forced back several steps, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mo Yuan, you've grown old. Ye Ying sneered. 3,000 years have passed, and your cultivation hasn't improved, it's actually regressed. Today I'll send you to meet that fool Fen Tian. The demon soldiers behind him surged forward like a tidal wave. Lin Shun and Qing Yu immediately struck their twin marks, power interweaving as golden flames swept out, incinerating the demon soldiers at the front into ashes. But the demon soldiers were too numerous to be killed off completely, and soon they surrounded the four of them. Ye Ying took the opportunity to circle behind Mo Yuan, his scythe gleaming with deadly cold light as he thrust it toward Mo Yuan's back. Watch out! Lin Shen cried out, but it was too late to come to the rescue. At this critical moment, a streak of black flame suddenly shot down from the sky, striking Ye Ying's scythe with pinpoint accuracy. Ye Ying was knocked back several steps, his face a mask of shock. Who? A black silhouette slowly descended. He was clad in a black dragon robe, and the black phoenix mark on his forehead was strikingly conspicuous. It was Fen Ying. Fen Ying! Ye Ying exclaimed in both surprise and anger. Why are you here? The Xianzun ordered you to guard the blazing heaven hall, yet you dare abandon your post. Fen Ying paid no heed to Ye Ying, instead looking at Mo Yuan with a complex expression. Mo Yuan, long time no see. Mo Yuan looked at Fen Ying, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. You've come. In the moment their gazes met, the black rift in the sky suddenly expanded to an immense size. A terrifying aura 100,000 times more powerful than Ye Ying's surged out from the rift. This aura was icy, deathly still, and filled with destructive power, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The anger on Ye Ying's face instantly vanished, replaced by profound reverence. He quickly knelt on one knee and said respectfully toward the rift, "Your subordinate, Ye Ying, welcomes the Xianzun." Lin Shen, Qing Yue, Mo Yuan, and Fen Ying all changed expression, drastically looking up sharply at the sky. A giant hand covered in black scales slowly extended from the rift. The hand blotted out the sky and the sun as if it could crush the entire world. A deep, majestic voice devoid of any human emotion echoed from the rift, resounding throughout the valley. "The twin marks, the phoenix jade pendant, finally gathered. Fentian's game ends here." The colossal black hand descended slowly, blotting out the sky and the sun. Wherever it passed, space shattered into fragments, and even light was devoured entirely. Gravel in the valley levitated momentarily before being ground into dust. Lin Shun felt his bones creak as if a towering mountain pressed upon his shoulders. His knees buckled uncontrollably, and even breathing became an arduous struggle. Qingyue gripped his hand tightly, and their twin marks blazed simultaneously. Yet that faint golden light before the boundless darkness was like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Qi Yin curled up on the ground, its flames pressed flat against its skin, whimpering in agony. 3,000 years, and Fentian has indeed laid out a fine scheme. Xianzun's voice boomed like a great bell rolling down from the ninth heaven. Each word carried the power to shake the soul, a self-inflicted injury, a mole's gambit, even willing to sacrifice his own life. Truly remarkable audacity. But what a pity, no matter how meticulously he calculated, he still miscalculated one step. The giant hand paused slightly, its icy gaze seeming to pierce through time and space, landing on Mo Yuan and Fen Ying. "From the very first day you feigned betrayal, I knew. I didn't expose you. I merely wanted to see what tricks Fentian could conjure. More importantly, I needed you to find the twin marks for me to raise these two children until the marks matured." Mo Yuan's face turned deathly pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps, his eyes filled with despair. You knew all along. Then those 3,000 years. Our 3,000 years of patient endurance, was it all just a game to you? What else could it be? Xianzun let out a light laugh devoid of any warmth. Do you think Fen Ying could have lurked by my side for 3,000 years without my tacit consent? Do you think the phoenix jade pendant could have fallen into these children's hands if I hadn't deliberately allowed it? Fentian thought himself a chess player, but little did he know both he and you are merely pieces on my board. Ye Ying knelt on the ground, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. "Lord Xianzun is most wise. That fool Fentian could never be your match. Your servant is willing to toil for you, my lord, to help you seize the twin marks and unify the three realms." Xianzun paid him no heed. The giant hand continued its descent, aiming straight for Lin Shun and Qingyue. "The twin phoenix marks are the last spark left by the ancient gods. By devouring you, I can fully integrate the power of the gods, shatter the barriers of the three realms, and become the true sovereign of the universe." "Dream on." Fen Ying roared, erupting with towering black flames. The black phoenix mark on his forehead writhed madly, transforming into a colossal black phoenix that charged fiercely towards the giant hand. Mo Yuan also struck simultaneously, condensing his lifelong cultivation into a golden longsword that soared alongside the black phoenix. The intertwined gold and black light erupted with earth-shattering power, but the giant hand merely waved lightly, smashing the two beams of light into nothingness. Fen Ying and Mo Yuan were both sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, their bones shattered in countless places, staining the earth with blood. "Pathetic," Xianzun said disdainfully. The giant hand finally reached Lin Shun and Qingyue, its 5 fingers slowly closing as if to crush them in its palm. That irresistible force made it impossible for them even to conceive of resistance. Instinctively, Lin Shun shielded the intact phoenix jade pendant before his chest. The pendant instantly erupted with dazzling golden light, forming a barrier that blocked the giant hand's fingertips. "Oh," Xianzun exclaimed softly, sounding slightly surprised. "An intact phoenix jade pendant. Fentian did leave behind something decent. But unfortunately this power is still far from enough." The giant hand exerted force suddenly. The golden barrier instantly became riddled with cracks on the verge of shattering. At this critical moment of life and death, Qi Yin suddenly let out a phoenix cry that resounded through heaven and earth. The flames around it surged, transforming into a golden streak of light that plunged into the twin marks of Lin Shun and Qingyue. In an instant, 2 golden pillars of light shot up from their bodies, merging with the radiance of the phoenix jade pendant. A flaming phoenix larger than any before slowly took shape in the sky. This phoenix had golden wings and black tail feathers, the true form of the gold-black twin phoenix. "Call!" The twin phoenix let out an angry roar, opening its massive beak to spew a torrent of intertwined gold and black flames, shooting fiercely towards the giant hand. This flame contained the original power of the twin marks, all the strength of the phoenix jade pendant, and Qi Yan's lifeblood essence, making its might far exceed any previous attack. Boom! The torrent of flames collided with the giant hand, producing a deafening explosion. The black, giant hand trembled violently, its surface covered with dense cracks. Xianzun let out a muffled grunt, clearly affected by the impact. Interesting. For the first time, a hint of gravity crept into his voice. It seems Fantian still had an ace up his sleeve. But this is merely a bit interesting. The giant hand clenched, suddenly crushing the torrent of flames. The twin phoenix let out a mournful cry, its light dimming considerably as it dissolved into specks of light, returning to Lin Chun and Xingyu's bodies. Both of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood, collapsing to the ground, their spiritual power completely exhausted. Just as Xianzun prepared to strike again, his giant hand began to turn transparent, the cracks on its surface growing larger. It seems this avatar won't last much longer, Xianzun said calmly without a trace of panic. But it doesn't matter. My true body will soon breach the heavenly realm barrier and descend upon the three realms in person. By then no one can stop me. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. The giant hand slowly rose, pointing towards the direction of Kunlun ruins. While you were entangled with me here, my vanguard army had already set out. By now they should have reached Kunlun ruins and are attacking the gates of the god's tomb. By the time you get there, it will likely already— Mo Yuan and Fan Ying's faces changed drastically. The god's tomb was their last hope. If Xianzun occupied it first, everything would be lost. Alright, the game is over for now. The giant hand began to slowly dissipate. They'll be waiting for you at Kunlun ruins. I hope you survive and don't disappoint me too much. As the voice faded, the giant hand vanished completely into the air. The black cracks in the sky slowly healed, and the suffocating pressure dissipated along with them. The valley was a mess, covered with traces of the battle. Lin Chun and Qingyue lay sprawled on the ground, gasping. Mo Yuan struggled to his feet, walked over to them, and handed them 2 pills. Take these quickly to restore your spiritual power. We must leave immediately and reach Kunlun ruins before Xianzun's army breaches the god's tomb. Lin Chun and Qingyue took the pills and swallowed them. A warm current instantly spread through their bodies, and their depleted spiritual power began to slowly recover. Xian also got up from the ground, its aura extremely weak. Burning its lifeblood essence had clearly caused it. Funing also walked over slowly. His face was frighteningly pale, and black blood continuously seeped from the corner of his mouth. He clutched his chest, coughing violently each cough, bringing up more black blood. Funing, are you alright? Mo Yuan quickly supported him, his tone concerned. I'm fine. Funing waved his hand, pushing Mo Yuan away. I just forced my power a bit, and sustained some internal injuries. He'll be fine after some rest. But before he could finish, he suddenly shuddered, a strange black light flashing in his eyes. He clutched his head, letting out a pained roar, his body trembling uncontrollably. Funing. Mo Yuan was alarmed and moved to check on him. Stay back. Funing shouted harshly, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The black phoenix mark became terrifyingly fierce. Xianzun. Xianzun planted a demon seed inside me. For 3,000 years it has been growing in secret. Forcing my power just now caused it to awaken prematurely. Lin Chun and Xingyu's hearts sank simultaneously. They watched Fan Ying's suffering form, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. This man who had borne the infamy for 3,000 years had paid such a terrible price to fulfill Emperor Fantian's last wish. Funing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the demon seed within. He looked up, the black light in his eyes receded, but his face was even paler. I don't have much time. Once the demon seed fully awakens, I will become Xianzun's puppet, losing all consciousness. He took a black jade slip from his bosom and handed it to Lin Chun. This is all the intelligence I've gathered on Xianzun during my 3,000-year infiltration, including the detailed defensive map of Kunlun ruins. Take it. You must open the god's tomb and awaken the gods before Xianzun's true body descends. What about you? Lin Chun took the jade slip, his voice hoarse. Funing looked towards Kunlun ruins, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I will go with you. Before the demon seed fully awakens, I can help you one last time. Even if I must die, I will die at the god's tomb, at the place where my brother once fought. Just then a dense series of piercing sounds suddenly came from the distant sky. Countless black streaks of light were flying rapidly towards them. Mo Yuan's expression changed. Not good. It's Xianzun's pursuers. They didn't go far, they've been lying in ambush nearby. Funing looked up sharply, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He gripped his black longsword tightly, and the black flames around him blazed again. You go first. They'll hold them off. Lin Chun started to speak, but was pushed aside by Funing. Go. Remember, you must awaken the gods, avenge my brother, and all those killed by Xianzun. With these words, Funing transformed into a black streak of light, and charged towards the pursuers. Black flames and black demonic energy collided in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Lin Chun watched Fan Ying's retreating figure tightly, clutching the jade slip in his hand. He gritted his teeth, pulled Qingyue, and with Qi Yan dashed madly towards Kunlun ruins. What they didn't know was that behind them, after slaying dozens of demon soldiers, Funing suddenly stiffened. The clarity in his eyes was completely replaced by blackness. He slowly turned around, looking in the direction Lin Chun and the others had fled, a cold and sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The black phoenix mark on his forehead had turned completely pitch black. A biting mountain wind laden with snow and ice lashed across their faces like blades. Snowdrifts swallowed their legs to the knees. Each step demanded immense effort, yet they dared not pause. The clamor of battle receded behind them, yet an icy aura of slaughter clung relentlessly, shadowing their every stride. Fanning. Qing Yu instinctively glanced back, but only swirling mist met her gaze. Her voice trembled faintly. Will the demon seed consume him entirely? Mo Yuan's pace faltered for a breath, his silhouette heavy with sorrow. The Xian sovereign's soul corrosion demon seed is the most insidious curse from beyond the realms. A venomous blight that once fully awakened devours the host's consciousness, utterly reducing him to a hollow puppet driven solely by slaughter. For 3,000 years Fanning suppressed it through sheer willpower alone. Just now, to shield us, he expended his last sliver of lucidity. Lin Shun tightened his grip on the obsidian jade tablet until his knuckles whitened. That man, burdened for millennia by slander, enduring darkness and solitary vigil, had ultimately succumbed to fate. He recalled Fan Ying's final resolute silhouette, his vow, even in death I shall fall at the tomb of the gods. A sharp pang pierced his chest. Do not dwell on it too deeply. Mo Yuan drew a deep breath and pressed onward. Our duty is clear: reach the tomb of the gods without delay and awaken the deities. Only thus may we honor Fan Ying's sacrifice, and perhaps still redeem him. They hastened deeper into Kunlun ruins, where the air thickened with palpable demonic energy. Once sacred snow-capped peaks now drifted beneath a pallid shroud of black mist. Snow turned ashen gray, and even glaciers that had endured millennia now radiated bone-deep cold. Occasionally they passed fallen celestial guards, their skin warped into an eerie indigo-black, victims of demonic corruption. The Xian sovereign's vanguard arrived swifter than we anticipated. Mo Yuan crouched beside one corpse, his expression grim. These died 3 hours ago. The wounds bear Night Shadow's signature. He must already have led his main force straight toward the tomb of the gods. At that moment, metallic clashing echoed from behind a distant snow dune. Mo Yuan instantly signaled silence. The three slipped behind a massive boulder and peered out, where a dozen demon-corrupted celestial guards encircled two white-robed cultivators. Though both cultivators had reached the nascent soul realm, they were steadily overwhelmed. Relentless, painless, and fearless foes left them bleeding from multiple wounds. The mountain guardians of Kunlun ruins. Mo Yuan murmured low. Since antiquity, this lineage has guarded the tomb of the gods generation after generation. Unbelievable. The Xian sovereign's army has already infiltrated this sanctum. Shall we save them? Qing Yu asked. We must. Lin Shen replied without hesitation. The mountain guardians know Kunlun ruins intimately. With their guidance we'll reach the tomb far faster. Before the words faded, he surged forward. The phoenix mark upon his wrist flared. Golden flame erupted in a sweeping arc, incinerating 3 demonized guards to ash in an instant. Qing Yu followed close behind, her ice blade whirling, freezing 2 more guards solid. Mo Yuan struck with a palm thrust. Golden spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, crushing the remaining foes outright. The 2 mountain guardians stood frozen, eyes wary as they stared at the sudden saviors. Their leader, a white-haired elder, clutched his longsword tightly and demanded sternly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass upon Kunlun ruins? Elder, please misunderstand us not." Mo Yuan stepped forward, producing half a phoenix jade pendant, once his own. I am Mo Yuan of the Fun Tian sect. These are Lin Shun and Qing Yu, inheritors of the twin marks. We come to thwart the Xian sovereign and safeguard the tomb of the gods. At the sight of the phoenix pendant, the elder's countenance softened instantly. He sheathed his sword and bowed deeply. Lord Mo Yuan, I am Qing Song, current head of the mountain guardians. After 3,000 years, we have finally awaited your return. Elder Qing Song, no need for such formality. Mo Yuan hurried to lift him. Time is dire. Night Shadow has already led the Xian sovereign's host to assault the tomb. We must depart immediately. What? Qing Song paled. The tomb's entrance bears ancient divine wards. No ordinary being may approach it. How could Night Shadow possibly breach it? The Xian sovereign's power eclipses all our reckoning. Mo Yuan shook his head. His demonic poison corrupts everything, even primordial wards. One moment's delay, and the tomb will be lost forever. Qing Song wasted no time. I know a hidden path, one that bypasses the enemy lines and leads directly to the tomb's rear. Follow me. Guided by Qing Song, they raced along a concealed snow trail wedged between sheer cliffs, treacherous yet unseen by the Xian sovereign's main host. Along the way they encountered ever more slain mountain guardians, evidence that Night Shadow had purged the lineage before advancing upon the tomb. Qing Yu's face grew increasingly pale. Clutching Lin Shen's hand, she whispered, "Had we arrived but a moment later, every soul here would have perished." Lin Shen said nothing, only tightened his hold and quickened his pace. Within his palm the phoenix jade pendant burned fiercely, urging him onward, and warning him too. Half an hour later they emerged from the snow trail onto the tomb's rear slope. Before them rose a colossal obsidian peak piercing heaven and earth. The legendary tomb of the gods crowned its summit. Below the peak, legions of demonic soldiers massed their dark chi, billowing like storm clouds over the mountain. Night Shadow stood at the vanguard, swinging his black scythe. each stroke unleashing jagged arcs of void-black energy that slammed against the tomb's gate. Forged from Tinthasandier meteoric iron and etched with divine sigils, the gate now fissured deeply, black demonic chi seeping through every crack, causing the sacred runes to dim one by one. No, the gate won't hold much longer. Qing Song cried out. If breached, the Xian sovereign's host will flood the tomb, corrupting the slumbering deities. Then all three realms shall fall. Mo Yuan inhaled deeply, resolve hardening in his gaze. We wait no longer. Charge, and confront Night Shadow in final battle. Then a glacial voice cut through the air behind them. Final battle. You possess neither the right nor the strength. All four spun around, to find a figure cloaked in black, standing motionless upon the snow. He wore a black dragon robe. The phoenix mark upon his brow was ink black, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Fening wholly consumed by the demon seed. Fening. Lin Chen's heart sank. He instinctively pulled Qing Yu behind him. Fening spoke no word, only raised his black long sword slowly. Thick demonic energy coiled about the blade, exuding a dread-inducing aura. His movements were stiff, mechanical, as though manipulated by strings, yet his presence dwarfed his former self in terrifying magnitude. He is no longer Fening. Mo Yuan stepped before them, voice hoarse. He is the Xian sovereign's puppet, bereft of reason, alive only to kill. We must unite and defeat him, or none of us shall near the tomb. Before the last syllable faded, Fun Ying blurred into a streak of black light, hurtling toward them. His speed defied perception. Within a blink he stood before Mo Yuan's sword aimed straight for his brow. Mo Yuan raised his blade to parry. A deafening clang rang out. Mo Yuan staggered backward, palms split and bleeding. Lin Shun and Qing Yu struck simultaneously. Twin marks fused into golden flame, surging toward Fening. Yet Fening merely swept his sword aside, cleaving the fire cleanly in two. In the same motion, he reversed his blade, stabbing toward Qing Yu's shoulder. Lin Shun cried out, lunging to shove her clear. The blade grazed his arm, carving a wound deep to the bone. Black demonic poison flooded his veins instantly. Lin Shun. Qing Yu gasped, fumbling for pills to staunch the wound. Leave me. Lin Shun gritted his teeth, channeling the phoenix pendant's power to suppress the toxin. Focus on him, now. Qing Song joined the fray, sword flashing, but even 4 against 1 proved futile. Fun Ying's swordsmanship was merciless, each strike fatal. Worse, he felt no pain, knew no fatigue. Grievous wounds sealed themselves the instant they formed. Less than a candle mark passed, and all 4 lay wounded. Though weakened, Qi Yin hurled himself repeatedly at Fun Ying, shielding others with his body, scarred and bleeding anew each time. This cannot continue. We'll be worn down and slaughtered. Qing Song wheezed, blood staining his white robes where a deep gash split his chest. Mo Yuan gazed upon that familiar Italian figure, pain and final resolve flickering in his eyes. He drew breath and turned to Lin Shun. Lin Shun, you must take Qing Yu and Elder Qing Song to reinforce the tomb's gate. Leave him to me. No. Lin Shun refused instantly. You stand no chance alone. I do. Mo Yuan's gaze held unshakable certainty. Fun Tian left me a life-preserving talisman, meant for the Xian sovereign himself. Now, it must serve Fening. Go now. Hesitation means doom. Without waiting for reply, he shoved the 3 toward the tomb, then whirled and charged headlong at Fening. Golden spiritual energy exploded around him, his form blazing like a miniature sun. Fening, awaken. Mo Yuan roared, voice shaking mountains. Have you forgotten the Emperor's dying wish? Have you forgotten our 3,000-year vigil? Fening paused, just for a heartbeat, his eyes flickering with the faintest glimmer of clarity. But in the next instant, that ember drowned beneath surging black chi. He lifted his sword, plunging it deep into Mo Yuan's chest. Mo Yuan did not flinch. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Fening, his face softening into serene sorrow. Forgive me, Fening. This is all I can give you. As those words faded, his entire being detonated, not with destruction, but with radiant golden light. A tidal wave of luminance engulfing both men, swallowing them whole. Lin Shun watched the blinding gold flare, tears streaming unbidden down his cheeks. Jaw clenched, he seized Qing Yu's and Qing Song's hands, and fled toward the tomb's gate. They arrived just as Night Shadow delivered his final blow. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the tomb's gate shattered inward. Black demonic chi flooded the breach like a tide. Night Shadow laughed wildly, leading his legion into the sacred tomb. Lin Shun and Qing Yu locked eyes, despair mirrored in both. Then, deep within the broken gate, a primordial thunderous dragon's roar echoed forth. Golden light erupted, incinerating dozens of leading demons instantly. Lin Shun jerked his gaze upward, into the darkness beyond the gate, where 2 colossal golden dragon eyes slowly, inexorably opened. The aftershock of the shattered gate of the god's tomb had not yet dissipated, and black demonic chi surged in like a breached flood, pouring into that primordial darkness. Yi Ying's maniacal laughter echoed through the valley. His black scythe dripped with dark blood as he charged through the gate. First, the power of the gods. It is mine. Hail the venerable Xian. Lin Shun and his 2 companions stood before the shattered archway, their bodies ice cold. 3,000 years of forbearance, the sacrifices of countless lives. In the end, they could not hold this final line. Qing Yu's fingers trembled slightly. Qi Yin let out a despairing cry, and even Qing Song closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending carnage. But just as the demon soldier's front foot stepped through the gate, a dragon's roar piercing the 9 heavens erupted from the depths of the darkness. The sound was ancient and majestic, carrying the aura of primordial chaos, as if a colossal beast that had slumbered for eons had finally awakened. Golden light, like sharp swords, shot out from the crack in the gate. Wherever it passed, the black, demonic chi instantly dissolved. The dozens of demon soldiers at the forefront turned to ash in the air before they could even scream. Yi Ying's laughter abruptly ceased. He stumbled back several steps, his madness replaced by terror. In the darkness, the colossal shadow of a dragon slowly emerged. It was a divine dragon covered in golden scales, its horns like coral, its whiskers hanging down. Its golden dragon eyes like twin suns radiated a majesty that looked down upon the world. Its body coiled and twisted, nearly filling the entire entrance of the god's tomb. Every scale was inscribed with ancient divine runes shimmering with a faint golden light. Yinglong. It's the ancient Yinglong. Qing Song cried out, his voice filled with ecstatic disbelief. The legendary divine dragon who assisted the Yellow Emperor in slaying Qiyu and later voluntarily guarded the god's tomb. It is still alive. Yinglong slowly lowered its head, its golden dragon eyes sweeping over the demon soldiers below with It opened its massive maw and spewed a golden dragon's breath. Where the breath passed, the ground melted into a deep trench and hundreds of demon soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes. Petty dimensional demons, how dare you trespass upon the resting place of the gods? Yinglong's voice boomed like a great bell echoing through the entire valley. Get out or face summary execution. Yi Ying's face alternated between pale and green. He was filled with fear at the sight of Yinglong, but recalling the Venerable Xian's orders, he forced his courage. Pretentious old fool. The Venerable Xian is about to descend upon the 3 realms. Even the ancient gods will become his slaves. A half-dead dragon like you dares to spout such nonsense. He swung his scythe and roared at the demon soldiers behind him. Charge. Kill this dragon. Whoever brings me its head will be richly rewarded by the Venerable Xian. Though the demon soldiers feared Yinglong's majesty controlled by demonic poison, they still charged forward fearlessly. Black, demonic chi and golden dragon power collided in the air, producing deafening explosions. Yinglong lashed its massive tail, smashing a swath of demon soldiers into pulp. A swipe of its claws tore through space itself, devouring the demons. But the demon soldiers were too numerous, surging in like an endless tide. Though Yinglong was powerful, it had slumbered for tens of thousands of years, and had not yet fully recovered its strength. Soon it began to show signs of strain. Several black scratches appeared on its golden scales, marks of corrosion from the demonic poison. This can't go on. The demon soldiers are endless, and Senior Yinglong will eventually be worn down, Lin Shun said gravely. He watched the growing traces of demonic poison on Yinglong's body, his heart filled with anxiety. Just then Yinglong suddenly let out a pained roar. Seizing an opening, Yi Ying gathered all his demonic chi into his scythe and struck Yinglong's back with savage force. The black demonic poison instantly spread through the wound, and Yinglong's golden scales dimmed immediately. "Ha! Old fool, I told you you are no match for me." Yi Ying laughed maniacally, raising his scythe again to stab at Yinglong. "Stop!" Lin Shun and Qing Yu acted simultaneously. The twin phoenix marks instantly blazed to life, and 2 pillars of fire intertwined with gold and black shot into the sky, resonating powerfully with the phoenix pendant in Lin Shun's palm. The phoenix pendant flew up on its own, hovering in midair, releasing a dazzling golden light. It formed a vast purification barrier that enveloped the entire entrance of the god's tomb. The demonic chi within the barrier was instantly purified, and the demonic poison on Yinglong's body began to slowly recede. Yinglong looked at Lin Shun and Qing Yu in surprise, a flicker of understanding in its golden dragon eyes, the twin phoenix marks. "I see. That boy Finchin finally succeeded." It took a deep breath, using the power of the purification barrier to expel the demonic poison from its body. Its golden dragon power surged again. It whipped its tail, sending Yi Ying flying. Yi Ying crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible. How can the twin marks be this strong?" "Because you will never understand that the power of protection is far greater than that of destruction," Lin Shun said coldly. He and Qing Yu stood shoulder to shoulder, the power of the twin marks perfectly fusing with Yinglong's dragon force. Qi Yin also flew to Yinglong's head, its body ablaze with golden flames that intertwined with Yinglong's breath. Qing Song raised his longsword, leading the remaining mountain guardians in a counterattack against the demon soldiers. For a moment the golden light held the upper hand. The demon soldiers retreated in defeat, suffering heavy casualties. Watching the scene before him, a glint of madness flashed in Yi Ying's eyes. He suddenly pulled a pitch-black demonic core from his bosom. The core emanated a chilling aura. It was the original demonic core left by the Venerable Xian's avatar. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." Yi Ying roared, pressing the demonic core hard against his own chest. The core instantly merged into his body. Black demonic chi erupted like a volcano. Yi Ying's body began to twist and deform violently. His skin split open, growing black demonic scales. A pair of enormous bat wings sprouted from his back, and curved demonic horns grew from his head. His eyes turned pitch black, and his aura became more than 10 times stronger than before. This is the power of the venerable Xian. Yi Ying let out an inhuman roar and lunged at Yinglong. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye he was before Yinglong. His claws gleaming with deadly cold light struck viciously at Yinglong's throat. Yinglong tried to dodge, but it was a step too slow. The claws left a deep gash on its neck. The black demonic poison, like a clinging bone-gnawing worm, surged madly into its body. This time, even the purifying power of the Phoenix pendant could not quickly dispel the demonic poison. Senior Yinglong. Lin Shun cried out in alarm, channeling all his power to help purify the poison. But Yin gave them no chance. He turned and lunged at Lin Shun, and Qin Yue's claws wreathed in black demonic chi, thrusting straight for their foreheads. At that critical moment, Yinglong threw its body in the way. The claws sank deep into Yinglong's chest, and golden dragon blood gushed out like a fountain. Go! Yinglong let out a weak roar. Deep within the god's tomb, there is something far more dangerous. The venerable Xian's demonic chi has already seeped in. With its last shred of strength, it flung Lin Chen Qin Yue and Qin Song through the gate of the tomb. Then it turned and used its massive body to block the shattered entrance, holding Yi Ying and the demon soldiers at bay. Old fool, you're asking for death. Yi Ying attacked Yinglong's body in a frenzy, his claws tearing through its scales. Dragon blood stained the entire archway, but Yinglong held its ground, unmoving. The three of them landed on the stone floor of the god's tomb, tears streaming uncontrollably as they watched Yinglong's tragic silhouette outside the gate. They wanted to go back and help, but an invisible barrier blocked their path. A barrier Yinglong had erected with its... Don't let Senior Yinglong's sacrifice be in vain. Qin Song said, wiping his tears, his voice hoarse. We must find the place where the gods slumber and awaken them before the venerable Xian's demonic chi fully corrupts them. Lin Shen nodded, gripping the phoenix pendant tightly. The interior of the god's tomb was pitch black save for the faint golden light emitted by the runes on the walls. The air was thick with an ancient sacred aura. But beneath this sanctity lurked an increasingly dense, chilling demonic chi. The three cautiously moved forward along the passageway. On either side stood countless statues of the ancient gods, each one lifelike and radiating immense power. But the deeper they went, the more black marks they saw on the statues. The eyes of some statues had even turned a sinister. Suddenly the entire god's tomb shook violently. Countless low, guttural roars came from the end of the passage. The roars were filled with pain and brutality, different from the demon soldiers' earlier cries, carrying a twisted sense of desecrated sanctity. Lin Shen snapped his head up, looking toward the end of the passage. Countless red lights were slowly flickering to life in the darkness. These lights came from the eyes of the ancient gods who had slumbered for tens of thousands of years. No. Qin Song's face turned deathly pale. They have been corrupted by the demonic chi. Just then the venerable Xian's voice echoed through the entire tomb, laced with icy amusement. Too late. From the moment you set foot in Kunlun ruins, your fate was sealed. Now welcome to my paradise of gods. The cold laughter of the venerable Xian echoed through the empty tomb of the gods like a death knell from the 9 netherworlds. The statues of the gods on both sides of the passage trembled violently, stone chips falling in showers. Their once closed eyes opened one by one, revealing blood-red pupils. The sacred golden light was entwined by eerie black energy. Those ancient deities, once revered by all beings across the 3 realms, now had twisted faces, exuding a nauseating demonic aura from their bodies. With a roar, the statue of the thunder god closest to them was the first to move. Countless cracks split its stone body, and black lightning surged out from the fissures. The stone hammer in his hand transformed into a warhammer wreathed in black lightning, which he slammed heavily into the ground. In an instant, countless black lightning bolts struck down the entire passage, shaking violently as rubble rained down like a storm. Watch out! Lin Shun shoved Qin Yue and Qing Song aside, while activating the Phoenix Jade pendant, conjuring a golden barrier. The black lightning struck the barrier with a harsh, sizzling sound. Cracks instantly spread across the shield, and Lin Shun felt his arms go numb, his blood and chi churning violently. This is the divine lord of Thunder Marsh. Qing Song cried out in shock, his face filled with grief. He once fought the demon race for 7 days and 7 nights to protect the 3 realms, exhausting his divine essence to seal the demon ancestor. I never thought that after 30,000 years he would end up like this. The divine lord of Thundermarsh had no consciousness left, acting only on instinct to kill. He raised his warhammer again, and a bolt of black lightning 10 times thicker than before struck fiercely at the 3 of them. This blow contained the primordial power of an ancient deity, enough to instantly reduce even a peak nascent soul cultivator to ashes. Lin Shun and Qin Yue exchanged a glance, and simultaneously activated the twin marks. Flames of gold and black surged from within them, merging with the light of the Phoenix Jade pendant to form a gigantic twin phoenix that met the black lightning heat in. With a thunderous boom, the flames and lightning collided, erupting in a blinding radiance. The twin phoenix let out a mournful cry, its light dimming significantly, while most of the black lightning was neutralized. The residual lightning struck the three of them. They each spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying backward. Chi let out a furious roar, spreading its wings to lunge at the divine lord of Thunder Marsh. But its flames were utterly useless against the tainted divine power. The divine lord of Thunder Marsh casually waved his hand, and a bolt of black lightning struck Chi Yan's wing. The beast let out a pained whimper, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. This won't work. We're no match for him. Qing Song struggled to his feet, his long sword now covered in cracks. These deities corrupted by demonic energy retain all their former power amplified by demonic savagery. Unless we can awaken their consciousness, we stand no chance. Lin Shen stared at the hideous face of the divine lord of Thunder Marsh, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. When the light of the phoenix jade pendant had shone on him earlier, his movements had noticeably paused. Could the power of the twin marks truly awaken the lingering consciousness of the gods? He took a deep breath, shielding Qingwei behind him, then gripped the phoenix jade pendant tightly and walked step by step toward the divine lord of Thunder Marsh. Lin Shen, what are you doing? It's too dangerous. Qingwei exclaimed, trying to pull him back, but he gently pushed her away. Senior Qing Song is right, Lin Shen said, his voice unwavering. Only by awakening their consciousness can we have hope. The chance that the blazing heaven emperor bought with his life, I cannot give it up. He walked up to the divine lord of Thunder Marsh and raised the phoenix jade pendant high. The power of the twin marks poured ceaselessly into the pendant. It erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling golden light, like a miniature sun illuminating the entire dark passage. Divine lord of Thunder Marsh, wake up! Lin Shen shouted with all his might. Have you forgotten your mission? Have you forgotten your oath to protect the three realms? The venerable Xian is the true enemy. Don't let him control you. The golden light enveloped the divine lord of Thunder Marsh's entire body. He let out an agonized roar, and his warhammer clattered to the ground. He clutched his head, shaking wildly as black demonic energy and golden light intertwined and clashed upon him. Ark, venerable Xian, he'll kill you. The divine lord of Thunder Marsh suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. The crimson in his eyes faded slightly, revealing a glimmer of clarity. He looked at Lin Shen, then at the corrupted statues of the gods around him, his eyes filled with pain and guilt. Child, thank you. The divine lord of Thunder Marsh's voice was hoarse and weak. Venerable Xian, through the earth veins of the tomb of the gods, he injected demonic energy into our divine cores. Most of my comrades are already completely corrupted. Where are the earth veins? How can we stop him? Lin Shen asked urgently. The source of the earth veins is at the core of the tomb of the gods. The creation temple. The divine lord of Thunder Marsh gasped for breath, his body beginning to tremble violently as the black demonic energy regained the upper hand. I don't have much time. You must go. Fine. Find the divine lord Fushi. He has the strongest will among us. He's still resisting. Only he can tell you the venerable Xian's secret. At that moment, more roars echoed from the depths of the passage. A dozen more corrupted deities had awakened, advancing with heavy steps toward them. A flash of determination crossed the divine lord of Thunder Marsh's eyes. He spun around and planted himself in the middle of the passage. He'll hold them off. You go now, divine lord, Lin Shen shouted. Remember, you must awaken the others. Protect the three realms. The divine lord of Thunder Marsh's voice grew fainter. His divine power suddenly surged, golden light and black demonic energy erupting simultaneously. With a cataclysmic explosion, the divine lord of Thunder Marsh chose to self-destruct his divine soul. A massive shockwave swept through the entire passage, shattering the foremost deities into pieces and temporarily blocking the pursuers behind. Lin Shen and the others were thrown back by the shockwave. Watching the fading golden light in the center of the passage, tears streamed down their faces once more. Another life sacrificed to protect the three realms. We cannot let the divine lord of Thunder Marsh's sacrifice be in vain. Lin Shen wiped his tears, his gaze becoming resolute. Let's go to the creation temple to find the divine lord Fushi. The three of them helped the injured Qi Yin and ran swiftly down the passage. Along the way, they saw more corrupted divine statues, some writhing in agony, others fully demonized, attacking the air madly. The demonic energy in the air grew denser, making even breathing difficult. After running for what seemed like an eternity, a massive stone door finally appeared ahead. The stone door was engraved with a depiction of the primordial chaos, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. Above the door were carved three large characters. Creation Temple. This is it, Qing Song said excitedly. The divine lord Fushi must be inside. Lin Shen stepped forward and pressed the phoenix jade pendant against the stone door. The stone door slowly creaked open, and a wave of pure sacred energy rushed out, instantly dispelling the demonic energy clinging to them. The interior of the temple was vast and empty. At the center, on a high platform, sat an old man in a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams. He had white hair and a beard, a kind face, and closed eyes. A faint golden light surrounded him. Countless tendrils of black demonic energy coiled around him, attempting to invade his body, but were all repelled by the golden light. Divine Lord Fushi. Qingsong bowed respectfully, his voice filled with awe. Fushi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as deep as the starry sky, holding the wisdom to see through all things. He looked at Lin Xun and Qing Wei and nodded slightly. Inheritors of the twin marks, you have finally arrived. Senior Divine Lord Fushi, what must we do to awaken the other gods and defeat the venerable Xian? Lin Xun asked hastily. Fushi sighed, his expression growing immensely heavy. Defeating the venerable Xian will be very difficult. Because he is not an otherworldly demon, he is like us, a deity who has existed since the dawn of creation. Lin Xun and Qing Yu's eyes widened in unison, their faces full of disbelief. What? The venerable Xian's true name is Xianming. He is a creator god who alongside Pangu and Nuwa separated heaven and earth. Fushi slowly revealed a secret buried for eons. After creation, the gods divided the three realms and ruled together. But Xianming was dissatisfied with the division of power, believing that only he was worthy of ruling the entire universe. So he colluded with forces from beyond and started the War of the Gods. That war shattered heaven and earth, nearly destroying the three realms. Lord Pangu transformed his body into the myriad things, and Lady Nuwa melted stones to mend the sky, barely stabilizing the three realms. The rest of us gods joined forces to seal Xianming deep within the chaos. But we paid a terrible price, exhausting our divine power, forcing us into slumber to await the awakening of fated ones. I never imagined that 30,000 years later Xianming would break the seal and in turn corrupt us, his former comrades. Lin Xun felt a chill run down his spine. He had never imagined that the venerable Xian who plunged the three realms into crisis was one of the creator gods. No wonder his power was so immense, no wonder he could so easily corrupt the ancient deities. Just then the entire creation temple began to tremble violently. A presence more terrifying than anything before emanated from outside the temple. Fux's face instantly changed. No, he's coming. Xianming has absorbed enough divine power from the gods and broken the final seal. The temple's doors shattered with a thunderous crash. The figure of the venerable Xian slowly walked in. His black dragon robe had turned the color of chaos, and an aura of creation and destruction swirled around him. In his eyes, countless stars seemed to be born and die. He looked at Fushi on the high platform, a cold smile curling on his lips. Old friend, long time no see. Xuanming, you are stubbornly deluded. Fushi stood up, his golden light blazing. We sealed you once before, and we can seal you again today. Seal me. The venerable Xian laughed heartily, his laughter full of contempt. With your depleted divine power and withered body. Or with these two snot-nosed brats. He slowly raised his hand, and an irresistible force instantly locked onto Lin Xun and Qing Wei. The twin marks. Nuwa's final contingency, I presume. A pity. You are too late. The venerable Xian's gaze fell upon them, filled with greed and cruelty. Now it is time for you to return your power to me. From Xian Zun's fingertip condensed a strand of chaos chi, wherever it passed, the very fabric of space shattered like glass, fragment by fragment. The entire creation temple was frozen by an irresistible force. Lin Xun and Qing Wei kept their hands raised, incapable even of blinking, forced to watch that ribbon of chi drift slowly toward their brows. Nuwa was truly cunning. Xian Zun's voice was calm, yet laced with imperious disdain. She knew her divine strength was exhausted and could no longer contend with me, so she split the final thread of the creation god essence in two, forged them into twin marks, and hid them within the wheel of reincarnation. She thought that would stop me. How laughable. He lightly curled a finger, and Lin Xun and Qing Yue floated uncontrollably toward him. The phoenix marks on their wrists and collarbones flared with unbearable heat, as if they would be torn from flesh. Both convulsed in agony, cold sweat soaking their garments, yet not a single cry escaped their lips. Qi Yin uttered a despairing roar, and with the last of its strength lunged at Xian Zun. It was blasted away by the chaotic qi surrounding him, slammed into a pillar, coughed up a spray of golden blood, and collapsed unconscious. Qingsong struggled to intervene, but an invisible force pinned him to the ground. His bones creaked under the pressure, and he seemed on the verge of being crushed to pulp. Stop! Fushi thundered in divine wrath, a dazzling golden light erupting around him. He formed hand seals, and a vast bagua diagram rose from the temple floor. Yin and Yang flowed through it, wrenching apart Xian Zun's spatial fetters. Lin Xun and Qing Yue crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath as the searing pain in their bodies eased a little. Xianming, you have gone too far. Fushi stood before the three, hair and beard bristling in the age when Pangu split the heavens and Nuwa molded humanity. Our purpose in creating the world was to protect the beings of the three realms, not to satisfy your selfish lusts. Selfish lust. Xian Zun sneered, turning slowly. Why should Pangu be venerated for transforming himself into the world? Why should Nuwa be hailed as mother of the earth and be worshipped by all? And I, who am equally a creator god, was sealed deep within the chaos, denied the light of day. It is unjust. He flung his hand violently, and a torrent of chaotic chi sliced toward the bagua diagram. The array trembled violently. Yin and Yang were thrown into instant disorder. Fushi groaned, a trace of golden divine blood spilling from his mouth. Do you think your pitiful remnant of god power can stop me, eh? Xian Zun advanced step by step, the chaotic aura about him thickening, 30,000 years I have absorbed boundless darkness within the chaos long surpassing my former pinnacle. Now I am the sole, true God. You are wrong. Fuxi wiped the blood from his lips, eyes blazing with resolve. A true God is not defined by the might he wields, but by a heart that guards all living beings. Nuwa foresaw that you would break your seal, so she left behind not only the Shuangxing marks, but the very hope of the creator gods. He formed seals with twin hands. The Bagua diagram flared anew, this time suffused with countless ancient. Those runes came from Pangus' world-splitting axe, and from Nuwa's sky-mending stone, the last vestiges of power bequeathed by all the creator gods. Fuxi Bagua demon sealing imprint. The colossal array lifted into the air and bore down on Xianzun. His expression shifted, he crossed his hands to conjure a chaotic shield in desperate defense. Array and shield collided with an ear-splitting roar, the tomb of the gods shook violently, and countless tainted deities were reduced to ash by the shockwave. Xianzun was driven back, a grave look flickering across his eyes. He had not expected that Fuxi, drained of his god power, could still unleash such formidable force. But he soon noticed Fuxi's body growing translucent. He was burning his own divine core. You dare burn your— Xianzun was stunned and enraged. For two unrelated mortals, you would sacrifice your life. They are not— Fux's voice grew lighter, his form ever more diaphanous. They are the hope of the three realms, the heirs chosen. I am merely completing the mission I once left unfinished. He turned his gaze to Lin Shun and Qingyue full of expectation. Children, the true power of the Shuangxing mark is not in purging demonic qi, nor simply in awakening gods, but in returning to the source. When your hearts are wholly attuned and your souls fuse into one, the Shuangxing mark will return to its origin and be transmuted into Nuwa's creation god essence. Only then can Xianming be defeated. Remember, do not fear sacrifice. True guardianship is the willingness to give everything for those you love, and for all beings of the three realms. With those words, Fuxi poured the remainder of his divine essence into the Bagua. The array erupted in blinding light, like a second sun utterly enveloping Xianzun. No! Fuxi, you madman! Xianzun roared, battering the array with frantic fury, but it stood like bronze and stone, immovable against his assaults. Fux's figure dissolved completely within the radiance, leaving only his final charge. Finshan's god soul lies within the Fenghuang jade pendant. He has waited this day for 3,000 years. As the light dimmed, Xianzun found himself temporarily sealed within the Bagua, his chaotic aura markedly subdued. He stared at the place where Fuxi had vanished, his eyes burning with hatred and unwillingness. Lin Shun and Qingyue knelt on the ground, tears slipping silently down their faces. From Finshan Emperor to Yanlia, from Ma Yuan to Funying, from Lord Lui's to Fuxi, countless souls had given their lives to safeguard the three realms. Now that weighty duty had at last fallen upon their shoulders. Qingyue— Lin Shun reached out and clasped her hand tightly. Are you afraid? Qingyue lifted her head. There was no fear in her eyes, now only unwavering resolve. She returned his grip, their palms pressed firmly together. The phoenix marks on their wrists and collarbones flared in unison, two threads of gold and black light weaving together until they were inseparable. I am not afraid, Qingyue murmured. So long as I am with you, I fear nothing. At that moment, the Bagua cracked with a crisp snap. A vast fissure raked its surface. Xianzun's roar echoed from within the array. You think this can hold me? Foolish. When I break free, I will grind you to bones and ash. Cracks spidered outward as the array threatened to collapse. Lin Shun and Qingyue exchanged a single look, and in each other's eyes found absolute resolve. They closed their eyes together, pouring their souls and their lives wholly into the Shuangxing mark. With my soul, with my blood as the offering. Twin, return to the source, creation reborn. Their voices rose in unison, reverberating through the creation temple. Gold and black pillars of light shot skyward and fused in midair into a column of chaos-colored radiance. Within that pillar, a phoenix larger than ever before slowly took form. Its wings were chaos, its being suffused with the very breath of world-making. The Shuangxing mark returned to source, manifest as the Genesis Phoenix. Crack! The Bagua shattered completely, and Xianzun burst forth. Confronted by the Genesis Phoenix hovering midair, his rage froze into stunned disbelief. Impossible! How could the Shuangxing mark return so quickly? How could Nuwa's god essence be fully wielded by— The Genesis Phoenix let out a crystalline cry that pierced the tomb of the gods and swept through the three realms. Countless corrupted deities who heard it felt the crimson in their eyes fade a little. Xianzun recovered his composure swiftly, a cruel glint returning. So what if it returns? It is but a remnant of Nuwa's soul. Today I will devour you along with it. He surged toward the Genesis Phoenix, his chaotic aura swelling outward into a titanic beast of chaos that opened a monstrous maw to swallow the Phoenix whole. The Genesis Phoenix met the chaos beast without flinching. At the very instant of impact, Lin Shen's Phoenix jade pendant leapt from his palm and merged into the Phoenix's form. A familiar august voice sounded suddenly from within the Genesis Phoenix. Xianming, long time no see. Xianzun's body stiffened, the ferocity on his face turned to terror. He stared at the Phoenix in disbelief, voice trembling. Finshan. Impossible. You detonated your god soul. Detonating my god soul was only to more perfectly merge with the Shuangxing mark. Finchen's voice carried the weight of 3,000 years of hardship and certainty. 3 millennia I have awaited this day, 3,000 years. Now it is time to settle the debts between us. The Genesis Phoenix's power surged again, its chaos-tinted wings growing ever more resplendent. For the first time Xianzun showed true fear as he faced the Genesis Phoenix. He recoiled instinctively seeking, but at that moment the floor of the creation temple split open, and innumerable golden chains snaked up from the earth, binding Xianzun's limbs fast. Names were engraved upon those chains, the names of all who had sacrificed themselves: Finchen, Yinlia Mayuan, Funying Luai's Fushi. Xianzun thrashed wildly, but could not break free. He looked up at the Genesis Phoenix with eyes full of despair and malice. Do not gloat. Even if I perish, the armies beyond the realms will trample the 3 realms to dust. You will never win. The Genesis Phoenix lifted its head slowly, its eyes shining with immutable resolve. Beyond the tomb of the gods, the heavens tore open with a vast rent. Countless black warships poured through the rift, blotting out the sky. The true decisive war had only just begun. The black warship obscuring the sun tore through the sky, completely staining the heavens above Kunlun ruins with ink-like darkness. On the deck of the warship, countless Outer Realm warriors clad in black armor held their annihilation crossbows, their cold arrowheads aimed at the god's tomb below. Their breaths were chilling and synchronized, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling precise killing machines leaving a path where even sunlight was devoured entirely. Across the 3 realms, countless beings looked up to the sky, their eyes filled with despair. At the shores of the East Sea, colossal waves surged. In the western wilderness, yellow sand obscured the sun. In the southern barbarian jungles, beasts mourned. In the northern glaciers, avalanches raged. The laughter of Xuanzuan pierced through the clouds, echoing in every corner of the 3 realms. Do you see? This is my army. For 30,000 years I have assembled this invincible force from the outer realm, and today marks the day of the 3 realms' annihilation. The golden chains emitted a piercing sound. Under Xianzun's struggles, the phantoms of countless sacrifices manifesting on each chain. Finchen, Yinlia Mo Yuan Luai's Fushi. Those who sacrificed their lives to protect the 3 realms now became part of the chains, binding this evil god of creation with their final strength. Useless. Xuanzuan roared, the chaotic aura around him surging violently. Do you think the remnants of these ants can confine me? Once I consume the Phoenix of Creation, I shall extract your souls one by one and torment you for eternity. The Phoenix of Creation hovered in midair, its chaotic wings gently flapping. Lin Chun Xingyue and Finchen's wills fused within the body of the Phoenix, as they could clearly feel the obsessions of each sacrifice along with the fear and anticipation of the beings in the 3 realms. Xining, your end has come. Finchen's voice carried 3,000 years of coldness and determination. Years ago you betrayed the gods and brought suffering to the living. Today I shall avenge all those you have harmed. The Phoenix of Creation let out a world-shattering cry, diving downward. Chaotic flames surged from its mouth, scorching the space it passed, leaving behind pitch-black cracks. Xuanzuan suddenly exerted his strength, forcefully breaking several golden chains, charging towards the Phoenix of Creation. The 2 engaged in a battle that shook the heavens and earth. Chaotic flames clashed with chaotic air currents, the energy shockwaves obliterating the surrounding peaks. The mountains of the god's tomb continued to collapse, countless tainted deities turning to ashes in the aftermath, while those gods awakened by the Lord of Luai's regaining their minds soared into the sky towards the Outer Realm warship. Hold the line. We must not let the Outer Realm army step into the 3 realms. Lord Luai's wielded the newly forged Thunder God's hammer, striking down with a single blow, sending countless golden lightning bolts crashing down, shattering the deck of a warship. Other gods also unleashed their divine powers, flames, ice gales, and boulders raining down upon the Outer Realm army. Qingsong led the remaining mountain guardians, setting up the final protective formation around the god's tomb. Other gods also unleashed their divine powers, flames, ice gales, and boulders raining down upon the Outer Realm army. Qingsong led the remaining mountain. Though the disparity in power was immense, no one backed down. They knew that behind them lay their homeland. Taking a step back meant eternal damnation. However, the number of the Outer Realm army was simply too great. Black warships continuously emerged from the spatial rifts, and Outer Realm warriors surged like a tide, seemingly endless. Although the gods were powerful, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught, and soon injuries began to mount. A goddess who governed the stars was struck by several annihilation arrows, her divine core shattered, dispersing into countless starlight. This cannot continue, we will be worn down to death. Lord Luai's gasped after smashing an Outer Realm commander with his hammer. His body was already covered in wounds, golden divine blood dripping down his arm. The battle between the Phoenix of Creation and Xuanzuan also reached a fever pitch. Though Xuanzuan was bound by chains and restricted in movement, his power remained unfathomable. Seizing an opening, he struck the chest of the Phoenix of Creation. The Phoenix of Creation let out a mournful cry, its brilliance dimming significantly as Lin Chun and Xingwei both spat out blood, their consciousness beginning to fade. No, our strength is about to run out. Xingyu's voice sounded weak. Senior Finchen, your soul is also continuously dissipating. If we continue, we will all be devoured by Xuanzun. Just hold on a little longer. If we can shatter Xuanzun's divine core, everything will end. But at that moment, Xuanzun suddenly revealed a strange smile. He abruptly ceased his attack, allowing the flames of the phoenix of creation to fall upon him. Do you think I cannot break free from these chains? Xuanzun's voice carried a hint of mockery. I was merely waiting for my army to arrive in full. Now the time has come. He suddenly spread his arms, reciting an ancient and cryptic incantation. All the black warships in the sky lit up simultaneously, countless black beams shooting forth from the ships, converging upon Xuanzun. Xuanzun's aura surged at a visible rate, the golden chains snapping one by one, his body starting to transform, 6 pairs of black wings sprouting from his back, curved horns emerging from his head, as he became a figure resembling a demon god. This is the chaotic power from the outer realm. Finchen's voice was filled with shock. You actually made a deal with the outer realm demon gods. You are insane. Insane. Xuanzun laughed heartily. For power I would do anything. I have now surpassed the realm of the creator god. None of you can stop me. He waved his hand, casually unleashing a chaotic air current that sent Lord Luai's flying crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of divine blood. The remaining gods were also pushed back by the shockwaves, their defenses collapsing in an instant. The outer realm warriors surged forth like a tide poised to breach the god's tomb. The brilliance of the phoenix of creation dimmed further as Lin Shun and Qingyu's consciousness began to fade. They could sense that Xuanzun's power had far exceeded their imagination. Even the twin-born mark could not stand against him. Is it really that we have failed? Qingyu's voice carried a hint of despair. Lin Shun said nothing, merely holding Qingyu's hand tightly. He looked down at the fallen gods and mountain guardians, gazing at the 3 realms being consumed by the flames of war, his heart filled with unwillingness. At this critical moment, a streak of black light suddenly shot from the horizon, accurately striking Xuanzun's back. Xuanzun grunted, staggering forward a few steps, looking back in disbelief. There stood a black figure suspended in midair. Clad in a tattered black dragon robe covered in scars, the black phoenix mark on his forehead flickering, it was Funying. Funying. Xuanzun was both shocked and furious. You worthless wretch. How dare you betray me? Funying said, nothing, slowly raising the black sword in his hand. The blade was entwined with flames of gold and black, the source fire of the palace of Finchen, as well as the power of the same origin from the twin-born mark. Lin Shun and Qing Yue were taken aback. They had thought Funying had been completely controlled by the demonic seed, becoming Xuanzun's puppet, yet he had unexpectedly appeared at this moment and launched an attack on Xuanzun. Finchen's voice trembled slightly. Funying. You. Funying's gaze slowly swept across the phoenix of creation, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. There was guilt, nostalgia, and a hint of determination. He did not respond to Finchen, but turned to Xuanzun, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. Funying, you have exploited me for 3,000 years, causing my brother's soul to extinguish, turning the palace of Finchen into a river of blood. This debt must be settled today. Xuanzun's expression darkened ominously. Do you think you can stop me? The demonic seed is still within you. I can turn you into my puppet at any moment. He abruptly activated the demonic seed, attempting to control Funying. But Funying merely grunted, the black phoenix mark on his forehead suddenly glowing with golden light. He actually used his own soul as a conduit to temporarily suppress the demonic seed. I knew this day would come. Funying's lips bled black. For 3,000 years I have thought of nothing but how to kill you. Today, even if my soul is extinguished, I will drag you down to hell with me. His body was suddenly engulfed in gold and black flames, transforming into a black meteor that charged fiercely towards Xuanzun. Xuanzun's face changed drastically, hurriedly conjuring a chaotic shield for defense. But Funying's strike contained all his power, and 3,000 years of hatred, shattering the shield instantly. Funying's sword pierced deeply into Xuanzun's chest, golden flames surging into the wound, scorching his divine core. Ah! Funying! I will kill you! Xuanzun let out a wretched scream, slamming his palm against Funying's chest. Funying's body flew back like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Yet that strike also dealt Xuanzun a fatal blow. His aura became chaotic, and a massive crack appeared in the phoenix of creation's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was the only chance. Lin Shun, Qing Yue, and Finchen simultaneously summoned all their power, the phoenix of creation transforming into a chaotic streak of light, crashing fiercely towards Xuanzun's divine core. Just as the phoenix of creation was about to strike Xuanzun, the sky suddenly split open, revealing a rift larger than before. A black eye 100 times larger than Xuanzun slowly opened from the rift. That eye coldly surveyed below, devoid of any emotion. When its gaze fell upon Xuanzun, his body suddenly froze, an expression of utter terror appearing on his face. No. Impossible. How could you come? An ancient cold voice, as if from the edge of the universe, resonated through the world. Xianyin, your mission has failed. You are no longer of any use. The moment that colossal black eye spanning the heavens opened, the entire universe seemed to freeze. Time ceased its flow, space crystallized into solid form, and even the roaring flames of war and the piercing screams vanished without a trace. All beings across the three realms felt their souls seized by an invisible giant hand, their very breath becoming a luxury. They could only watch helplessly as that supremely indifferent eye gazed down upon the ant-like creatures beneath it. Xuanzun hung rigidly in midair, his former arrogance utterly shattered. His body trembled uncontrollably, his 6 pairs of black wings drooped powerlessly, and a dense layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This was a fear born from the depths of the soul, the instinctive submission of the inferior to the absolute sovereign. Master. Xuanzun's voice quivered beyond recognition. Tu merely slipped up. Give me another chance, and I will surely obtain the twin marks, and open the chaos gate. The giant eye showed no emotional fluctuation, its icy gaze fixed upon the healing wound on Xuanzun's chest. An invisible force descended instantly. Xuanzun let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body began to disintegrate from his limbs, turning into black dust bit by bit. I gave you 30,000 years. The ancient voice resonated again, devoid of any ripple. Not only did you fail your mission, but you also exposed my existence. A failure deserves a failure's fate. No, I refuse to accept this. Xuanzun struggled madly, his chaotic aura surging violently as he tried to break free. I am a creator god. I cannot die like this. Yet his resistance was utterly laughable before absolute power. In mere moments, Xuanzun, who had plunged the three realms into utter devastation, completely turned into scattered ashes, leaving not even a trace of his spirit. The chaotic force in his hand was effortlessly absorbed by the giant eye and vanished without a trace. A deathly silence fell over the world. Everyone was stunned. That invincible evil creator god was casually erased without the slightest chance to resist. Just how powerful was the master of this giant eye? The giant eye slowly shifted, finally fixing upon the creator phoenix. That frigid gaze sent a bone-chilling cold through Lin Chun Qingyue and Finshin, as if their very souls were being seen through. Nuwa's contingency plan is indeed intriguing. The giant eye's voice carried a hint of amusement. The twin marks returned to their source, merging with Finshin's remnant soul, managing to birth the creator phoenix. A pity still too weak. It blinked gently, and a black beam shot from its pupil straight toward the creator. This beam appeared slow but contained the power to tear the universe apart. Where it passed, space split into a massive rift, and time itself twisted into a spiral. The creator phoenix let out a wary cry, condensing all its power before it into a chaotic-colored shield. Yet the beam struck the shield like a hot knife through butter with no resistance at all. It pierced the shield instantly and struck the creator phoenix's chest viciously. The creator phoenix let out a mournful shriek, its radiance dimming by half in an instant. Lin Chun Qingyue and Finshin simultaneously coughed up blood, their consciousness nearly shattered. They could clearly feel a destructive force rampaging within their bodies, intent on tearing their souls apart. Is this the power of the Chaos Lord? Finshin's voice was filled with despair. We are no match. Give up resistance. The Chaos Lord's voice resounded through heaven and earth. Hand over the Creator's primordial yuan, and I will spare a remnant of your souls, making you my servants. Otherwise you and the entire three realms will become nourishment for chaos. Lord Luai's roared in fury, leading all the recovered gods charging forward. Even if we die, we will never bow to you. Countless divine powers converged into a golden torrent, hurtling fiercely toward the giant eye. But the giant eye merely swept across, and the golden torrent dissipated instantly. The gods flew backward like broken kites, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting divine blood, unable to rise again. Their proud divine power was less than a tickle before the Chaos Lord. The Guardian Grand formation set up by Qingsong and the Mountain Keepers also shattered in an instant. Qian let out a desperate roar, charging at the giant eye, only to be repelled by an invisible force and knocked unconscious. The entire three realms were plunged into utter despair. No one could withstand the Chaos Lord's power. Annihilation seemed inevitable. Lin Chun watched the gods falling continuously below, gazed at his homeland being devoured by war in the distance, and looked at Qingyu's pale face, beside him, his heart filled with unwillingness. He recalled Emperor Finshin's entrustment, Yanli's sacrifice, Mo Yuan and Finyin's forbearance, and Fushi God's final smile. King tightly grasped his hand, her eyes shining with equal determination. Yes, we cannot give up. Even if we— King tightly grasped his hand, her eyes shining with equal determination. Yes, we cannot give up. Even if we die, we'll drag him down with us. Finshin's remnant soul also ignited, pouring its last power into the Creator Phoenix. Good. Today we'll fight him to the death. Even if our souls are extinguished, we must never let him destroy the three realms. The Creator Phoenix let out another earth-shaking cry, its chaotic radiance surging once more. It burned its own origin, condensing all its power into a single point, preparing for a final self-destruction. Just then a faint black light rose from the ground, blocking the Creator Phoenix. Finyin struggled out from the ruins. His body was mangled, his chest caved in, countless bones broken, black demon blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes were clearer than ever. Don't self-destruct. Finyin's voice was hoarse, barely audible. You have more important things to do. Finyin. Lin Chun shouted. Get out of the way. You're no match for him. Finian didn't look back, just raised his head to the giant eye in the sky, a cold smile curling on his lips. That fool Xianming died without knowing that the demon seed within him wasn't your split soul, but a wisp of your origin mark. You observed the three realms through him, gathering information, but you never expected I discovered this secret long ago. The giant eye contracted slightly, showing a hint of surprise for the first time. You can detect the origin mark. Interesting. For 3,000 years I've been studying. You never expected. Finian's body began to burn with black flames. I know that detonating this mark can temporarily sever your connection to this world and force back your avatar. You dare. The Chaos Lord's voice finally carried anger. If you dare detonate the mark, I will annihilate your soul, condemning you to eternal damnation. What do I care about soul annihilation? Finian laughed heartily, his laughter filled with relief and finality. I've borne 3,000 years of infamy, caused my brother's death, and destroyed the entire Finshan Hall. I should have died long ago. To do something for the three realms before I die, it's worth it. He turned to the Creator Phoenix, a glint of guilt and comfort in his eyes. Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Now let me make amends. Take care of yourself, and take care of the three realms. Finshan let out a heart-wrenching cry, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Finian poured all his power into the black phoenix mark on his forehead. The mark erupted with blinding black light, resonating intensely with the giant eye in the sky. With my soul I detonate the mark. With my blood I seal the rift. Chaos Lord, crawl back to your lair. As his words fell, Finian's body exploded instantly. A black light swept across the sky like a tsunami, forming a massive black vortex that crashed violently toward the giant eye. The Chaos Lord let out a furious roar. The giant eye struck by the black vortex began to blur. The spatial rift in the sky also started to slowly heal under the black light's influence. Just you wait. The Chaos Lord's voice was venomous. 3 years. In 3 years I will descend upon the three realms myself. Then I will reduce the entire three realms to chaos, making all of you pay for what you've done today. With that, the giant eye vanished completely, and the spatial rift fully healed. The sky cleared, once more sunlight spilling onto the earth. It was all over. The Creator Phoenix slowly landed, its radiance fading, revealing the weary figures of Lin Shun and Qingyue. Finshan's remnant soul had become extremely translucent, on the verge of dissipating. Brother. Lin Shun called softly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Finshan gazed at the place where Finian had vanished, 2 streams of golden tears flowing from his eyes. Foolish little brother. You finally came back. He turned to Lin Shun and Qingyue, a gratified smile on his face. Children, you did well. The three realms are safe for now. But in 3 years the Chaos Lord will descend in person, Qingyue said worriedly. We are no match for him. Don't worry, Finshan's voice grew fainter. Nuwa foresaw this day. Across the corners of the universe, there are many other inheritors of the twin marks like you. They share your mission to protect the universe. I have passed all my power and memories to you. Take the Phoenix Jade pendant and venture into the depths of the universe to find the other inheritors. Only by uniting all our strength can we defeat the Chaos Lord. Take the Phoenix Jade pendant and venture into the depths of the universe to find the other inheritors. Only by uniting all our strength can we defeat the Chaos Lord. The future of the three realms rests with you. Lin Shun and Qingyue knelt, bowing deeply 3 times toward the direction where Finshan had vanished. The setting sun cast golden rays over the devastated Kunlun ruins. The surviving gods and mountain keepers silently cleared the battlefield, burying their fallen comrades. The air was thick with sorrow, yet a glimmer of hope rekindled in everyone's eyes. Lin Shun stood up, gripping the Phoenix Jade pendant tightly. He looked at Qingyue, and she looked back at him. They exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with resolve. 3 years is enough, Lin Shun said softly. Qingyue nodded. We'll go into the depths of the universe to find the other inheritors. We'll build an army of our own, waiting for the Chaos Lord's arrival. Just then the Phoenix Jade pendant in Lin Shun's palm lit up, projecting a vast star map. On the map, countless golden points twinkled, each representing an inheritor of the twin marks. And at the deepest part of the star map, a massive black vortex slowly rotated. That was the Chaos Lord's lair. The true war had only just begun. The first light of dawn pierced through the clouds over Kunlun ruins, spilling onto the scarred earth. Tender green sprouts emerged from the charred rocks, and the snow tainted by demonic qi gradually melted, converging into crystal-clear streams. Lin Shun and Qingyue stood shoulder to shoulder atop the ruins of the god's burial ground, gazing at the slowly rising sun in the distance, silent and still. 3 days had passed since the great battle. The smoke of war had long dissipated, yet the silhouettes of the fallen remained etched vividly in their minds. Finshan, Funying, Moyuan, Yinlia, Fushi. Each name was like a brand seared into their souls, transforming into the driving force that propelled them forward. Qian lay curled at their feet, its golden wings more resplendent than before. Through this epic battle, it had not only fully healed its injuries, but also absorbed a trace of the primordial creative force, evolving into a true ancient Finshan beast. It gently nuzzled Lin Shun's hand with its head, emitting a docile purr. 3 years, neither long nor short. Qingyue said softly, brushing a fallen leaf from Lin Chen's shoulder. Within this time we must find all the twin mark inheritors and forge an army capable of confronting the Chaos Lord. Lin Chen nodded, tightening his grip on the Phoenix Jade pendant in his palm. The pendant was warm and smooth, its phoenix patterns lifelike, containing not only Finchen's lifetime of cultivation, but also the cosmic star map left by Nuwa. He channeled his spiritual energy, and the pendant instantly projected a brilliant beam of light, unfurling a vast boundless star map in midair. On the star map, countless golden specks flickered, each representing a twin mark inheritor. These specks were scattered across every corner of the universe, some blazing bright, others faint and dim. At the deepest part of the map, a massive black vortex slowly spun, exuding a heart-stopping aura. That was the Chaos Lord's lair, the Chaos Abyss. The nearest speck is on Lingxin's star, Lin Chen said, pointing to an exceptionally bright dot on the map. The intensity of this speck rivals our own twin marks. It should belong to a fully awakened inheritor. Lingxin's star. Qingyue gazed at the annotation on the map, lost in thought. In the memories left by Senior Finchin, I recall that Lingxin's star is a renowned life-bearing planet in the universe. Its inhabitants are born with formidable spiritual power, excelling in healing and defense. Just then footsteps sounded behind them. Luai's divine lord approached with several surviving ancient deities carrying various divine artifacts and elixirs, their faces marked by solemn determination. Young friend Lin Chen, young friend Qingyue. Luai's divine lord bowed respectfully, his voice resonant. The reconstruction of the three realms is underway. We old ones will stay to guard them, while also searching for any potential twin mark inheritors within these realms. These are the realm-breaking ships and healing pills we deities have forged together. We hope they will aid your cosmic journey. A palm-sized golden ship flew before Lin Chen, its surface inscribed with divine runes radiating a soft, golden glow. This was the realm-breaking ship, capable of traveling at superluminal speeds through the cosmos and resisting cosmic radiation and chaotic demonic chi. Thank you, Luai's divine lord, and all you esteemed seniors. Lin Chen accepted the ship and elixirs, bowing solemnly. Rest assured, we will find all the inheritors and return within 3 years to join you in confronting the Chaos Lord. After bidding farewell to the deities and the mountain guardian, Lin Chen, Qingyue and Xiyan boarded the realm-breaking ship. The ship rose slowly, transforming into a golden streak that pierced the atmosphere and entered the vast cosmos. The cosmic vista was far more magnificent than they had imagined. Countless stars glittered like diamonds against the pitch-black firmament, nebulae swirled, comets streaked by, and occasionally colossal interstellar beasts roamed the starry sea. Guided by the Phoenix Jade pendant, the realm-breaking ship hurtled toward Lingxin's star. Along the way they witnessed too many planets ravaged by chaotic forces. Some had been reduced to barren wastelands devoid of any life, others were under siege by chaotic armies, their inhabitants struggling in despair. Each time they beheld such scenes, Lin Chen's and Xingyu's hearts grew heavier. They realized the threat of the Chaos Lord was far more urgent than they had ever imagined. One day, as the realm-breaking ship traversed an asteroid belt, several black warships suddenly emerged from behind the asteroids, blocking their path. The warships flew black banners emblazoned with a sinister skull, the vanguard of the Chaos Lord. It seems we've been discovered. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened as he rose to his feet. Qingyue, you pilot the ship. Qiyan and I will deal with them. Before he finished speaking, Qiyan unfurled its wings and burst out of the ship. Wreathed in golden flames, it transformed into a streak of light, lunging toward the nearest warship. Lin Chen followed closely. The phoenix mark on his wrist blazed, and a golden flame sword aura swept forth, cleaving a warship in two. These chaotic vanguard forces were not formidable, merely corrupted space pirates. Within less than an incense stick's time, all the warships were destroyed. Yet Lin Chen's expression remained tense. The chaotic forces have already infiltrated this far. The situation on Lingxin's star may be worse than we feared. Qingyue gazed at the dense black specks on the radar, her voice laden with worry. As expected, when the realm-breaking ship reached Lingxin's star's orbit, they witnessed a heartbreaking scene. Countless black warships encircled Lingxin's star, and demonic chi shrouded the entire planet. Like on the ground, war raged, cities lay in ruins, and countless inhabitants cried out in despair as chaotic armies slaughtered them. Look over there. Qingyue pointed to a highland on the planet's surface. Lin Chen followed her gaze and saw a woman in white leading the remaining residents in resistance. She wielded a green staff surrounded by a soft green glow. With each swing of her staff, countless green vines burst from the ground, entangling chaotic soldiers, while warm life force surged forth to heal the wounded. On her forehead, a green leaf mark shone brightly, a form of the twin mark. She is Su Ling. Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly. We must help her. The realm-breaking ship descended as a golden light, landing precisely on the highland. Lin Chen and Qingyue immediately joined the fray. The black gold flames of the twin mark swept across, clearing a vast swath of chaotic soldiers. Qiyan spewed golden flames, incinerating chaotic aircraft in the sky. Su Ling stared in astonishment at the three newcomers, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. But when she saw the phoenix marks on Lin Chen and Qingyue, her doubt transformed into delight. You are twin mark inheritors. Yes, Lin Shun nodded, thrusting his sword through a chaotic commander's throat. We've come for you, Su Ling. With Lin Shun and Qing Yu's arrival, the tide of battle turned instantly. The chaotic forces retreated in defeat, soon driven from the highland. Su Ling looked at the bodies strewn across the ground, sorrow flickering in her eyes. She gently waved her staff and green life force scattered over the earth. From the fallen residents, tiny white flowers began to bloom. Half a month ago, the chaotic army descended suddenly. Su Ling's voice trembled with grief. My parents and clansmen sacrificed themselves to protect me. If you hadn't arrived in time, Ling Xin's star would have fallen completely. Don't be sad. We won't let the Chaos Lord's schemes succeed, Qing Wei said, gently patting her shoulder. Su Ling nodded and pulled out a green jade pendant from her bosom. The pendant was identical in shape to Lin Chen's phoenix jade pendant, but instead of a phoenix, it bore a leaf. When the two pendants drew near, they resonated powerfully, their lights intertwining and projecting the star map with even greater clarity. At that moment, a dozen faint specks on the star map simultaneously went dark. Lin Shun and Qing Yu's faces turned ashen. No, those inheritors have been killed. Su Ling stared at the extinguished specks, her expression grave. The Chaos Lord is moving faster than we anticipated. They are hunting down twin mark inheritors across the universe, and before she could finish, the phoenix jade pendant emitted a frantic alarm. A faint distress signal came from the deepest part of the star map, intermittent, yet piercingly clear. When Lin Shun discerned its content, he froze. I am Yuan. I am in the Chaos Abyss. They are collecting fragments of the twin marks to resurrect the Chaos Primordial God. The signal cut off. Lin Shun and Qing Wei exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Ma Yuan was alive. He had infiltrated the Chaos Lord's lair. And the Chaos Lord's true goal was not to destroy the three realms, but to resurrect the legendary Chaos Primordial. The name Mo Yuan struck like a thunderclap, freezing Lin Shun and Qing Yuan placed their fingertips, turning ice. The golden self-destruction at Kunlun ruins was still vivid in their minds. The figure who held Fening corrupted by the demon seed, as they both dissolved into light, the sage who smiled and said, "This is the only thing I can do for you." Now from the darkest abyss of the universe, a distress signal had come from him. Impossible. Senior Mo Yuan's soul should have been utterly annihilated. Qing Yu's voice trembled as she reached out to touch the scorching phoenix jade pendant. The golden phoenix pattern on the pendant and the green leaf pattern on Su Ling's palm shone in unison, emitting a gentle yet resolute radiance. Su Ling furrowed her brows, condensing a wisp of pale green spiritual energy into a fine thread that slowly coiled around the jade. Born with the ability to sense the faintest fluctuations of souls in the cosmos, her spiritual power now spread like a spider's web, tracing back the interrupted signal. There's no mistake. This is the unique soul imprint of the Blazing Heaven sect, carrying the distinct aura of Senior Mo Yuan's heart-cleansing mantra. When he self-destructed back, then the protective divine soul essence left within him by the Blazing Heaven Emperor shielded a remnant of his soul. The Chaos Army took him as an ordinary prisoner back to the abyss. He lay low for 3 whole months before finding this chance to send a signal. She snapped, her eyes open, her face as pale as paper, and I caught more fragments. The Chaos Demon God is no myth. He is the will of destruction that existed before the universe was born, more ancient than the creator gods. The Chaos Lord is merely a sliver of consciousness that branched off while he slept. What they call ruling the 3 realms is just paving the way for their master's resurrection. Before her voice faded, the entire Lingxi star began to tremble violently. The sky was blotted out by pitch-black chaos warships, and demonic black fire rained down like hail, turning the remaining cities into seas of flame. A colossal black warship, 10 times larger than all the others combined, slowly descended. On its deck stood a gaunt man clad in bone armor, surrounded by swirling black mist. Wherever he passed, even the air corroded with a sizzling sound. Bone Erosion Demon Lord. Su Ling's nails dug deep into her palms. One of the 12 demon generals under the Chaos Lord. Half a month ago, he slaughtered the capital of Lingxi Star. Hundreds of millions of my people died under his bone spears. The Bone Erosion Demon Lord lowered his head, his sunken eyes scanning the high ground before finally fixing on the marks on the 3 people's foreheads. He let out a hoarse, piercing laugh. What luck! 3 twin marks at once. What that fool Xianzun couldn't accomplish, I will offer to our sovereign today. With a wave of his hand, countless demonic soldiers surged down like a tide, their black, demonic spears forming a dense forest of projectiles aimed at the high ground. Lin Shun and Qing Yu activated their twin marks simultaneously. A barrier of intertwined gold and black flames rose, blocking the first wave of attacks. Qi Yin unfurled his evolved golden wings and soared into the sky to engage the chaos aircraft. Where his flames touched, the metal hulls melted instantly. Su Ling swung her green leaf staff, and thick vines erupted from the ground, entangling the demon soldiers. At the same time, she chanted an ancient incantation. A warm, life-giving power spread across the battlefield, rapidly healing the wounds of the fallen Lingxi Star warriors who picked up their weapons once more. My spiritual power can disrupt their demon cores and purify low-level demonic poison. You two lead the attack, I'll provide cover. Lin Shen nodded. The phoenix mark transformed into a golden longsword, and he vanished into the enemy ranks in a flash. His sword light streaked like a meteor, each swing reaping the lives of dozens of demon soldiers. Qingyu followed closely, her ice sword dancing freezing swaths of demon soldiers into ice sculptures that shattered into dust at the slightest touch. The bone erosion demon lord watched his men fall, an impatient scowl twisting his face. He leaped from the warship, a bone spear gleaming with an eerie light coalescing in his hand, and thrust it straight at Lin Shen's back. This strike contained the power to corrode the soul, tearing even a tiny black fissure in space. "Watch out!" Qingyu cried out, conjuring an ice wall. But the bone spear pierced through it with ease, its momentum unchecked. At the critical moment, Su Ling let out a clear shout. A pale green blade of spiritual power stabbed into the bone erosion demon lord's mind. The demon lord jerked to a halt, clutching his head in a pained roar. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shen spun around and slashed horizontally. Golden flames spread up the bone spear, forcing the demon lord to retreat. "Wretched girl, it'll rip out your soul and make you suffer the agony of eroding bones for eternity." Black mist exploded around him, transforming into countless barbed bone hands that reached out from all directions. These bone hands could corrode spiritual energy, and even Lin Shen's flames couldn't fully block them. Just as the trio began to falter, the phoenix jade pendant flared up again. Mo Yuan's voice came through, fragmented but clearer than before. "Attack his brow. The demon core is there. All 12 demon generals have been mobilized. The resurrection ritual needs 99 twin origins. 36 have already been gathered." Lin Shen's spirits lifted. He shouted, "Qingyu, Su Ling, concentrate your fire on his brow." Qingyu immediately condensed an ice arrow infused with twin mark power, while Su Ling unleashed her strongest mental assault, pinning the bone erosion demon lord in place. The ice arrow struck his brow with unerring accuracy. Golden flames erupted, instantly incinerating his demon core to ashes. The bone erosion demon lord let out a final unwilling scream before his body dissolved into black dust and scattered in the wind. Seeing their general dead, the remaining demon soldiers fell into disarray, fleeing back to their ships. But Qi Yan's flames intercepted them, all burning them to cinders. After the battle, the high ground was a scene of devastation. The surviving residents of Lingxi Star bowed deeply to the three. Su Ling looked at her ravaged home, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, which quickly hardened into resolve. "I'm going with you. Lingxi Star is compromised. The Chaos Army will return. Only by utterly defeating the Chaos Lord can we truly protect this place." Lin Shen gripped the Phoenix Jade pendant, and a star map unfurled in the air. The nearest bright point to them was blinking rapidly, labeled Tianxian Star. Senior Mo Yuan said the 12 demon generals have already split up. The inheritor on Tianxian Star is about to awaken. We must find him before the demon general does. The three bid farewell to the Lingxi Star residents and boarded the realm-breaking boat. The golden vessel sliced through the starry sky, hurtling towards Tianxian Star. Along the way, Su Ling kept trying to re-establish contact with Mo Yuan using her spiritual power. Fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead as her mental energy was nearly depleted. Just as the realm-breaking boat passed through a purple nebula, the screen flickered to life, showing Mo Yuan, his body covered in wounds. He was chained to a black stone wall with iron shackles, surrounded by endless darkness. In the distance, countless red dots flickered, the imprisoned inheritors of the twin marks. "Lin Shen, Qingyu." Mo Yuan's voice was weak but urgent. "Time is running out. The Chaos Demon God's stone coffin is at the core of the abyss. He has already absorbed 36 twin origins, and his consciousness is awakening. The Chaos Lord has set up 12 demonic arrays around the coffin. Once the last origin is absorbed, the coffin will open completely, and the will of destruction will devour the entire universe." The image suddenly shook violently. Mo Yuan whipped his head around to look behind him, a look of terror on his face. "No, he's found me." The background of the screen shifted to a massive black stone coffin. The coffin was forged from chaos primordial stone, engraved with ferocious demon god totems, each line flowing with black blood. The coffin lid slowly cracked open, and a pitch black eye peered out from the gap. That eye had no white, no pupil. Only darkness that consumed everything. The moment its gaze crossed the screen and met Lin Shen's eyes, Lin Shen felt his blood freeze instantly. An icy absolute power flowed through his gaze and into the depths of his soul. The phoenix mark on his wrist suddenly burned with searing heat, as if it were about to melt. Gold and black light. A voice from inside the coffin, ancient hoarse as if born at the dawn of the universe, spoke directly in Lin Shen's mind, carrying an inescapable sense of destiny. "I have finally found you. My other half." The screen went black. The connection was severed completely. Lin Shen stood frozen, his entire body cold. Qingyu and Su Ling quickly supported him, calling his name in panic. After a long while, Lin Shen slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with an almost unbelievable terror. He stared at the still warm phoenix mark on his wrist, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "He's looking for me," the Chaos Demon God said. "I am his other half." The realm-breaking boat sped through the silent starry void. Ahead, Tianxian Star grew ever closer. But no one knew that in a place unseen a shadow more terrifying than the Chaos Lord himself had already silently entwined itself around Lin Chen's soul. And what awaited them on Tianxian Star was not just an inheritor about to awaken, but also the most mysterious and powerful of the 12 demon generals, the Shadow Demon, who had already laid an inescapable net. The boundary-crossing vessel traversed through the purple nebula, and the cabin was enveloped in an eerie silence. Lin Chen leaned against the cabin window, his fingertips tightly gripping the scorching phoenix jade pendant, and the golden black mark on his wrist still throbbed with a faint pain. The words of the Chaos Demon, "my other half," echoed like a curse in his mind, each utterance accompanied by a chilling dark force attempting to erode his soul. "Don't think too much about it," Qingyue said softly as she sat beside him, handing him a warm cup of tea. "That's merely the demon's seduction, trying to confuse your mind. You are the chosen successor of Nuwa, the hope of protecting the three realms. How could you possibly be related to him?" Su Ling nodded, gathering a wisp of faint green spiritual energy at her fingertip and slowly injecting it into Lin Chen's brow. "I have examined your soul. It is pure and devoid of any dark aura. The demon can only sense the primal fluctuations of the twinborn mark. He deliberately says these words to disturb you." Lin Chen forced a smile, yet the unease in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. He could clearly feel an invisible thread connecting him to the eye within the stone coffin. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see the endless darkness and hear the deep call of the demon. "The Tianxian Star has arrived." Qi Yan suddenly let out a low growl, pointing at the pale blue star ahead. The boundary-crossing vessel descended slowly, but when the three of them stepped out of the cabin, they were instantly frozen in place. Tianxian Star was supposed to be one of the most prosperous technological planets in the universe, yet it was now shrouded in silence. Towering skyscrapers had turned into ruins, and the streets were devoid of any life. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. The entire planet seemed to have had all its life force stripped away, leaving only shadows writhing eerily under the sunlight. Something is wrong. Su Ling immediately became alert, her spiritual energy spreading like a tide. There is no trace of any living beings here, yet. The fluctuations of shadows are everywhere. The Shadow Demon has arrived. He has consumed the entire population of the planet with shadows. Before the words fell, the shadows on the ground suddenly came to life. Countless black shadows surged from all directions, transforming into shadow soldiers wielding sharp blades rushing towards the three. These shadow soldiers had no physical form, ordinary attacks could not harm them at all. Blades passed through their bodies as if they were cutting through air. "Use the power of light," Lin Chen shouted, activating the twinborn mark as golden flames blazed fiercely. Where the flames passed, the shadow soldiers emitted piercing cries, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Qingyue also conjured an ice-blue sword of light, while Su Ling waved her staff, sprinkling green starlight, each point of which could purify a portion of shadows. But the sheer number of shadow soldiers was overwhelming. They emerged from walls, floors, and even their own shadows, relentless and unyielding. As the three began to tire, a sudden furious roar echoed from a distance. A dazzling blue starlight pierced through the darkness, purifying all surrounding shadow soldiers. A boy clad in a blue hoodie burst forth from the ruins holding a light gun. He appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old with a youthful face, yet eyes filled with unwavering determination. On his wrist, an unawakened star mark flickered with a faint blue light. "Lingyi!" Lin Chen exclaimed in delight. Lingyi noticed the three of them, a flash of vigilance crossing his eyes. When he saw the twinborn marks on Lin Chen and Qingyue, his vigilance transformed into joy. "You are also inheritors of the twinborn mark. That's great. I thought I was the only one left on the entire planet." "Where is the Shadow Demon?" Qingyue asked. "He is at the Star Tower in the city center." Ling Yi pointed to the tallest skyscraper in the distance. 3 days ago he came here and devoured all the residents with shadows. I survived by the protection of the star mark. He has been searching for me, wanting to seize my mark." Just then the entire sky suddenly darkened. The sun was obscured by a massive shadow, and a figure without facial features, only a mass of darkness, slowly rose from the top of the star tower. Surrounding him were countless twisted shadows, and wherever he passed, even light was devoured. "Finally, I have been waiting for you all." The Shadow Demon's voice was hoarse and eerie, as if it came from all directions. "4 twinborn marks, what a delightful surprise. My master will surely reward me handsomely." He suddenly waved his hand and countless shadows transformed into giant hands reaching for the 4. Ling Yi immediately raised his light gun, shooting out a beam of blue starlight, but the starlight passed through the Shadow Demon's body without inflicting any harm. "Useless, he has no physical form, ordinary attacks cannot hurt him at all." The Shadow Demon let out a cold laugh, forming hand seals. The surrounding space twisted instantaneously, and the 4 were plunged into an endless darkness. This was the Shadow Demon's ultimate illusion, capable of reflecting the deepest fears within each individual's heart. Lin Chen found himself standing on scorched earth. The sky was blood red, the ground cracked with countless fissures, and black lava surged forth. The 3 realms had turned to ruins, the deities had fallen, and living beings were in dire straits. In the center of the ruins, a figure dressed in a black robe stood with its back to him, surrounded by chaotic energy. When that figure slowly turned around, Lin Chen was instantly frozen in place. That face was identical to his own. The phoenix mark on his forehead had turned pure black and his eyes brimmed with madness of destruction. Do you see? This is your future. Lin Shun curled his lips into a cold smile. You and I were originally one entity. Nuwa forcibly separated us, making you bear the so-called guardian mission. Give up your resistance, merge with me, and we shall rule the entire universe together. The black power surged into Lin Shen's body through the fingertips of Lin Shun, darkening his phoenix mark and blurring his consciousness. On the other side, Xingwei watched Lin Shen being killed by the chaos demon, while she herself was torn apart by shadow soldiers. Su Ling witnessed Lingxi Star's complete destruction, with all her kin turned to ashes. Ling Yi saw himself personally killing his parents, becoming a puppet of the shadow demon. Just as the four were about to be consumed by the illusion, Ling Yi suddenly let out a furious roar. He looked at the parents he saw dying within the illusion, and the star mark on his wrist erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Countless beams of blue starlight surged forth from his body, illuminating the entire dark illusion. I will never become your puppet. The power of the stars pierced through the illusion like a sharp sword, and the shadow demon let out a painful wail, his true form exposed before everyone. Lin Shen suddenly regained his senses, gazing at his half-black, half-golden mark, and the fear within him was instantly replaced by anger. You are wrong. Lin Shen's voice was unwavering. I am not your other half. I am Lin Shen, the inheritor of the twinborn mark, who guards the three realms. He summoned all his strength, merging the golden-black flames with Ling Ye's power of stars, Qingyu's ice power, and Su Ling's life force into a massive beam of light that shot fiercely towards the shadow demon. No! The shadow demon let out a reluctant wail, turning to ashes within the beam of light. Just before his death, a black shadow suddenly flew out from his body, piercing straight towards Lin Shen's brow. Lin Shen instinctively raised his hand to block it. The shadow merged into his phoenix mark. A fragment of shattered memory surged into Lin Shen's mind. It was from billions of years ago, at the dawn of chaos, when two colossal figures battled in the universe. One was Nuwa, the creator of all things, and the other was the chaos demon, the destroyer of everything. Nuwa exhausted all her divine powers, splitting the demon's essence in two, sealing one half in the chaos coffin, while the other half became the twinborn mark, cast into the cycle of reincarnation to await the day of awakening. So it was true. Lin Shen muttered to himself, his face as pale as paper. Xingyue quickly supported him, anxiously asking, Lin Shen, what happened? Just as Lin Shen was about to speak, the phoenix jade pendant suddenly emitted a series of urgent warning sounds. Mo Yuan's voice came through, filled with extreme panic, intermittently stating, not good. The resurrection ritual has been advanced. The coffin has opened a third. The consciousness of the demon has awakened. He is summoning all twinborn essences. You all must escape. The signal abruptly cut off. The phoenix mark on Lin Shen's wrist suddenly burned violently, resonating strongly with the depths of the universe. A massive crack tore open in the sky, and a pure black eye appeared again, staring intently at Lin Shen. The voice of the chaos demon resonated over the skies of Tianxian, star carrying an unresistible authority. Come back. My other half. No one can stop our reunion. The voice of the chaos demon god crashed down like a thunderbolt of 10,000 June, reverberating across every inch of Tianxian star. Lin Shen's body floated upward involuntarily, the phoenix mark on his wrist darkening at a visible rate. Black veins crept up his arms, swiftly climbing to his neck. A bone-chilling power surged from the depths of his soul, threatening to devour his last shred of consciousness. Lin Shen. Xingwei leaped up, gripping his wrist tightly. The twin mark blazed to life, instantly, golden light flowing like a warm current through their clasped hands into Lin Shen's body, temporarily halting the spread of the black veins. Su Ling waved her staff, sending countless green threads of life energy coiling around Lin Shen's body, anchoring him firmly in midair. Ling Yi raised his spear of light blue starlight, coalescing into a barrier that blocked the dark beams cast by the giant eye in the sky. Don't be deceived by him. Qingyu's voice cracked with tears, her eyes brimming with desperation. You are Lin Shen, not some half of a demon god. You promised me to protect the three realms together, to wait for the 3-year pact. Qi Yin unfurled its massive golden wings, shielding Lin Shen, as it let out a furious roar at the giant eye. It spewed a torrent of flame imbued with creation power, but before the fire could reach the eye, it was swallowed by formless darkness. Lin Shen's consciousness wavered between light and shadow. The chaos demon god's call echoed like a curse in his mind, while Qingyu's voice and his companion's warmth clung to him like a beam of light, refusing to let him be consumed by darkness. At that moment, the fragmented memories from the shadow demon suddenly coalesced into a whole. A billion years ago, at the dawn of chaos, there was no sky, no stars. Only endless darkness and the will to annihilate. The chaos demon god was born from darkness, turning all in his path to nothingness, until Nuwa appeared. She created the universe with her body, nurtured the gods with her blood, and brought light to the darkness. But Nuwa knew she could never fully destroy the chaos demon god. Destruction was a fundamental essence of the cosmos. Without it, there could be no creation. Thus, with her last divine essence of creation, she split the demon god's origin in two half, with his physical form, was sealed in a chaos stone coffin and sunk to the universe's deepest abyss. The other half she infused with pure guardian power, dividing it into yin and yang to form the twin mark caste into endless reincarnation. She didn't seek to destroy you, but to redeem you. Nuwa's voice echoed in Lin Shen's soul, tender, yet resolute. Destruction itself holds no right or wrong. The key lies in who wields it. I let you experience love and warmth through reincarnation, learn to protect and bear responsibility, hoping that one day you could transform the power of destruction into a force to guard the universe. Lin Shen snapped his eyes open, the confusion gone, replaced by unprecedented clarity. He gazed at his half-golden, half-black arm and finally understood his destiny. He was no puppet of the demon god, but the master of destruction's origin, the balancer chosen by Nuwa. I won't go. Lin Shen raised his head and shouted at the giant eye in the sky. I am Lin Shen, heir of the twin mark, a warrior defending the three realms. Your era ended long ago. He channeled the twin power within, merging the golden guardian force with the black destruction. A pillar of intertwined gold and black light burst from his body, slamming into the giant eye above. The eye let out a pained groan, its radiance dimming, and the summoning power waned. Lin Shen descended slowly, the black veins receding until only the dual-colored phoenix mark remained on his wrist. Qingwei rushed into his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. Thank goodness. You're back. Lin Shen patted her back, gently, warmth filling his heart. Suddenly the phoenix jade pendant lit up, and Mo Yuan's figure appeared clearly on the screen. He looked more haggard than before, covered in wounds, yet his eyes burned with unusual brightness. Lin Shen, you're safe, thank the heavens. Mo Yuan's voice carried a hint of relief. I just sensed the resonance of origins. You've mastered the power of destruction. Time is short, so it'll be brief. Chaos Lord isn't trying to resurrect the demon god. He plans to seize his destruction origin the moment it awakens. Everyone froze. The Chaos Lord was once just a minor deity under the demon god. After the demon god was sealed, he stole a portion of that power and crowned himself the Chaos Lord. All these years he's waged war and gathered twin marks to gain enough strength to open the coffin, then devour the demon god's origin and become the true ruler of the universe. Mo Yuan spoke rapidly. The coffin is already 2/3 open. The demon god's body is stirring, but his consciousness is still hazy. The perfect moment to steal his power. What do we do now? Ling Yi asked. I've contacted the other 7 awakened twin mark heirs. They're en route to the chaos abyss. Mo Yuan's gaze hardened with resolve. We must reach the abyss core within 3 days and purify the demon god's origin before the Chaos Lord acts. Only then can we fundamentally end this crisis. Just then 2 massive fissures split the distant sky. 2 beams of light, one crimson, one azure, descended, materializing into figures. The man on the left blazed with raging fire, the woman on the right radiated biting frost. Flame Demon and Ice Demon of the 12 demon generals. Shadow Demon was such a failure, couldn't handle a few brats. Flame Demon sneered, licking his lips, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. But no matter, these 4 twin marks are ours. Ice Demon said nothing, merely waving a hand to send countless icicles hurtling toward the 4. Ling Yi raised his light spear, forming a blue starlight barrier to block them. Su Ling swung her staff, causing vines to burst from the ground and entangle Flame Demon's feet. Qingwei condensed a sword of ice and charged at Ice Demon alongside Qiyan. Lin Shen took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He no longer resisted the destruction power within him, but perfectly merged it with the twin power. Flames of gold and black danced in his palm, distorting space itself where they passed. He leaped forward and punched at Flame Demon. Flame Demon sneered dismissively, throwing a fiery punch in return. But the moment the 2 flames collided, his expression twisted in shock. Lin Shen's flames not only carried the power of destruction, but also devoured his fire. In a single exchange, Flame Demon's arm was charred to cinders. Impossible. How do you have the demon god's power? Flame Demon shrieked in terror. This isn't the demon god's power, it's mine. Lin Shen said coldly, throwing another punch. The gold-black flames consumed Flame Demon, reducing him to ashes. On the other side, Qingwei and Qiyan had also defeated Ice Demon. With her dying breath, Ice Demon fired one last ice arrow straight at Lin Shen's back. Qingwei couldn't stop it in time, but at that critical moment, a black shadow flew from Lin Shen's body, blocking the air. It was the shadow that the Shadow Demon had merged into Lin Shen before dying, now forming a shield. Lin Shen paused, then understood. Destruction could also be used to protect. After the battle, the sky over Tianxian Star cleared once more. Lin Shen produced the Phoenix Jade Pendant, and a star map unfurled in midair. At the universe's deepest point, a massive black vortex spun wildly, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Let's set out. Lin Shen set his gaze unwavering as he looked at his companions. To the Chaos Abyss, to end this. The 4 figures and the beast boarded the realm-breaking boat, a golden vessel slicing through the starry sky, toward the universe's darkest reaches. Along the way, golden sparks continuously merged into the star map, signals of other heirs converging. Deep in the Chaos Abyss, the Chaos Lord stood before the colossal stone coffin, watching its lid slowly slide open. Inside the coffin lay a figure draped in a black robe, his face identical to Lin Shen's. The Chaos Lord curled a cold smile, toying with a black phoenix jade pendant in his hand. Why did you think your scheme was flawless? You never imagined that when you split the origin, I secretly hoarded a... Lin Shen, I've waited long for you. Only the origin within you can fully awaken the demon god. When you two become one, that will be the moment I seize all power and become the one true god of the universe. The figure in the coffin twitched a finger ever so slightly. The realm-breaking vessel tore through the chaotic storm, hurtling across the pitch-black cosmos. Beyond the window, surging tides of black chaos devoured even the starlight in their wake, leaving behind nothing but endless silence and frigid desolation. Lin Shen stood by the porthole, the golden black phoenix mark on his wrist faintly warm, resonating with a familiar summons from the depths of the universe. Behind him, 7 inheritors of the twin marks from different planets sat in a circle, murmuring battle plans. Among them were Lei Ting, a youth from the Thunder Clan, who commanded the 9 heavens' divine thunder; Shirlan, an earth elemental maiden, who could rouse the power of the land; of Kong Hen, a mysterious man, who wielded spatial teleportation; and 4 other inheritors skilled in illusion, healing, speed, and strength. Together with Lin Shunxing, Yuesu Ling, and Ling Yi, they formed the first alliance of 11 inheritors against the Chaos Lord. The entrance to the Chaos Abyss is just ahead. Kong Hen pointed at the enormous, spinning black vortex on the screen, his voice low. I probed it with spatial energy. The vortex is surrounded by the Chaos Lord's eyes plus 3 defensive lines of demon soldiers. The moment we enter, we'll be discovered. Lin Shun turned to face the group, his gaze resolute. The Chaos Lord thinks we'll walk into his trap step by step, but he's wrong. We're not here to die. We're here to end this war that's lasted eons. For all who sacrificed for the 3 realms, for the entire cosmos, we must win. Exactly. Lei Ting clenched his fist, violet lightning crackling around him. I've been itching to face this chaos. He dared to destroy my ThunderClan's planet. They'll make him pay blood for blood. The other inheritors nodded in unison, their eyes blazing with unwavering determination. They hailed from different worlds with different pasts, but at this moment they shared a single goal: to protect the universe and defeat the Chaos Lord. The realm-breaking vessel slowly entered the black vortex. Instantly a powerful pull seized it, and the ship shuddered violently. Chaos energy lashed against the hull like countless dark hands trying to tear it apart. Lin Shun immediately activated his twin mark power, wrapping the vessel in a golden-black barrier that repelled the chaos erosion. As they passed through the vortex, the scene before them made everyone gasp. Inside the chaos abyss stretched a boundless black ocean, its waters composed of pure chaos churning with dark foam. Countless black peaks rose from the sea, covered in sinister demonic runes that radiated a chilling aura. At the abyss center, a massive black altar soared upward atop, which lay the chaos stone coffin. The first defensive line is here. Shirlan pointed to a black peak ahead. It's garrisoned by 100,000 demon soldiers, guarded by the remaining 8 demon generals. Charge straight through. Lin Shen said firmly. Strike fast. Don't give the Chaos Lord time to prepare. The vessel turned into a streak of gold, hurtling toward the peak. The demon soldiers spotted them, immediately unleashing a rain of black arrows. Lei Ting burst out first, forming hand seals as countless purple divine thunderbolts rained from the sky, incinerating swaths of demons. Shirlan followed, pressing her hands to the ground as giant stone spikes erupted, impaling the demon forces. Lin Shunxing, Yuesu Ling, and Ling Yi fought side by side, their gold-black flames, ice blue, sword, light green life force, and blue starlight interweaving into an unstoppable torrent. Qi Yin unfurled his golden wings, diving repeatedly to spew flames that turned demon warships to ash. Kong Hen used spatial powers to blink behind demon soldiers, reaping their lives. Though the 8 demon generals were formidable, they soon faltered under the combined assault of the 11 inheritors. Within half an hour, the first line fell, and all 8 generals perished. The alliance pressed on without pause toward the abyss core. The second and third lines had more soldiers and were fiercer, but the inheritors' seamless teamwork broke them one by one. Along the way, they saw countless corpses of twin mark inheritors who had been imprisoned, their stolen essences like dim stars scattered across the black earth. The Chaos Lord has already gathered 52 twin essences. Mo Yuan's voice suddenly came from the group. Looked up to see Mo Yuan emerge from behind a boulder covered in wounds, one arm severed at the shoulder, his face ashen. He's infused those essences into the coffin. The demon god's body is fully awakened. Only one step remains to merge with your consciousness. Senior Mo Yuan. Lin Shen rushed to support him, guilt in his eyes. I'm sorry we're late. Not late at all. Mo Yuan shook his head with a relieved smile. I knew you'd come. The Chaos Lord is on the altar now, thinking everything is under control. But he doesn't know I've secretly sabotaged his demon gathering array. It'll delay him at least half an hour. He pulled out a tattered map and handed it to Lin Shen. This is the altar's structure. The Chaos Lord's weakness is his brow. That's where he hides the sliver of demon god essence. Destroy that essence and he'll lose most of his power. Thank you, Senior Mo Yuan. Lin Shen took the map. Don't thank me. Mo Yuan gazed toward the altar, a fierce resolve in his eyes. This is what I owe Funtion, and what I owe the Funtion Hall. Go now? They'll hold the rear. The Chaos Lord surely has a backup plan. They'll block it. No. Qing Yu protested immediately. That's an order. Mo Yuan roared. I've lived 3,000 years. That's enough. You are the universe's hope. You cannot fall. Go. Any later, and it'll be too late. He shoved Lin Shan away and strode toward the passage behind. Countless black demon soldiers surged out, and Mo Yuan raised his sword, charging into their midst. A golden light flickered in the dark tide like a lone lantern in the night. Lin Shan watched Mo Yuan's retreating figure clenching his fists. He gritted his teeth and said to the others, let's move. The 11 inheritors transformed into 11 streaks of light, flying toward the altar's summit. When they reached the altar, they saw the Chaos Lord standing before the stone coffin, hands forming seals, as he poured black chaos energy into it. The coffin's lid was fully open, and the figure inside slowly sat up. It was a man who looked exactly like Lin Shan. Clad in a black robe, his handsome face expressionless, eyes shut, he was wreathed in dense destructive aura. On his wrist was a pure black phoenix mark, a perfect mirror of Lin Shan's. You're finally here. The Chaos Lord turned a triumphant smile on his face. I've been waiting for you, Lin Shan. Chaos Lord, your scheme won't succeed. Lin Shan shouted. We know your plan. You want seize the demon god. So what if you know? The Chaos Lord laughed. The demon god's body is fully awakened now. Only your consciousness is needed for complete fusion. At that moment, he'll steal both your essences and become the true sovereign of the cosmos. He waved his hand, sending a black beam at Lin Shan. Lin Shan instantly summoned his twin mark power, forming a barrier of golden black flame that blocked the beam. But then the man in the coffin opened his eyes. His eyes were pure black without a trace of white, identical to the chaos demon gods. When his gaze fell on Lin Shan felt a jolt as an irresistible force pulled him toward the coffin. A golden thread appeared between them, binding their souls together. Let it begin. The Chaos Lord's eyes blazed with madness as his hands moved in rapid seals. Essence fusion. Lin Shan's consciousness grew hazy as his body drifted uncontrollably toward the coffin. Qing Yu and the others tried to intervene, but were blocked by a barrier the Chaos Lord had erected. They struck the barrier frantically, but it remained unyielding. Just as Lin Shan's body was about to merge with the man in the coffin, that man suddenly raised a hand and grabbed Lin Shan's wrist. He looked at Lin Shan, and a flicker of clarity passed through his pitch-black eyes. Then he turned sharply to the Chaos Lord, a cold smile curling at his lips. Did you really think you could control me, eh? In the stone coffin, the body of the demon god, identical in appearance to Lin Shan, momentarily stilled the chaotic and destructive aura surging around as his fingers gripped Lin Shan's wrist. That fleeting clarity broke through the deathly silence of his pitch-black eyes, and a mocking cold smile emerged on his previously expressionless face. The face of the Chaos Lord, filled with frenzied confidence, instantly froze, a hint of barely noticeable panic flashing in his eyes as his hands abruptly halted their gestures. You. How could you possibly awaken your consciousness? The Chaos Lord exclaimed in a voice filled with disbelief and trembling. I nurtured your body with 52 strands of twin source essence, imprisoning your soul consciousness with chaotic energy. You were supposed to be a shell, without self-awareness. He simply could not accept that his meticulously planned scheme over countless years had gone awry at the most critical moment. He had calculated the division of Nuwa's essence, Lin Shan's reincarnation fate, and the awakening trajectories of all twin inheritors, yet he had never anticipated that this body of the demon god could break free from his control and develop an independent consciousness. Lin Shan was restrained by that golden soul thread, unable to move, yet his mind was extraordinarily clear. The phoenix jade pendant in his palm was burning hot, the residual divine essence of Nuwa, slowly surging, resonating with the aura of the demon god's body opposite him. He could distinctly feel the destructive essence surging within the other party, rooted in the same source as the power deep within his own soul, yet with completely opposite intentions. It was not seduction nor consumption, but a confrontation stemming from their origins. You are merely a jumping clown who has stolen a fragment of my residual power, daring to claim control over me. The demon god's body spoke, its voice deep and hoarse, carrying the vastness and coldness of the cosmos at its dawn. Each word made the surrounding chaotic energy surge violently, and the demonic patterns on the altar shattered inch by inch. When I was divided from my essence by Nuwa, a strand of my soul consciousness remained dormant within this body. Did you think those twin sources were for your use? With a slight exertion of his wrist, the golden soul thread tightened instantly, and Lin Shan felt a sharp pain in his soul as the gold and black phoenix mark within him flickered violently. The previously suppressed destructive power erupted uncontrollably, creating a violent resonance with the power of the demon god's body. The entire chaotic abyss began to tremble violently, and the black chaotic waves surged skyward, causing the surrounding black mountains to collapse with a thunderous roar. The barrier trapping Qing Wei and the others also began to show fine cracks under the power of this source resonance. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Yue, Su Ling Ling Yi, and the others activated their own mark powers, summoning the thunder of the 9 heavens, while Sherlan stirred the underground lava and Kong Hen tore the fabric of space. 10 strands of source power struck the barrier simultaneously. Boom! The barrier shattered with a loud crash, scattering into countless points of light. Without regard for the chaotic energy surrounding them, everyone immediately rushed towards the Chaos Lord, determined not to give him any chance to counterattack. Seeking death, the Chaos Lord laughed in anger, the chaotic energy around him swelling, transforming into countless black blades sweeping towards the crowd. He knew that he had already lost control at this moment, and the only way to regain the initiative was to utterly slay everyone present and forcibly suppress the demon god's body. In an instant, purple divine, thunder, blue starlight, green life force, and black chaotic power intertwined and collided above the altar, the roar reverberating throughout the entire abyss. Mo Yuan, dragging his severed arm and drenched in blood, rushed up to the altar, his sword pointed directly at the Chaos Lord's brow, the weakness he had previously revealed to Lin Shun regarding the concealed remnants of the demon god's essence. He burned the last trace of his divine soul, his golden spiritual power, transforming into a brilliant blade, recklessly striking towards the Chaos Lord. Lin Shun, steady your mind. His weakness is at his brow, you must not let him restrain you. Before his words fell, the Chaos Lord struck back with a palm, slamming heavily into Mo Yuan's chest. Mo Yuan flew back like a kite with a severed string, his chest deeply concaved, golden divine blood gushing out as he crashed heavily against the edge of the stone coffin, unable to stand again. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the Chaos Lord, filled with determination. Senior Mo Yuan. Lin Shen's eyes widened in horror, the anger within him breaking through the shackles of the sword. He finally understood that Nuwa had cast his essence into reincarnation, enduring countless trials not to merge him with the demon god's body, but to forge an unyielding will within him, through love and protection, sacrifice and perseverance, allowing him to master this destructive power rather than be consumed by it. Before him, the demon god's body was a shell holding essence, but not tempered by reincarnation, while he, Lin Shun, was an inheritor with a true heart bearing countless hopes. I will not be controlled by you, nor will I be swayed by power. Lin Shun spoke solemnly, his eyes radiating a glow of intertwined gold and black. He forcefully broke free from the restraint of the soul thread, raising his hand to press against the forehead of the demon god's body. You are the source of destruction, as am I, yet I understand protection while you know only slaughter. This essence should not be controlled by you. Ridiculous. The demon god's body retorted coldly, the destructive power surging wildly around him, attempting to completely devour Lin Shen's consciousness. All things ultimately return to destruction. This is the essence of the universe. What you call protection is merely futile struggle. The two opposing yet originating powers violently collided between them, the golden soul thread flickering in brightness, and the entire altar began to collapse. The ground of the chaotic abyss continuously cracked open, deep abyssal mouths, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the two sources, the Chaos Lord seized the gap, condensing all chaotic energy, and striking heavily towards Lin Shen's back. He intended to pierce Lin Shen's soul consciousness amidst the chaos and reap the benefits. Lin Shen, be careful, Qing Yue exclaimed, recklessly rushing forward to shield Lin Shen. The chaotic power instantly penetrated her shoulder, black, demonic poison rapidly spreading from the wound. Qing Yue's face turned pale, staggering as she fell to the ground, her ice sword clattering to the floor. Qing Yue. Lin Shen's mind was thrown into chaos, the source power within him instantly disturbed as the demon god's body seized the opening and forcefully suppressed him. In his pitch-black eyes, clarity gradually faded, and the will of slaughter and destruction once again gained dominance. He raised his hand, gathering enough destructive power to obliterate the entire abyss, and brought it down fiercely upon Lin Shen's head. But just at this critical moment, the demon god's body suddenly froze, a hint of pain flashing across its face, as if two forces were violently tugging within. In the distance, the Chaos Lord let out a piercing scream as the strand of the demon god's residual essence at his brow suddenly broke free from his control, transforming into a black light that flew into the demon god's body. The aura around the demon god's body underwent a dramatic change, with the pure black eyes alternating between golden and black light. He clutched his head, emitting a deep roar, and the power that had originally suppressed Lin Shen instantly dissipated. At that moment, the phoenix jade pendant in Lin Shen's palm erupted with endless golden light. The ethereal figure of Nuwa slowly materialized, her gentle, yet resolute voice resonating throughout the chaotic abyss. Destruction and protection are one. Imbalance leads to the collapse of the universe, while harmony allows all things to coexist. The figure extended her hand, lightly touching the foreheads of Lin Shun and the demon god's body. The golden soul thread between them instantly transformed into countless points of light, merging into each other's bodies. Just when Lin Shen thought their essences were about to merge and the crisis would soon be resolved, the demon god's body suddenly raised its head sharply, in extreme coldness and strangeness flashing in its eyes. It fixed its gaze on Lin Shen and uttered a heart-stopping statement. Do you think Nuwa divided the essence truly to save me? She did it to seal the primordial source of creation within me. As the words fell, the entire chaotic abyss completely collapsed. The stone coffin shattered with a loud bang, and a terrifying aura far beyond that of the Chaos Lord or the demon god's destructive power slowly awakened from within the demon god's body. The moment the words primordial source of creation fell, the entire chaos abyss fell into an abrupt stillness. The surging black waves hung suspended in midair, the crumbling rocks froze in their descent, and even the howling winds of chaos lost their voice. An indescribable aura slowly emanated from the body of the primordial demon god, neither the coldness of destruction nor the warmth of protection, but a primal vast pressure that transcended all things. This was the power that existed before the birth of the universe, the primordial source that created stars and nurtured. It was 1,000 times more potent than the power of the Chaos Lord. A mere wisp of its leakage rendered all the twin inheritors present stiff, their very breaths becoming a luxury. Chi-Yin crouched on the ground, his golden wings tightly folded, emitting low cries of fear. Su Ling's spiritual barrier shattered instantly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. O Ling Ye's spear of light broke inch by inch the blue star mark on him, dim and lifeless. The Chaos Lord's face was as pale as paper, his eyes brimming with extreme greed and terror. He had schemed for eons to seize but a thread of the source of destruction, yet he never imagined that the primordial demon god's body harbored the true power of creation. Impossible. This is impossible. The primordial source of creation dissipated with the Big Bang long ago. How could it be on you? Dissipated. The demon god's body slowly rose to its feet, surrounded by dual-colored chaotic streams of gold and black. In his pitch-black eyes now flickered the golden light of creation. The universe was created by me. I am Chaos, the original one, the embodiment of both creation and destruction. Nuwa was merely the first god I fashioned from the dust of my fingertip. He raised his hand and waved it lightly, a flash of golden light streaking by. Before the Chaos Lord could even utter a scream, he instantly disintegrated into the purest energy particles, vanishing into the air. The power he had pursued his entire life was less than an ant in the face of the true primordial source of creation. A dead silence fell over the altar. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this earth-shattering secret. They had always believed the primordial demon god was the embodiment of destruction, the enemy of the universe, yet they never expected he was the creator god who had made the entire cosmos. And Nuwa, whom they had always revered, was actually a god created by him. Lin Shen stared blankly at the demon god's body before him. The phoenix mark on his wrist resonated with unprecedented intensity with the black mark on the other. Countless fragments of ancient memories flooded his mind. In the void of chaos billions of years ago, a colossal figure used his hands to part heaven and earth, his flesh and blood to forge the stars. Nuwa was born from his fingertip, smiling, as she called him Father God. Later the power of destruction within him spiraled out of control, devouring everything he had created. Nuwa, with tears in her eyes, raised the divine sword of creation and split his origin in two. So, that's how it is. Lin Shen murmured, his eyes filled with complex emotions. That's right. The demon god's body looked at him, his gaze for the first time devoid of coldness and slaughter, leaving only boundless exhaustion and vicissitude. Back then I created the universe and the gods, but I could not control the power of destruction within me. I watched the world I had built with my own hands be destroyed, watched my children die one by one, and it was unbearable. Nuwa could not bear to see me suffer any longer, nor could she watch the universe be destroyed. So she used her own divine origin of creation as a guide to split my origin in two. She sealed the source of destruction and my physical body within the chaos stone coffin, then infused the source of creation into the twin marks, and cast them into reincarnation, so that in countless cycles they might feel love and warmth, and learn to control power. She did not intend to seal me away, but to redeem me. She hoped that one day the two origins would reunite, becoming a complete rational creator god to guard this universe we built together. Just then Mo Yuan, who had been lying by the edge of the stone coffin, stirred slightly. Using the last of his strength, he raised his hand and tossed a golden glowing jade slip to Lin Shen. Lin Shen, take it. This is Nuwa's final, last words. His voice trailed off, and Mo Yuan's body slowly turned translucent, finally dissolving into countless golden specks of light that faded into the air. He had finally repaid his debt to Fentian and fulfilled his mission. Lin Shen picked up the jade slip with trembling hands and infused his spiritual energy into it. Nuwa's gentle yet resolute voice once again echoed in everyone's minds. When you hear this message, I will already be gone. I felt Father God's pain as my own. I knew that mere sealing could never solve the problem. Only love and understanding could dissolve the murderous aura of destruction. Lin Shen, you are the protective one, nurtured by the source of creation through reincarnation, bearing the hopes of all beings in the universe. And he is Father God's physical form, carrying the power of both creation and destruction. Only when the two of you truly merge can you become the complete creator god and prevent the ultimate collapse of the universe. Remember, power itself is neither right nor wrong, but all depends on the one who wields it. Do not fear destruction, for without destruction there can be no rebirth. Guide him with your heart, warm him with your love, and let creation and destruction find their balance anew so that the universe may endure forever. The jade slip dissolved into specks of light. Lin Shen looked at the demon god's body before him, the wariness in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by understanding and compassion. He finally understood his destiny and knew Wa's profound intentions. Are you willing to merge with me? Lin Shen extended his hand, gazing at the demon god's body. Together we will protect this universe. He finally understood his destiny and knew Wa's profound intentions. Are you willing to merge with me? Lin Shen extended his hand, gazing at the demon god's body. Together, he had lived for eons, witnessed countless slaughters and betrayals, yet never felt such warmth and trust. Slowly he reached out and grasped Lin Shen's hand. The moment their hands touched, a pillar of golden black light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire chaos abyss. The powers of creation and destruction merged perfectly, forming a resplendent pillar of chaos. The entire universe trembled in that instant. Countless stars flickered simultaneously, as if welcoming their true master. Qing Yue, Su Ling Ling Yi and the others watched the two figures merging in midair, relieved smiles spreading across their faces. The war that had lasted for eons was finally coming to an end. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. At the edge of the universe, a rift far larger and darker than the chaos abyss suddenly tore open. A frigid, eerie aura alien to this universe surged forth from the rift. This aura held neither the sanctity of creation nor the ferocity of destruction, only a spine-chilling nothingness, as if it could devour all existence. Then countless twisted, indescribable figures crawled out from the rift. They had no fixed form, and wherever they passed, space dissolved into nothingness and stars were instantly annihilated. Midair, Lin Shen and the demon god's body, who were in the process of merging, both halted abruptly and turned their heads sharply toward the edge of the universe. The demon god's face turned exceedingly grave, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. Impossible. How could they come? Who are they? Lin Shen asked hastily. The demon god's voice trembled slightly as he spoke word by word. They are the lords of nothingness, invaders from beyond the universe. Back then I created this universe to block their invasion. The reason I lost control was that their power had seeped into my... Nuwa believed that as long as we merged we could protect the universe. But she never knew that the true enemy was... The rift grew larger, and the aura of nothingness spread rapidly, causing entire galaxies to vanish in an instant wherever it passed. The rift grew larger, and the aura of nothingness spread rapidly, causing entire galaxies to vanish in an instant wherever it passed. The true apocalypse had only just begun. The black fissure at the edge of the universe spread like a festering wound, expanding at a visible rate. The aura of nothingness surged forth like a tidal wave, extinguishing stars, collapsing galaxies, and devouring even light itself, leaving only boundless darkness in its wake. Twisted, indescribable entities writhed within the void, emitting whispers that made the scalp crawl, each syllable corroding the very laws of the universe. On the altar, the golden black fused pillar of light suddenly dimmed. Lin Shen and Xian slowly separated, both raising their heads to gaze into the depths of the cosmos, their faces etched with grave solemnity. Having lived for eons, Xian had witnessed the chaos of the universe's birth and the brutality of the war among gods, yet he had never felt fear like this before. It was a primal terror of utter annihilation rooted in the instinct of life itself. Nothingness is the antithesis of the universe, Xian said, his voice trembling slightly. Before I created this cosmos, the entire dimension was ruled by the void. They have no consciousness, no emotions. Their sole instinct is to devour all existence, reducing the universe back to its primordial state of nothingness. In those days I exhausted all my power to erect a barrier between dimensions, keeping the void at bay. But over eons the barrier weakened. Their power seeped through, corrupting my essence of destruction, which led to my eventual loss of control. Qingyue watched the distant galaxies vanish one by one, her heart sinking to the depths. They had just vanquished the Lord of Chaos, believing the war was over, only to realize this was merely the beginning of a far greater catastrophe. What do we do now? Can we continue the fusion? No, Xian shook his head. The fusion requires 3 days and nights during which we would be utterly defenseless. The void will not grant us that time. Their vanguard has already arrived. Within an hour they will reach the abyss of... Before he could finish, a pitch-black tendril of nothingness suddenly shot out from the fissure, striking toward the altar like a... Though it appeared slow, the tendril crossed billions of light years in an instant, reducing space to nothingness and devouring even the chaotic energies without a trace. Watch out! Lin Shen shouted as he and Xian acted simultaneously. The golden and black forces of creation and destruction intertwined, forming a colossal barrier. Yet when the void tendril struck the barrier, it made no sound. The barrier melted away like snow in the sun, rapidly consumed. Both Lin Shen and Xian grunted, staggering back several steps, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. A mere tendril possessed such terrifying power. It was unimaginable how formidable the Lord of the Void beyond the fissure must be. It's useless, Xian said, his voice laden with gravity. The void can devour any energy. The stronger our power, the stronger they become. Ordinary attacks are utterly ineffective against them. The 11 twin inheritors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair. The mark powers they prided themselves on had become nourishment for the enemy in the face of the void. Lei Ting refused to accept it. He raised his hand and unleashed a purple divine thunderbolt, but before it could near the tendril, it was swallowed by the void, leaving not even a spark. The boulders summoned by Sherlan and the spatial tears torn by Kong Hen all vanished into nothingness before the void. The tendril struck again, this time targeting the weakest of them, Su Ling. Su Ling's face turned deathly pale. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. In that critical moment, Shi Yin let out a thunderous roar, spreading its golden wings to shield her. Golden flames clashed with the void tendril. Shi Yin let out a pained cry as its left wing was instantly consumed, dissolving into nothingness. It crashed heavily to the ground, golden blood streaming, yet its eyes showed no sign of retreat. Qi Yin. Lin Chen's heart ached. He rushed over to protect it, looking at its injured wing, and then at the advancing void army in the distance. A surge of unprecedented fury and resolve welled up within him. I refuse to believe this. Lin Chen stood abruptly, the phoenix mark on his wrist blazing with dazzling light. We have endured so many sacrifices and defeated so many enemies. Are we to give up here? The blazing heaven emperor, Yan Lai Mo Yuan Fushi the divine, and countless others who gave their lives to protect the universe, were their sacrifices all in vain? His voice rang out like thunder echoing across the altar. Qingwei was the first to stand by his side, gripping his hand tightly. I'm with you. Even if it means death, we will fight to the end. Count me in. Ling Yi raised his spear of light, his gaze unwavering. The forces of chaos killed my parents. I will never let the void harm anyone else. And me. Imin too. One by one the 11 inheritors gathered beside Lin Shun. Though their powers were useless against the void, none of them backed down. They came from every corner of the universe, each with their own history, but at this moment they shared a single conviction: to protect this cosmos. Xian gazed at these young figures before him, a flicker of emotion stirring in his eyes. Having lived for eons, he had borne the burden of creation and destruction alone, never experiencing such warmth and unity. He thought of Nuwa and the gods who had once accompanied him, and the coldness in his heart began to thaw. Perhaps there is— Xian took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The void can devour all energy, but it cannot devour will. If we can merge the power of all twin marks with the forces of creation and destruction, forging them into a pure barrier of will, we might temporarily halt the void's invasion. But this method comes at a great cost. Xian's expression was exceedingly grave. Each of our souls will be imprinted on the barrier, forever denied reincarnation. Moreover, this barrier can only last 100 years. If we fail to find a way to utterly annihilate the void within that time, the universe will still be consumed. Silence fell over the group. Eternal denial of reincarnation meant utter oblivion. Yet watching the distant galaxies vanish and the innocent lives about to be devoured by the void, no one hesitated. I am willing, Lin Chen spoke first. Even if it means the complete destruction of my soul, I will do it to protect the universe. I am willing to. We are all willing. 11 voices rang out in unison, firm and resolute. Xian nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He walked to the center of the altar, forming hand seals, as the forces of creation and destruction erupted simultaneously, forming a massive array in midair. Lin Chen, stand at the arrays, and channel all power with your will to protect. The rest of you infuse your mark energies into the array. Lin Chen stepped into the center of the array and sat. Qingyu, Su Ling, Ling Yi and the others took their positions at the 11 points of the array, pouring all their mark energies into it. The pillar expanded until it became a colossal barrier enveloping the entire universe. Upon its surface shimmered the figures of the 11 inheritors and Xian, imprints forged from their will. The pillar expanded until it became a colossal barrier enveloping the entire universe. Upon its surface shimmered the figures of the 11 inheritors and Xian, imprints forged from their will. The void tendril slammed against the barrier with a piercing screech, but could advance no further. The void creatures crawling out of the fissure were also held at bay. The first wave of crisis was temporarily averted. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the barrier before him, yet he felt no relief. He could sense his soul gradually merging into the barrier, his consciousness beginning to blur. Lin Shan, Xian said, his voice low. 100 years may seem long, but in truth it is fleeting. We must find a way to completely destroy the void within that time. Nuwa foresaw this day, Xian continued. When she created the twin marks, she left a final contingency. At the very center of the universe lies the core of creation, which holds the secret to vanquishing the void. But it has been tainted by void energy, and only a complete creator god can enter. Lin Chen nodded, understanding Xian's meaning. They had to complete the fusion as quickly as possible to become the full creator god, and enter the core of creation to find the way to defeat the void. Just then the barrier trembled violently. Deep within the fissure, the colossal eye of the void slowly turned, finally fixing its gaze upon Lin Chen. A voice, cold, hollow, and utterly devoid of emotion, resonated directly in everyone's mind. Creator, we have finally found you. In 100 years. We shall descend in person, devour all, return to nothingness. The voice faded and the fissure temporarily ceased its expansion. Yet everyone knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Lin Chen looked up into the depths of the cosmos, his gaze unyielding. He turned to Qingyue, who met his eyes. They exchanged a smile, their faces brimming with determination. 100 years was enough. They would complete the fusion, find the means to defeat the void, and protect the universe they had bought with their lives. What they did not know was that beyond the barrier in the void a faint golden light flickered softly. It was the last remnant of Nuwa's soul. She gazed at the barrier around the universe and smiled with relief. Then she transformed into a streak of light, flying toward the core of creation at the universe's heart. The century-old barrier resembled a layer of colorful glass enveloping the entire universe. The planets once consumed by war gradually regained vitality as tender green shoots emerged from the charred earth and wisps of smoke rose among the crumbling ruins. The beings of the three realms looked up to see 12 figures flickering across the sky, the imprints formed by Lin Xian and the 11 dual inheritors, shining like the brightest stars guarding the hard-won peace. The altar in the chaos abyss had long been restored to its original state. Lin Xian sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, with Xian standing opposite him, both surrounded by swirling golden and black chaotic energy. The will imprints of Qingyue, Su Ling Ling Yi and others projected down from the sky, transforming into 11 gentle beams of light that wrapped around the two. Qi Yin lay at the edge of the altar, its left wing having regrown under the nourishment of the primordial force. At this moment it retracted all its aura, its golden eyes fixed intently on the two in the formation, not daring to be the slightest bit distracted. "Are you ready?" Xian spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying a hint of gravity. "Once the fusion begins it cannot be interrupted. The power of the void will surely take the opportunity to seep in. We must remain clear of distractions. Otherwise not only will all our efforts be in vain, but we will also be completely devoured by the void." Lin Xian opened his eyes, gazing at the imprint of Qingyue in the sky. The girl who had always silently supported him from behind was now looking at him with gentle yet resolute eyes. He took a deep breath and nodded. "I am ready. For Qingyue, for all those who sacrificed for this universe, we—" As the words fell, both closed their eyes simultaneously. Xian's powers of creation and destruction slowly surged forth, intertwining with the dual inheritors' powers within Lin Xian. The golden and black light grew brighter, enveloping the entire altar. The 12 imprints in the sky shimmered simultaneously, continuously infusing the light with the power of will, strengthening the connection of their souls. Time passed gradually, and the figures of the two became increasingly transparent, beginning to merge with each other. Lin Xian could clearly feel Xian's memories of countless years, the brilliance of the universe's birth, the warmth of the gods' companionship, the pain of uncontrollable destruction, the loneliness of being sealed. Those once cold memories gradually became warm under the infusion of Lin Xian's protective will. Xian also felt Lin Xian's joys and sorrows through the cycles of reincarnation, experiencing the power of love and protection, understanding Nuwa's good intentions from back then. Just as the fusion was about to be completed, the entire universe suddenly trembled violently. The colorful barrier in the sky appeared densely covered with cracks, and the black void energy seeped in like a venomous snake from the crevices, rushing madly toward the altar. "Not good." The Lord of the Void acted prematurely. Xian's voice held a trace of anger. "He is using our weakest moment during the fusion to attack the barrier." The void energy instantly engulfed the altar, turning the stone ground into nothingness. Even the air was swallowed up entirely. Qi Yin let out an angry roar, golden flames of creation igniting around it, forming a barrier to block the first wave of the void's onslaught. But the void energy came in an endless stream, and the flame barrier grew thinner at a visible rate, with Qi Yan's body also starting to become transparent. "Qi Yan." Lin Xian felt a rush of urgency, wanting to divert some power for support, but the fusion was at its most critical moment. A slight misstep would lead to the shattering of their souls. At this critical juncture, a gentle golden light flew from the center of the universe, instantly penetrating the barrier and landing at the center of the altar. Nuwa's ethereal figure slowly emerged. She waved her hand, and a golden barrier enveloped the entire altar, blocking the void energy from entering. "Nuwa!" Lin Xian and Xian exclaimed simultaneously. "Children, do not be distracted. Continue the fusion." Nuwa's voice was gentle yet firm. "I will fend off the void energy. Remember, the true essence of creation is not control but acceptance. Acceptance of destruction, acceptance of the void, acceptance of all imperfections in the universe." She turned to face the oncoming void energy, her hands forming seals. The golden power of creation transformed into countless streams of light colliding with the void energy. With each collision, Nuwa's figure became increasingly transparent. With only the last trace of her divine soul remaining, she was now burning her final strength to protect the fusion. Lin Xian and Xian exchanged glances, both filled with determination. They no longer paid attention to the disturbances from the outside world, pouring all their focus into the fusion. The golden and black light surged violently, and the two figures fully merged into one, transforming into a brand new existence. He bore Lin Xian's visage but carried Xian's maturity and majesty. Surrounded by the dual-colored flows of creation and destruction, his eyes reflected the stars of the entire universe. He was the complete god of creation, the first true existence to balance creation and destruction since the universe's birth. We did it. Qi Yin let out a joyful roar, and the 12 imprints in the sky exploded with dazzling light, simultaneously causing the cracks in the barrier to begin healing rapidly. Nuwa's ethereal figure had become almost transparent. She looked at the newly born god of creation, revealing a smile of relief. Great. We have finally waited for this day. Lin Shun carries Xian's will and the hopes of all inheritors to the core of creation. There lies the ultimate secret to defeating the void and the ultimate truth of the universe. As her words fell, Nuwa's ethereal figure completely dissipated into the air, transforming into specks of golden light that merged into the body of the god of creation. Lin Shun slowly extended his hand, feeling the boundless power of creation surging within him. With a gentle wave, the invading void energy was instantly purified, and the shattered altar restored to its original state. He looked up towards the center of the universe, where a massive golden sphere of light pulsed with an ancient and sacred aura. It was the core of creation. Let's go, Lin Shun said softly. Qi Yin immediately spread its enormous golden wings, carrying him toward the center of the universe. The 12 imprints in the sky also moved along, resembling 12 stars guarding him closely. Passing through layers of star clouds, the core of creation drew nearer. It was far larger than Lin Shun had imagined, its surface flowing with golden creation energy, surrounded by countless swirling galaxies. Lin Shun landed on the surface of the core and gently reached out to touch it. A golden door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside the core. Inside the core was an endless golden expanse with a massive crystal ball floating in the center, reflecting the past, present, and future of the entire universe. Below the crystal ball, a figure identical to Lin Shun was sealed by countless golden chains. His eyes were tightly closed, his expression calm, but he exuded an aura identical to that of the Lord of the Void. Lin Shun suddenly halted, his heart tightening. He could clearly feel that this sealed figure was intrinsically connected to him, even closer than Xian. At that moment, an ancient and weathered voice emanated from the crystal ball. Welcome, the new god of creation. I am the will of the universe. Lin Shun stared blankly at the sealed figure, his mind a blank. He never expected that the Lord of the Void, who plunged the entire universe into crisis, would be the former. Lin Shun stared blankly at the sealed figure, his mind a blank. He never expected that the Lord of the Void, who plunged the entire universe into crisis, would be the former god of creation. The voice of the will of the universe continued, filled with endless fatigue and helplessness. Every trillion years the universe undergoes a cycle. The old universe is destroyed, and the new universe is born. The mission of the god of creation is to transform into the void at the end of the cycle, clearing everything from the old universe to pave the way for the birth of the new universe. The previous god of creation was unwilling to accept this fate. He sought to break the cycle and eternally guard the universe he had created. But he failed, and the uncontrollable power turned him born. The mission of the god of creation is to transform. Nuwa sacrificed herself, splitting his power into two, creating you and Xian in the hope that you could complete his unfinished mission to find a way to break the cycle. There are only 99 years left until the cycle ends. At that time, either you will transform into the void, restarting the universe, or the Lord of the Void will completely break free from his seal, swallowing the entire universe, returning everything to eternal nothingness. Lin Shun stood frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. He thought he had defeated the Lord of Chaos, stopping the invasion of the void, and had already completed his mission. Yet he never expected that all of this was merely a part of the universe's cycle, and his ultimate fate was to transform into the void, destroying all that he had protected. At that moment, the sealed figure suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Lin Shun, a cold smile playing on his lips identical to that of the Lord of the Void. Do you think Nuwa really wanted to break the cycle? She just wanted you to take my place and die. Go die for me. Lin Shun's voice trembled slightly as he instinctively clenched his fingers. The golden power of creation surged around him, flickering like a candle flame due to the turmoil within his heart. He gazed at the figure sealed within, one that bore an identical visage to his own, the previous creator god Song. He then turned to the crystal sphere of cosmic will suspended in midair, his mind blank. The light of the cosmic will flickered momentarily, infused with evident displeasure. Song, your mind has been twisted by the void. Do not tempt the new creator god any further. The cycle is the iron law of the universe, one that no one can break. Nuwa's choice was to preserve the last glimmer of hope for the universe. Iron law? Song suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with endless sorrow and mockery. You once told me the same thing. You informed me that this was the fate of the creator god, a rule set since the dawn of the universe. But as I gaze upon the stars I created with my own hands, watching the beings thriving on those planets, how could I bear to annihilate them myself? He suddenly raised his head, his pure black eyes intensely fixated on Lin Shun, the light within them flashing with a blend of madness and pain. I resisted. I tried to suppress the void with my own power, altering the course of the cycle. But what was the result? I failed, and the uncontrolled power transformed me into the very thing I despised most. And Nuwa, my most trusted child, sealed me here and severed my essence, creating you. She told you that you are the hope of the universe, the key to breaking the cycle. But she did not tell you that breaking the cycle means inheriting my fate, becoming the void at the end of the cycle, and completing my mission to restart the universe. In doing so, she can live forever in the admiration of you later generations, while I am destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming the despised lord of the void. Song's words struck Lin Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. He remembered Nuwa's gentle smile, her words, "Guide your power with your heart," and the comforting gaze she cast upon him as she faded away. Could it be that all of this was merely a meticulously planned deception? No, I don't believe it. Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze growing resolute. Lady Nuwa is not that kind of person. She sacrificed everything to protect the universe. She would never trade my life for supposed hope for the universe. He extended his hand, gently touching the crystal sphere at the center. The power of creation surged into it, and the crystal sphere erupted with a dazzling light, countless ancient memories flooding into Lin Chen's mind like a tidal wave. It was the beginning of creation billions of years ago, when Song had just created the universe. He gazed at the stars he had ignited himself, his eyes filled with tenderness. Nuwa was the first god he created, and the child he cherished most. Together they crafted the gods, nurtured life, and transformed the cold universe into a vibrant home. Until one day the cosmic will informed Song that the trillion-year deadline was approaching, and he must become the void to restart the universe. Song refused. He could not bear to part with all he had created. To defy fate, he began to cultivate madly, striving to surpass the rules of the universe. But the more he resisted, the stronger the void's power grew within him, ultimately spiraling out of control. The out-of-control Song began to annihilate all he had created. The gods fell, and life suffered. Nuwa, tearfully raising the sword of creation, could not bring herself to kill her own father. She approached the cosmic will, and proposed a bold plan to sever Song's essence, separating the powers of creation and destruction to create a new creator god. I do not want him to die for Song. In the memory, Nuwa's voice was filled with tears, yet incredibly resolute. I will let the new creator god enter the cycle, allowing him to experience the joys and sorrows of all beings, granting him the bonds and protective heart that Song never had. The cycle is not an iron law. As long as there is a strong enough will, it can certainly be broken. What if he fails? Asked the cosmic will. Then I will become the void alongside him. Nuwa replied calmly. This is our universe, and we must protect. The fragments of memory came to an end. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, now devoid of confusion, leaving only emotion and determination. He finally understood Nuwa's well-meaning intentions. She had never intended for herself to die in his place. She simply believed that he, born of the will of all beings, could accomplish what Song had not. You see, she deceived you as well as me. Song's voice echoed again, tinged with weariness. She thought love and protection could break everything, yet she did not understand that the universe's rules cannot be altered by mere will. The more you resist, the stronger the power of the void becomes. In the end, you will only become a monster like me, one that destroys everything. Just then the entire core of creation suddenly trembled violently. The colorful barrier in the heavens shattered, and black void energy surged in like a tsunami, erasing galaxies in its wake. The golden chains sealing Song began to crack inch by inch, and the void energy around him grew increasingly potent. Time's up. The voice of the cosmic will carried a hint of despair. Lin Chen, initiate the cosmic restart immediately. This is your last chance. If you delay any longer, the entire universe will be consumed by the void with not even a chance for restart. Song's lips curled into a cold smile. Come on, Lin Chen, make your choice. Either become the void and destroy all you protect, or release me, and together we will devour the void, breaking this damned cycle. Two forces tugged at Lin Chen simultaneously. One was the cosmic will's urging, and the other was Song's. Lin Chen looked up at the heavens, the 12 marks of the inheritors flickering under the onslaught of void energy, ready to extinguish at any moment. He seemingly saw the resolute figure of the burning sky emperor at the moment of self-detonation, the determined stride of Mo Yuan charging towards the demon soldiers, and the gentle smile of Qing Yu standing before him. I will not choose any path you offer me. Lin Chen's voice was soft yet filled with an undeniable resolve. He slowly opened his arms. The dual-colored power of creation surged skyward, merging with the will marks of the 12 inheritors in the heavens. I am Lin Chen, an ordinary person who has experienced countless cycles, and the new creator god, who has inherited the powers of creation and destruction. My mission is not to destroy nor to rule, but to protect. The cycle is not an iron law, and fate is not unchangeable. Since the universe gave birth to me, there must be a reason for it. Today I will rewrite this rule in my own way. He suddenly pressed both hands onto the crystal sphere, pouring in all of his power of creation, the will of all inheritors, and the hopes of all beings within the universe over billions of years. The golden light instantly illuminated the entire core of creation, purifying the incoming void energy, causing the broken chains to reconstitute, and once again seal Song tightly. Song looked at Lin Chen, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes, which quickly turned to mockery. It's useless. What you're doing is merely delaying the inevitable. In 99 years the cycle will still arrive, and the void will still consume everything. Lin Chen ignored him. He could feel the crystal sphere undergoing a wondrous transformation, the universe's rules slowly beginning to shift under his power. Just then he suddenly caught sight of an unseen image deep within the crystal sphere. It was a boundless expanse of white space with countless colorful bubbles floating within, each resembling their universe. Each bubble portrayed the same story: the Creator God creates the universe, the void descends, and the cycle restarts. Above these bubbles hovered a gigantic transparent figure holding a pen and recording something in a thick book. That figure seemed to sense Lin Chen's gaze and slowly lifted its head. Lin Chen's heart tightened suddenly. He saw that the figure's face bore no features, only an empty void. On the cover of that thick book were inscribed 4 ancient characters: Chronicles of the Universe. Time seemed to freeze entirely in that moment. The surging gold-black radiance within the Genesis core solidified in midair. The golden chains that had shattered and recoalesced ceased their trembling, and even the encroaching void force appeared to have been paused, hovering at the edge of the celestial dome. Lin Chen remained frozen, with both hands pressed against the crystal sphere, his body rigid, blood seemingly congealed in his veins. The fleeting vision he had just witnessed seared into the deepest recesses of his soul like a branding iron. An endless white expanse, countless floating cosmic bubbles of color, each one playing out cycles of creation, destruction, and rebirth. And there, standing above all the bubbles, a transparent figure, without facial features, along with a thick ancient tome, whose cover bore the title The Cosmic Chronicles. Was this the true nature of the cycle? Not an immutable law established at the dawn of the universe, not an inescapable fate of the Creator God, but someone was writing all of this. Were their joys and sorrows, their choices between life and death, their eons of struggle and rebellion, nothing more than cold lines of text beneath someone else's pen? No. Impossible. The sharp voice of the universal will shattered the dead silence. Its once-stable radiance now flickered wildly like a bulb about to short-circuit, its tone filled with unprecedented terror and confusion. I am the universal will, born in the instant of the cosmic singularity's explosion. I know all the rules and secrets of the universe. There is no such thing as a higher dimensional existence. What you saw must be an illusion, a trap set by the void. Before its words had faded, the Genesis crystal orb suddenly uncontrollably erupted, with a blinding white light projecting the scene Lin Chen had just witnessed in its entirety across the celestial dome of the Genesis core. This time not only the universal will, but even Tsang sealed at the center clearly saw that white expanse and the faceless figure holding the brush. The sneer and coldness on Tsang's face instantly froze. He stared blankly at the celestial dome, his expression shifting from shock to bewilderment, and then from bewilderment to extreme madness and sorrow. He suddenly burst into loud laughter, the sound causing the entire Genesis core to hum, the golden chains to shake violently, and countless fragments of stone to fall from the vault. Huh, what a joke. The biggest joke of all. Tsang laughed until tears streamed down his face, black tears of void falling, corroding deep pits into the ground. I have rebelled for eons. I personally destroyed everything I created. I was sealed by my most beloved child. I have borne the infamy of the Void Lord for eons. And all of this was just a script written by someone else. I am the villain, Yu Hua is the saintess, and you, Lin Chen, are the chosen savior. All of us are just acting out the same repetitive drama according to the words in that broken book. He jerked his head up, his pitch-black eyes fixed on the faceless figure on the celestial dome, and roared, "Who are you? What right do you have to decide our fates? What right?" Only dead silence answered him. The image on the celestial dome slowly faded, and the crystal orb returned to calm, but the atmosphere in the Genesis core became oppressively heavy. The universal will fell silent. Its radiance was dim and weak, stripped of its former lofty arrogance. It was finally forced to admit that the immutable laws it had upheld were merely pre-written programs. The so-called universal will was just a tool in the script responsible for driving the plot. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his hands from the crystal orb, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. After the immense shock, a newfound, unprecedented resolve rose within him. If before he fought against the cycle to protect those he cared about, and the beings of the universe, then now he would also fight for a truly free future for all living beings whose fates were written. No matter who it is, no matter how powerful it is, Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet carried the weight of 1,000 mountains. It can write the past, it can write the present, but it cannot write the future. As long as we still have will and the courage to resist fate, we'll never be predetermined. Just then a sudden change occurred. The faceless figure on the celestial dome seemed provoked by Tsang's roar. It slowly raised the brush in its hand, and gently made a stroke on the page of the Cosmic Chronicles. There was no earth-shattering sound, no violent surge of energy. Only an indescribable, bone-chilling force crossing dimensions and space-time descended directly into the Genesis core. This force was completely different from the Void Force. The Void was destruction, devouring, returning everything to chaos. This force was correction. It was like a meticulous proofreader forcefully pulling all deviating plot lines back to their original course. The Genesis crystal orb was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. All the Genesis force and the will of the successors that Lin Chen had infused into it melted away like snow under a scorching sun. The 12 imprints of the successors let out a mournful cry, their radiance dimming until they were almost invisible. The previously purified void force surged again, and this time it was even more terrifying. Wherever it passed, not only would galaxies be annihilated, but space itself would be directly erased, leaving behind an absolute void. It's the correction force. The universal will shrieked, its voice filled with despair. It's correcting us. It's trying to pull the plot back to its original track. According to the original script, you should have initiated the universe's restart by now, or been devoured by Song. You deviated from the plot, and it wants to erase you, the variable. The golden ceiling chains shattered inch by inch. The void aura on Song surged, but instead of seizing the chance to break free, he looked up at Lin Chen, his expression incredibly complex. Kid, you're right. Song's voice was devoid of its usual mockery for the first time. Even if it is a script, I want to tear it apart with my own hands. I don't want to be the reviled villain anymore, and I definitely don't want to act out this damned cycle again. As he spoke, he willingly spread his arms, condensing the purest void force within him into a black beam of light, shooting it towards Lin Chen. This is the essence of the void I cultivated for eons, the part that wasn't corrupted. Creation and destruction are one and the same. Only by fusing both powers can we resist that correction force from the higher dimension. The universal will also react it. Without hesitation, it transformed into a stream of multicolored light and merged into Lin Chen's body. I am granting you all the authority of the universe's rules. From now on, you are the true lord of the universe. If we lose, everything will cease to exist. If we win, I want to see what a future without a script looks like. Lin Chen did not refuse. He spread his arms, simultaneously accepting Song's void essence and the universal will's rule power. The three colors, gold, black, and multicolored, intertwined and fused furiously within his body, eventually coalescing into a chaotic-colored sphere of light. The 12 dim imprints of the successors lit up again, merging with the chaotic sphere. His aura began to skyrocket, surpassing any previous creator god, reaching an unprecedented break. Lin Chen threw a punch. There were no flashy techniques, only the purest chaotic force, of fusion of creation, destruction, and universal rules. This punch shattered the encroaching correction force, shattered the invisible shackles forming on the celestial dome, and even tore a tiny fissure in space, leading to an unknown dimension. The icy correction force retreated. The Genesis core temporarily returned to calm. Lin Chen stumbled with golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That punch had nearly exhausted all his strength. Song's seal was completely shattered, and he leaned weakly against the stone wall, too spent to move. The radiance of the universal will became as faint as a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing. They had won the first round, but everyone knew this was only the beginning. It can't directly interfere with us, Lin Chen panted, staring at the celestial dome with a grave expression. It can only correct us by modifying rules and pushing the plot. That attack just now was the strongest force it could exert across dimensions. Song nodded and said in a deep voice, back when I was on the verge of losing control, I also vaguely glimpsed that white expanse. But I dismissed it as an illusion and paid it no heed. Looking back now, that must have been the first time I deviated from the script, triggering a weak correction force. Only you, having fused the will of all beings, have truly broken free from its control. Just as they were about to discuss how to find a way to confront the writer, the Genesis crystal orb suddenly erupted with blinding white light once more. This time the white light contained no images. Only a cold, mechanical, emotionless voice resounded directly in the depths of the souls of Lin Chen. Song, and the universal will, variable number 739, first level correction failed. Detected core variable has integrated universal rules and void essence. Threat level elevated to maximum. Initiating secondary correction protocol, plot reset. Objective delete all variables, return to initial cycle node. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Lin Chen jerked his head up, looking at the tiny fissure leading to the unknown dimension. He saw the fissure rapidly expanding. And on the other side of the fissure, the faceless figure was holding its brush, slowly turning to the first page of the Cosmic Chronicles. The icy countdown, like a death knell, struck deep into the souls of the three. With each falling number, the space within the Genesis core twisted further. Lin Chen could clearly feel his memories being drawn away by an invisible force. Those unforgettable images. Xingyu smiled as she shielded him, the blaze of the blazing heaven emperor's self-destruction, the look in Yua's eyes as she faded. All began to blur, as if seen through thick frosted glass. Those unforgettable images. Xingyu smiled as she shielded him, the blaze of the blazing heaven emperor's self-destruction, the look in Yua's eyes as she faded. He gritted his teeth, gathering his last shred of power to detonate his core. Lin Chen will hold it off. You take the cosmic will and go. As long as one variable survives, we still have hope. It's useless. Lin Chen pressed a hand on his shoulder, channeling chaotic force into him to temporarily stabilize his dissipating form. The plot reset overwrites the entire universe's timeline. Your self-destruction will only let the correction force complete its coverage faster. We can't escape unless we leave this universe. Leave the universe. The cosmic will's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. Its light had shrunk to a firefly's glow. Beyond the universe is absolute nothingness. No space, no time. Any existence entering it would be instantly annihilated. There's no way we can survive. No, there's one place. Lin Shen abruptly raised his head, looking at the tiny crack leading to a higher dimension. When he had punched that crack moments ago, he had faintly sensed behind it, beyond the white space of the scribe, a chaotic region brimming with shattered energy. There the timeline was fractured, the rules twisted, and even the correction force could not fully permeate. It's where the scribe discards abandoned plots. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. The pages it writes poorly, the plots it tears away, they're all thrown there. I call it the Forgotten Land. It's a blind spot its pen cannot reach. Only there can we preserve our complete selves untouched by the plot reset. 4, 3, 2. The countdown entered its final 3 seconds. The entire Genesis core began to collapse. The golden stone walls turned into countless specks of light. The stone platform ceiling Song completely disintegrated. Even the firmament peeled away piece by piece, revealing a pure white expanse behind it. Lin Shen could feel his own arms turning transparent, the chaotic force at his fingertips rapidly dissipating. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Shen took a deep breath, gathering all the remaining chaotic force within him into his right fist. This time he did not attack the correction force. Instead, he aimed at the tiny crack and unleashed a punch that poured out all he had. Open up. The chaotic light of his fist tore through space. The crack, originally as thin as a finger, instantly expanded to the height of a person. Beyond the crack lay a bizarre world. Countless fragmented images floated and spun, the wreckage of exploding stars, the battlefield of fallen gods, and figures of countless different versions of Lin Shen, Song, and Nuwa, repeating abandoned plots within broken timelines. A powerful suction force emanated from the crack. At the same time, the icy correction force finally descended. Half of Lin Shen's body had already been erased into light particles. Song's figure was nearly invisible. The faint glow of the cosmic will was on the verge of extinguishing. Go! Lin Shen grabbed Song's wrist with one hand and clutched the cosmic will's light orb with the other. He leaped into the crack leading to the Forgotten Land. The moment their bodies fully entered the crack, the final number of the countdown fell. 1. The plot reset was in an instant. The entire Genesis core reverted to its appearance eons ago. The golden ceiling chains were intact. Song was sealed in the center, his eyes vacant, devoid of any consciousness. The cosmic will's crystal orb floated in midair, emitting a cold, indifferent light. And before the crystal orb, a young figure slowly opened, his eyes filled with confusion. The original Lin Shen, who had just inherited the Genesis force and knew nothing yet. Everything had returned to the beginning. A violent wave of dizziness hit Lin Shen. He felt as though he had traversed countless fragmented timelines for eons. When he finally landed, his feet touched solid ground. Fresh air filled his lungs, and the sounds of birdsong and flowing water reached his ears. He snapped his eyes open and froze. Before him was not the shattered ruins he had imagined, nor a twisted chaos of instead it was a lush valley of green mountains and clear waters with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In the distance, a village sent up wisps of cooking smoke, and the laughter of children could be faintly heard. It was all exactly as he remembered the small village at the foot of Qingyun's sect. What's going on? Song's voice sounded beside him. His body had re-solidified, but his face was still pale. How can the Forgotten Land look like this? Isn't this the Qingyu village where you were born? The cosmic will's light orb drifted out from Lin Shen's palm. Its glow was slightly brighter than before, rapidly scanning the surroundings. A moment later, its voice trembled with disbelief. Impossible. The rules here are complete. The timeline is continuous. And the beings here possess independent will. This is no discarded plot fragment. This is a complete real universe. Lin Shen's heart sank. He activated his chaotic force and surveyed the area. The entire valley, the whole village, even the distant Qingyun sect, all matched his memories without a single difference. He saw Ergo, who used to catch fish with him as a child, Uncle Wang, who sold candied hawthorns at the village entrance, and the old village chief, who always wore a stern face, but secretly slipped him steamed buns. Everything was terrifyingly real. Just then a gentle voice came from behind them. You've finally come. Lin Shen and Song turned around simultaneously, both shuddering. Beneath a willow tree not far away stood a woman in a white dress, her black hair like a waterfall, her features tender. It was Nuwa, the one they had yearned for in their dreams. Her smile was still so warm, so kind. Identical to the Nuwa in Lin Shen's memories, who had sacrificed herself to protect the universe. But Lin Shen's pupils suddenly contracted. He could sense that this Nuwa before him carried no trace of the aura of a creator god. Instead, she emanated a cold presence homogeneous with the scribes, alien to this universe. Moreover, deep in her eyes there was no longer the familiar compassion and resolve. Only an unfathomable calm, so profound it sent chills down one's spine. Goddess Nuwa. Lin Shen tested cautiously, clenching his fists. Nuwa nodded gently and said with a smile, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've been here waiting ever since Song first deviated from the script. You're not her, Song said coldly, his power of nothingness coalescing instantly. The real Nuwa has already sacrificed herself. Who are you? Nuwa did not answer his question. Instead, she pointed toward the village. Lin Shen followed her gaze, and the blood in his veins froze instantly. He saw a young boy in coarse linen clothes carrying a bundle of firewood down from the mountain. The boy's face was identical to his own youthful appearance. The boy reached the village entrance, greeted the old village chief, and then skipped toward his home, his face beaming with a care. That was 15-year-old Lin Chun. The Lin Chun who had not yet met Qingyue, who had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, who did not yet know he was the creator god. Welcome to the real script. Nua's voice echoed again. This time her smile carried a hint of icy mockery. You thought escaping the original universe meant breaking free from the script. How naive. What you just escaped was merely the first page. She slowly raised her hand, pointing to the sky. Lin Chun and Song looked up simultaneously. Above them a colossal, boundless ancient book was slowly unfurling. Countless pages rustled in the wind. On each page was written a different universe, a different cycle. In some universes Song had succeeded in devouring the creator god and became the new scribe. In others Lin Chun had initiated a reset and turned into nothingness. In still others Nua had not sacrificed herself but fought alongside Song only for both to fall. And at the very top of the ancient book the faceless scribe, the creator god, and became the new scribe. In others Lin Chun had initiated a reset and turned into nothing. A bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of Lin Chun's feet. He finally understood. There was no forgotten. What they had leaped into was not the scribe's wastebasket, but the opening of the next script already written by it. The boundless cosmic chronicle in the sky slowly turned its pages, each flip stirring a gale that traversed time and space. The wind swept up fallen leaves, and with them a bone-chilling cold within Lin Chun's heart. He gazed at the 15-year-old boy radiant with smiles and carrying firewood on his back, then looked at his own calloused hands that had grasped swords and blades countless times. A surreal and poignant sense of fragmentation washed over him. That was him, yet it was not him. That youth still knew nothing of creator god's cycles or the scribe. His world was filled only with green hills and clear waters, the candied hawthorns at the village entrance, and a vague longing for the world beyond the mountains. Now this carefree youth had become the most crucial pawn in the new script the scribe used to trap them. Perfect ending. Song's voice was hoarse as if ground by sand. The void force around him surged uncontrollably, freezing the surrounding air into ice. It wrote it billions of times, killed us billions of times, all to make us willingly die. Is this what it calls perfection? What else? The false Nua gently brushed a strand of hair from her temple, her smile still tender, but her tone as cold as a winter's deep pool. Only when the creator god willingly sacrifices can the universe be reborn, without any hidden dangers. Your repeated resistance and deviations from the script only destabilize the universe's foundation. The scribe is merely doing its duty, maintaining order across all cosmos. She paused, her gaze falling on Lin Chun with a hint of pity. I know you're unwilling. But have you considered that without the scribe the universe would never have existed? Your lives, your emotions, your so-called freedom, all were gifts from it. Now it's simply time to return them. Bullshit. Lin Chun roared, his chaotic force exploding around him, cracking the ground. He stared at the false Nua, fury blazing in his eyes. Life is not a gift. Freedom is not charity. We are not words under its pen, nor tools for it to smear at will. Even if it created the universe, it has no right to decide our life and death. Just then a piercing howl echoed from the distant forest. 3 green-faced, fanged mountain demons burst through the trees, charging toward the village. They exuded a stench of demonic aura, withering plants, and corroding stones into black holes in their wake. According to the original script, this was the first tribulation in young Lin Chun's life. He would encounter the demons while returning from gathering firewood, panic, fall down a slope, and be rescued by Qingyue passing by. This meeting would set him on the path of cultivation, opening the story's prologue. The 15-year-old Lin Chun froze. He looked at the ferocious demons, the injured village head, and the little girl crying in fear. The smile vanished from his face. The ground, and spitting. The 15-year-old Lin Chun froze. He looked at the ferocious demons, the injured village head, and the little girl crying in fear. The smile vanished from his face. Instead of fleeing as the script dictated, he gritted his teeth, threw down his firewood, and gripped his gleaming hatchet. Don't come any closer. Young Lin Chun shouted, stepping in front of the little girl. His legs trembled slightly, and his hand whitened from gripping the hatchet, but his eyes held a determination beyond his years. This scene stunned everyone present. The false Nua smile faded for the first time. She frowned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Lin Chun's eyes widened. He distinctly felt that the moment young Lin Chun raised the hatchet to shield the girl, a faint, almost invisible crack appeared on the second page of the colossal ancient book in the sky. Simultaneously, the false Nua's aura wavered for an instant. So that's it. Lin Chun's heart raced as a bold idea took shape in his mind. The scribe could write plots and dictate characters' fates, but it could not write their heartfelt decisions when faced with choice. When a character made a choice that completely defied the script, a plot crack would form, directly weakening the scribe and the power of its narrative anchors. Son, hold her off. Lin Chun shouted, vanishing in a flash toward young Lin Chun. He did not strike down the demons, but yelled beside the youth, take the village head and children east. There's a cave there where you can hide. Young Lin Chun hesitated, turning to look at the stranger. Though unfamiliar, he sensed no ill intent from the man. He nodded, grabbed the little girl, helped the injured village head, and ran toward the eastern forest. How dare you? The false Nuwa roared, striking a palm at Lin Chun. A massive white handprint bearing earth-shattering power, Song instantly blocked in front of Lin Chun, his void force forming a black shield that withstood the blow. With a thunderous crash, Song staggered backward, black blood trickling from his lips, but he stood firm, not retreating. Your opponent is me. Song wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes icy. To touch him, you'll have to go through me. The false Nuwa snorted, ignoring Lin Chun, and engaged Song in battle. White creation force and black void force clashed, violently shaking the entire valley. Dark clouds thickened in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, as if the world were ending. Without looking back, Lin Chun caught up with young Lin Chun, guiding him to make more script-defying choices as they ran. Don't take that path, you take the main road. Throw away the hatchet, pick up stones for defense. Let that fast runner scout ahead, don't be reckless yourself. Young Lin Chun followed every instruction without hesitation. Each deviation from the script caused more cracks to appear on the ancient book in the sky, growing larger and larger. The false Nuwa's power waned, and she was gradually suppressed by Song. Furious and alarmed, she could not spare a hand to stop Lin Chun, watching helplessly as her strength drained away. With that, her body dissolved into countless white specks of light, vanishing into the air. As she disappeared, the colossal ancient book in the sky slowly faded. The clouds parted. The scribe has already noticed you. Soon a plot corrector 100 times stronger than me will hunt you down. You can't. With that, her body dissolved into countless white specks of light, vanishing into the air. As she disappeared, the colossal ancient book in the sky slowly faded. The clouds parted, and sunlight once again bathed the valley. The three mountain demons, stripped of the script's support, weakened instantly, and were annihilated by a few streams of Song's void force. The immediate crisis was over. The villagers had taken shelter in the cave, and young Lin Chun was busy bandaging. He occasionally glanced up at Lin Chun, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. We're safe for now. The orb of the cosmic will drifted closer, its voice tinged with relief. I never thought the choices made by characters within the plot could actually counter the correction force. We never considered this before. Song nodded, his voice grave. It seems the scribe the heart. If we can make it can set the framework of the story, but it cannot control the heart. If we can make more characters within this script make their own choices and accumulate enough plot cracks, we might just tear this damned book apart. Lin Chun remained silent, watching the busy figure of the youth with a complex gaze. He recalled his own youth, Qingyue, and friends long gone. If he had made different choices back, then would everything have been different? Just then, light footsteps came from outside the village. Lin Chun remained silent, watching the busy figure of the youth with a complex gaze. He recalled his own youth, Qingyue, and friends long gone. Under the setting sun, a woman in white carrying a long sword walked step by step toward the village. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her features were strikingly beautiful, the very image of Qingyue etched into Lin Chun's soul. But her eyes were cold, devoid of warmth, hollow like a soulless puppet. The sword in her hand gleamed, bearing 4 ancient characters that shimmered eerily in the sunset. Plot corrector. What made Lin Chun's heart stop was the familiar warm aura he clearly sensed within this Qingyue, the last fragment of the true Nuwa's divine soul lingering in the cosmos. The woman in white halted slowly, raising her sword, its tip pointed at Lin Chun. Her lips parted and a cold, mechanical, yet achingly familiar voice emerged. Target Lin Chun, Song Cos. Mission: eliminate all variables correct. Plot deviation. Execution: order annihilation. The chill of the sword tip pierced through his clothes, directly reaching his heart. Lin Chun stood rooted to the spot, his entire body rigid, as if even the strength to raise his hand in defense had been drained away. He gazed at the face etched into the depths of his soul, at those eyes that once brimmed with starlight, but now were hollow and icy cold. His heart felt as if it were being viciously squeezed by an invisible hand, aching to the point of breathlessness. This was Qingyue. She was the maiden who had extended a helping hand when he was at his most destitute, the Tao companion, who had accompanied him through countless life and death trials, the woman who had turned into a cascade of starlight to shield him from a fatal blow. But now the sword in her hand was aimed straight at his heart. Don't just stand there. She's not Qingyue. She's just a corrector wearing her skin. Sung's furious roar jolted Lin Chun awake. The black nothingness instantly coalesced into a spear, thrusting fiercely toward the white-clad woman. He knew better than anyone the malice of the author. It excelled at using the person you cared about most to deliver the death. Yet just as the spear of nothingness was about to strike the white-clad woman, she turned her wrist lightly, and the long sword traced a perfect arc. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the spear of nothingness was cleaved in two by a single sword stroke. The white-clad woman's form flickered, appearing before Tsang like a ghost, the tip of her sword aimed at his brow. Her swordsmanship was unbelievably swift, every move and technique being the flowing cloud sword art that Qingyue had once personally taught Lin Chun, yet executed with 100-fold more ferocity and a bone-chilling killing intent. Puchi! Tsang failed to dodge, and his shoulder was pierced by the longsword. White sword energy surged into his body through the wound, frantically corroding his origin of nothingness. Tsang grunted, retreating several steps, his face filled with disbelief. The power of Nuwa. She can actually transform the fragments of Nuwa's soul into an attack. The orb of the universes will flickered intensely, its voice urgent, correct. The author has sealed Nuwa's remnant soul within this corrector, using her divine soul as an energy core. So her power can both counter your nothingness and suppress Lin Shen's creation force. And if we kill her, Nuwa's last wisp of a remnant soul will also dissipate. These words poured over Lin Shen like a bucket of ice water. He could not kill her. Even if she was merely a corrector wearing Qingyu's skin, even if she wanted to kill him, he could not make a move. For within this cold, hollow shell lay Nuwa's final hope, holding the great soul that had sacrificed everything for the universe. Xingyue. Lin Shen whispered the name, his voice trembling slightly. The white-clad woman's movements abruptly halted. In her hollow eyes an extremely faint ripple seemed to flash through. But it vanished in an instant, and she raised her long sword again, thrusting it toward Lin Shen. The sword light was like lightning, too fast for any reaction. Lin Shen did not dodge. He just stood there watching helplessly as the long sword pierced his left shoulder. Excruciating pain instantly engulfed his body. Golden blood gushed from the wound, staining his clothes. Lin Shen, have you lost your mind? Song's eyes were wide with fury, wanting to rush over and help, but was forced back by a casual sword aura from the white-clad woman. She gripped the sword hilt, slowly applying force, the blade sinking deeper into Lin Shen's shoulder. Her face was so close to Lin Shen's that he could clearly see her long eyelashes and smell the familiar faint scent of gardenia on her. That was Qingyu's favorite fragrance. Want you dodge? The white-clad woman spoke, her voice still cold and mechanical, yet carrying a subtle trace of barely perceptible confusion. I cannot dodge, Lin Shen said softly, looking into her eyes. I can never dodge your sword. He raised his uninjured right hand and gently caressed her cheek. The touch of his fingertips was icy cold, yet carried a familiar softness. Do you remember? Back then on the back mountain of Qingyuan sect, you taught me swordsmanship for the first time. You said a sword is meant to protect, not to kill. You said you would use your sword to protect me for a lifetime. Lin Shen's voice was soft, yet carried a depth of affection spanning eons of time. Countless fragments of memory surged into his mind like a tidal wave, and through his fingertips they were transmitted bit by bit to the white-clad woman before him. He recalled their first meeting when Xingyue in her white robes as pure as snow stood beneath the peach blossom tree. He remembered their cultivation together under the stars, making vows of eternal love. He thought of the final battle, when Xingyue shielded him, smiling, as she said, Lin Shen, live on. The white-clad woman's body began to tremble violently. Her hand on the sword hilt loosened and tightened, then loosened again. In her hollow eyes a look of struggle appeared for the first time. 2 clear teardrops slowly streamed down her cheeks. Lin Shen. An extremely faint voice filled with endless pain was squeezed from her throat. Goddess Nuwa, the universes will exclaimed in delight. It's Goddess Nuwa's divine soul. She's resisting the correction program. Song also halted his attack, watching the scene before him with a grave expression. He could clearly sense 2 forces engaged in a fierce struggle within the white-clad woman's body. One was the cold correction force striving for complete control of the body, the other was a warm creation force, Nuwa's divine soul, struggling with all its might to break free from its bonds. A surge of joy filled Lin Shen's heart. He quickly activated his creation force, channeling his power continuously into the white-clad woman's body to aid Nuwa's divine soul in resisting the correction program. Goddess Nuwa, hold on. We're here to save you. Just then the sky suddenly darkened. A correction force more powerful than any before descended like a dark cloud, shrouding the entire valley. In the sky the colossal, universal chronicle appeared once more, and the author's pen tip heavily slashed across the page. The icy mechanical voice resounded within the white-clad woman's mind, and also echoed deep in the souls of Lin Shen Tsang and the universal will. The white-clad woman's body stiffened abruptly. The clarity in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. She swiftly withdrew the long sword embedded in Lin Shen's shoulder and thrust it toward his heart once more. This time her speed was tenfold greater than before, carrying a desperate resolve to perish together. Watch out! Song shouted, lunging forward to shield Lin Shen. But it was too late. The long sword had already reached Lin Shen's chest, a mere inch away from piercing his heart. In that critical moment, the white-clad woman's hand suddenly froze. Her body convulsed violently, her face contorted with excruciating pain. With all her might she deflected the long sword. Its tip grazed Lin Shen's ribs and carved a deep gash into the ground. Go! Quickly! Nuwa's voice sounded again, this time crystal clear, laden with boundless exhaustion. The scribes are not one person. They are a race. Their world is also trapped in a cycle. They write our destinies to find a way to break their own cycle. What a... Lin Shen Tsang and the universal will were stunned simultaneously. This revelation exploded like a thunderclap in their minds. They had always believed the scribes were supreme creators, gods who controlled everything. But they never expected that the scribes themselves were also trapped in a cycle. They wrote the reincarnations of countless universes merely to find an escape for themselves. The self-destruct sequence cannot be stopped. Nuwa's voice grew fainter as her body began emitting a blinding white light. I will detonate my own soul to temporarily block the scribe's perception. You go to the deepest part of the forgotten land. There lie all discarded truths. And also, the true first page. No, Goddess Nuwa, don't. Lin Shen reached out to grasp her, but only caught a handful of cold air. The white-clad woman cast one last glance at him, her eyes filled with tenderness, reluctance, and a faint trace of apology. For me. See, a future without a script. With those words she turned and charged into the sky. A dazzling white light exploded midair like a second sun. A powerful shockwave swept across the entire valley. The chronicles of the universe in the sky shook violently, and countless dense cracks appeared on its pages. The scribe's perception was indeed temporarily severed. The white light dissipated, and the sky returned to calm. Qingyu's figure had vanished completely. Only a few fragments of white cloth drifted slowly in the wind. Lin Shen stood rooted to the spot, staring at the empty sky. The wound on his shoulder still bled, yet he felt no pain. His heart was filled with nothing but endless sorrow and rage. Song walked up beside him and patted his shoulder in silence. The luminous orb of the universal will also dimmed, remaining speechless. Just then the young Lin Shen, who had been hiding in the cave all along, suddenly ran over. In his hand, he held a fragment that had just fallen from the sky, shimmering with golden light. Just then the young Lin Shen, who had been hiding in the cave all along, suddenly ran over. In his hand, he held a fragment that had just fallen from the sky, shimmering with that sister. Where did she go? Lin Shen took the fragment. It was warm to the touch. A gentle warmth emanated from it, slowly mending his injured body. He looked down at the fragment and discovered that it bore a line of extremely tiny ancient script. Just as he was about to scrutinize the characters, 3 massive fissures suddenly split open in the distant sky. 3 identical white-clad figures stepped out from the fissures. The long swords in their hands glinted coldly, and on each blade were engraved 3 names: Fenshin, Weiyuan, Nuwa. 3 icy gazes simultaneously fell upon Lin Shen. A mechanical voice spoke in unison. Level 1 threat detected. Initiate Level 3 correction protocol. Execute order: complete annihilation. 3 figures in white robes hovered in midair, resembling 3 cold snow-capped mountains, enveloping the entire valley in a biting chill. The 3 names inscribed on the sword felt like sharp daggers, mercilessly stabbing into Lin Shen's heart. Emperor Fenshin, the iron-blooded sovereign who self-destructed his soul to protect the retreat of his people alongside 1,000,000 demon soldiers. Mo Yuan, the taciturn brother, who would always stand behind him in the most perilous moments. And Nuwa, the mother of creation, who willingly sacrificed herself for the sake of the universe's sentient beings. They were all the ones Lin Shen had devoted his life to protect, and they represented the deepest pain in his heart. Yet now the one wielding the pen has turned their very forms into the sharpest weapons aimed at him. Be careful. Their power is at least 3 times stronger than that of the previous Qingyue corrector. The light orb of the cosmic will flickered violently, its voice filled with unprecedented gravity. The one wielding the pen has replicated all their powers from their lifetimes, and has also augmented them with correction energy. Moreover, they share all combat data, leaving no weaknesses. Before the words fell, the 3 figures moved simultaneously. Fenshin raised his hand, and a raging inferno instantly engulfed the heavens and the earth. This was no ordinary flame, but the sacred fire of Fenshin, a culmination of his lifelong cultivation, capable of incinerating all matter and souls in existence. Wherever the flames passed, rocks melted, plants turned to ash, and even the air warped and twisted. Mo Yuan transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the atmosphere. Her expertise lay in shadow assassination, having rescued Lin Shen from the clutches of death countless times. Yet now this deadly strike was aimed at Lin Shen's back. The most terrifying was the Nuwa corrector. She slowly raised her hands, golden creation energy coalescing in her palms. This power shared the same origin as Lin Shen's, yet it was purer and more domineering. With a gentle push, a golden beam of light shot towards Lin Shen, tearing through space and leaving behind intricate. Song, you deal with Fenshin. He'll confront Nuwa. Cosmic will help me locate Mo Yuan's position. Lin Shen shouted, unleashing the power of chaos in an instant. He spread his arms, forming a massive chaotic shield that forcefully withstood the golden beam from the Nuwa corrector. With a tremendous roar, Lin Shen was knocked back repeatedly, his feet carving deep trenches in the ground as golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Song also faced Fenshin. The black void energy collided violently with the red sacred fire, a scene of ice and fire unfolding in midair. Each collision produced massive shockwaves, shattering the surrounding buildings. Mo Yuan is 3 feet to your left behind you, the cosmic will screamed. Lin Shen spun around abruptly, just in time to see a pitch-black dagger lunging towards his heart. He instinctively raised his hand to block the dagger slicing through his arm, and black toxins surged into his body. This was the soul-severing poison specially crafted by Mo Yuan, a toxin she personally refined years ago to assassinate the demon race leader, sealing the throat upon contact with blood. Mo Yuan. It's me. Wake up. Lin Shen gazed at the familiar, indifferent face before him, his heart aching like being sliced by a knife. He did not retaliate, but merely reached out to grasp her wrist. Mo Yuan's movements hesitated for a moment, a flicker of extremely faint struggle appearing in her hollow eyes. Yet in the blink of an eye the correction program regained control over her body. She twisted her wrist, and the dagger again lunged toward Lin Chen's throat. At that critical moment a stone suddenly flew in from the side, accurately striking Mo Yuan's wrist. The dagger veered off. Lin Chen turned to see a young version of himself, standing not far away, still clutching another. His young face was pale with fear, his legs trembling incessantly, yet he stood defiantly in front of the injured villagers, his gaze resolute, as he looked at the three women in white above. "You want harm my big brother," the young Lin Chen shouted, picking up more stones from the ground and throwing them at the Finchen corrector. These stones were utterly insignificant to the corrector who wielded world-destroying power.
System, how could he?
However, at the moment the stones struck the Finchen corrector, a new crack suddenly appeared in the previously indistinct chronicles of the universe in the sky. The movements of the three correctors simultaneously slowed by a fraction. Effective. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. The boy's choice is still creating narrative cracks. Song, let's hold them off while the boy leads the villagers to flee east. The more people escape the script, the larger the cracks will become. Song nodded, explosively unleashing all his void energy, forcing Finchen back. He turned to shield the villagers, shouting loudly, "Everyone follow this child, and run east." Quickly. The villagers were already terrified beyond measure, and upon hearing Song's words they quickly assisted the elderly and children, following the young Lin Chen into the eastern forest. As the young Lin Chen ran, he turned back to shout, "Big brother, you must be careful." With each step they took away, more cracks appeared in the sky. The power of the three correctors diminished with each step. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen charged toward the Nuwa corrector. He did not attack, but raised the golden shard left behind by Nuwa to his chest. "Lady Nuwa, I know you're still here. Look at these villagers. Look at this world you have fought to protect with your life. Do you really want to help the one wielding the pin destroy all of this?" The golden shard erupted with dazzling light in an instant. A warm creation energy surged from the shard, resonating intensely with the power within the Nuwa corrector. The body of the Nuwa corrector trembled violently as she clutched her head, emitting a pained moan. Within her hollow eyes a clear struggle began to emerge. "Lin Chen." A familiar voice squeezed out from her throat. "Finchen, Mo Yuan. Wait, Finchen the Great, do you remember the days we fought side by side in the demon realm? You once said you would protect every living being on this land. Mo Yuan, you promised Qingwei that you would protect me well. Have you all forgotten?" The light of the golden shard spread out, enveloping Finchen and Mo Yuan. Both correctors halted their attacks simultaneously. The flames in Finchen's hands flickered, and the dagger in Mo Yuan's hand fell to the ground. Pain was evident on their faces, showing that the residual souls of their original selves were fiercely resisting the correction program. "Now is the time," Lin Chen shouted, launching an attack alongside Song. Two beams of chaotic and black light shot out simultaneously, striking the three correctors. Their bodies were instantly engulfed by the light, emitting piercing screams. "The narrative deviation is too great. Correction failed. Initiate retreat protocol." A cold mechanical voice echoed. The three figures in white transformed into light points, vanishing into the sky. The chronicles of the universe in the sky also faded away again, the crisis temporarily averted. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, staggering slightly, nearly falling over. Song quickly supported him, his face pale as well. That recent battle had nearly exhausted all their strength. "Did we win?" The voice of the cosmic will carried a hint of disbelief. "No, we've only temporarily driven them back." Lin Chen shook his head, looking down at the golden shard in his hand. "The one wielding the pen will not give up easily. The next time they come it will only be with even stronger correctors." He paused, looking at the cosmic will. "Can you interpret the text on the shard?" The cosmic will's light orb descended upon the shard, scanning it carefully for a moment. Interpretation complete. Its voice grew incredibly serious. The shard reads, "Initial page hidden within the deepest time, singularity of the land of oblivion. There records the origin of the tribe of the one wielding the pen and the sole method to break all cycles. However, it is also the place where the power of the one wielding the pen is at its strongest, and once entered there is no turning back." Lin Chen clenched the shard tightly, his gaze resolute. "We have no way out. Lady Nuwa fought for us with her life, oh we cannot let her sacrifice be in vain. Tomorrow morning we set out for the deepest part of the land of oblivion." Just then the young Lin Chen returned with the Seeing that Lin Chen was unharmed, his face broke into a joyous smile as he ran over and grabbed Lin Chen's hand. "Big brother, you were amazing. You drove away all the bad guys." Lin Chen patted his head, feeling warmth in his heart. This boy was like the younger version of himself, innocent, kind, and full of hope. However, at the moment his hand touched the boy's head, he suddenly felt an extremely faint yet incredibly familiar aura hidden within the boy. That aura originated from the one wielding the pen. Lin Chen froze, staring in disbelief at the young Lin Chen. The boy seemed to sense his anomaly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He looked up at Lin Chen, his gaze suddenly deep and unfathomable, entirely unlike that of a 15-year-old boy. His lips moved slightly, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear, softly saying, "You finally discovered it. I am not a character in the script. I am the one wielding the pin, the last line of insurance placed within all cycles. As the boy's words fell, an ancient mark identical to the cover of the Chronicles of the Universe slowly emerged on his. The ancient mark on his forehead gleamed with a cold golden light, echoing the faintly visible cosmic chronicle in the sky. Lin Shen's hand froze above the youth's head, and it felt as if all the blood in his veins had instantly solidified. He gazed at the face before him, identical to his own at 15, at those eyes that were once clear and innocent, but now deep as an abyss, and felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He could never have imagined that the youth he had protected all along, the one he saw as his hope, was actually the final killing move laid down by the author. Those stones thrown with reckless abandon, those determined gazes, those warm smiles. Could it all have been an act? The ultimate corrector. It's actually the ultimate corrector. The radiant orb of the cosmic will flickered wildly, its voice filled with utter terror. I have seen records of it within the laws of the universe. The previous 738 cycles were all ended by it. Song instantly shielded Lin Shun. His power of nothingness condensed to its peak, a black storm. The previous 738 cycles were all ended by it. Song instantly shielded Lin Shun. His power of nothingness condensed to its peak, a black storm of energy howling around him. He glared at the youth Lin Shun, his gaze as cold as a blade. So from the very beginning we were under your surveillance. Those villagers, those choices that deviated from the script. Were you deliberately guiding us? He raised his hand, looking at his own youthful palm, and spoke softly. I was born at the beginning of the first cycle. He raised his hand, looking at his own youthful palm, and spoke softly. I was born at the beginning of the first cycle created by the author from a thread of his own origin. My mission in every single cycle was to stay by the side of the new creator god, in the most inconspicuous, to observe your growth, to record your choices, and when all corrective measures failed, to initiate the universe erasure procedure, returning everything to its starting point. 738 cycles. I watched Song transform from the gentle creator god into the lord of nothingness, watched Nuwa sacrifice herself time and again, watched countless versions of you in despair initiate the universe's restart. I executed the mission 738 times, never once deviating. His gaze fell upon Lin Shun, his eyes incredibly complex. Until this time, I watched you reject the choices of the cosmic will, and Song fighting the cycle in your own way. I watched Nuwa's remnant soul self-destruct to shield you and sever the author's perception. I watched those ordinary villagers trembling with fear, yet still willing to run with me. For the first time I had a question: what is the meaning of our existence? Is it to repeat the written script over and over, or to live a life that truly belongs to us? When I threw that stone just now, there was no program command. I simply didn't want you to die. These words exploded like a thunderclap in the minds of Lin Shun and Song. Even the ultimate failsafe created by the author had developed an independent will. Did this mean that nothing was absolutely unchangeable? Just then a sudden change occurred. A massive rift tore open in the sky and boundless white light poured out from the colossal cosmic chronicle fully manifested, its pages flipping wildly with a loud rustling sound. An indescribable terrifying pressure descended upon the valley across dimensions, crushing the breath out of everyone. Abnormality detected in the ultimate corrector. Judged as betrayal. Forced takeover procedure initiated. Universe erasure program countdown 300 seconds. A cold, mechanical, emotionless voice echoed through heaven and earth. The youth Lin Shen's body stiffened, and the mark on his forehead erupted with a blinding golden light. He clutched his head in agony, letting out a miserable screw. Heaven and earth. The youth Lin Shen's body stiffened. Countless golden runes surged out from within him, swirling and dancing around him. The ground of the entire valley began to crack. Inch by inch rocks turned to dust, and even the air was rapidly being erased. Go quickly. The youth Lin Shen shouted through gritted teeth, using all his strength. The program has started. I can't control it. In 5 minutes the entire universe will be completely erased. Kill him. Only by killing him can the erasure program be stopped. The cosmic will shrieked. Lin Shen. Song also clenched his fist, the power of nothingness coalescing in his palm. Lin Shen, there's no time. We can't take the risk. Lin Shen watched the youth struggling in pain, saw the glimmer of unwillingness and despair deep in his eyes, and recalled his words, I simply didn't want you to die. He thought of Qing Yue, of Nuwa, of all those who had sacrificed themselves for protection. Wasn't their fight to the end for the sake of giving every life the right to choose its own destiny? I want kill him. Lin Shun said firmly, stepping forward and channeling the power of chaos into the youth Lin Shen's body. We help him. You're insane. Song and the cosmic will exclaimed simultaneously. He's not the enemy, Lin Shen said, while stabilizing the rampaging power within the youth. He's a victim of the author, just like us. If we kill him, we'll be playing right into the author's trap. Besides, only he knows where the entrance to the time singularity. The golden power of chaos clashed violently with the golden runes inside the youth. The youth's pain lessened somewhat, but the erasure program continued to run, the countdown voice relentlessly sounding 200 seconds. 190 seconds. It's useless. The youth Lin Shen said weakly. The author's will is too strong. I can only suppress it for another 100 seconds at most. You go. Don't worry about me. We leave together or not at all. Lin Shen looked into his eyes and said seriously, you are not a failsafe, nor a corrector. You are Lin Chin, the youth from Qingyo village. You have your own feelings. Your destiny should be decided by you. With that, Lin Chin turned to Song. Song, lend me your power of nothingness. Cosmic will mobilize all the cosmic laws you can. Together, we'll help him break the author's control. Without a moment's hesitation, Song poured all his power of nothingness into Lin Chin's body. The cosmic will also transformed into a stream of multicolored light, merging into the youth Lin Chin's forehead. The three forces of gold, black, and color intertwined and fused within the youth, launching a final battle against the author's controlling power. The youth let out a sky-shaking roar, the mark on his forehead flickering wildly, flashing on and off. 50 seconds. 40 seconds. The countdown grew more urgent, and half of the valley had already been erased into nothingness. Break. Now. The youth Lin Chin's eyes snapped open, erupting with all his might. The golden mark on his forehead emitted a crack as a fissure split open. The countdown of the universe erasure program came to an abrupt halt. The cosmic chronicle in the sky shook violently, let out an angry roar, and then slowly faded away. The terrifying pressure dissipated as well. The youth Lin Chin stumbled and fell into Lin Chin's arms, his face as pale as paper, his breath weak. They had won again. But everyone knew that the price of this victory was enraging the author completely. What awaited them next would be the author's most insane retaliation. They had won again. But everyone knew that the price of this victory was enraging the author completely. What awaited them next would be the author's most insane retaliation. The author won't let this go, the youth Lin Chin panted. I suppressed the program, but at most I can only maintain it for 3 days. After 3 days the author will descend personally. No one will be able to stop it then. We must find the original page within those 3 days. Where is the entrance to the time singularity? Lin Chin asked. The youth Lin Chin raised his hand and pointed to his own heart. It's here. The author sealed the entrance within my origin. Only I can open the passage to the time singularity. But, once the passage is open, the author will immediately sense our location. It will follow us into the time, then let it come. Lin Chin's gaze was unwaveringly firm. We have no way back. This time we will settle this once and for all on its turf. Song nodded and said in a deep voice, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. The sooner we reach the time singularity, the more time we have to prepare. The youth Lin Chin struggled to stand upright, took a deep breath, and began to gather his power. A golden light slowly illuminated his chest, and a rotating spatial vortex gradually took shape before him. On the other side of the vortex was a chaotic, endless darkness from which faint, ancient whispers could be heard. Let's go. The youth Lin Chin stepped into the vortex first. Within the time singularity lie all the truths. And also, the author's greatest secret. The youth Lin Chin stepped into the vortex first. Within the time singularity lie all the truths. And also, the author's greatest secret. The spatial vortex slowly closed, and the valley returned to utter silence, leaving only ruins behind. Inside the time singularity, there was no time, no space, only countless floating fragments of broken memories. Lin Chin and his companions carefully navigated through the fragments, advancing towards the deepest part of the singularity. Along the way, the youth Lin Chin told them more secrets about the author. Just as they were about to reach the location of the original page, a massive memory fragment suddenly blocked their path. The fragment played an incredibly ancient scene. It was a white space being devoured by the power of nothingness, where countless authors in white robes screamed in despair and dissolved. And at the very center of the scene stood a man in black robes. He held a black pen in his hand, writing something in a black. When he slowly lifted his head, Lin Chin Song and the cosmic will all gasped in unison. The man's face was identical to Lin Chin's. The youth Lin Chin's voice, trembling slightly, sounded behind them. He is the first author. He is the creator of all cycles. His name is Lin Chin. The winds within the time singularity had come to a standstill. Floating shards of memory hovered in midair, and the face of the man in black was vividly within reach. The same brows and eyes, the same contours, even the inherent determination between his brows mirrored that of. The only difference was that his gaze bore no warmth, only a weariness and silence that spanned countless millennia, as if he had witnessed all the partings and reunions of the world, leaving his heart unmoved. It's impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The voice of Song trembled as never before. He had lived for billions of years, witnessing countless births and destructions of universes, yet he had never encountered something so absurd. The very ancestor of the scribe clan they had fought against with all their might, all the creators of the cycles, looked exactly like Lin Chin. The light of the universes will froze completely, forgetting even to flicker. Born from the singularity explosion of the first universe, it believed it knew all the secrets of the cosmos, yet at this moment it realized that all it knew was merely the tip of the iceberg written by others. Lin Chin stood frozen and placed his body stiff, his mind blank. He looked at the shards showing himself, then lowered his gaze to his own hands. A surreal sense of detachment engulfed him, nearly suffocating him. He had always believed himself to be the variable that broke the cycle, the savior of the universe. But in the end, was he merely an insignificant copy among the countless cycles he had created? He is the first Lin. The voice of the young Lin Chin shattered the silence, his gaze filled with complexity, reverence, sympathy, and a hint of barely perceptible sorrow. He existed before all the universes were born. He is the true first creator god, and the first to encounter. The young Lin Shun waved his hand, and the massive shard of memory, slowly magnified. The ancient images began to flow, pulling everyone into that history sealed for billions of years. It was an extraordinarily brilliant universe. Stars outnumbered those of the present by billions. Divine beings roamed freely, and civilizations thrived at their peak. The first Lin Shun stood at the center of the universe, gazing at all he had created with tenderness in his eyes. He was not bound by the will of the universe, nor by the fate of the cycles. He was a truly free creator god, living joyfully with the beings he created for billions of years. Until one day true nothingness arrived. Not the void used by the scribes to propel the plot, but the end of the universe itself. It was an irresistible, unresistible force. Wherever it passed, everything returned to absolute nothingness. Even time and space ceased to exist. The first Lin Shun exerted all his strength to resist. He burned his own source of creation, sacrificed all his relatives and friends, yet still could not stop the spread of nothingness. In the end, the entire universe was left with only him. He stood in the boundless nothingness, watching everything he had created disappear, completely a despair capable of breaking any deity. I cannot let everything end like this. The voice of the first Lin Shun echoed from the memory shard hoarse, as if ground against sand. In the end, the entire universe was left with only him. He stood in the boundless nothingness, watching everything he had created disappear, completely a despair. Since my universe has been destroyed, I will create countless universes. I will find a way to break the void within the countless cycles. One day, I will resurrect my universe. Thus he became the first scribe. He wrote the first universe, set the rules of the cycles, created the will of the universe, and made the creator gods sacrifice themselves at the end of each cycle to restart the universe. He thought this would delay time and find a way to crack the void. But he failed. Cycle after cycle, failure after. He watched countless versions of himself repeat the same fate, watched countless Nuwa sacrificing themselves to protect the universe, watched countless Tsang fall into nothingness and despair. He wrote the script billions of times, killed himself billions of times, yet could never find a way to break the void. Gradually he became numb and cold. He no longer cared about the beings in those universes, nor the joys and sorrows. He regarded all of it as an experiment. Everyone was just a lab rat on his experiment table. Later he created us scribes to help him write the universe. The young Lin Shun's voice held a hint of bitterness. We are all created by his own source, devoid of thoughts and emotions, merely his tools. And I am the last tool he created, his most perfect work. The memory shards slowly dissipated, and the time singularity fell silent once more. Everyone fell silent. They had always thought the scribes were high and mighty demons, tyrants who controlled everything. But they did not expect that he was also a victim, a pitiable being who had everything taken by the void, struggling in despair for billions of years. Even so, he has no right to decide our fate. Song broke the silence, first his gaze firm. His pain is not a justification for harming others. Our universe, our lives should be decided by ourselves. Lin Shun slowly raised his head, the confusion in his eyes gone, replaced by unprecedented determination. Song is right. He looked in the direction where the memory shard had vanished and spoke softly. I understand his pain, but I do not agree with his actions. He wanted to resurrect his universe, and I want to protect those I care about. Our goals do not conflict. There must be a better. Just then the entire time singularity suddenly trembled violently. Countless black tendrils reached out from the darkness, wildly assaulting everyone. These tendrils were formed from pure correction power, 100 times stronger than any corrector they had encountered before. As they passed, even the broken memory shards were instantly erased. It's the Page Guardians. The young Lin Shun's face changed drastically as he immediately shielded everyone. They were created by the first scribe specifically to guard the time singularity. We have been discovered. 3 massive black figures emerged from the darkness. They had no facial features, no physical form, only swirling masses of distorted black energy. They wielded black swords, the blades flowing with cold correction power, slashing fiercely at Lin Shun and the others. They'll take on the one on the left. Song, you handle the one on the right. Young man, protect the will of the universe, and look for a chance to open the passage to the initial page. Lin Shun shouted, unleashing the power of chaos in an instant. He wielded the chaos long sword, and faced the strongest Page Guardian in the center. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and Lin Shun was pushed back repeatedly, his palm splitting open, golden blood dripping down the sword handle. The power of this Page Guardian was surprisingly even greater than the combined strength of the previous 3 correctors. Their power comes from the initial page. In this place they are invincible. The young Lin Shun shouted while dodging the tendril attacks. We must reach the initial page as soon as possible, or we will all be erased. Song was also caught in a bitter battle. The power of nothingness had no effect on the Page Guardians. Instead, it was corroded by the black swords of the opponents. He had already sustained several wounds, the black correction power spreading through the wounds. Lin Shun gritted his teeth, pouring all the chaos power within him into the long sword. He leaped up, executing his strongest move, Chaos Slash. The chaos-colored sword light cut through the darkness, cleaving the middle Page Guardian in 2. But in just a moment its body reformed, now even stronger than before. Useless. They are immortal. The will of the universe screamed. No, they have weaknesses. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Just as he sliced through the page guardian, he saw a tiny golden light point at its core. That was the source power left within them by the first Lin Chen. Attack their core. That's their weakness. Lin Chen shouted, charging forward again. This time he avoided the opponent's long sword and accurately stabbed toward its core. Thud! The golden light point was pierced, and the page guardian let out a piercing scream, its body dissolving into countless black light points, completely vanishing. Song and the young Lin Chen followed suit, quickly dispatching the other two page guardians. The crisis was temporarily averted, but everyone was left gasping for breath. Hurry! The first scribe has already sensed us. The young Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly leading the way ahead. The initial page is just up ahead. The group followed the young Lin Chen, traversing through a sea of shattered memory shards, finally arriving at the deepest part of the time singularity. There was no darkness, no fragments, only an expanse of white space. At the center of the space stood a massive black stone tablet. The tablet was inscribed with densely packed ancient characters, which were the diary written in his own blood by the first Lin Chen. And atop the stone tablet rested a black book. That was the initial page, the mother text of all the chronicles of Lin Chen. Slowly approached, reaching out to touch the black book. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the page, a cold, weary, yet profoundly familiar voice sounded behind him. I have waited for you for billions of years. Lin Chen turned sharply. There stood the man in black, quietly behind him. He held the black pen in his hand, looking at Lin Chen with a complex gaze, as if he were looking at himself, or perhaps an old friend long forgotten. You have finally arrived here. The first Lin Chen spoke softly. Now you have two choices. Either take up that initial page, inherit my mission, and continue writing the cycles until you find a way to break the void, or destroy the initial page and end all cycles. But you must understand, once you destroy it, all universes will collapse in an instant, and true nothingness will descend immediately. He paused, his gaze settling on Lin Chen's face, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible pleading. Choose, my child. The black primordial page emitted a faint cold light within the white expanse, and the voice of the first Lin Chen, heavy with the weariness of eons, echoed slowly through the empty singularity of time. Two choices, both leading to dead ends. Inherit the cycle, and he would become as numb and cold as the original scribe, watching countless beings repeat their lives and deaths within the script until he too was consumed by despair. Destroy the page, ending all cycles, but this would instantly summon the true void, reducing billions of universes to nothingness, and everyone he cared for would vanish completely. These were the only two conclusions the first Lin Chen had confirmed over eons. Lin Chen's fingertips hovered over the primordial page, hesitating to fall. He recalled the curling smoke from the chimneys of Qingyu village, the peach blossoms falling behind Qingyun sect's mountain. Qingyu's smile, beneath the peach tree in her snow-white robes, the gentle gaze in Yua's eyes, as she dissipated the blazing flames of the blazing heaven emperor's self-destruction, and the silent silhouette of Mo Yuan as he shielded him. These vivid, warm, and indelible memories were not cold words or a pre-written script. They were lives that had he could neither let them become mere numbers in a cycle, nor allow them to be utterly annihilated in the void. I want choose. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his hand, his voice calm, yet carrying immense weight. The first Lin Chen furrowed his brow, slightly a flicker of surprise in his eyes. There is no third path. I spent eons testing every possible method, and in the end, only these two choices remained. No, there is. Lin Chen lifted his head, meeting the first Lin Chen's gaze with eyes as firm as iron. You created the cycle to delay the void and search for a way to break it. You would destroy the cycle out of despair, wanting to end it all. But you never tried to face the void together with all the beings of the universe. What did you say? The first Lin Chen was stunned. Song and the young Lin Chen standing behind him were also stunned. The orb of the universes will flickered, violently shocked by this audacious, almost insane idea. You have always seen yourself as a lofty observer and experimenter. Lin Chen's voice grew clearer. You created the universe, yet you separated yourself from it. You think you are the only one fighting the void, not knowing that every being you created has the courage and strength to protect their own home. Niwa was willing to sacrifice herself for the universe. The blazing heaven emperor was willing to detonate his soul for protection. Mo Yuan was willing to take a fatal blow for a friend, and even the ordinary villagers of Qingyu village, when danger came, were willing to stand up for each other. You have never truly acknowledged this power. You thought only the strength of a creator god could oppose the void, not realizing that the will of billions of beings united is the universe's most formidable force. Lin Chen pointed at the primordial page. This book is filled with cycles and death, but it also records the love and protection, the courage and hope of all beings across billions of universes. I will neither inherit your cycle nor destroy it. What I will do is rewrite it. I will merge the will of all universes, the hope of all beings, into this book. I will transform it from a shackle that controls fate into a shield that guards the universe. Preposterous, the first Lin Chen bellowed, an oppressive aura erupting from him that shook the entire singularity of time. The will of billions of beings, hey. They are nothing but fleeting ants. Their power cannot even stir a ripple before the void. I tried. I was once as naive as you, believing that unity could overcome everything. But what was the result? My universe was still destroyed. All my family and friends died in the void. His composure shattered for the first time. His black robes fluttered without wind, his eyes filled with pain and madness. You have no idea how terrifying the true void is. You have no idea how despairing it feels to watch everyone you care about disappear one by one, powerless to stop it. Lin Chen's voice sounded softly, yet it was like a key unlocking the door to the first. Lin Chen's heart sealed for eons. I watched Qingyue turn into starlight for me, watched Nuwa detonate her soul for the universe, watched the blazing heaven emperor and Mo Yuan leave me one by one. I too felt despair collapsed and thought of giving up everything. But I later understood that it is precisely because of these losses, this pain, that our protection has meaning. It is because we know the fragility of life that we must give our all to protect what is worth protecting. The young Lin Chen stepped forward, looking at the first Lin Chen, and spoke softly. You created me, had me observe 738 cycles. Do you think I only saw repetition and despair? No, what I saw was that in every cycle there were those willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others. In every cycle there were those resisting fate, pursuing freedom. It's not that you didn't see it, you just dared not admit it. You fear that admitting it would mean realizing that your eons of persistence were wrong from the start. The first Lin Chen's body trembled violently. He stared blankly at the two youths who looked exactly like him, then turned to look at the black stele covered in diary entries. The last line, written with a trembling hand, read, I was wrong. The numbness and pretense of eons shattered in that moment. A single black tear slowly rolled down from it was the first time he had wept since becoming the scribe. Yes, I was wrong. The first Lin Chen's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, the coldness and madness in his eyes fading, leaving only boundless exhaustion and regret. I always thought I was fighting alone. I turned myself into the hardest shield, but also into the coldest prison. He slowly lowered the black pen in his hand, walked to the primordial page, and gently caressed its cold cover. I waited eons for someone who could forge a third path. I created countless versions of you, hoping that one day one of you would be braver and more resolute than I to accomplish what I could not. The first Lin Chen looked up at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with expectation and entrustment. You are right, the will of billions of beings is the universe's most powerful force. This book is yours now. With these words he reached out and pressed his hand onto the primordial page. A black light surged from within him, flowing endlessly into the page. His body began to turn transparent as eons of cultivation and all his primal power were transferred unreservedly to Lin Chen. I give you all my power, along with my eons of experience and memories of opposing the void. The first Lin Chen's voice grew fainter. Remember, the true void is more terrifying than you imagine. It is not a force without will get. Before he could finish, his body dissolved into countless black specks of light, merging into the primordial page. The primordial page burst forth with a dazzling black light, slowly floating into the air. The pages turned automatically, and the cold words upon them began to twist, change, and gradually take on a golden glow. Lin Chen took a deep breath, reached out with both hands, and pressed them onto the primordial page. The power of chaos, the power of creation, the power of the void, the power of the universe's will, and the power of the young Lin Chen. All forces converged within him, then flowed unceasingly into the primordial page. At the same time, he opened his mind and called upon all beings across the universe. All who still resist fate, all who still guard their homes, lend me your will. Together let us oppose the void and rewrite destiny. In an instant, countless golden rays of will traverse time and space from every universe, pouring into the primordial page. There was the will of Qingyun's sect disciples, the will of warriors from the demon realm, the will of ordinary villagers, and the will of countless beings fighting for survival across innumerable universes. These wills converged into a golden torrent, washing away the residual imprints of the cycle on the page. The color of the primordial page gradually shifted from pure black to a blend of black and gold, its words becoming warm and powerful. Song and the young Lin Chen exchanged a glance, then poured all their power into Lin Chen's body. The orb of the universes will transformed into a stream of iridescent light, merging into the core of the page. The rewriting was progressing smoothly. If they could have just a little more time, they could completely rewrite the primordial page in all cycles and simultaneously forge a power strong enough to oppose the void. It was at that moment that the entire singularity of time began to shake violently. A massive black crack appeared out of nowhere in the center of the white space. On the other side of the crack was an endless pure darkness. A chill billions of times more terrifying than anything before surged from the crack, freezing even time and space in its path. The words the first Lin Chen had left unspoken were now confirmed. The true void had descended. What made Lin Chen's heart stop was that within that pure darkness he saw a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes filled with mockery and indifference. The void indeed had a will, and those eyes were horrifying. They were Nuwa's eyes. Pure darkness devoured the white light of the temporal singularity. There was no earth-shattering roar, no violent surge of energy. Only a profound sense of annihilation that seeped into the very marrow. Lin Chen could clearly feel the space around him dissolving into nothingness bit by bit. The will of all living beings he had just gathered within him melted away like snow under a scorching sun. Even the initial page, which contained all the power of the first Lin Chun, began to tremble violently, its edges scorched with black marks. This was true nothingness. Not a tool used by the author to drive the plot, nor a reboot program at the end of a cycle, but the ultimate stillness that existed before the birth of the universe itself. It did not need to attack or destroy, it simply was non-existence. Anything that approached, it would naturally return to a state of being nothing. Impossible. This is impossible. The universal will shrieked in terror, its orb of light, shrinking visibly, as its voice trembled with utter fear. Nothingness should have no will. It is merely a rule. How could it have eyes? Song stood firm before Lin Chun, the power of nothingness around him surging wildly, yet the moment it touched the darkness, it was devoured completely. His body began to turn translucent, his skin dissolving into specks of light. Having lived for eons and mastered the power closest to nothingness, he found himself utterly helpless before true nothingness, unable to offer even a shred of resistance. The young Lin Chun's face was also deathly pale, the author's origin within him being rapidly stripped away. Gritting his teeth, he poured his last shred of power into the initial page to stabilize it, but it was to no avail. Lin Chun, however, stood motionless. All his attention was fixed on the eyes deep within the darkness. They were gentle and compassionate, carrying a faint trace of pain and struggle, identical to the eyes of Nuwa in his memory. Countless fragments of memory flashed through his mind, Nuwa's tearful silhouette, as she raised the primordial divine, soared her unwavering resolve, as she swore the oath of life and death together to the universal, while the tender smile on her face, as she detonated her divine soul, and her final words, as her remnant soul dissipated, see the future, without a script for me. How could it be her? How could Nuwa, who sacrificed everything for the cosmos, and bought them time with her life, have become the will of nothingness? Lin Chun. A familiar weary voice slowly echoed from the darkness. As the sound faded, the pure darkness began to coalesce, eventually forming the figure of a woman dressed in a white gown. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features gentle. It was Nuwa. But her eyes were split, one half a familiar gold, the other pure black. The black half was cold, hollow, and devoid of emotion. The gold half was filled with pain and remorse. Lin Chun's voice trembled. Is it really you? It is me. Nuwa nodded softly, her gaze complex. And it is not. What stands before you now is half Nuwa, half the will of nothingness. She slowly raised her hand, revealing a black shackle on her wrist. The shackle was deeply embedded in her flesh, with countless black veins spreading across her body, intertwining with the golden power of creation within her. Eons ago, when the first Lin Chun's universe was destroyed, I already existed. Nuwa's voice carried a hint of bitterness. I was the first god he created, and the only one not completely devoured by nothingness when the universe perished. To stop nothingness from spreading, I willingly merged my divine soul with its core. I used my own body as a cage to seal the will of nothingness for eons. I thought I could trap it forever, but I was wrong. The power of nothingness kept growing, eroding my soul bit by bit, seeking to fully control my body. Later, the first Lin Chun created the cycle. I saw hope. I helped him set the rules of the cycle, split Song's origin, and create you. I have been waiting for someone strong enough to help me destroy nothingness completely and break this eternal cage. Lin Chun was stunned. So from the very beginning, Nuwa had known the truth. Her sacrifice, her gentleness, her careful planning. All of it, but the burden she carried was heavier than anyone could imagine. She had to fight not only the author and the cycle, but also the entire will of nothingness alone. Then why didn't you tell us? Song's voice was hoarse. If you had spoken sooner, we could have. I couldn't. Nuwa shook her head, pain flashing in her eyes. The will of nothingness was always watching me. If I revealed even a hint of the truth, it would have taken full control of my body and descended early. I could only guide you this way, step by step, to bring you here. When the first Lin Chun transferred his power to you, nothingness sensed the danger. It forcibly suppressed my consciousness and broke the seal early. Now I can only reclaim half control for at most 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. Lin Chun's heart sank. They couldn't even withstand a single strike from nothingness. What could they do in 3 minutes? Listen to me, Lin Chun. Nuwa's voice grew deadly serious. Nothingness has no weakness. It is non-existence. No power can destroy it. But it has one nemesis. A nemesis. Lin Chun's eyes lit up. It is existence. Nuwa looked into Lin Chun's eyes and spoke each word deliberately. Nothingness fears what is real, unique, and it can erase matter, power, time, and space, but it cannot erase the memories and emotions etched into the will of all living beings you gathered earlier failed because you only gathered their power, not their existence. That power could be replicated and erased by nothingness, but each person's memories and emotions are unique. These are things nothingness can never erase. Nuwa raised her hand, and a golden beam shot from her fingertip, merging into the initial page. I have poured my eons of memories along with the memories of all beings devoured by nothingness into this book. Pour all your memories, all your emotions, everyone, and everything you care about into the initial page. Then call upon the beings of all universes to contribute their most precious memories as well. Only by weaving a net from the existence of countless beings can we trap nothingness. Then I can seal its core within the initial page. Before she finished speaking, Nua's body shuddered violently. The black part of her left eye began to spread, rapidly shrinking to gold. Time is running out. Nothingness is reclaiming my body. Hurry, Lin Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen closed his eyes and opened his soul. Countless memories surged forth like a tide, the smoke from Green Ox Village, the peach blossoms of Qingyun's sect, Qingyue's smile, Fenchen's roar, Mian's silence, Song's mockery, Nua's tenderness. All the joy, pain, love, hate, protection, and sacrifice flowed unreservedly into the initial page. The initial page erupted with unprecedented radiance. Golden light pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire temporal singularity. The words on the page began to dance, each character turning into a tiny speck of light, each speck holding a unique memory. Beings of all universes. Lin Chen's voice traversed time and space, reaching every corner. I am Lin Chen, the new creator god. Now true nothingness has descended, and our universe faces destruction. I beg you, lend me your most precious. Lend me your love for family, your bonds with friends, your guardianship of home. Let us fight nothingness with our existence. In an instant, countless golden specks of light streamed in from across the universes, merging into the initial page. A child's longing for its mother, lover's vows, a warrior's devotion to home, an elder's lifetime of memories. Billions of unique memories converged into a golden river, surging through the initial page. Song and the young Lin Chen also closed their eyes, merging their memories into the page. The universal will transformed into a rainbow of light, pouring in the memories of all cosmic rules. The initial page's glow grew ever brighter, forming a massive golden orb that enveloped Nua and the will of. The darkness was pushed back and the power of nothingness rapidly waned. Now, Nua let out a thunderous roar. With all her might, she forced the core of nothingness out of her body. It was a pure, untainted mass of black energy writhing frantically within the golden orb, emitting a piercing screech. Seal it, Lin Chen shouted, pressing his hands firmly onto the initial page. The power of countless beings' memories erupted simultaneously, forming golden chains that bound the core of nothingness tightly, pulling it inch by inch toward the initial page. The core of nothingness let out a despairing shriek, but could not break free. At last it was sealed within the final page of the initial book. The darkness dissipated and the temporal singularity regained its white light. Nua staggered and fell into Lin Chen's arms. The black shackles on her wrists were gone, and her eyes had returned to pure gold. But her aura was incredibly faint and her body was turning translucent. We did it. Nua smiled weakly. We succeeded. Lady Nua. Lin Chen held her tightly, his heart aching. How are you? I'm fine. Nua shook her head. Just spent too much of my divine soul. Oh, I need to sleep for a while. When I wake, I'll see a future without a script, right? Yes, Lin Chen nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. When you wake, everything will be fine. We will create a new free universe. Nua smiled contentedly, then slowly closed her eyes. Her body dissolved into countless golden specks of light, merging into the initial page. The initial page closed, gently falling into Lin Chen's hands. The crisis was finally over. Everyone sighed in relief, their faces breaking into smiles of survival. The cycle had ended, nothingness was sealed, and they had won their freedom. Just then the initial page began to tremble. The final page, the one sealing nothingness, flipped open on its own. Lin Chen looked down, and his pupils contracted sharply. The core of nothingness, which should have been sealed inside, had vanished. In its place was a line of small words written in blood: thank you for breaking my cage. The real game has just begun. Lin Chen snapped his head up, looking toward the exit of the temporal singularity. A familiar figure stood there silently. He held a black pen in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It was the first Lin Chen. The initial page slipped from Lin Chen's grasp, crashing heavily onto the white ground with a dull thud. The relieved smiles froze on everyone's faces, as if the air itself had solidified in that moment. Lin Chen stared blankly at the black-clad figure standing at the exit of the temporal singularity, his blood turning to ice in an instant. He had clearly witnessed the first Lin Chen dissolve into motes of light, had distinctly felt him transfer all his origin power. How could he still be alive? You're not dead. Song's voice trembled with unprecedented fear, the void energy around him surging uncontrollably. He could clearly sense that this first Lin Chen's aura was now 100 times more powerful than before. His being bore not only the power of the writer, but also a bone-chilling darkness that resonated with the void. The young Lin Chen stepped in front of Lin Chen, the ancient mark on his brow, flaring once more, his gaze intensely grave. You've been deceiving us all along. From the very beginning, it was all an act. An act. The first Lin Chen let out a soft laugh, filled with mockery and disdain. He slowly stepped into the white space, his black robes billowing without wind. With each step, a dark ripple spread across the ground beneath his feet. No, this isn't an act. This is a script. A script I've been writing for billions of years, and now we've reached the most thrilling scene. He bent down to pick up the initial page, caressing its cold cover with eyes full of greed and fervor. Thank you for breaking the cage that bitch Nua built. Without you I would never have truly mastered the power of the void. What are you saying? Lin Shen jerked his head up, disbelief flooding his eyes. Nuwa's cage. What is all this? What is this about? Let me tell you the whole truth. The first Lin Shen leaned against the black stele, speaking leisurely, as if recounting a story unrelated to himself. Billions of years ago my universe did indeed perish. But I didn't lose to the void. I discovered a shocking secret. The void isn't the end of the universe, but its origin. If one can merge with the core of the void, they can transcend the creator God, transcend all laws, and become the one true eternal existence. I tried countless times to merge with the void, but failed every time. The power of the void is too domineering. It devours all consciousness, turning the one who merges into a mindless monster. Just when I was about to despair, Nuwa appeared. That foolish woman actually thought she could seal the void with her own The first Lin Shen's lips curled into a cruel smile. I went along with it, pretending to be defeated by the void, watching as she turned herself into a prison. Then I created the cycle, created countless versions of you. I needed a vessel. A pure vessel with the power of creation, the power of destruction, and bearing the will of billions of beings. Only such a vessel could withstand the power of the void without being consumed. So your earlier repentance, your tears, the power you passed to me, was it all fake? Lin Shen's voice was as cold as a winter pool. His fists clenched so hard they creaked, his nails digging deep into his palms as golden blood dripped through his fingers. The tears were real, and so was the repentance, the first Lin Shen said lightly. I truly regretted it I regretted not figuring out this method sooner, regretted wasting so much time. As for the power I passed to you, that was just fuel I added to the vessel. Without my origin power, how could you have gathered the will of so many beings? How could you have helped me draw the void out of Nuwa's cage? You bastard. Song roared, transforming into a black bolt of lightning and charging furiously at the first Lin Shen. He concentrated all his void energy into his fist, a punch carrying billions of years of anger and resentment. Yet the first Lin Shen merely raised a hand. A black barrier materialized out of thin air, blocking Song's full force strike. With a thunderous boom, Song was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. His body began to rapidly dissipate. That single blow had nearly exhausted all his origin power. You think you're worthy to fight me? The first Lin Shen cast a contemptuous glance at Song, then fixed his gaze back on Lin Shen. Alright, the game is over. Hand your body over to me obediently. Once I merge with the void, I'll let you become an eternal part of me and witness me create a brand new universe. He reached out, grabbing for Lin Shen. Black energy coalesced in his palm, forming a massive vortex that generated a powerful suction, attempting to rip Lin Shen's soul from his body. Lin Shen stood motionless as if frozen in shock. The young Lin Shen tried to rush forward to help, but was tightly bound by a black energy beam, unable to move. The cluster of the universe's will was also pinned to the black steel by a casual wave of the first Lin Shen's hand, its light dimming and on the verge of extinguishing. The black vortex drew closer, and Lin Shen's soul began to float upward involuntarily. He could feel. You think you broke the cycle, but you merely stepped from a small script into a larger one. You think you're the savior, but you're just the sacrificial offering I carefully cultivated. The black vortex drew closer, and Lin Shen's soul began to float upward involuntarily. He could feel his consciousness fading, his body being overtaken by the first Lin Shen's power. Just then Nuwa's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the final wisp of her divine thought left deep within his soul before she self-destructed her spirit. Lin Shen, remember. The void cannot erase the memories and emotions etched into the soul. The first Lin Shen's greatest mistake is that he only sees power, but not the human heart. The billions of memories in the initial page are not fuel, they are a weapon. Lin Shen's eyes snapped open, a gleam of determination flashing within them. He no longer resisted the soul's extraction, but instead actively opened his mind. You're right, I am indeed the vessel you cultivated. Lin Shen's voice was calm, yet carried immense weight. But you forgot this vessel holds not just your power but the will of billions of beings. With that, Lin Shen's soul surged backward and actively merged into the initial page. The page instantly erupted in dazzling golden light, and countless memory motes flew out, swirling around him. Within each mote lay a unique memory, a unique emotion. A mother's tenderness for her child, a father's responsibility to his family, the trust between friends, the devotion between lovers. These seemingly insignificant emotions converged into an unbreakable force. The first Lin Shen's face twisted in shock. He hadn't anticipated Lin Shen's choice. He tried to retract his power only to find it firmly ensnared by the force of memories from the initial page, unable to break free. Impossible. This is impossible. How can emotions and memories possess such power? The first Lin Shen screamed in frenzy, his black energy churning violently in a futile attempt to escape. You will never understand. Lin Shen's voice emanated from countless motes, carrying a transcendent calm. You've lived for billions of years, yet you've never truly lived. You know only power and destruction, but not love, not protection, not what true existence means. You've created countless universes, yet you've never truly loved a single being. So you will never comprehend how immense the power of the collective will is. The golden force of memories formed a colossal pillar of light, trapping the first Lin Shun within. The first Lin Shun let out a desperate scream as his body began to erode and dissolve under the force of memories. The initial page in his hand returned to Lin Shun. No, I won't accept this. I've waited billions of years. I cannot fail now. With his last shred of strength, the first Lin Shun forcibly merged his soul with the core of the void. The black void energy instantly surged, shattering the golden pillar of light. His body began to warp and distort, half human, half pure darkness. His eyes turned pitch black, filled with madness and the aura of annihilation. Since I cannot attain eternity, let everything be destroyed. Having merged with the void core, the first Lin Shun's power reached an unprecedented peak. With a wave of his hand, the entire temporal singularity began to collapse, violently, fragments of space flying everywhere. The golden force of memories was as fragile as paper before him. The first Lin Shun sent Lin Shun flying with a single palm strike, crashing heavily into the black stele and spitting out a mouthful of golden blood. The initial page fell to the ground, its leaves scattering as countless memory motes began to dissipate. It's over. The first Lin Shun strode toward Lin Shun, raising a palm imbued with void energy. Just as his palm was about to descend, the scattered memory motes suddenly coalesced once more. Countless familiar figures emerged from the motes, walking forward slowly. Qingyue, Fontian Moyuan, and all the others who had sacrificed themselves to protect the universe. Their souls had been hidden within the memories of the initial page, never fading away. Lin Shun, we're here to help you. Qingyue walked to Lin Shun's side, gently helping him up with a tender smile. Lin Shun gazed at these familiar faces, his eyes filled with surprise and emotion. The first Lin Shun froze, then burst into maniacal laughter. A bunch of dead souls, and you think you can stop me? I've merged with the void itself. Do you think I fear these lingering spirits? Just then Qingyue slowly raised her head. Her eyes were half familiar gold, half pure black. She looked at the first Lin Shun, a cold smile spreading across her lips, identical to his own. Then she spoke softly, uttering words that sent chills down everyone's spine. You are wrong. He is not the first writer. I am. As her words fell, she reached out and gently pressed her hand against the first Lin Shun's chest. The smile on the first Lin Shun's face instantly froze, his eyes filled with unimaginable terror. His body began to dissolve into black motes at a visible rate, absorbed by Qingyue.